From the sharp exchanges in the classroom to the heart-fluttering moments of the Christmas ball. From the smoke of Hogwarts to the quotidian coexistence in the Muggle-world. Behind the steam of the potion cauldron lies Severus, shedding his cold facade to reveal a softer side. It is Hermione who comprehends the steadfast tenderness that resides in his eyes. Chapter 1. An unforeseen development. In the herb-scented, dimly lit, and humid potions classroom, they could no longer restrain themselves and succumb to a fervent kiss. Professor. Hermione caught a glimpse of the ajar door, struggling to suppress the sudden wave of dizziness. It could happen at any moment. With the remnants of her sanity, she managed to find a fleeting moment to remind him. Snape appeared momentarily stunned, as if he himself could not believe his actions. His slightly lowered, deep black eyes fixed intently upon Hermione, reminiscent of his scrutiny during potions class, yet now veiled in a shroud of ambiguity. Indeed, his tone remained low and deliberate. After a brief pause, he seized Hermione's wrist and swiftly approached a mural, which concealed a hidden door. Hermione was astonished that she had never noticed this detail before. At that moment, the mural depicted a grim and haughty elf, muttering to itself beneath a lush apple tree. Snape adopted his customary indifferent expression, tilting his head and lowering his gaze, his deep and authoritative voice resonating. "If you do not mind." The elf immediately ceased its soliloquy, gazing respectfully at the one giving orders. Upon noticing Hermione, its expression shifted to one of skepticism as it scrutinized her discreetly. Snape, with an impatient frown and a cough, elicited a prompt, devout bow from the elf. "Of course, Professor Snape." The door swung open. "This is your—" Hermione exclaimed incredulously. "My private chamber." Snape's voice was lower than usual. "Miss Granger." Hermione, though shocked, could not suppress her curiosity as she surveyed the interior. A deeper shade of green than the Slytherin common room. Darkened wooden tables and chairs, shelves brimming with potions, and a polished white marble fireplace adorned with serpent carvings. Firewood was neatly arranged below, and a walnut-wood bed was draped with a soft, deep green blanket. The air was thick with a familiar herbal scent of Snape, mingling with the musty aroma of damp wood from the cellar. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight on the wooden table, casting a faint glow. A dull thud echoed as the door closed. The room grew even darker, causing Hermione to involuntarily shiver. It was so starkly different from the warmth of the Gryffindor common room. Even the potions classroom seemed more inviting in comparison to Snape's chamber. Observing Hermione's reaction, Snape's tone shifted from its usual disdain. "Are you feeling cold? Could it be a hint of gentleness?" Hermione questioned whether she was imagining things, instinctively tucking her chin. "It is a bit chilly." Snape drew forth his wand and, with an air of nonchalance, ignited the fireplace. Yet, his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon Hermione, as if he sought to capture even the slightest shift in her expression. Hermione had indeed encountered such expressions before, for instance, during the potions class where no one answered the questions except for her raised hand. However, the current expression on Snape's face, devoid of emotion yet piercingly intense, sent her heart racing and her body ablaze. She even began to suspect that some enchantment had been cast upon the fireplace to make it radiate heat so swiftly. As she indulged in these errant thoughts, the person gazing at her interrupted her reverie. "Miss Granger." Hermione could feel a bead of sweat forming at the nape of her neck, and her face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. "Now, are you satisfied?" Hermione felt herself ensnared by the dual sensations of searing heat and biting cold, an experience so peculiar that her nerves began to blur. She reasonably questioned whether Snape had perhaps administered some sort of love potion, yet she still nodded gently in response. Snape, with a hint of hesitation, stepped closer to her, his cautious fingers ultimately resting upon her cheek as he lowered his head to bestow a gentle kiss upon her. Unlike the fervor displayed in the classroom prior, this time his touch was imbued with tenderness. His icy hand softly glided through her hair and along Hermione's slightly trembling back. Hermione found his gentleness astonishing and could not refrain from opening her eyes to observe this professor, typically so stern and seemingly devoid of emotion. His eyes tightly shut, brow slightly furrowed, exuding a seriousness that appeared to mourn a painful past. "Fragile." Hermione was perplexed as this word suddenly flickered through her mind, yet she could palpably sense the sorrow emanating from him, compelling her to feel an unbidden pang of sympathy for this man who seemed invulnerable to all. The sensation of vertigo washed over her once more, prompting her to wrap her arms around his neck and boldly return the kiss. This unexpected action evidently caught Snape off guard, leaving him momentarily flustered, his eyes flashing with astonishment and doubt. However, before his mind could process these questions, Hermione, surprisingly, pushed him down. This bold maneuver utterly obliterated Snape's ability to harbor any doubts or thoughts. The fire in the hearth crackled with increasing fervor, the wood popping audibly, illuminating his visage, which was marked by a powerful restraint. Miss Granger. Yet Hermione seemed oblivious to his words, wholly engrossed in her actions. Snape felt a rising fear that his self-control was on the brink of collapse. Miss Granger. God knows the extent of conviction he summoned as he gently pushed her away. Professor Snape. Hermione was reluctantly halted, gazing at the man pinned beneath her with a dazed yet inexplicably earnest expression. They remained locked in mutual gaze for several minutes. Yet it felt as though they had engaged in the longest conversation imaginable, honoring each other's choices. Observing the sorrow that lingered beneath his stern exterior, Hermione felt an irresistible urge to caress his face once more. This time, Snape appeared no longer resistant. He allowed her unique scent of pomegranate to fill his nostrils, permitted her unskilled kisses to dot his lips, and let her hands awkwardly unfasten the meticulously arranged buttons of his robes. To her astonishment, his pallid physique was surprisingly robust. Hermione vowed in her heart that she had never fantasized about any man's body, yet Professor Snape's form truly differed from her imaginings. It was difficult to reconcile the image of such a stoic man with a body that was so desirable. Upon realizing she had uttered this word uncontrollably, Hermione's cheeks flushed even deeper, accompanied by another wave of dizziness. Throughout the night, amid the crackling of the firewood and the sheen of perspiration, enveloped by an intoxicating and dangerous aroma, alongside her tumultuous and uncontrollable heart, they traversed the entirety of the evening. Chapter 2. Morning. Hermione was jolted awake in the early hours, instinctively tugging at the blanket while subconsciously curling up against the nearby warm entity. What was that? Suddenly, Hermione's senses sharpened, and she blinked her eyes wide open. She was nestled in Professor Snape's arms, resting against his pale yet robust forearm. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush instantly, her throat constricting as if obstructed by an unseen force. She darted a glance at Snape, uncertain whether he was awake, and found herself frozen in place, blinking helplessly as if petrified. Though it was morning, the room remained shrouded in gloom. Hermione surveyed her surroundings once more, noting that only the exquisitely crafted floor-to-ceiling windows on either side of the desk allowed a faint glow from the lake bed to seep through. The dark carpet covered the entire floor, yet it did little to impart warmth to the room, which was strewn with discarded clothing. Her cooling cheeks flushed anew as she cautiously shifted her body, confirming her state of undress. Good heavens! Hermione mentally screamed, her brilliant mind seemingly on the verge of exploding. Miss Granger, a familiar, slow voice devoid of discernible emotion, resonated from above her, causing her heart to momentarily halt before it began to race uncontrollably. Please, control your temperature fluctuations. Hermione wished for nothing more than to sink into the floor. Oh dear, has he awakened? When did he wake? Can he truly sense every blush? Goodness, who knows what he might infer from my thoughts? Furrowing her brow and biting her lip, she felt as though she had committed some grave error, yet opted to remain utterly silent. Snape tilted his head, observing her, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, just as Hermione pondered her next move. The arm beneath her unexpectedly encircled her. She turned her head in disbelief to confront the instigator, only to find herself abruptly embraced. Though separated by the blanket, she could distinctly feel the calm, steady rhythm of Snape's heartbeat, while her own raced uncontrollably. Ahem, Professor, Hermione knew she could no longer afford silence. But before she could finish, he interrupted. Good morning, Miss Granger. His arm gently released her, though his body shifted closer, and she could sense his keen interest as he regarded her. Summoning her courage, she tilted her exceedingly flushed face upwards, forcing herself to maintain composure as she met Snape's gaze, responding in a tone of feigned calmness, though her efforts fell short. Good morning, Professor Snape. Snape regarded her awkward expression, his face impassive, yet his obsidian eyes sparkled with amusement. He continued to stare at her in silence. As time passed, Hermione instinctively averted her gaze, subconsciously pulling the blanket tighter around herself. This action evidently piqued Snape's curiosity. He raised an eyebrow and furrowed his brow, his hand slowly yet unmistakably grasping her hand that clutched the bedspread, tugging her closer. "What does this signify, if I may inquire?" Before she could articulate her thoughts, Hermione was startled by this sudden move, and Snape's action inadvertently pressed her leg against his. She felt his cold body quickly warm, his brow knitting tighter. A myriad of emotions swirling in his gaze, as if he were struggling to contain something. Minutes passed, and he leaned down, gently kissing her. Though it caught her off guard, Hermione unexpectedly felt a sense of relief, responding to his rhythm with a kiss of her own. Chapter 3. Hermione's Scheme. Hermione. Hermione. Hey, Hermione. After finishing the second Transfiguration class, Hermione swiftly exited the classroom, ignoring Harry and Ron's calls behind her. But she quickened her pace, unable to respond to them. At least not now, Hermione thought, for she had yet to concoct a plausible excuse for her disappearance following her detention with Snape last night, which extended into today's second class. What on earth is going on? Ron queried, perplexed as he watched Hermione vanish from sight, glancing at Harry. I don't know, Harry replied, scratching his head as he walked. Maybe Snape assigned her some grueling task again? However, he found it hard to believe that Hermione would skip class. Indeed, no one could fathom that Gryffindor's Hermione Granger would ever miss a lesson. Rather, they were unsurprised that she had resorted to using a time-turner to attend multiple classes. Hermione herself could hardly articulate how events had spiraled to this point. Her feelings towards Snape had indeed begun to shift quietly, unbeknownst to her. Potions class had transformed into a weekly anticipation, her gaze involuntarily following the swath of his flowing black robes. She had even grown accustomed to seeking out his solitary figure amidst the din of Quidditch stands, the bustling great hall, or the hurried throngs in the corridors. Whenever their eyes met, she was met with his furrowed brow, filled with scrutiny and skepticism. Yet she yearned to draw closer to him, not merely within the confines of the classroom. Not to mention, there was the incessantly irritating Draco Malfoy, that contemptible little wretch who called her a mudblood, continuing to provoke her at every turn. It seemed that her last punch had not imparted any lasting lesson. But it fortuitously served Hermione's scheme. She needed to orchestrate an incident in Potions class to secure another detention opportunity with Snape. Thus, quite successfully, Hermione managed to garner ample time alone with Snape, even at the cost of her house S points being deducted from the Gryffindor tally. It appears, Miss Granger, that you are in a rather precarious situation. Snape's low voice resonated with its characteristic, discomforting pauses, as if savoring her embarrassment. In a situation that demands composure, restraining your temper and actions. Gryffindor, 10 points deducted. 6 o'clock tonight, my office. In the initial few detentions, Snape's sarcasm and cold mockery cut like shards of ice. Mercilessly toxic. However, this astute double agent swiftly sensed something amiss. During the subsequent detentions, aside from immersing himself in grading those vexatious assignments or brewing potions, his obsidian eyes began to scrutinize the ever-capable Miss Granger with an unspoken intensity. At that moment, Hermione faced away from him, organizing another stack of student assignments. This provided Snape with an excellent opportunity to observe her, attempting to discern the hidden intentions behind her actions. Was Potter concocting yet another foolish escapade, dispatching his little strategist to distract him with detentions? Or did she harbor her own schemes? Or perhaps, like that clumsy oaf Longbottom, who could turn a cauldron into smoke, she sought to pilfer some rare ingredients like fluxweed from his storeroom? As his thoughts spiraled into disarray, his brow furrowed deeper. Yet an undeniable truth, carrying a compelling force, intruded upon his consciousness. The girl before him was no longer the gangly student he remembered, with wild curls and oversized front teeth, perpetually eager to raise her hand. She had transformed, becoming agreeable, though a stubborn part of him refused to acknowledge such a term, even exhibiting a calm allure. The casually gathered bun perfectly framed her relaxed silhouette, with a few rebellious strands cascading down her neck, her formerly rounded features now replaced by sharper, more refined contours, casting enchanting shadows under the dim light. Her elongated neck extended gracefully, and even the fingers turning pages appeared slender and delicate, imbued with an elegance he was reluctant to define. That will be all for today. Return to your common room. Snape's voice cut through the air abruptly. Tinged with a tension he was unaware he harbored. He was abruptly awakened, realizing that his thoughts had long since spiraled into an absurd and perilous direction. But I haven't finished organizing yet, Professor Snape, and out. The tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. It was only when the sound of the door gently closing reached his ears that he lifted his head, his gaze heavy, fixated on the now closed door. The office was suddenly enveloped in a profound silence, so still that he could hear the erratic thumping of his own heart within his chest. In the air, There lingered a faint, elusive sweetness. Was it green apple, citrus, or perhaps pomegranate mingled with milk? He muttered irritably, what a mess. After a moment, he forced himself to redirect his attention back to the partially graded assignment on his desk. However, as his eyes landed on the parchment, he froze. Realizing that in the brief moment when Hermione was gathering her belongings, he had filled the blank spaces of the paper with nonsensical scribbles. Those words and symbols were chaotically piled together, lacking any semblance of logic. Even he could not decipher what he intended to convey. A surge of inexplicable anger flared within him, coupled with a rare sense of disarray. This assignment would never find its way back to its rightful owner, he darkly mused. His fingers somewhat stiff as he flipped to the cover page in search of the student's name. In the upper left corner, the clear and neat handwriting struck him like a bolt of lightning. Hermione Granger. Snape's expression instantly darkened to the color of storm clouds. Merlin's beard. Chapter 4. The Detention Invitation. During the subsequent potions class, Snape began to pay attention, whether intentionally or not, to what Malfoy had said to capture Hermione Granger's attention, and the ensuing clash that resulted. Hey, mudblood, Malfoy drawled, his voice not loud but sharp enough to sting. Did your dad have a successful time at the dentist? Is his job to smell Muggle bad breath? Before he could finish, Hermione, expressionless, hurled his advanced potion-making book into his bubbling cauldron, splashing a murky potion everywhere. Malfoy's face instantly mirrored the color of his failed brew. Potter, what have you got stuck on the back of your head? Looks like a slug. Did Weasley vomit again? Before Harry could protest, Hermione quickly stepped forward and unhesitatingly poured a generous amount of lionfish spine powder into his cauldron. A foreboding purple smoke erupted from within. And more Simon Finnegan. Are you styling your hair again today? Confringo. Hermione's spell resonated nearly simultaneously with Malfoy's taunt. A red flash grazed the hem of Malfoy's robe, striking an old cauldron in the corner and obliterating it into shards. Thanks, Hermione, Seamus remarked, utterly bewildered. Snape's cold gaze remained fixed on Hermione. She appeared to have accomplished a trivial task, her expression devoid of any emotion as she meticulously continued stirring her potion, as if the earlier chaos had nothing to do with her. Yet, the doubts swirling within Snape's deep-set pupils rapidly spread and settled like the ingredients in a cauldron. He spoke slowly, his voice low. Gryffindor, ahem, Miss Granger, at 6 o'clock tonight. That evening, in the dungeon office, Snape sat distractedly behind his desk, the towering pile of fifth-year essays before him untouched. He irritably drummed his fingers on the tabletop, his gaze uncontrollably darting towards the closed oak door. To be punctual, he had even concluded dinner 10 minutes early, disregarding Professor Flitwick's concerned inquiries from behind. Oh, Professor Snape, leaving already? Was dinner not to your liking? I have no appetite. Enjoy your meal, he curtly replied, hastening his departure from the brightly lit hall. 6:05, 6:10, 6:15. Time ticked away, and Snape's impatience became almost tangible, his annoyance prompting him to adjust his already meticulously arranged robe, his eyes glued to the silent door, as if he could will it to open through sheer force of will. Finally, the door hinge emitted a slight groan. Hermione squeezed through, clutching a towering stack of books that nearly obscured her view, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Sorry, Professor, she panted, speaking rapidly. I just finished Ancient Runes. Oh no, I just had dinner. She hastily corrected herself, a hint of barely perceptible panic in her voice. Snape's lips twitched downward imperceptibly. The entire school knew she was using a time-turner for her classes. Clean up the cauldrons over there. He motioned toward the corner where a pile of cauldron remnants emitted a peculiar odor, his tone unyielding. Of course, Professor. Hermione set down her books and immediately set to work. Snape feigned grading the assignments, yet his keen gaze was ever watchful. He noticed that in her cleaning motions, her eyes would dart over to him, quick and furtive. What startled him most was when their gazes fortuitously collided. He distinctly observed a blush rapidly creep across her cheeks, and she promptly lowered her head, pretending to focus on the brush in her hand. As she approached the last and most stubborn cauldron, Snape set down his quill. Leaning slightly forward, his voice slow and laced with a tension that made his heart race. Miss Granger, you seem. Hermione's actions froze instantly, then she spun around, her hands still soapy, looking somewhat flustered as she awaited judgment. Enjoying your detention? He deliberately elongated the syllables, each word laden with implication. He saw Hermione's shoulders tense ever so slightly. She took a deep breath as if preparing to plunge into the depths of the sea. Then, she raised her head, her gaze no longer evasive, meeting his directly, devoid of her usual sharp wit, replaced instead by a candidness and a fervor that he dared not probe further. Yes, Professor Snape. Her voice was soft yet strikingly clear, imbued with an undeniable calmness. Snape's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, leaping in response. He instinctively furrowed his brow, attempting to mask the momentary surprise with his customary facade of indifference, his voice regaining its icy tone. "Can I ask why?" To his astonishment, Hermione's reply was immediate and forthright. She promptly set down her brush and cauldron, not even drying her hands, circled around the workstation, and stood before his imposing desk, her hands nervously twisting together, yet forcing herself to stand tall. She looked at him, her gaze earnest and solemn. "Because I wanted to see you, Professor." The air seemed to solidify. Snape stood rooted to the spot, his mind momentarily blank. She had, so effortlessly admitted to it? This was entirely beyond his understanding of the most exemplary yet rule-abiding Gryffindor witch. A sense of absurdity and an ineffable thrill surged within him. He abruptly lowered his head, avoiding that piercing gaze, his fingers nervously tracing the edge of the parchment on his desk, his voice dry. "Once you finish cleaning the last one, you may leave." He forced himself to refocus on those tiresome essays, yet not a single word registered in his mind. In the ensuing days of the bustling Great Hall, Snape found himself inexplicably drawn to a specific spot at the Gryffindor table. He could always keenly sense a gaze directed at him from that location. When his cold eyes swept over, he clearly saw Hermione Granger's cheeks flush crimson, like the sky at dusk, as she hastily lowered her head, pretending to concentrate on her plate. "Harry, don't you think Hermione has been acting a bit strangely lately?" Ron mumbled with a mouthful of Yorkshire pudding, speaking indistinctly to Harry beside him. "She is practically intent on deducting points from Gryffindor, especially during potions class. Just this morning, she nearly blew up Malfoy's cauldron." Ron's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Harry frowned, glancing at Hermione, who appeared to be lost in thought across the table. Perhaps the pressure is overwhelming her? After all, she has taken on so many classes. She is undoubtedly hiding something from us. "Harry, I would wager my new broom on it." Ron vigorously scooped at his pudding, insisting, "There is something off about her." "Very off." Hermione seemed to sense their furtive scrutiny, abruptly raising her head to shoot them a fierce glare. "Harry," her voice carried a sharp edge, tinged with urgency. "Quidditch training begins next week. Have you finished your history of magic essay?" Without waiting for Harry's response, she turned to Ron, her tone reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. "Ron, just a reminder. This is your last chance to pass your potions retake. Fail again, and you can expect a howling letter from your mother that the entire hall will hear." With that, she grabbed the hefty tome from the table, rising with determination. "You both had better not be late for potions class." "Look, Harry." Ron nudged Harry incredulously, staring at Hermione's hasty departure. "Can you believe it? She mentioned potions class again. Has she been addled by the steam from those cauldrons? Or has confinement driven her to madness?" Hermione strode briskly down the corridor leading to the dungeons, her mind a tumult of chaos. The courage it took to express her desire to see him had been her utmost effort, yet Snape had dismissed her just like that, as if she were an annoying Cornish pixie. The impending potions class loomed over her, and she bit her lip, uncertain if she should create another opportunity for detention. Turning to page 594, Snape's low voice resonated through the chilly underground classroom. "Today, we shall brew." "Hey, Scarhead." Malfoy's loathsome tone rang out again, accompanied by the dull snickers from Crabbe and Goyle. "I heard your broom." Silence. A chilling, thunderous roar cut through the air, instantly silencing all other sounds. The classroom fell into an eerie stillness. Even the sound of stirring rods against cauldrons ceased. Everyone turned in shock towards the front. Professor Snape had actually interrupted Malfoy's provocation of Potter? This was undoubtedly the most bizarre occurrence since Hogwarts' inception. "Bloody hell. Harry." Ron's eyes widened in disbelief, gasping. "Did you hear that?" Snape stopped Malfoy. "By Merlin's beard, is the sun going to rise from the west tomorrow?" However, seated in the front row, Hermione felt her heart plummet, sinking to the cold bottom of the cauldron. Is he drawing a line? Is this his way of telling her that she need not instigate further incidents, that he would no longer afford her opportunities for detention? A sharp pang of disappointment gripped her. She forced herself to lower her gaze, mechanically stirring the liquid in her cauldron, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions swelling within her. Just then, a familiar scent, an amalgamation of herbs, parchment, and a unique bitterness, wafted closer. She looked up abruptly to find Severus Snape standing silently at her workstation, his tall figure looming over her, scrutinizing her and the potion in her cauldron, which was beginning to turn gray. "Incorrect, Miss Granger." His voice was deep and devoid of emotion. Hermione's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively retorted, "No, Professor. I'm certain." 8 o'clock. He interrupted her, his voice neither loud nor harsh, yet it resonated throughout the suddenly silent classroom. Before he turned to address the next student, a stifled wave of laughter erupted from the Slytherin side, barely contained yet distinctly audible. Yet in that moment, those laughs, to Hermione's ears, surprisingly lost their sting. She gazed down at her failed potion, the corners of her lips almost imperceptibly curving upward. A hidden, bittersweet sensation, oddly exhilarating, began to seep through her. Chapter 5. The Potion Burns. The entire afternoon, Hermione's spirits soared as if enchanted by a levitation charm, buoyant enough to almost take flight. Snape's words at 8 o'clock echoed in her mind, laden with a secret implication she dared not fully explore. It seemed he, too, wished to see her. The thought flushed her cheeks and lightened her steps significantly. She would wager all her OWLs that the potion she had brewed that afternoon was flawless. It was merely a foundational recipe she had practiced countless times in private, so proficient that she could execute it with her eyes closed. She even sensed that Snape's penetrating black eyes had seen through her blunders, recognizing the hidden intentions behind them. Suppressing a bubbling excitement, she hurried towards Gryffindor Tower. Just around the corner of the spiral staircase, she unexpectedly collided with someone. "Oh, Ginny. Hey, are you all right?" Hermione steadied herself, realizing she had bumped into the equally startled red-haired girl, accompanied by a visibly anxious Neville Longbottom. Ginny seemed taken aback, her gaze somewhat unfocused. "Ah, Hermione. I'm fine. You look really well." She spoke quickly, yet her eyes, along with Neville's, fixated on the area of Hermione's chest with a mix of concern and uncertainty. It was then that Hermione remembered it was the day for visiting Hogsmeade, and she eagerly inquired, "By the way, did you visit George and Fred's shop? How are they? What new tricks have they concocted? Neville, did you go too?" They're all right, just." Ginny replied absently, exchanging a worried glance with Neville, their attention still glued to the damp patch on Hermione's robe. Looking down, Hermione noticed a small, dark stain on the left side of her robe, likely from the liquid that had splashed during their collision. Observing the mixed expressions of concern and near terror on Ginny and Neville's faces, her heart sank. Did Neville share tales of her brave exploits in potions class with them? Were they worried that Snape would punish her even more for it? "Oh, don't fret about that," she smiled lightly, attempting to reassure them. "It's just a bit of water, it will dry soon. Well, I must dash. I have to go see Professor Snape." With that, she turned to ascend the stairs. You've been given detention again, haven't you, Hermione?" Neville's voice trailed behind her, trembling with evident fear. "Yes, I suppose so," Hermione replied over her shoulder, her pace unyielding as she hurried towards the fat lady's portrait, leaving Ginny and Neville frozen in place, exchanging glances like two statues. "Ginny, if it's Professor Snape, I believe the issue might not be too severe." Neville nervously twisted his fingers, his voice quavering as he sought some semblance of comfort. "Oh, Merlin's beard." Ginny's face drained of color as she stared intently at the small, now empty glass vial in her hand, her voice quavering. "I really hope George and Fred were just boasting this time. Neville, you're right. I shouldn't have been curious. I shouldn't have opened it." The two stood on the stairs, their gazes trailing after Hermione as she disappeared from sight, as if foreseeing some dreadful future. Ginny's trembling fingers once again traced the prominent, ornate lettering on the vial. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, improved Amortentia Heartthrob Edition. No incantation required, no drinking necessary. For use by those in love only. Mutual affection required for effect. One party indifferent, ineffective. Takes effect 30 minutes after use. Maximum duration of effect, 1 day. Genuine and effective. If ineffective, no refunds. "Indeed, I believe you are correct, Neville," Ginny murmured, casting another scrutinizing glance at the instructions, desperately attempting to convince herself that the warning about its usage was solely for lovers. The words seared her eyes like a branding iron. Snape? Who, apart from Malfoy, would harbor any fondness for him? Hermione stood before the heavy oak door of the dungeon office, inhaling deeply to quell the tumultuous flutter in her chest, and gently rapped on the door. "Enter." The familiar, deep, and silky voice resonated in the air. She pushed the door open, her demeanor tinged with barely perceptible apprehension. Snape lifted his gaze from the towering stack of parchment, his piercing eyes locking onto her with an intensity that was almost palpable. "What is that scent?" A faint yet extraordinarily sweet aroma, mingled with the essence of cheap candy and an irksome fragrance, invaded his nostrils. His brow furrowed in immediate distaste. Weasley twins trifles? How could she possess such items? "You are late, Miss Granger." His customary icy tone masked the burgeoning skepticism within him. What was her intent with such inferior charm potion? "Apologies, Professor, I." "Go sort those assignments," he interrupted, his gaze lingering on her with a scrutinizing intensity, filled with both examination and confusion. Hermione complied, moving to the desk and beginning to methodically separate the parchment by grades. However, before long, an odd sensation began to quietly burgeon within her. The familiar scent of him. A blend of herbal bitterness and parchment dust seemed to amplify 100-fold, wrapping around her senses. The bitterness miraculously dissipated, leaving only a soothing, crisp herbal coolness. faintly infused with the fresh aroma of sun-drenched grass, quickening her heartbeat and causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. An indescribable heat surged from deep within her. Unconsciously, she lifted her hand to tuck a few rebellious curls behind her ear, exposing her slender neck in hopes of finding some relief from the overwhelming warmth. Yet, this minor gesture only intensified her discomfort. Worse still, she discovered she could not divert her gaze from the figure cloaked in black. With utmost care, she turned her head, almost holding her breath, sneaking a glance at Snape. He was peering intently at the parchment, his eyes lowered. A serious expression etched on his face as his quill scratched against the paper. Hermione's breaths quickened, her eyes greedily tracing the contours of his profile. The lips, usually pressed into a firm line, appeared unexpectedly soft and inviting at this moment. His deep, night-like black eyes, even when lowered, seemed to possess an enchanting power. A dizzying thought seized her. She wanted to kiss him, right then and there. The urge was so potent, far exceeding her bashful imaginings when alone. But this was during detention. She abruptly forced herself to turn away, her heart racing, palms damp with sweat, acutely aware that her shirt clung to her back, drenched. Little did she know, every subtle change in her demeanor, from her flustered hair tucking to her rapid breaths, and the burning desire captured in a fleeting glance, did not escape Snape's keen observation. From the moment she entered, Snape had sharply detected the sweet scent of that cheap charm potion. He concluded it was merely a trick of the Weasley twins, utterly ineffective against a wizard of his formidable willpower and mastery of potions. Until he beheld Hermione tuck her hair back, revealing the delicate skin of her neck, glistening subtly in the dim light. Without warning, an extraordinarily vivid and rich aroma of sun-kissed pomegranate surged into his senses. It was no mere illusion, it was vibrant and intoxicating. He inhaled deeply, almost greedily, and a strange, heart-pounding thrill coursed through him. Instinctively, he adjusted his posture beneath the desk, subtly tugging at the hem of his robe to conceal his unexpected reaction. When he realized Hermione seemed about to turn back, he forced his gaze to fixate on the incomprehensible essay before him, his throat tightening without his consent. Only when Hermione turned back did he dare to lift his eyes. She appeared to be suffering under the oppressive heat of the room. Hesitating briefly before she unfastened the button of her robe and let the heavy garment slide off her shoulders, casually draping it over the chair. Without the robe to obscure her, the crisp white shirt beneath accentuated the contours of her increasingly mature figure. No longer the slender, bookish girl, Hermione Granger now stood tall, her waist delicate, and her curves full of vitality. Snape's gaze lingered on her for a brief moment, a shock of unfamiliar, intrusive scrutiny sending a chill through him. Ahem. He cleared his throat, attempting to dispel the suffocating tension in the air. Hermione immediately turned her head, cheeks aflame, her expression flustered. Professor, I apologize, it's just. This room is rather warm. I assent it? If you wouldn't mind, I could sort your assignments. Snape's voice emerged even deeper and more gravelly than before, laced with an urgency he was unaware of. He almost commanded her to turn back, desperate to conceal the almost uncontrollable fire in his eyes and the increasingly obvious reaction from her view. The office fell into a deafening silence. The only sounds were the scratching of the quill against the parchment and their labored breaths, which, despite their best efforts to suppress, grew increasingly audible. The air felt stagnant, pressing heavily against their chests, as if an invisible furnace was scorching them, the temperature rising steadily. The once crisp herbal scent and the sweet aroma of the charm potion seemed to undergo a peculiar chemical reaction, merging into a richer, more tantalizing fragrance that silently teased their taut nerves. Hermione felt as though she might be driven mad by the suffocating warmth and the frantic thoughts racing through her mind. She fumbled through the parchment before her, the letters dancing before her eyes, blurring as they failed to register in her mind. The sole occupant of her thoughts was the man standing just a few steps away, the curve of his lips when partially parted. The depth of his dark eyes, if only they could soften, what would that look like? His long, bony fingers, perpetually stained with potion ingredients. If they were to graze her skin, what kind of shivers would they evoke? As her consciousness began to coalesce, she was horrified to find that her body had betrayed her reason. She was unaware of when she had left her seat, but she now found herself stepping closer to that imposing desk. Snape raised his head, his obsidian eyes locking onto her with an intensity that was almost magnetic. Instead of the anticipated icy reprimand, she perceived a glimmer of something she had never encountered before, a profound, inscrutable darkness swirling with complex emotions, shock, inquiry, and a simmering, lava-like desire struggling to break free. Snape watched as Hermione approached, each step resonating on the taut strings of his heart. Her gaze was hazy, her cheeks flushed, her chest heaving from quickened breaths that accentuated the alluring curves beneath her shirt. The genuine pomegranate sweetness, combined with her own essence, enveloped him like the most potent of aphrodisiacs. Without the robe as a barrier, the exquisite lines of her youthful form were laid bare, her delicate skin glowing under the light. An instinctual, almost primal impulse surged within him, threatening to incinerate his rationality. He longed to pull her into his arms, to embrace her warm, soft body, and bury his face in her neck, losing himself in that intoxicating fragrance. Damn it, Severus Snape, control yourself, he growled inwardly, a beastly roar echoing in his mind. However, when Hermione approached him, her hazy, moisture-laden brown eyes locked onto his, the final barrier crumbled with a resounding collapse. In a bold and almost reckless act, she parted the heavy black robes that draped before her, and to Snape's astonishment, she boldly straddled him. Instantly, every muscle in Snape's body tensed, the quill in his grasp snapping under the pressure. He had not anticipated such audacity, such directness from her. The softness and warmth of her body pressed against him, imparting a staggering heat and vitality through the thin fabric separating them. He gasped sharply. Hermione's fingertips, radiating an almost scalding warmth, trembled as they brushed against his sharply defined cheek, tracing the line of his tightly pressed lips. With her eyes closed in an air of sacrificial devotion, she kissed his cold, often scathing lips. Snape remained as rigid as a statue petrified by a curse. Enduring this unexpected kiss, Hermione's lips were soft and fervent, exploring with a naivety that was both earnest and intense. The intoxicating scent of her enveloped him entirely. He could feel her clumsily sucking, tentatively licking at the seam of his lips, even teasingly nipping at his lower lip with a certain awkwardness. This inexperienced yet bold provocation ignited a fuse within him. Snape's body trembled uncontrollably, every inch of his skin alive with an electric thrill, igniting a flurry of shivers. Countless frenzied desires gnawed at his reason. He wished to push her away, to extricate himself from this perilous temptation. Yet, she was there, so palpable, so fervently kissing him. Her touch, her weight, the subtle gasps escaping her lips, all of it drew him in, igniting the long-suppressed flames within him, consuming every vestige of his self-control. A low, suppressed growl, steeped in primal desire, erupted from the depths of Snape's throat. The last thread of reason snapped completely. He suddenly wrapped his arms around Hermione. No longer the passive statue, but transformed into the fiercest predator, fiercely and almost greedily returning the kiss. His kiss was imbued with a wildness unleashed, conquering territories. Hermione gasped in surprise at his sudden fervent response, letting out a brief sound filled with overwhelming satisfaction and joy. His name slipped from her lips like the sweetest incantation. Granger. Snape, no longer suppressing himself, breathed her name in a hoarse, desire-laden voice that was unrecognizable to him, whispering it into her ear. That voice held a magic that rendered Hermione utterly weak. One of his hands gripped her waist tightly, while the other rudely tore away the bothersome tie around her neck. His long fingers, imbued with astonishing warmth, brushed against her collar, their cool tips roughened yet powerful, delving into her robes. Ding, ding, ding. The distant, solemn toll of Hogwarts' bell resonated through the thick stone walls of the dungeon, striking 10 times with clarity. That grand sound fell upon them like a bucket of icy water, abruptly pulling them from the depths of their passionate haze back to some semblance of reality. Hermione's eyes flew open, a flicker of panic and embarrassment flashing through her dazed brown irises. Professor, I didn't mean to, she stammered, struggling to rise from him. Her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. Come with me. Snape's voice remained hoarse and low, yet carried an undeniable authority that cut through her flustered state. He almost roughly lifted her off his lap and stood up, seizing her slender wrist. Without waiting for Hermione to react, he strode towards a tapestry. As the hidden door slid open silently, Snape showed no hesitation, pulling the still trembling Hermione swiftly into the enveloping darkness. The heavy door closed quietly behind them, sealing off the air still thick with the remnants of desire from the office, as well as the distant chimes and impending clamor from the outside world. Chapter 6. The Cold Aftertaste. After the morning class, Hermione neglected even to eat lunch. Harry and Ron must be searching for her, questioning her absence from class yesterday. A thought weighing heavily upon her heart. She dashed into Gryffindor Tower, nearly collapsing onto her bed, exhaling a long sigh. Yes, she needed a foolproof explanation. The news of her absence was likely known throughout the entire year, but fortunate enough, only those in potions had witnessed her confinement by Snape. The mere thought of Snape sent a rush of heat surging to her cheeks, igniting her ears with warmth. It was all too strange. The moment she stepped into his office, it felt as if her body no longer belonged to her. An odd, intoxicating sense of losing control seized her, even now. Recalling it felt shrouded in a fog, with some details blurred and indistinct. Yet, his gentle gaze upon her, the sensation of his kiss, his murmured words and expressions when he was moved. All these images remained strikingly clear, indelibly etched in her mind. Hermione's cheeks burned with an intensity that was almost alarming, and she abruptly pulled the covers over her head. In the darkness, her heart raced within her chest, pounding like a drum against her eardrums. What about him? Hermione curled up beneath the blanket, her thoughts swirling chaotically. What was he thinking now? What did the events of last night and this morning mean to him? How was she to navigate the impending situation? Hermione felt utterly lost. This was far beyond her realm of experience. 100 times more challenging than managing 10 OWL exams simultaneously. She had never imagined such a thing would occur, and more incredulously, that Snape would allow it. Merlin. Hermione groaned, burying her face deeper into the pillow. Avoidance was not an option. Harry and Ron were still waiting for her. An excuse. She needed to concoct a plausible excuse. Suddenly, she threw off the covers and sat up, shaking her head vigorously to dispel the unsettling images. Could she say she was exhausted from detention and overslept? The moment that thought emerged, she dismissed it herself. The idea that Hermione Granger would miss class due to sleep was an affront to her know-it-all persona. Ron, the single-celled organism, might believe it. Perhaps even express relief that she finally relaxed. But Harry, with his penetrating green eyes, would likely connect the dots to Snape immediately. However, that was fine. As long as she interrupted him before he probed too deeply, or redirected the focus with a counter-question, it would suffice. After all, the tension of exam season was the main theme. No one would overly scrutinize a single absence. Hermione glanced at the magical alarm clock on her bedside, realizing there was little time left for her afternoon break. She leaped from the bed, hastily flipping through her planner. The words potions class piercing through her carefully constructed mental defenses like a needle. Her heart, which had just begun to settle, was thrown into disarray once more. What would Snape's reaction be? Would he be the same as last night and this morning, or revert to the cold, acerbic potions master? Remembering the soft, almost ethereal kiss he had placed on her forehead as she left in the morning, Hermione's fingers unconsciously brushed over that spot on her skin. On her way to the dungeon classroom, countless questions swirled in her mind. Everything had transpired so rapidly, so bizarrely, hadn't it? She indeed harbored some indescribable, complex feelings for him. But how could her proud self-control be so easily shattered? And what of Snape? Just days ago, she must have still appeared to him as that arrogant, know-it-all Gryffindor. Or had it all gone awry? Her thoughts tangled like a knot, and she found herself standing before that familiar black door. Taking a deep breath to quell the flutter in her throat, Hermione pushed the door open. Oh, look who it is. Our overzealous Miss Granger actually skipping class? What's the matter? Finally filled your head to the brim. Malfoy's insufferable drawl immediately rang out, followed by a chorus of malicious laughter from the Slytherin table. At this moment, Hermione's mind was a tumult of confusion, leaving her utterly indifferent to the cacophony of squawking peacocks surrounding her. With unwavering resolve, she made her way to her designated seat. Indeed, Harry and Ron were already there, their faces etched with concern. Hermione, are you all right? Don't pay any attention to those ruffians, Harry whispered, his voice low and filled with worry. Yes, Hermione. What is going on? Where did you go this morning? Ron pressed immediately after. Hermione opened her mouth, the carefully concocted excuse on the verge of spilling forth, when suddenly a deep, frigid voice sliced through the air, dousing all sounds like a bucket of ice water. Silence. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. If you wish to retain even a modicum of your precious points for Gryffindor before class concludes, return to your seats at once. Hermione's gaze shot up. Professor Snape stood at the front, his black robe swirling, his piercing eyes sweeping the classroom like a hawk, yet they failed to linger on her even for an instant. An indescribable sense of loss gripped her heart. Throughout the entire class, Hermione's eyes remained glued to Snape, akin to a clumsy detective attempting to glean traces of the previous night's passion from his every subtle movement and icy command. Yet, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. He remained the familiar, intimidating potions master, stern, acerbic, and rife with prejudice. He didn't even saunter over to scrutinize her potion-making, as was his wont. By the end of the class, Hermione was almost certain that his gaze had not once genuinely rested upon her. It was only when the whispers and snickers from the Slytherin table escalated to unabashed laughter that Snape turned slowly, with a lethargic deliberation that felt suffocating. His voice resonating like an echo from a dungeon. Quiet. The world seemed to freeze, the sounds of stirring cauldrons and quills scratching against parchment abruptly vanishing, as all eyes turned to him in astonishment, as if he had just declared the apocalypse. If your brains have not been rendered gelatinous by snail slime, you ought to realize that it is your cauldrons that require stirring, not your vacuous heads. His icy gaze swept across the room, finally landing on the Slytherin table where the laughter had been most raucous. If your barren curiosity insists on fixating on Miss Granger's whereabouts, Hermione's heart abruptly halted. Could it be? He was about to address her in class? Miss Granger, Snape's voice bore an almost imperceptible, perilous pause. Has been with me, from last night, until this morning. Silence. An absolute silence. Hermione could even hear the sound of a stirring rod slipping from a student's, she presumed Neville's, grasp, crashing crisply to the floor. Malfoy's mouth hung agape, wide enough to accommodate a golden snitch, while the expressions on the Slytherin faces appeared as though they had all been petrified simultaneously. Hermione felt the blood rush to her head, her cheeks burning as if they might ignite. Had he lost his mind? What was he trying to imply? Unexpectedly, a familiar, mocking smirk crept onto Snape's lips as his gaze flickered over Hermione's now pallid face. Miss Granger, the pride of Gryffindor, has managed to perform the most elementary task of cleaning her cauldron with such utter ineptitude that it has elicited a minor mishap. He deliberately elongated the word mishap. As her professor, I was compelled to escort her to Madame Pomfrey in the dead of night for treatment. After a night of meticulous care, I believe Miss Granger's trivial injuries have now fully healed. His cold gaze roamed over the class. Now, if your pitiable attention can divert from Miss Granger's unfortunate incident, perhaps you might salvage the concoction before you, which is rapidly transforming into poison. Mr. Longbottom. He raised his voice sharply, directing his attention toward Neville. I believe your cauldron may be discarded alongside your wretched stirring rod. A colossal, frigid wave erupted in Hermione's chest, followed by an eerie calm. She lowered her eyelashes, an incongruous sense of gratitude swelling within her. However, when she dared to lift her gaze once more, she could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Snape's expressionless face as he turned away, swift as a mirage. Merlin's beard. Hermione, you're hurt. Why didn't you tell us? Ron squeezed in beside her the moment the bell rang, his voice brimming with urgency. Oh, it's nothing serious, Hermione replied, hastily gathering her books with an unnatural speed. I just accidentally zoned out. You know, with all the revisions piling up, she offered vaguely. Thank goodness you're all right, Hermione. Harry chimed in, his eyes scrutinizing her. But Snape actually took you to the hospital wing? Well, what else would he do, Harry? Hermione interrupted sharply, a hint of unrecognized edge in her tone. That was his detention. Even he couldn't just ignore a student's accident, could he? She forced herself to meet Harry's gaze. Ron nodded in bemusement beside her, while Harry pressed his lips together, refraining from further inquiries. Listen, I need to hurry and catch up on my transfiguration notes from this morning, Hermione spoke rapidly. See you at dinner? Without waiting for their responses, she clutched her books and hurried away as if pursued by some unseen force. Even injured and she's still pushing herself, Ron remarked, shaking his head as he watched her retreating figure. Hermione's heart felt heavy. Snape's demeanor was like an impenetrable wall. Was the warmth shared that night, and morning merely a figment of her imagination? A spring dream too vivid to be real? She understood that he must maintain his facade in class, yet that thorough, dismissive indifference cut through her tumultuous emotions like a blunt knife, repeatedly slicing at her fragile heart. The ensuing days devoid of potions classes left her with little opportunity to approach him, apart from hurried glances in the bustling great hall, amplifying her feelings of uncertainty and disappointment. Until one evening several days later, as she sat by the warm hearth in the Gryffindor common room, Ginny cautiously approached her like a startled bird. Hermione. Ginny's voice was thick with emotion, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. I heard from Ron that you were hurt? I'm so sorry. Are you all right? She lifted her gaze, her eyes rimmed with red, brimming with guilt and fear. Oh, Ginny, don't be like that, Hermione replied, placing down her copy of Standard Spells, Level 5, and grasping Ginny's icy hand. It was just a minor accident. I'm fine now. Really, you don't need to apologize. No, Hermione, you don't understand. Ginny abruptly yanked her hand away, burying her face in her palms, her shoulders trembling slightly. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have. A jolt of alarm shot through Hermione. An overwhelming sense of dread seized her. She had replayed the details of that night repeatedly in her mind, a terrifying, reluctant explanation slowly taking shape. Could it truly be? Ginny, Hermione's voice tightened. What is going on? How could this be your fault? Please, clarify. Ginny raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, nervously licking her lips before speaking with great difficulty. Remember that day on the staircase? You bumped into me. Your robes got wet. She searched Hermione's eyes, as if hoping to confirm whether Hermione recalled anything amiss. I didn't tell you, but that vial. It actually contained amortentia, Hermione whispered, the word escaping her lips like a breathless sigh. The premonition had materialized into reality, a chilling sensation crawling up her spine. I'm so sorry, Hermione. I'm so sorry. Ginny's tears finally flowed freely, as she frantically pulled out an empty glass vial from her pocket. Faint traces of a suspicious pink liquid clinging to the sides. It was George and Fred. They said it was a new product. And I thought you were going to see Snape, so it wouldn't work at all. Ginevra wept, breathless with sobs, and in the wake of your injury. I knew it was not a love potion at all, merely a concoction that induces a state of disorientation and muddled consciousness. It was I who distracted you, leading to the unfortunate incident. Hermione, I am so sorry. She wept inconsolably, evidently oblivious to the true mishap that transpired that evening in the office. Oh, Ginny. Hermione felt a wave of debilitating weakness wash over her. Suppressing the tumult within, she managed to muster a reassuring smile. Truly, it is not your fault. Look. I am perfectly well now. The incident has passed. She gently patted Ginny's back. Hermione retrieved a handkerchief and offered it to Ginny. It is quite late. You should rest. I too must take my leave. She paused, her gaze falling upon the small vial in Ginny's hand. May I have this, if it is convenient for you? After bidding farewell to Ginny, who remained ensnared in her guilt, Hermione glided back to her bedside like a specter. The flickering glow of the fireplace danced upon her visage as she grasped the diminutive, empty glass vial. As if it were the switch to a life spiraling out of control, she sat down, lost in thought, her fingertips trembling as they traced the surface of the vial. Enhanced love potion, heartfelt limitations. No incantation required, no consumption necessary. For use exclusively by those in love. Mutual affection required for efficacy. One party indifferent, ineffective. Activates 30 minutes post-application. Maximum duration of effect, 1 day. Authentic and effective. If ineffective, no refunds. The realization struck her, 30 minutes to activate, a timing that aligned ominously. Mutual affection required for efficacy, one party indifferent, ineffective. Hermione's breath hitched sharply. She vividly recalled that day at the office door, the overwhelming scent emanating from Severus, a melange of ancient parchment, chilling herbs, and an indescribable, profound essence unique to him, nothing ordinary. If Severus felt nothing towards her, she should not have detected any trace of his scent, let alone the dizzying impact that had nearly overwhelmed her. Could it be that the tenderness in his gaze last night, the gentle kiss upon her forehead this morning, were also the nefarious effects of that cursed potion? The potion's effects could last a day, and this thought coiled around Hermione's heart like a frigid serpent, rendering her breathless. She clutched the tiny glass vial tightly, its cold surface biting into her palm. In the dim light, the minuscule remnants of liquid seemed to mock her every hidden hope and fleeting joy, shattering them into a vast abyss of bitter confusion. Chapter 7. The Burden of Awareness. The following day, Hermione stepped out of her transfiguration class, her mind preoccupied with Ginny's confessions and her own unfounded musings. At that moment, a dark figure loomed before her like a specter, blocking her path. He did not afford her a moment to react. His icy gaze lingered momentarily on her startled face before his thin lips uttered a command that brooked no dissent. 8 o'clock tonight, my office. With that, he strode away, leaving Hermione rooted to the spot, her heart racing with anxiety and dread. In recent days, she had deliberately avoided any thoughts of being alone with him. That damned love potion hung over her like the sword of Damocles. She prayed he would never uncover the truth, that the chaotic incident would remain buried. At precisely 8 o'clock, Hermione stood before the familiar black wooden door, her hands and feet icy cold. With a deep breath, she pushed the door open. Professor Snape, she called, striving to maintain her composure. Severus sat behind his desk, his head bowed, the quill scratching against the parchment in a sound that rendered her presence virtually invisible. Time crawled in the suffocating silence. Hermione stood upright, acutely aware of her heart pounding like a drum, each beat reverberating through her taut nerves. After what felt like an eternity, the torturous sound of writing ceased. Severus slowly raised his head, his obsidian eyes resembling a frozen abyss, devoid of warmth, locking onto her. Miss Granger, his scrutinizing gaze, imbued with a penetrating coldness, shattered the last remnants of Hermione's defenses. The fear, indignation, and pent-up emotions of days past surged forth, breaching the dam of her rationality. She lifted her chin defiantly, her voice rising with fervor, infused with a sense of irrevocable resolution. Yes, Professor, I used a love potion, but I swear it was an accident, a complete and utter accident. It will never happen again. The words nearly escaped her lips in a shout. Severus placed his quill down with a sharp clatter. Something in his eyes seemed to fracture momentarily, too swift to grasp, only to be enveloped again by a deeper chill. He rose, an invisible pressure emanating from him, advancing step by step towards her. An accident? His voice was low and menacing, each syllable wrapped in frost. Then, Miss Granger, who was the intended target of your carefully concocted potion? He leaned closer, his face hovering near hers, his tone laced with venomous mockery and an undeniable, suppressed fury. Let me guess, the Weasley with the flaming hair? Or perhaps our illustrious savior, Potter? The term flaming hair was pronounced with an acerbic clarity that pierced through her. Her heart felt as if gripped by an unseen hand, twisted mercilessly. A searing pain coursed through Hermione's entire being. He did not care for her, he loathed her. She could endure that. But how could he, how dare he, use such filthy conjectures to demean her, to trample upon her dignity and self-worth? She bit her lip fiercely, forcing back the lump in her throat. With a Herculean effort, she lifted her gaze to meet his scornful black eyes, a flame of indignation igniting within her. No, Professor. And please do not casually insult me and my friends. Tears brimmed in her eyes, swirling dangerously, yet she resolutely held them at bay. Humph, Severus emitted a short, frigid chuckle, looking down at her with disdain. Is that so? Then I fear I shall require a more convincing explanation. He elongated his words deliberately, each one striking her heart like a whip. Miss Granger, to use an illicit love potion on your professor, I believe, with your prodigious intellect. You should be quite aware of what this entails and what the potential consequences might be. Explanation? Hermione's mind was a whirlpool of chaos. Revealed Ginny? No. But what of the potion's origin? How could she fabricate this tale? I purchased the potion, she blurted out, her voice trembling with desperation. But I used it incorrectly. I thought it was. Her words faltered, unable to conjure any plausible name. The immense pressure and distress propelled her to the brink. And she suddenly raised her gaze, piercing Severus with an accusatory stare. And what about you, Professor? If you disapproved, you could have easily rejected me. Why? Why did this happen? The question struck Severus like a lightning bolt. His body stiffened, his brow furrowed, and an unusual look of blankness and disarray flickered across his face. He certainly should have, but how could he admit to losing his composure for her? Acting like an infatuated youth unable to control himself? Leave, he nearly growled, the words escaping his lips as if they were forced through clenched teeth. Yet Hermione seemed impervious to his command. In that moment, a reckless courage seized her. Speak the truth. Let him refuse her outright. That way, she could finally relinquish this foolish, laughable, doomed affection. No, her voice, tinged with a sob, yet strikingly clear, declared, Professor, I confess. I like you, like a hopeless fool. Tears cascaded down her face, flowing freely upon her resolutely tilted visage. She abruptly turned her head, fiercely wiping them away with the back of her hand. Her movements imbued with a near-destructive determination. But now I realized that everything was merely a figment of my absurd imagination. Severus Snape stood utterly stunned, gazing at the girl before him, her face streaked with tears yet her back resolutely straight. In her eyes, which were typically rife with calculation and mockery, there flickered for the first time a glimmer of regret, and perhaps a pang of unexpected heartache. The events of that fateful night echoed in Hermione's broken voice, imbued with a peculiar strength. Although you were under the influence of the potion, I do not regret it. I will no longer disturb you. I swear. I never intended to use the love potion to manipulate you into responding to me. Such a thing shall never occur again. She seemed to be reciting a tragic oath, exerting every ounce of her strength. What? Snape felt his temples throb. Was her mind truly filled with such foolish notions? Did she perceive him, Severus Snape, as a heartless creature, easily controlled by a wretched love potion? No longer harbor feelings for him, no longer wishing to intrude upon him. Had she unilaterally decided this? Did he acquiesce to her choice? Hermione felt as though her heart was about to shatter, gasping for breath as if one more second in this absurd place would suffocate her. I am sorry, Professor. You decide how to punish me. I must go. Her voice was hoarse, and without further ado, she turned to flee from this ludicrous situation. Just as her fingertips grazed the icy doorknob, a powerful force abruptly seized her wrist. The grip was painful. Snape yanked her back with an intensity that rendered his expression devoid of indifference or rage, replaced instead by a near-manic panic. His voice, hoarse and fierce, struck her like a hammer. Do you truly believe that I, Severus Snape, potions master of Hogwarts, would be incapable of discerning that cheap, clumsy love potion concocted by those foolish Weasleys? Do you think such rubbish could control me? Hermione whirled around, her pupils constricting in shock and disbelief. Those tear-filled eyes locked onto him, as if for the first time she truly saw him. He knew. Not only did he know, but he remained unaffected. This revelation detonated in her mind like thunder, obliterating all her previous assumptions and the last vestige of hope. Thus, there was no mutual affection under the influence of the potion. He was entirely lucid. He was aware of everything, yet he still acted as he did, treating her with such chilling indifference afterwards. Hermione gazed at him in disbelief, gasping for air, each inhalation piercing her heart like countless icy daggers. She dared not delve deeper into her thoughts, yet terrifying notions surged uncontrollably within her. What did that night, and the following morning, signify for him? Could it be that I was merely a fleeting distraction for him, a vessel for his desires? And I foolishly believed an overwhelming sense of shame. The fury of being toyed with, and the excruciating pain crashed over her like a tidal wave. She felt darkness closing in, her strength drained in an instant. Her body trembling uncontrollably, as if she were about to collapse like a puppet with severed strings, summoning the last remnants of her dwindling energy. She fixed her gaze on his tumultuous black eyes, managing to utter 3 words through trembling lips, cold and resolute. I must leave. Snape, gripping her wrist, distinctly felt the chill of her delicate bone, yet this chill paled in comparison to the frigid disdain radiating from her eyes, capable of freezing one's very soul. He was utterly panicked. What had he said wrong? He merely wished to convey that he damned well cherished her. Every reaction of his stemmed solely from her, merely because it was Hermione Granger. It had nothing to do with that blasted love potion. Yet, as he endeavored to seize this last flicker of opportunity, to extract a coherent explanation from the chaos, she suddenly, with all her might, wrenched her arm free from his grasp. The force was imbued with profound resolve and resentment. In the next moment, the heavy wooden door of the office slammed shut behind her with a resounding thud, irrevocably severing their 2 worlds. In the empty office, only Snape stood frozen in place, maintaining the posture of having been rebuffed, the chill in his palm and the last glimpse of her icy gaze searing into him like a brand. Chapter 8. Beneath the Black Robes. In the ensuing days, an indescribable agitation gnawed at Severus Snape. He found himself, either by inclination or perhaps some stubborn instinct, keenly awaiting the appearance of that familiar figure. However, Hermione Granger had vanished entirely from the potions classroom. This absence did not usher in the anticipated tranquility. Rather, it stirred tumultuous ripples within him, much like a stone cast into still waters, evoking a sense of loathing. A more oppressive aura enveloped him than ever before. His already scarce patience evaporated completely, and biting words, like poisoned icicles, pierced each unfortunate student who crossed his path. The entire castle seemed to emanate his impatience. He despised this feeling of losing control. Even more so the instinctual search for that familiar brown-haired figure in the corridors and halls. Each futile glance felt like a mockery of the fortress he had painstakingly constructed. She had disappeared, as if she had never existed, and this realization ignited a sharp sense of loss within his chest, which he immediately attributed to his anger over the situation spiraling out of control. "Oh, Severus." In the great hall, Dumbledore's cheerful voice, akin to an untimely ray of sunshine, interrupted Snape's brooding thoughts. The headmaster approached him, his curiosity piqued by the box in his hands, recently acquired from Mr. Filch. "Oh, look. It's a new flavor from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes." He smiled at the box's label. "Care to try?" Snape's icy gaze fell upon the box. "No, thank you, sir." His voice was low, laced with an almost imperceptible tension. Weasley. This surname ignited a cold fury within him. Foolish Weasleys. It was not their cheap and dangerous joke candies. He forced himself to associate this name with the love potion incident, as if it could rationalize the more chaotic source of his inner turmoil. And that Ginny Weasley, the instigator of the affair. Yes, he had conducted an investigation. The process was straightforward. All it took was summoning Longbottom to his office, fixing him with his most oppressive, scrutinizing gaze. As soon as he coldly mentioned Miss Granger's name, Neville spilled everything, eager to plead for leniency for Ginny. Snape scoffed at such cheap loyalty, yet the information was sufficient. He had obtained the truth he sought, a convenient target to redirect his true vexation. And that red-haired Weasley boy. The mere thought of Ron Weasley being able to effortlessly accompany Hermione, knowing her whereabouts, and perhaps even offering comfort in her moments of vulnerability, stirred within him an unfamiliar, searing discomfort that churned in his stomach. Absurd. He grimaced, as if to shake off this ludicrous association, his voice as frigid as ice, utterly incomprehensible in its absurdity. He blurted this out, more like a reprimand to the thoughts that should not exist in his mind. "Oh, what?" Dumbledore, having just swallowed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, clearly inspired by Arthur Weasley's fascination with Muggle pop rocks, looked at him in surprise. Remnants of crackling sounds lingering at the corners of his mouth. "Absurd? Quite amusing, in fact. It pops in your mouth." Snape suppressed the rising irritation with great effort, responding almost stiffly, "I have a class shortly. I must take my leave, sir." He turned away, his black robes swirling behind him, severing the connection to the inexplicable ease and joy that he could never comprehend. Meanwhile, Dumbledore gazed at his retreating figure, a knowing expression gracing his features. Upon entering the empty potions classroom, an instinctual pull compelled him to pause beside that familiar seat. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the cold edge of the desk, the motion so swift that he hardly registered it. Then, as if scalded by that brief touch of warmth, he abruptly withdrew his hand. tucking it into the ample folds of his robe. She would not appear today, either. This realization brought forth a sharp, hollow sensation, which he immediately interpreted as anger at the disruption of order. How many days had it been? This damned, illogical absence. Students began to filter in, and the sound of Malfoy's derisive laughter directed at Neville, who was clutching a battered cauldron, pierced Severus's ears with an especially jarring intensity, laden with meaningless childishness, further fraying his already taut nerves. When Harry and Ron's figures appeared, he instinctively lifted his gaze, his eyes slicing through the space around them, yet finding it devoid of anyone else. A heavy wave of disappointment, a disappointment he adamantly refused to acknowledge, washed over him. This class was destined to be another suffocatingly long affair. He rose slowly, his voice flat and devoid of inflection. Today, we will continue our review of the examination material. Now, ignite your cauldrons and prepare your ingredients. The command had barely left his lips when the door was flung open with force. Hermione Granger stood breathlessly at the threshold, her complexion pale and her hair slightly disheveled. I apologize, Professor, I'm late. She quickly averted her gaze after a fleeting glance at him, her eyes flickering uncertainly. From the Slytherin side came muffled snickers and glances of amusement, with Malfoy seemingly poised to document Severus's anticipated scathing remarks. For a fleeting moment, Severus's body stiffened. His gaze lingered on her for a second, only a second, swift enough to evade detection, yet it was a moment fraught with the storm that raged beneath the surface. He noted the gauntness of her cheeks, the heavy shadows beneath her eyes, and, was that a hint of redness around her eyelids? A sharp pang of pain pierced his heart without warning, swiftly followed by a more fervent wave of self-reproach. He averted his gaze sharply, his jaw tightening, his throat constricting as if swallowing something bitter. He forced his voice to maintain its icy, unyielding demeanor, continuing the interrupted sentence. Place them into the cauldron in order. There was no accusation, no derision, none of the anticipated difficulty she had expected. The Slytherins exchanged glances, a touch disgruntled, yet they had no choice but to begin their tasks. Severus commenced pacing the classroom, his robes swirling behind him, mirroring the turmoil within. His gaze appeared to survey the room, yet it was inexorably drawn back to that corner. She looked as pale as a sheet of paper, her fingers clutching the stirring rod appearing excessively delicate. Those glaring dark circles, those slightly reddened corners of her eyes, were they a result of his cold, overly harsh words that night, words that had hastily sought to draw a line between them? He knew she must have misconstrued his intentions, and this misunderstanding was devouring the proud and intelligent girl before him. You have tarnished her, Severus, whispered the cruel voice within. Look at the damage you have wrought. Keeping your distance is the only thing you can do. How pitifully protective. A blend of self-reproach and a nearly despairing sense of powerlessness intertwined, nearly overwhelming him. He had once embraced her so tenderly. That thought struck like a lightning bolt, shattering the darkness of his memory. Her slender waist beneath his hand, her dazed, shy yet fervently passionate response enough. He roared inwardly at himself, pivoting abruptly to face away from everyone, fingers clenched tightly within his robe, nails digging into his palm, using the physical pain to dissipate that untimely, surging yearning. How he longed. No, he must not think. You will ruin her. Yet at least she had come. This realization flickered like a faint, untimely light, piercing through the gloom of his heart, offering a distorted solace. He could finally see her. The class bell rang, and students began to pack their belongings. Miss Granger remains. The words nearly erupted from his throat. He needed to explain, to clarify that damned misunderstanding. However, just as his lips began to move to issue the command, Harry and Ron had swiftly encircled Hermione. Hermione, did you really agree to go with McLaggen? Ron's voice was laced with incredulity and urgency, but the latter part of his sentence was drowned out by the uproarious laughter erupting from the Slytherin side, aimed at something else entirely. Agreed? Agreed to what? That name struck Severus's ears like a rusted nail. A strange, intense, suffocating annoyance seized him in an instant. Agreed? What on earth? His cold gaze sliced through the group of laughing Slytherins like a tangible blade, attempting to stifle the cacophony with unspoken intimidation. Desperate to hear that damned answer. Yet no one noticed the professor's suddenly terrifying expression. Hermione seemed to mumble a vague response before she, along with Harry and Ron, hurriedly vanished through the door. The classroom fell silent, the only sound left being the faint cooling of the cauldrons. Severus stood alone at the front of the room, his black robe melding into the shadows. The muscles in his face were taut, his jawline as rigid as stone. Only those fathomless black eyes revealing the tumultuous waves of emotion that surged beneath, forcefully suppressed, yet on the verge of breaking free. His fingers within his sleeves had long since curled into tight fists, knuckles whitening from the strain. Chapter 1, The Winter Prisoner. Harry, have you found a partner for the dance? Ron buried his face in the wooden table of the common room, his voice muffled and heavy with despair. He cast a sidelong glance at Harry, nearly certain of the answer. If Harry had found one, he would have boasted about it by now. Harry rested his chin on the table, his gaze vacantly fixed on the air. What do you think, Ron? He couldn't even muster the energy to lift his head. I can't comprehend why. Ever since that cursed Triwizard tournament, when Voldemort ended Cedric's life at Harry's birth, granting him the trophy, the dance has become an annual fixture. Harry, do you remember the last time? It was an absolute disaster, Ron lamented, feeling this was worse than adding another subject to the OWLs. The image of his last desperate attempt to invite Fleur replayed in his mind with brutal clarity, and he grimaced, collapsing entirely onto the table like a puddle of melted ice cream. This year, I was contemplating asking Hermione, to play it safe, he mumbled, suddenly recalling something, and jerked his head up, but she actually agreed to go with McLaggen without a word. When did that bloke start pursuing Hermione? Harry let out a long, heavy sigh, his eyes still glazed as they stared into the flickering flames of the fireplace, as if seeking answers within. Who knows? But ever since the term began, he's been bombarding Hermione with those sticky notes. Harry grimaced, and she threw them away without even looking. But one thing you're right about. She has indeed been acting strangely, especially these past few days. She hardly eats, his gaze blurred in the flames, his thoughts drifting to Sirius, his voice dropping to a near whisper. I doubt Sirius would ever fret over something like this. The dance was set for the Saturday after their exams, and time was of the essence, yet neither of them had even a shadow of a partner. Harry couldn't help but begin to suspect that there was some invisible charm repelling girls from him and Ron, as if they had all conspired to keep their distance. Surviving the exam reviews was already a harrowing ordeal. Now they had to worry about this too. Two synchronized sighs of frustration echoed in the air. Harry and Ron, in unison, thudded their foreheads heavily against the table, a visible layer of gray, oppressive gloom enveloping them. Since the last potions class, Severus Snape had been enveloped in a state of distraction. At this moment, seated at the staff table, his untouched plate lay before him, his brows furrowed deeply, and his dark gaze, akin to a searchlight, was intently fixed upon a brown-haired girl at the Gryffindor table who was nibbling on her food. Ron Weasley's drowned out words. You really agreed to go with McLaggen, echoed maddeningly in his mind. What had she promised him? Who was that audacious little brat? Professor McGonagall, keenly aware of Snape's unusual demeanor, cast a glance at his untouched utensils, then followed his line of sight to the Gryffindor table, her heart sinking. Merlin's beard. Who has Severus set his sights on now? Which unfortunate child has stumbled into his crosshairs this time? Clearing her throat, Professor McGonagall attempted to pull Snape back from his evident spiral of chaotic thoughts. Severus, how do you find tonight's dinner? The turkey seems quite well roasted. Snape snapped back to reality, his body momentarily stiffening, and he quickly straightened in his seat. Casting a brief glance at the sumptuous spread before him, he replied in a low, flat tone, devoid of any inflection, acceptable. Oh, aren't you going to try any? McGonagall inquired with genuine concern, sensing that Snape's disquiet was more profound than mere disciplinary intentions. Turning his head, Snape met McGonagall's inquisitive gaze, realizing his earlier lapse in composure. He endeavored to maintain his customary mask of indifference, mechanically lifting the goblet before him and taking a symbolic sip of the red wine. Observing his demeanor, McGonagall could not suppress a light chuckle. Oh, Severus, she suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, which lady do you plan to invite to the ball as your partner? I hope you don't mind my asking. The ball? Snape's thoughts were abruptly yanked back. Yes, Dumbledore had indeed announced it at the beginning of the term. Yet, he had hardly given it any thought. In previous years, he had always preferred solitude, finding solace in it. However, McGonagall's question struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could it be that Hermione's agreement referred to the ball? This notion momentarily relaxed his taut heart, but that fleeting relief was swiftly supplanted by a surge of intense displeasure and anxiety. He could not help but envision the scene. A brash young lad holding Hermione's hand, embracing her waist, twirling her around the dance floor. Where would that hand rest? What depraved thoughts might he entertain? No, absolutely not. If he struggled to control his own desires and possessiveness towards her, what chance did he have against those fiery, hormone-driven young men? With this thought, his gaze sharpened into a more feral glare, his thin lips pressed tightly together, exuding an almost palpable aura of low pressure. Oh, fret not, Severus. McGonagall, noticing Snape's expression darkening visibly, worried that she had inadvertently touched upon a sore subject, such as his single status, hastily added, I am certain, well, that a suitable lady will take the initiative to invite you. She nervously adjusted the brim of her tall hat. Snape raised an eyebrow in disbelief, casting McGonagall a look that mingled confusion with incredulity. Once he processed her words, he inwardly rolled his eyes dramatically and redirected his gaze back to the Gryffindor table. dismissing her meaningless consolation. As Christmas approached, the recently concluded examinations had enveloped Hogwarts in a liberating atmosphere of relief. The Great Hall had been adorned anew. A towering Christmas tree shimmered with warm lights, its branches laden with sparkling ornaments, while holly and mistletoe wreaths were ubiquitous. The flames in the fireplace and the floating candles illuminated the space with a cozy glow. The air was fragrant with the scents of roasted turkey, meat pies, and pine, while the impending ball ignited the enthusiasm of all, with excited chatter buzzing like a swarm of bees. At the long Gryffindor table, students savored a sumptuous breakfast while fervently discussing their plans for an afternoon visit to Hogsmeade and their anticipations for the ball. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together, each lost in their own thoughts as they poked at their plates. Harry cautiously observed the other two, particularly scrutinizing Ron's expression. He cleared his throat, set down his fork, and attempted to break the silence in a tone that seemed as casual as possible. Ahem, Ron. He glanced at Ron, who was deeply engrossed in a hefty portion of Christmas turkey, looking quite content. I heard Lavender Brown invited you to be her partner. Ron finally lifted his head from the delectable turkey, his cheeks stuffed, and mumbled, "Oh yeah? Didn't T see that coming, but it's good. At least it resolves a major dilemma." He swallowed with effort, shrugged. I was all set to go alone. Come on, Ron, Hermione interjected without looking up from her book. The standard book of spells, her tone tinged with exasperation. Don't tell us you genuinely haven't noticed? This entire semester, whether in Transfiguration class, the Quidditch stance, or the common room, Lavender hasn't taken her eyes off you. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had just heard a scandalous revelation. He glanced incredulously at Harry, signaling with his eyes, "Is that true? Did you see that?" Harry, equally perplexed, shrugged. "If you didn't notice, how could I? I'm not staring at you all day." Finally raising her gaze from her book, Hermione regarded their identical expressions of bewilderment and teased Ron. "You really ought to divert some of your attention away from the food." Ron shrugged nonchalantly, taking a large sip of his sweet caramel cinnamon latte, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Harry. "By the way, what about you, Harry? Have you sorted it out? Which lucky girl?" Harry hesitated, scratching his head, casting a tentative glance at Ron. "Yesterday, I tried asking Ginny, if you don't mind, Ginny?" Ron paused for a moment, then enlightenment dawned upon him. "Oh, I thought she was going with Neville. But, of course, I don't mind. Did she say yes?" He appeared genuinely unconcerned. "Oh, thank goodness," Harry remarked, visibly relieved by Ron's nonchalant reaction, a smile breaking across his face as he resumed his meal. However, turning his attention back to Hermione, Ron, with his mouth full of pie, mumbled incoherently, "But why did you agree to go with McLaggen? We thought you had no interest in him." The lightness in Hermione's expression vanished instantly, her voice subdued. "It's just a ball, Ron, nothing significant." Her demeanor clearly darkened. Ron, perceptive to the sudden shift in atmosphere, exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, silently agreeing to refrain from further probing, and returned to his meal with renewed focus. "Oh, by the way," Ron exclaimed, his eyes suddenly brightening, "have you sorted out your dress robes for the ball? Thank goodness. I finally don't have to wear that hideous antique that looks like vomit." A few days ago, Errol, the family owl, delivered a big parcel. Brand new robes. The fabric is splendid. I thought Mum only remembered to buy Ginny a new dress. He was so animated that he nearly knocked over his pumpkin juice. That is fantastic. Ron. Harry genuinely rejoiced for his friend, especially considering the last robe had left quite the impression on everyone. Yet, he couldn't help but envision Ginny in her new dress. "I shall don the same attire as last time," Harry remarked nonchalantly. "It's rather splendid, and besides, I haven't grown much since then. How about you, Hermione?" Hermione lifted her gaze, her eyes drifting with a hint of barely perceptible melancholy. "Oh no, during the break. I purchased a new dress." Her voice trailed off. She recalled the exquisite gown in the shop window in London, a deep green long dress, elegantly tailored, its hue as profound as the darkness of the Forbidden Forest. Her heart raced at the thought of herself adorned in it, perhaps beside Severus Snape, clad in formal black. Despite knowing the hope was slim, she had joyfully purchased it. Who could have anticipated that donning it now would mean sharing a dance with someone she felt nothing for? Someone she even found somewhat detestable? This was indeed more disheartening than failing an exam. At that moment, Hermione caught a glimpse of a dark figure emerging from the hall in her peripheral vision. Her gaze followed him involuntarily, her heart pricked as if by an unseen force. She wondered whom he would accompany to the ball, and with that thought came the recollection of his cold, cutting words from that unforgivable night. Never mind. She abruptly diverted her gaze, gripping her fork tightly, forcing herself to concentrate on the plate before her. "Oh no, I'm going to be late." Harry suddenly jolted awake at the sound of the bell, hastily gathering the scattered books and wand from the table. hardly able to believe there was still a spell class to attend after the exams. He lamented, hastily bidding farewell to Ron and Hermione before rushing out of the hall like a whirlwind. Poor Harry, Ron observed Harry's vanishing figure, shaking his head in sympathy. Though his tone carried a sense of relief at having survived, the prospect of attending another class was truly disheartening. Thank goodness I didn't choose that subject. He contentedly sliced himself a generous piece of turkey. The potions classroom was enveloped in a peculiar sense of relaxation characteristic of the impending holidays, with low murmurs bubbling up like bubbles in water, stubbornly surfacing amidst the gurgling of cauldrons. Severus Snape stood with his arms crossed over his chest. Resembling a solid black statue, his countenance dark enough to elicit droplets, his icy gaze sweeping over the group of first-year students, a year below Harry Potter. Cormac McLaggen stirred the bubbling potion absent-mindedly, leaning towards his neighbor Colin Creevey, his voice lowered yet unable to conceal his excitement. Hey, Colin, do you know Hermione Granger? She's a year below us. I've written to her all term, but it's like my letters vanished into thin air. He exaggeratedly pouted, stirring more vigorously. I thought I had no chance at all, but guess what? I asked her if she wanted to join me for the Christmas ball, and she actually said yes. Isn't that strange? Snape's profile suddenly tightened, as if ensnared by invisible threads. Every word that drifted from afar pierced his ears with the clarity of an icicle. His black robes glided silently across the stone floor, ultimately halting by Cormac's desk. The tall figure cast a vast shadow, swallowing the light before Cormac and the steam rising from the cauldron. Cormac felt a chill cascade down from his head, the air around him thickening. He stiffly lifted his gaze, colliding with Snape's fathomless black eyes, which held no rage, only a chilling disdain and scrutiny, as if appraising a perplexing, inferior specimen. "Yes, sir. Professor Snape?" Cormac's voice emerged dry and strained. Cormac McLaggen. Snape's voice was low and deliberate, slithering like a serpent across dry leaves, each syllable laden with frigid weight. His gaze sliced through Cormac's face like a scalpel, seeking some answer, some rationale for why that intelligent, proud girl, who once trembled in his embrace, would choose this frivolous, arrogant fool. Finally, his thin lips parted, and his words dripped with caustic derision. "It appears that, in comparison to ensuring the precarious state of your studies and your eventual graduation, attending a ball with Miss Granger ignites your enthusiasm and focus more effectively?" Cormac's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, wishing to bury his head in the cauldron. "Why yes, sorry, Professor." His voice was barely a whisper. Snape's tone suddenly escalated, his icy gaze striking like a tangible whip, brutally lashing against every face in the classroom that gleamed with excitement or schadenfreude. Still, no expression graced his features, only a suffocating sense of oppression. "I require all of you to immediately cease emitting those utterly worthless hormonal scents." He paused, ensuring each word struck the students' ears like ice cubes, "and devote all your energy to the meticulous crafting of potions." Hermione, that name burned silently within his chest, igniting a wave of anxiety. How long had it been since they had exchanged a word of substance? He longed to explain, to elucidate the disaster catalyzed by that infatuation potion, which ultimately spiraled out of control, to clarify the cold words that had inadvertently tumbled from his lips. Intended to push her away, but opportunity? Damn it, there was none. She flitted like a startled bird, skillfully avoiding any path that might lead to solitude with him. His gaze fell once more on the bowed head of Cormac. She could not possibly like him. That thought served as a frigid anchor, striving to stabilize his tumultuous emotions, yet failing miserably. "Explain?" A voice grappled within him, and after the explanation, would it dispel the shadows in her eyes? Or would it plunge her deeper into the mire of shame and pain that he had wrought? Perhaps she no longer needed any explanation from him. Perhaps those glimmers that once flickered in her gaze, along with her memories of him, would soon be washed away by time. Indeed, I am merely her professor. That chilling title felt like shackles, binding all his tumultuous thoughts. What had he dared to hope for? Those stirrings were merely the whims of a girl in her adolescence, while he, a grown wizard meant to maintain clarity, a professor who ought to uphold boundaries, had allowed himself to sink, even nurturing unwholesome, inappropriate thoughts about her. Perhaps it would be best to let this misunderstanding linger, to allow her to continue resenting him. It might serve as her most effective protection. Let her move forward unburdened. Far removed from him and the darkness he brought, Snape turned away, his movements imbued with a near-violent resolution, facing the dusty, narrow window of the potions classroom. Outside, the winter sun shone pale and piercing, mercilessly penetrating the glass, stabbing into his pupils. He squinted, yet the light felt like burning needles, scorching his nerves, relentlessly reflecting his inner turmoil and inescapable, frigid loneliness. This sunlight resembled the silent mockery of fate. Chapter 2. The Weight of Confession. "Hermione, are you truly not going?" Ginny inquired, meticulously winding her scarf before the mirror, turning her head with concern towards Hermione, who sat by the bed. "How about a butterbeer?" Hermione offered a smile, one that lingered at the corners of her mouth but did not fully reach her eyes. "It's all right. You all enjoy yourselves," she said appreciatively, genuinely admiring Ginny. "You look absolutely stunning, Ginny." Watching Ginny's cheeks slowly flush, Hermione mischievously winked. She was well aware of Ginny's feelings for Harry. Even though Ginny had never explicitly stated them, Hermione reminisced about their mutual affection, carefully concealed, as they both feared being discovered, and couldn't help but smile. Ginny, blushing, feigned an attempt to hit her. "Oh, Hermione, stop teasing me." Hermione laughed and took Ginny's hand, speaking earnestly. "I'm not teasing. I am genuinely happy for you." Harry, with his fishbowl head, though somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart, "I can see that he harbors feelings for you." Ginny glanced down, her lips curving upward in an uncontainable smile. "Go on, then," Hermione gently urged, giving her a light nudge. "They must be waiting for you." Ginny nodded eagerly and dashed out of the common room like a gust of wind. The once warm and bustling room fell abruptly silent, leaving only the crackling sounds of the fire. Hermione sat alone, gazing out at the flurry of snowflakes dancing in the air, letting out a soft sigh. She was genuinely happy for Ginny, yet deep within her heart, an undeniable wave of envy began to unfurl. The thrill of mutual affection, the delicate dance of exploration, the careful yet unmistakable joy. She once believed she had grazed that exhilarating sensation herself, only to realize now that it was merely a fleeting wisp of warmth slipping through her fingertips, ephemeral as a whisper. Severus Snape's figure stubbornly occupied her thoughts. Rationality's sharp reminders incessantly urged her to despise him, to loathe his coldness, to abhor the words that plunged others into despair. Yet her body seemed ensnared by a stubborn curse, betraying her resolve time and again. The rare softness he occasionally revealed beneath his stern demeanor, the fleeting warmth that had once coursed through her fingertips, leaving her heart ensconced within a chilling, invisible jellyfish, inducing a transient yet maddening numbness. Soon, an intense feeling of shame ignited within her, a mere trick of hormones. What genuine emotions could he possibly harbor for her? No more thoughts. Hermione abruptly rose, the warm air of the common room suddenly stifling. She needed to escape, to flee from these relentless thoughts. She hastily grabbed a thick coat and rushed toward the exit. "Oh, changing your mind so soon, my dear?" The fat lady yawned, lazily inquiring as if just roused from slumber. "Just stepping out for some fresh air," Hermione replied curtly, her voice taut. The fat lady seemed poised to say more, but Hermione had already stepped through the portrait hole, leaving warmth and concern behind. The castle felt as if it had been cloaked in a potent silence. The festive cheer had flowed toward Hogsmeade, and the corridors were so deserted that her solitary footsteps echoed against the ancient stone walls, forming a surreal duet. The portraits lining the walls had grown listless. Many turned away or dozing off. She wandered aimlessly, her thoughts flitting about like uncontrollable specters, revisiting past adventures, the warmth of Christmas. When she suddenly regained her bearings, her feet had carried her to the familiar, closed dark wooden door, Snape's office. Countless nights filled with cauldron steam, the scent of parchment, and biting critiques flooded her memory. She halted, as if bound by invisible ropes, staring blankly at the door, as though it could siphon away all her strength. A helpless sigh reverberated through the desolate corridor, heavy and out of place, the air seemingly thickening, solidifying her despondency into a tangible form. "Miss Granger." The deep, velvety voice sliced through the silence with unexpected precision. Hermione spun around in shock, her heart nearly leaping into her throat. She had not noticed his approach at all. Snape's tall figure was silhouetted against the dim, wintry light filtering through the high windows at the end of the corridor, his features obscured by the shadows of his dark robes. "Professor Snape." Hermione's voice faltered for a moment, instinctively retreating half a step until her heel met the cold stone wall. I didn't expect to find you here." Snape's gaze bore heavily upon her. He had witnessed her despondent approach to his door, like a frostbitten plant sighing at its entrance. In that instant, her weary and fragile silhouette struck him like a silent incantation, causing his breath to hitch. A familiar, suffocating tightness gripped his chest, and a barely audible breath escaped his nostrils. He scrutinized her, his usual mocking black eyes swirling with an indistinguishable undercurrent. "If I recall correctly," he began, his voice lower and more hoarse than usual, laced with an unsettling calm, "this is my office." Hermione lowered her gaze as that long absent, oddly subdued tone seeped into her eardrums, stirring a chaotic ripple deep within her heart. Her heartbeat spiraled out of control, as if struck by a malevolent curse, racing uncontrollably. A wave of intense acidity and suffocation surged up her throat, nearly choking her. She gasped, but it felt as if she inhaled shards of icy glass. Her eyes burned, and her vision quickly blurred behind a veil of tears. Snape clearly noticed her suddenly pale complexion, her rapid yet stifled breaths, and the glimmer of moisture pooling in her eyes. His pupils dilated, and his jaw tightened as if carved from stone. His body reacted before his mind could catch up, crossing the distance to her side, close enough to feel her subtle tremors. His bony hand reached for her arm, swift as a striking serpent. His voice cold and commanding, "Control your breathing. Describe your symptoms." The familiar scent, a blend of aged parchment, rare potion ingredients, and his own chilling essence, invaded Hermione's senses as he drew nearer. In that instant, the dizzying memories of intimacy she had forcefully locked away surged forth, his cool fingertips tracing her skin. The stifled gasps in the darkness, those black eyes burning with a flame that reflected only her silhouette. Those once warm fragments now felt like poisoned icicles, viciously piercing her heart. "Don't!" Hermione's voice escaped her throat like a strangled cry, sharp and fragmented. She jerked back, her back colliding with the cold stone wall, creating a chasm between them. She fought desperately to suppress the tide of tears, but the scalding liquid betrayed her, spilling over her cheeks. She strained to keep her voice steady, but the subtle tremor betrayed her. "Merry Christmas, Professor Snape." Each word felt as if it were dredged from an ice cellar, imbued with bone-chilling coldness. As he beheld her, a figure seemingly frozen in invisible despair, clinging to the last vestiges of dignity, the icy barriers of his long-term resolve of letting go for her sake, crumbled with the silent cascade of her tears. A surge more potent and primal than any potion he had ever brewed swept over him. He could not bear her trembling, nor the molten tears that dripped like molten lead, each drop searing his cold soul. In the next heartbeat, Snape's movements were swift as if cursed. He reached out, not to embrace, but to seize her as one would grasp a precarious potion bottle about to shatter. His hands gripped her shoulders with an ironclad resolve, pulling her away from the cold wall, nearly flinging her into the shadows of his office. The heavy wooden door slammed shut behind him, resonating through the air with a heavy thud. Then, as she stumbled and her breath hitched in shock, his rigid arms enveloped her like two heavy chains, confining her within his embrace, squeezing tightly. The force bore down with a desperate ferocity, constricting her ribs painfully, nearly suffocating her. As if he sought to secure her in place, not to offer solace, but to prevent her escape. "Let go." Hermione's voice broke free from her constricted chest, raw and sharp, tinged with disbelief, anger, and fear. Tears flowed uncontrollably, soaking a small patch of dark fabric at his chest. But the arms that shackled her were like iron bands imbued with dark magic, utterly immovable, even tightening further, leaving her with no room to struggle. Silence enveloped them. Snape's voice loomed above her, deep and resonant, like thunder echoing off the stone walls of a cellar, an undeniable command infused with his habitual, chilling authority. One hand cradled the back of her head, his chin resting against her crown, while the other awkwardly traced her taut spine. The motion as stiff as if he were polishing a potion vial, before abruptly freezing in place. "Stop crying, please." The tone bore no trace of its usual mockery, yet was saturated with an unquenchable impatience, fury, mostly directed at himself, and a nearly uncontrollable chaos. "Why?" Hermione's uncontrollable sobs tore through her question. A profound sense of humiliation and physical oppression sent her head spinning, the strength to resist swiftly draining away. Ultimately, she felt as though all her bones had been extracted, collapsing limply against him, reduced to nothing but uncontrollable shudders and suppressed, intermittent gasps. She murmured heavily, "Why do you push me away, only to torment me like this?" Snape's body stiffened at her piercing inquiry, as if it had pierced him deeply. Instantly, he tightened his embrace, enveloping her deeper into the shadows of his black robes and the intense aroma of potions, his fingers pressing so hard against her back that they turned pale, almost embedding themselves into her flesh. An oppressive silence fell upon them. Only Hermione's fragmented sighs echoed in the confined space, colliding with the walls. Snape's chest heaved violently, akin to a wounded beast trapped in a cage, gasping for breath. At last, a guttural growl erupted from deep within him, saturated with endless pain and self-loathing, exploding against her ear. Wrong. The word, no longer a mere admission but rather a tortured whisper, or the sharpness of a barbed spell, failing to dispel the anguish, instead carving another bloody wound in her already tumultuous heart. Snape inhaled sharply, the sound reminiscent of a frayed bellows, laden with a finality steeped in self-hatred. "Your understanding is utterly wrong." Hermione's body instantaneously tensed in his arms, like stone. "The amortentia," he paused, sensing the rigidity of her form, as if he were personally pouring venom into her heart, "is ineffective against me." Each word felt like swallowing shards of glass. "It is true." Hermione's heart plunged into a cold, bone-chilling abyss. I did so, Snape's voice strained to its utmost, carrying a desperate finality as if he were on the brink of shattering. Because of you, Granger. That truth, lurking in the depths of his heart, gnawing away at his sanity day and night, was expelled with the last vestiges of his strength, as if he were spewing forth a lethal poison. It is because of my uncontrollable desire for you, Hermione. The name, uttered with a raw, devastating honesty, detonated like a forbidden explosive spell, tearing down the carefully constructed walls of indifference he had erected, revealing a barren wasteland he himself despised. Time froze. Hermione gasped sharply in his embrace, her eyes widening to their fullest extent, her pupils reflecting pure, incomprehensible shock. Tears, even momentarily, ceased their flow. She forgot to struggle, forgot to breathe. Her mind a blank canvas. Not that damned potion. Snape's voice emerged, urgent and hoarse, as if, upon uttering that name, he had exhausted all his disguises, leaving only a near-exhausted, icy calm. It is you. He paused, teetering on the precipice of despair, and finally, a whisper, imbued with a profound relinquishment of resistance and deep self-loathing, branded itself in her ear. Let me lose control. An absolute, suffocating silence descended. The howling wind and snow outside seemed to hail from another realm. Snape continued to hold her tightly, his cheek buried in her neck. Yet that gesture no longer sought warmth. It resembled an evasion of her potential gaze or a search for a refuge following this devastating confession. The hand resting on her back remained pale, yet it no longer pressed forcefully. It simply lingered, rigid and bewildered. Hermione's mind was a cacophony of turmoil. Shock, confusion, disbelief, anger at being deceived, and that damned, insistent fluttering. An array of emotions boiled within her heart like an overturned cauldron, ready to explode. The immense impact rendered her utterly incapable of coherent thought. Her body remained trapped in his grip, unyielding and unresponsive, only the involuntary tremors betraying the raging tempest within her. Snape acutely sensed the tension and shivering in her embrace. It was not dependence, but pure shock and chaos. His heart, instead of settling, plummeted into a deeper abyss. What had he done? How could he have exposed himself so completely? This was more contemptible than any failure he had ever faced. What was Hermione Granger thinking at this moment? Shock, disgust, or perhaps pity? Any of these emotions could be his undoing. He abruptly released her, as if her warm body had transformed into a venomous appendage. He swiftly stepped back, creating distance, his profile hard as stone, the only betrayals of his inner turmoil being his tightly pressed lips and trembling fingertips. The throat that had just called out Hermione now felt as though it were obstructed. Silence, like an ever-growing vine, entwined around them, tightening its grip. The air was thick with embarrassment, shock, pain, and an invisible tension. Ultimately, Snape still did not look at her, his voice regaining a certain frigid hardness, though beneath that facade lay an unmistakable rasp and a barely perceptible tremor. Then you. He paused, seemingly searching for a phrasing that would not appear so weak. Finally, in a tone bordering on bureaucratic, laden with a final defensive posture, he asked, Miss Granger, what are your thoughts now? Hermione was jolted from her stupor by his sudden withdrawal and this icy inquiry, snapping back to reality. She lifted her gaze, meeting his face, which had once again donned its mask but appeared more fragile and loathsome than ever. The chaos brought on by his earth-shattering confession was swiftly replaced by a sharp, mocking anger and a reckless impulse. He had pulled her in, embraced her fiercely, uttered such words, and then cast her aside like refuse, only to question her feelings in such a manner? Thought was absent, only an ignited fury remained. She stepped forward, not to embrace him, but with a challenge and a desire for retribution, rising to her toes, grasping the front of his black robes with force, compelling him to meet her gaze. Then, under the weight of his fathomless, now swirling with astonishment, black eyes, she fiercely kissed his cold yet unguarded lips. A kiss not of tenderness, but of declaration, affirmation, a desperate gamble of let's see how you evade this. Snape's body instantaneously stiffened like iron, and then, a powerful and instinctive torrent, long suppressed, swept away the last remnants of his defenses. His heart, suspended in a state of anxiety, throbbed wildly as if plummeting into a deeper, unknown vortex. He responded to her with a fervor filled with possessiveness and despair. The emotions, long repressed like the most dangerous creatures lurking in the forbidden forest, broke free from their restraints, surging forth with primal, almost destructive force, spiraling completely out of control. Their breaths quickened and became fervent, the entanglement of their lips resembling a silent struggle for dominance. She could distinctly feel the tension in his arms and chest, the muscles taut with a desire that was no longer confined, a molten heat surging forth. She, too, met his fervor with defiance, as if pouring all her grievances, anger, shock, and that damned, unquenchable longing into this kiss. The confession of their feelings only served to further muddle the situation. Their entanglement at this moment was more intense than ever before, akin to two drowning souls grasping at one another, unable to discern whether they sought to save each other or to drag one another into a deeper abyss. Chapter 3, Spinner's End. Snape suddenly grasped her shoulders. Not with brutality, but with a force that suggested a sudden awakening, pulling her away from their intimate embrace. Instantly, a chilling barrier of air separated them. "T," he uttered abruptly, his voice taut like a string on the verge of snapping, his gaze averting hers, scanning the empty corner of the office with a dazed expression. "Would you like some tea?" He drew a deep breath, as if emerging from choking confines, his voice hoarse as he attempted to ground this ill-timed suggestion. Hermione inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling dramatically as she struggled to regain control over the tumultuous emotions that had been so abruptly interrupted. She observed his facade of composure, which barely concealed his flustered state, and a subtle understanding flickered in her mind. Why not, Professor?" she replied softly, her voice still tinged with lingering tremors. No sooner had she spoken than Snape's brow furrowed deeply. He could almost hear his sanity screeching in protest. "T. Merlin's ragged socks. What on earth was I thinking? Where would they drink? The Great Hall?" Imagine him, severe as Snape, clad in his signature black robes, seated at the raucous student table, across from Hermione Granger. Equally robed and blushing, both of them drinking tea under the scrutinizing eyes of their peers. Or perhaps in his lounge deep within the Slytherin dungeons. Even worse. Ever since that damned misunderstanding with the Amortentia, he had been like a bird startled by a bowstring, terrified that she might view him as a creature driven by primal desire, incapable of self-control. This thought made his stomach twist painfully and deepened the furrow in his brow. "Professor?" Hermione's gentle call pulled him from his self-imposed torment. He snapped back to reality, swallowing hard. "Wait, where would be appropriate? Somewhere that provides enough physical distance for me to think clearly, yet doesn't seem overtly distant." He racked his brain, almost hearing the sound of his neurons sizzling. Spinner's End. The thought illuminated his mind like a glimmer in the dark of night. That secluded yet utterly private house. The spacious living room, free from interruptions, devoid of Hogwarts' ever-watchful eyes, and the unsettling implications of the common room. "Hermione," he turned to her, a trace of barely perceptible concern in his eyes. "Will you feel uncomfortable with apparition?" This was a safety matter he, as a professor, needed to address before taking a student off school grounds, though the inquiry felt so woefully out of place at this moment. Apparition? Hermione's heart skipped a beat. They were leaving the school? Departing from the very castle where everything had just transpired? "I've tried it a few times, and I've gotten used to it. But, Professor, where are we going?" Doubt flickered in her eyes. Before she could finish her sentence, Snape decisively reached out, firmly grasping her wrist. His motion imbued with an undeniable resolve, yet betraying a subtle tension at his fingertips. A familiar, dizzying sensation of compression washed over them, and then the scene before them reassembled like shattered glass. As their feet found solid ground once more, Hermione swayed slightly before regaining her balance. She surveyed the unfamiliar yet somewhat somber room, the dim light, the aged yet tidy furnishings, the air thick with the scent of old wood, worn pages, and a crisp, unmistakably his aroma. "Professor, this is..." She instinctively tightened her grip on his cool sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with the caution of one entering unknown territory. "My home," Snape replied quietly, observing the curiosity and a hint of trepidation in her eyes. The tightness in his lips relaxed ever so slightly, that fleeting curve nearly imperceptible. He led her into the living room connected to the foyer, gesturing for her to take a seat on the comfortable sofa while he settled into the high-backed, sharply defined armchair across from her, as if it were his last bastion. "Earl Grey?" he inquired, drawing his wand, the familiar motion seemingly bestowing him with a semblance of control. "Very well," Hermione absent-mindedly nodded. Upon hearing her response, he flicked his wrist, and a silent incantation wafted through the air. A moment later, a quaint silver teapot and two matching cups floated steadily between them, steam curling gracefully from the spout. He leaned forward with an almost ritualistic grace, pouring the warm, amber liquid into her cup, carefully handing it to her. "Thank you." Hermione accepted it, her fingertips brushing against his. She watched his focused, tranquil profile as he executed this seemingly mundane act, a swell of affection nearly overwhelming her. Everything about him, the profound contradictions, the hidden tenderness, captivated her immensely. Snape lifted his gaze, locking eyes with her warm, gentle brown ones, and an unfamiliar, almost searing warmth unexpectedly struck his cold heart, leaving him feeling a rare sense of awkwardness. He quickly averted his gaze, lifting his cup, but deep within, a sense of unprecedented calm and stability began to permeate, dissipating the long-standing shadows that had loomed over him. They each sipped their tea, a silence enveloping the living room. This silence was not awkward. Rather, it bore the weight of unspoken emotions, rendering any ordinary topic pale and insipid. Clearing her throat, Hermione, ever the braver of the two, set her cup down, her voice breaking the stillness. "Do you live here often, Professor?" "Most of the time," he replied leisurely, his gaze resting on the swirling tea in his cup. "Sometimes, I need to attend to urgent school matters or brew potions that cannot be interrupted, and I might be in the dungeons." He abruptly halted, as if scalded, abruptly halting his thought, swallowing hard before awkwardly adding, "In any case, yes." Hermione keenly sensed his pause and the momentary stiffness. He was avoiding the topic of the dungeon lounge. This realization weighed heavily on her heart. Did the emotional tempest of their recent revelations and the subsequent intimacy not truly breach the barrier between them? Was he still evading the truth of their evolving relationship? She straightened her back slightly, her tone inquisitive as she softly pressed, "Professor, since it's more convenient there, why did we specifically apparate here for tea?" She deliberately emphasized the word there, her gaze unwavering as it met his. Snape's body tensed instantaneously. The very question he most dreaded was laid bare before him. He fixated on the slightly worn patterns of the armrest, as if the answers lay hidden within, a vague syllable escaping his throat. After a prolonged silence, he laboriously managed to utter a few words. "Here, the space is a bit more open." At this moment, Hermione was almost certain he was avoiding her. A surge of rejection and confusion overwhelmed her. If he regretted it, if he wished to draw a line, why had he brought her here? Why had he said those things earlier? She set down her teacup, her voice carrying a barely perceptible note of hurt and resolve. "If the professor believes we need a more open space to maintain distance, you may tell me directly. I understand, and I can comply." She feigned an intention to rise. "Hermione," Snape exclaimed almost instinctively, a hint of unexpected panic lacing his tone, gazing into her eyes, which shimmered with wounded defiance. The ice wall of restraint within him began to crack. "It's not as you think," he hastily explained, yet found himself at a loss for words, a rare look of distress crossing his features. "I don't want you to believe. I don't wish for you to think I brought you to the common room solely to satisfy base desires." This sentence burned like a red-hot iron, searing his tongue, leaving him unable to voice it. Hermione halted her movements, her questioning, slightly hurt gaze fixed upon him, seemingly awaiting a reassuring answer. The turmoil within Snape was as intense as a potion boiling in a cauldron. He suddenly stood, driven by a resolute determination, and took several steps to sit beside her on the vacant sofa, close enough to feel the warmth emanating from her. He reached out his hand, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rested it gently upon her hand resting on her lap, the sensation causing a slight tremor in his fingertips. "I believe I need to restrain myself," he struggled to articulate, each word feeling like a trek through thorns. "I don't want you to feel that He inhaled deeply, as if summoning every ounce of strength to finally release the weighty truth, his voice barely audible, his gaze firmly locked on the dreary landscape outside the window. "Unable to meet her eyes, feel that I harbor only that kind of desire." The last word was a mere whisper, yet it drained him of all his courage. As the words left his lips, he instinctively withdrew his hand, his body rigid and tense, as if bracing for judgment. Hermione initially blinked in surprise, but soon a wave of almost uncontrollable laughter mingled with profound empathy surged within her. She turned to him, her gaze landing on his taut profile, keenly observing the faint flush that crept along the skin at his neck, barely concealed by his high-collared shirt, subtly spreading upward, caressing the contours of his ear. Was he shy? This realization washed over her like a warm current, dissipating the shadows of confusion and hurt that had clouded her heart. Watching him maintain a facade of stern detachment, his body stiff as stone, Hermione felt her heart soften. She had always known her professor possessed an irresistible allure, yet she had never anticipated such an endearing side lurking beneath his cold exterior. A potent impulse compelled her. She gently, resolutely inched closer to him. Snape immediately turned his head, his deep, dark eyes locking onto hers from mere inches apart. The distance now so minimal that he could distinctly feel her warm breath against his chin. Hermione did not recoil. Instead, she raised her chin, gazing deeply into the swirling abyss of his eyes. She leaned in slightly, and a kiss as soft as a sigh landed delicately on the taut skin of his neck. The heat radiating from that contact sent a shiver through her. "Hermione," Snape's voice transformed into a hoarse whisper, his hand resting on her waist, instinctively attempting to push her away, yet she clung to him more tightly. "I know you are not," she murmured, her warm breath brushing against his ear, her voice gentle, yet imbued with a comforting strength. Then, she pulled back just slightly, her eyes brimming with trust and affection, peering into the depths of his dark gaze as if to dispel all his self-doubt. Her hand, imbued with a soothing intent, slowly rose, her fingertip delicately brushing against the top button of his shirt, which he had just undone. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, logic teetering on the brink of collapse. Hermione. He shut his eyes, thick lashes casting shadows beneath. The hand that had once sought to reject her now seemed to possess a will of its own, halting. Stop, he murmured through gritted teeth, suppressing his anguish. In the next moment, he could distinctly feel her warm fingertips. That touch was electric, instantly dismantling all his defenses. Snape's eyes flew open, the depths of his usually cold black gaze now ablaze with a dangerous fire. He grasped her wrist with a fierce grip, his knuckles turning white. Don't, he rasped, his voice gravelly, each word laced with a desperate restraint and warning. Hermione met his fiery gaze, clearly witnessing the turmoil of desire and struggle within his eyes. He wanted her, that much was certain. Yet he was also fighting that desire with every fiber of his being, clinging to his stubborn, nearly self-destructive principles. She understood. Slowly, with palpable reluctance, she withdrew her hand. Her gaze still warm, yet resolute as she softly inquired, "Do you truly not want this?" Her tone bore no coercion, only a need for affirmation, and a barely detectable hint of disappointment from his refusal. Snape studied her, noting the rosy hue of her cheeks from their earlier entanglement. The way her tousled curls brushed against her forehead, and the rise and fall of her chest still not entirely composed, along with the earnest yet slightly disheartened expression in her brown eyes. Why did he refuse? The so-called reasons felt utterly feeble in her presence at that moment. As Hermione awaited his response, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. She lowered her gaze, her movements imbued with a sense of desolation. She reached for the now lukewarm cup of tea on the low table, as if it were her sole solace. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the handle, Snape seized her wrist. His grip was firm yet tinged with a hint of panic. He understood that without him, she could not possibly leave this magically protected house alone. But at that moment, an immense, indescribable fear seized him. He feared she might turn and leave, that his previous rejection might sow seeds of misunderstanding in her heart, and that she might vanish from his sight once more, like before, leaving him with a chilling sense of abandonment that suffocated him more than any curse. He pulled her back to his side, wrapping his arms around her tightly. Hermione was momentarily taken aback by his sudden intensity, a pang of bittersweet pain blossoming within her. She raised her hand, gently patting his tense back as one might comfort a wounded, wary beast. "I won't go." Her voice was soft as a dream. Imbued with a soothing power, "I merely wish to have some tea." She retreated slightly, allowing him to see the sincerity in her eyes. She lifted her hand, her gaze falling upon the buttons of his shirt that she had just undone, her fingertips caressing them with a tenderness that spoke of reverence as she began to fasten them one by one with care. Watching her lowered lashes and feeling her gentle touch, Snape's heart ached with a bittersweet longing. He raised his hand to cover hers, halting her movements. His profound gaze was tumultuous with emotions that were intricate and elusive, his voice low and deliberate. "Aren't you afraid that I am a volatile, uncontrollable brute?" Hermione met his stare without hesitation, her brown eyes clear and resolute, radiating an unwavering trust that seemed to extinguish his self-deprecating thoughts in silence. She gently shook her head, her voice soft yet imbued with the weight of granite. "You are not." With that single utterance, she shattered the last vestige of restraint that bound him. In the next moment, Hermione felt a tightening around her waist as he swept her off her feet. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Her cheek pressed against his heated, solid chest. The familiar scent enveloped her instantly, a unique blend of potions, the aroma of aged parchment, and a hint of coolness. She gazed at the man before her, the dim light accentuating the taut, graceful lines of his muscles. His bottomless black eyes now ablaze with a raw desire potent enough to consume her entirely, locking onto her with an unyielding intensity. "Severus," she unconsciously whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. This invocation acted as the spark igniting a powder keg, a large hand almost roughly tangled in her thick curls, securing her head, while his molten lips seized her breath with a force that threatened to devour everything. The cool air brushed against her skin, causing her to shiver involuntarily. His heated gaze swept over her as if tangible, filled with unmasked possessiveness and a disquieting aggression. Hermione could distinctly feel the searing trajectory of his gaze. And as the light dimmed further, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Snape's eyes were fixed on her, turbulent with desires that churned beneath the surface. Hermione couldn't help but furrow her brow as he scrutinized every flicker of emotion on her face, a smirk curling his lips with an almost wicked, possessive arc. A searing kiss branded her collarbone, his fervent lips trailing to her sensitive ear, his voice low and hoarse, akin to an incantation, laden with a heart-stopping inquiry. "May I?" Hermione's answer was to clutch his broad shoulders tightly, sealing his questions with her lips. "Hermione," Snape's voice emerged in a breathy whisper, thick with barely contained restraint. beads of sweat tracing down the contours of his taut muscles, his eyes ablaze with the final flicker of struggle, fixated on her entranced gaze. Hermione looked up at him, her moist eyes shimmering with unwavering trust and an almost sacrificial indulgence. She lifted her damp arm, her fingertips tenderly brushing against his equally perspiring forehead. Leaning closer to his ear, her warm breath weaving an enchanting spell as she softly called out the most intimate name reserved for this moment, Sev. All restraint and hesitation were utterly obliterated by that single utterance. A profound wave of satisfaction engulfed them, akin to a warm tide submerging them completely. After a fleeting moment of void, he turned Hermione to nestle her within his embrace. Her cheek rested against the rhythm of his rising and falling chest, where she could distinctly hear his still racing, powerful heartbeat. His other hand, imbued with an unprecedented tenderness, gently caressed her shoulder, a soft kiss, brimming with infinite adoration, delicately landing on her damp forehead. Hermione nestled within his strong and warm embrace, feeling the clumsy yet invaluable tenderness conveyed through his fingertips. A blissful warmth enveloping her in an indescribable happiness. She couldn't help but silently curve her lips into a sweet and contented smile. The air in the room gradually cooled, leaving only the intertwined breaths of the two, still not fully settled. Snape slowly turned his head, his deep-set eyes searching for hers in the dim light. The emotions swirling within were complex and indecipherable, a blend of fulfillment and gentleness, yet deeper within, there seemed to linger a trace of barely perceptible heartache. He gazed at her, his low, magnetic voice tinged with a languid rasp, yet remarkably clear, imbued with a cautious inquiry, whispering in her ear, "Hermione, how do you feel?" That faint undercurrent of anxiety tugged at her heart. She lifted her hand, brimming with infinite tenderness and affection, her fingertips softly tracing the chiseled contours of his handsome face. Gazing deeply into the dark ocean of his eyes, as if wishing to absorb all his doubts. "Sev," she sighed, softly uttering the intimate name that belonged solely to this moment, her voice filled with unspoken satisfaction and love. With a gentle kiss, she replaced all words, imprinting it upon his cool lips. Chapter 4. Christmas Carols by the Hearth. Hermione halted before the heavy oak door of the common room, taking a deep breath in an attempt to calm her slightly disheveled breath. She instinctively smoothed her already neat attire and hair, as if to brush away all traces of secrecy, before finally pushing open the thick door. "Hermione, you've finally returned. We've been searching for you everywhere." Harry's voice immediately emerged from amidst a pile of colorful wrapping paper. By the fireplace, Ron, Neville, and Ginny turned their heads at the sound, the warm yellow light dancing upon their faces. "Oh, I was just wandering about the castle for some fresh air," Hermione replied, striving to make her tones sound light and casual as she briskly approached the low table piled with spoils from Hogsmeade, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Let me see what treasures you've all acquired. Did you have fun today? By yourself, just wandering?" Ron raised his head from the sofa, still bearing a hint of the lazy confusion that followed a sugar high. "I thought you would be buried in the library again." "The library?" Hermione's heart skipped a beat, a flash of annoyance coursing through her. What a perfect, unassuming excuse. However, she merely shrugged nonchalantly. "Ron and I bought a heap of sweets from Honeydukes," Ginny chimed in, cheerfully shoving a tempting piece of cream almond fudge into Hermione's hand. "Neville got a new pair of shoes, and he successfully invited Luna to the ball." She winked at Neville, who bashfully scratched his head. "And Harry," Ginny's gaze shifted to him with a teasing smile, "bought a top-tier broom care kit." "Then, the usual," Ginny continued, her eyes casually sweeping over Hermione's lowered profile. "We had some butterbeer and stopped by Fred and George's shop." She paused, lowering her voice slightly. "I asked them a bit about the improvements on the Amortentia." She noticed Hermione was anxiously studying the lines on her fingertips, her throat seeming to roll slightly. Ginny then turned her head back, her tone becoming light and carefree. "They said the side effects of that stuff, once it wears off, can sometimes be similar to drunkenness." With that, she picked up a chocolate frog, as if sharing a trivial piece of gossip. Hermione's tense shoulders subtly relaxed. "Thank goodness," she sighed internally, unaware that Ginny's gaze as she turned back held a thoughtful, concerned glimmer. Hogwarts in December was gently blanketed in pristine white snow, the castle adorned in silvery splendor, resembling a crystalline palace from a fairy tale. The festive atmosphere grew increasingly palpable, with everyone's spirits seemingly enchanted by a spell of joy. Harry often stared dreamily into the dancing flames of the fireplace, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Hermione was acutely aware that it was likely due to Sirius's whispering conversations through the two-way mirror, undoubtedly mixed with sweet daydreams about a certain red-haired girl. The relationship between Ron and Lavender was blossoming, and the common room was often filled with the melodious sound of Lavender's tinkling laughter, akin to silver bells. Neville had become the most diligent dancer, almost daily seen practicing his steps with Luna in a corner, clumsy yet utterly earnest. Ginny appeared somewhat different. Aside from meticulously attending to her brand-new ball gown, she devoted almost all her remaining time to keeping Hermione company. This sudden, somewhat excessive concern left Hermione both warm and somewhat perplexed. Amid the bustling mealtimes in the Great Hall, Hermione occasionally caught a glance from the professor's table. A gaze that was calm and reserved, as tranquil as a still pond, cutting through the clamor of the crowd and silently settling upon her. Each exchange of glances felt like a small stone cast into the lake of her heart, sending ripples of hidden secrets that made her cheeks flush and her heart feel as if warmed by the sun. She began to cautiously orchestrate a few chance encounters, slipping into his familiar dungeon office while her friends were distracted. She relished the surprise that washed over him at her sudden appearance, quickly morphing into a resigned indulgence. She adored watching him immersed in potion-making, his brow furrowed in concentration, and she delighted in the way his icy, serious demeanor melted away when he lifted his gaze from the cauldron's steaming vapors to meet hers, revealing a subtle warmth that was uniquely hers. Her only minor annoyance stemmed from Cormac McLaggen. As the ball approached, the frequency of his unwelcome encounters significantly increased, his words laced with veiled implications. As he sought to invite her into private moments, Hermione found herself compelled to muster her spirits, maintaining basic politeness while deftly creating distance. This prompted her to ponder how she might gracefully sidestep this overly eager suitor amidst the swirling skirts of the forthcoming, elegantly adorned ball. On Christmas morning, Ginny awoke Hermione with uncontainable excitement. "Hermione, wake up. The ball is tonight. Come see how my dress looks." She twirled in her pale violet gown, the fabric blooming like petals in the soft morning light. Rubbing her sleepy eyes and adjusting to the bright rays, Hermione gazed at the radiant Ginny and exclaimed, "You look absolutely stunning, Ginny. I wager Harry's eyes will be glued to you tonight." Ginny's cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue as she approached the bedside and playfully nudged Hermione. "Stop teasing me. Let me see your dress. You've been so secretive. Not even letting me see you try it on. Aren't you taking the ball seriously?" "Oh, Ginny, let me catch my breath," Hermione yawned as she sat up. "And I'm so hungry I could devour an entire fried snail." She glanced at the bedside clock. "Shall we grab some breakfast first?" Swiftly changing out of her nightgown, she slipped on a Christmas sweater from the previous year. As they stepped out of the room, they spotted Ron and Harry seated cross-legged on the thick carpet of the Gryffindor common room, clad in brand new, deep green sweaters sent by Mrs. Weasley via the Owl Errol, featuring golden embroidered Patronus designs of a stag and a Jack Russell Terrier on their chests. "I can't believe it, Harry. The gift you gave her is so much better than what you gave me," Ron said, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box, his tone brimming with genuine grievance. "Come on. It's not that bad," Harry responded, somewhat sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck, his gaze evasive. "Not that bad. I wish you had given me something of equal caliber." Ron pointed at the box in Harry's hands, his tone dripping with envy. "That's the latest broom compass." "Please, Ron, you're a keeper. How is a compass useful for you? Besides, you received a great gift too." Harry's defense seemed weak. "A blanket. Harry, you gave me a blanket," Ron exclaimed, dropping the gift box and picking up the crumpled, fuzzy fabric that had merely been wrapped in paper. Rolling his eyes dramatically at Harry, "Not even a decent box." "Oh, shoo." Harry quickly noticed Ginny and Hermione entering and hurriedly covered the gift box intended for Ginny. "Good morning, Ginny, Hermione," he said, rising quickly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Ron also stood slowly. "Morning." "Good morning," Ginny and Hermione replied with smiles, curiosity evident in their expressions. "Are you opening gifts?" "Indeed," Ron said, lethargically pointing to the table. "Ginny, your sweater is over there." "Oh, and Hermione's too." Ginny joyfully picked up her sweater and handed Hermione hers. "Put on this new one, Hermione. Mum even remembered your Patronus." As Hermione unfolded the Christmas red sweater, adorned with a charmingly cute otter embroidered in gold thread, she couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, this is simply adorable." She promptly shed her old sweater and donned the warm, heartfelt new gift. "Ginny, you're so lucky," Ron remarked, still with a hint of envy. "Harry is giving you." Harry abruptly elbowed Ron, nearly breaking his rib, then took a deep breath, stepping forward to present Ginny with the exquisite royal blue gift box tied with a silver ribbon, his voice tinged with nervousness. "Merry Christmas, Ginny." With anticipation and curiosity, Ginny opened the box and her eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing its contents, her face illuminated with surprise. "Oh my goodness, Harry. This is amazing. Thank you." She looked up at Harry, her smile radiant like the sun on a winter day. Seeing her astonished expression, Harry's face broke into a satisfied smile. Ron stood by, dumbfounded, suddenly struck by a peculiar intuition. He leaned closer to Hermione and whispered, "Hermione, don't you think they seem a bit Hermione shot him a knowing yet teasing glance, simultaneously shoving the gift she had prepared for Ron into his hands. Merry Christmas, Ron. Ron's attention shifted instantly as he excitedly unwrapped the box to reveal a brand new pair of Quidditch keeper gloves. Merlin's beard. Hermione. This is absolutely brilliant, he exclaimed, feeling the soft yet sturdy leather with delight. Then, glancing back at the blanket Harry gifted him, he couldn't resist another jab. You should see what Harry gave me. Unlike the frigid air and snowy scenery outside, the Gryffindor common room was alive with sounds of surprise, laughter, and good-natured teasing as gifts were unwrapped. The crackling fire illuminated every face aglow with festive joy, while the air was filled with the warming sense of pine needles, new sweaters, sweets, and deep friendship. The merriment of Christmas gently enveloped Gryffindor Tower. Chapter 5. The Christmas Ball. The afternoon flowed through Hogwarts, infused with a lightness and eager anticipation. Apart from hastily finishing lunch, the girls were entirely preoccupied with the impending ball. Lavender even sacrificed breakfast, her stomach issuing a piercing cry that could penetrate thick walls as she realized her figure while trying on her dress the night before. Loud enough for Hermione and Ginny next door to hear clearly. Ultimately, under Ginny's coaxing and gentle pushing, Hermione reluctantly donned the deep emerald green gown she had prepared. As she emerged from the dormitory, slightly self-conscious, the gazes of Lavender and Ginny instantly froze upon her. Ginny's expression vividly mirrored the shock and awe she exhibited when she first laid eyes on Harry Potter in the burrow. Merlin's beard, Hermione. Ginny dramatically inhaled, then playfully bent at the waist, executing a flawless curtsy. I could almost begin to envy Cormac McLaggen. Might I have the honor of being your dance partner this evening? Hermione was amused by her friend's antics, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, while deep within, she couldn't help but envision the image of Severus Snape when he would see her tonight. The boys, though unburdened by the troubles of grooming, were equally filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding their forthcoming partners. Harry was assisting Ron in adjusting his brand new dress robes. Splendid, Ron. Far superior to that outfit from the Triwizard Tournament, Harry exclaimed earnestly. Ron gazed at his reflection in the mirror, grinning like a fool. Right, Harry? I think so too. As Harry smoothed out the creases on Ron's shoulders, he casually probed, did your robes arrive together with Ginny's? Ron, still entranced by his reflection, replied nonchalantly, oh, hers? Mum got it for her before the term started. He completely overlooked the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Harry's eyes. The clock struck 8. Its melodious chimes heralding the commencement of the ball. According to tradition, the gentlemen entered the hall first, awaiting the arrival of their female companions. As soon as Harry and Ron stepped through the doors, they were awestruck by the scene before them. The entire hall was enveloped in an ethereal ice blue illusion, with delicate magical snowflakes silently drifting down. Countless warm yellow candles floated in midair, casting a soft glow. A giant dark green Christmas tree was adorned with silvery snow, its branches embellished with glimmering blue and green gems, creating a dreamlike spectacle. The deep green velvet carpet unfurled like two soft rivers, leading towards the staircases on either side. Harry's gaze quickly swept the room, spotting Professor Dumbledore clad in a new silver starry robe, his back to them as he engaged in jovial conversation with several professors. Professor McGonagall, upon noticing them, raised her goblet in a friendly gesture, while Professor Flitwick, like a diligent gardener, adjusted the slightly askew ornaments on the Christmas tree with his wand. Meanwhile, Professor Snape, as ever, wore a stern expression, standing beside Professor McGonagall, his gaze fixed upon Dumbledore. However, Harry keenly sensed that Snape appeared somewhat different today. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that his deep-set black eyes were not focused on the headmaster, but seemed to penetrate the crowd, unconsciously scanning the entrance of the hall and the staircases. His fingers absently stroked the cold obsidian cufflink on his suit sleeve, his posture seemingly relaxed yet imbued with an imperceptible tension. He nudged Ron, who was peering around in curiosity. Ron, don't you think Snape seems a bit off today? Ron followed Harry's gaze, pondering aloud. Now that you mention it, there does seem to be something amiss. Both squinted their eyes, their brows furrowing in confusion and inquiry, fixating on the potion's master from a distance. Bloody hell, Harry! Ron gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor as he vigorously shook Harry's arm. The suit. Harry, Snape is wearing a suit. Has he been hit on the head by a troll? Harry was jolted from his reverie by Ron's exclamation, his own expression mirroring disbelief. Indeed, the iconic high-collared shirt that concealed his chin and the floor-length black robe that absorbed all light were nowhere to be seen. In their place was a perfectly tailored black suit. Though the inner shirt was also pitch black, making it initially inconspicuous, this transformation was astonishing in itself. They had never imagined that beneath the solemn robes lay such a tall and elegant figure. He lost his mind, Harry muttered, his gaze unblinking. Ron vigorously nodded in agreement, absolutely. As if sensing the intensity of their stares, Snape slightly turned his head. When his eyes met theirs, his brow instinctively furrowed before he disdainfully averted his gaze. Just then, the ladies began to make their entrance like splendid stars, gracefully descending from the top of the staircase. Luna appeared in a playful golden dress that shimmered like sunlight, skipping down the stairs like a light-hearted bellbird. She waved cheerfully at everyone before effortlessly linking arms with a blushing Neville. Lavender, clad in a fiery red sleeveless dress, approached Ron while carefully sucking in her stomach, causing Harry's heart to leap into his throat as he held his breath, his gaze fixed on the top of the staircase, yearning for a certain figure's appearance. However, Cormac McLaggen suddenly squeezed in beside him, reeking of sherry, interrupting his gaze. "Hey, Potter, have you seen Hermione? I think I'm a bit late," Cormac inquired eagerly. Harry frowned, still reluctant to tear his eyes from the staircase, responding dismissively, "Not yet, at least I haven't seen her." Cormac sighed in relief, standing beside Harry as he adjusted his somewhat snug outfit. Moments later, the long-awaited light violet hue finally appeared at the top of the staircase. Harry felt his heart skip a beat, his throat tightening. Ginny, clad in a delicate knee-length dress of sheer fabric, with her fiery red hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, looked breathtaking under the magical glow. Harry couldn't help but let a smile spread across his face. Ron, noticing his friend's expression, rolled his eyes in exasperation and shook his head. Yet, Ginny appeared somewhat distracted, glancing back repeatedly as if urging someone behind her. When she finally spotted Harry waiting expectantly at the bottom of the stairs, a rosy blush crept onto her cheeks. She gracefully descended the staircase, elegantly linking her arm with Harry's. "You look absolutely stunning, Ginny," Harry stammered in admiration. At his compliment, Ginny shyly lowered her gaze, smiling. It was then that Harry noticed that there seemed to be no one behind Ginny, and he glanced at Cormac beside him, unable to resist asking, "Is Hermione not coming down with you?" Ginny also looked up towards the staircase, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "She'll be here any moment. Trust me, Harry. She looks incredible tonight." While Harry believed no one could surpass Ginny's beauty tonight, he remained with her, waiting. Ginny's eyes scanned the crowd, suddenly inquiring, "Have you seen Professor Snape?" Though puzzled as to why Ginny would suddenly ask about Snape, Harry, brimming with gossip excitement, gestured towards the gathered professors. "There, over there. He's acting so unusually today, Ron, and I suspect he has been cursed." Ginny followed his gaze, her expression mirroring the shock that Harry and Ron had displayed earlier. But soon her smile brightened even more, her attention eagerly returning to the top of the staircase. Noticing Ginny, Harry, and Ron's mixture of shock and curiosity, Snape subtly approached them, seemingly adjusting his stance while his gaze was fixed intently on the figure about to descend the staircase. Deep emerald green silk, reminiscent of a moonlit lake's depths, enveloped the figure slowly making its way down. Hermione Granger had arrived. Snape's attention was immediately captivated. In an instant, the habitual cold lines of his face melted away unnoticed, a slight, yet genuine curve gracing his lips, his deep-set eyes brimming with pure admiration, and a hidden warmth that could ignite the coldest of ice. His throat barely perceptibly tightened, and the fingers of his hand, concealed behind his back, subtly clenched. The design of that gown can only be described as exquisite. The halter neck style elegantly showcases her slender and graceful shoulder and neck lines, along with her delicate collarbone. The smooth silk clings generously to her increasingly mature and alluring curves, while the bold yet elegant cutout at the back reveals a patch of flawlessly smooth skin. The high slit on the left side of the skirt perfectly accentuates her already long and fair legs, subtly extending them with each step she takes. A powerful urge compelled Snape to step forward in greeting, yet the figure of Cormac McLaggen, more impulsive than he, hurriedly blocked his path. "Merlin above. Hermione, you are simply..." Cormac's eyes sparkled, unabashedly revealing his longing. "You are breathtakingly beautiful." Hermione responded only with a polite, yet distant smile, her gaze eagerly darting past him towards the side of the staircase. The moment her eyes met Snape's, a flush rapidly spread across her cheeks. Snape met her gaze, nodding slightly in restrained acknowledgement. The tenderness and indulgence in his eyes were a familiar warmth to her. Simultaneously, Hermione instantly registered the profound transformation in him. His iconic black robe, which had clung to him like a second skin, was conspicuously absent. In its stead was a finely tailored black suit, sharply outlining his tall and lean figure. This revelation sent her heart racing, and her mind uncontrollably flashed with secret and ardent images, a wave of heat enveloping her whole being. "Ladies and gentlemen," Dumbledore's resonant and cheerful voice rang out from the center of the hall, imbued with warmth. "Merry Christmas. Now please enjoy this wonderful evening. Let the ball begin." As soon as he finished speaking, The lively and melodious strains of a waltz flowed forth like a babbling brook, instantly igniting the entire hall. People eagerly took their partners' hands and glided into the vibrant dance floor. The steps were well rehearsed, yet the joy and ease radiating from each face were unprecedentedly sincere. Snape remained motionless, standing at the shadow's edge near the staircase, resembling a silent black statue. His gaze penetrated through the swirling crowd, unwaveringly fixed upon that deep green figure. Cormac, too eager to wait, seized Hermione's hand, awkwardly yet forcefully spinning her around. His eyes, clouded with inebriation, leaned closer to her ear as he whispered in what he believed to be a seductive tone, "You look absolutely breathtaking tonight." Watching her spin clumsily with Cormac, Hermione's face strained to maintain a polite smile, concealing her discomfort and rigidity. Cormac was lost in his own fantasies, completely oblivious to the icy, piercing glare of warning that emanated from Snape. As Cormac leaned in too close, his breath heavy with alcohol, Snape's expression turned sharply cold and keen, his fingers tightening around the wine glass until the knuckles turned pale. The oppressive aura surrounding him instinctively caused several excited students nearby to steer clear of his presence. As the music concluded, he observed Hermione almost flee from Cormac's grasp, hastily making her way towards her friends, her taut jawline relaxing slightly. Hermione hurried to join Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Neville, who were all lost in their own sweet revelries. Luna was spinning him around, her face etched with urgency and frustration. "Oh my goodness. For Merlin's sake. You have to save me. Cormac is driving me mad." The four friends finally snapped out of their daze, casting her sympathetic yet guilt-ridden glances. "Oh, Hermione. We're so sorry," they murmured, as they reveled in the joy of their dance partners and the festivity of the ball. "And I'm about to faint from hunger. Is there anyone kind enough to fetch me something to eat?" Hermione muttered nervously, keeping a watchful eye on Cormac's search for her. "Merlin, he is coming this way," she gasped, deftly slipping behind the taller figures of Ginny and Ron, successfully evading Cormac's roaming gaze. Harry cautiously turned to her, whispering, Hermione, why don't you hide behind that pillar over there? We'll go get you food right away." With no other options, Hermione sighed in resignation, her eyes filled with gratitude. "I'll wait for you behind that large pillar by the left staircase." With that, she swiftly and nimbly darted to the intricately carved stone column, praying to momentarily escape her pursuer. Snape's gaze had not once strayed from Hermione. He watched her retreat behind the pillar, noting her small sigh of relief as she leaned against the cool stone, lightly pressing her hand to her forehead. Clearly vexed by Cormac's attentions, a barely perceptible, almost tender emotion flickered across his eyes. Quietly, he set down his nearly untouched drink, using the crowd as cover to silently approach the pillar. His tall figure melted into the shadow on the other side of the column, like a silent guardian. However, before sustenance could arrive, her pursuer had already found her hiding place. "Hermione, what are you doing here?" Cormac approached with a self-satisfied, greasy grin, holding two vividly colored cocktails. The sight of his smile churned Hermione's stomach. "I'm sorry, McLaggen. I'm not feeling very well. Could you please?" She attempted to refuse. Before she could finish her sentence, Cormac unceremoniously seized her hand, forcing a drink into her grasp and clinking his glass against hers. The sharp sound echoed in Hermione's ears like a jarring alarm. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her rising anger, silently holding the glass with no intention of responding. "Come on, Hermione. This is the Christmas ball. Cheer up. Drink up, Merry Christmas." Cormac pressed further, again grasping her hand, urging her in a tone bordering on frivolity. Just as Hermione's expression darkened and she was on the verge of exploding, a deep, cold voice imbued with absolute authority sliced through the air like a chilling blade from the shadows just a step away. "Mr. McLaggen." Cormac froze, as if petrified, abruptly turning around with a face full of shock. "Professor Snape? What are you doing here?" He had completely failed to notice when Snape had appeared. "I believe." Snape stepped slowly out from the shadows, his towering figure nearly enveloping Hermione behind him, his gaze sharp as a poisoned dagger. "Miss Granger has made her wishes abundantly clear." His deliberately elongated tone dripped with an unmistakable threat. Cormac's confusion was palpable as he glanced between Hermione and the grim-faced Snape, attempting to defend himself. "But, Professor? Miss Granger is my dance partner." His words faltered under Snape's suddenly narrowed, furious gaze, as if ready to unleash a lethal curse at any moment. A chill shot up his spine. "Mr. McLaggen?" Snape's voice resounded again, slow and deliberate, each syllable laced with suffocating pressure. Cormac was gripped with terror, turning to flee in a panic, only to unsteadily spill the deep red liquid from his glass all over Snape's expensive black suit. The dark stain rapidly spread across the pristine fabric, leaving Cormac frozen in place, ashen-faced. "I am terribly sorry, Professor Snape. You have successfully earned yourself." Snape glanced down at the stain on his chest, then raised his eyes, which were as frigid as Siberian winds. 1 month of community service, he pronounced through clenched teeth, emphasizing the final title, Mr. McLaggen. Yes, Professor. I am truly, deeply sorry, Professor Snape. As if granted a reprieve, Cormac McLaggen, trembling with terror, stumbled over his words in a hasty apology before scuttling away, leaving behind a rather disheveled figure. In an instant, the cramped space behind the pillar was left with only Hermione and Snape. Their gazes locked. Hermione observed Cormac's panicked retreat, and then shifted her attention to the conspicuous wine stain slowly trickling down Snape's front. Initially taken aback, she covered her mouth in disbelief. But soon she could no longer contain herself, letting out a soft laugh. It began as a breathless chuckle of incredulity, then erupted into a refreshing peal of laughter, her shoulders quivering slightly, and a hint of physiological tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Snape watched her with a mixture of bemusement and reluctant amusement, the corners of his tightly pressed lips curling ever so slightly upward, a fleeting warmth replacing the icy resignation in his gaze. He even let out a barely audible huff, as if to say, "Look at the mischief you've caused." As Hermione's laughter subsided, she dabbed at her eyes, her gaze returning to the glaring wine stain. Her expression suffused with a gentle mirth and a touch of mischief. "Oh, Severus, I'm truly sorry for your suit," she remarked, retrieving a delicately embroidered handkerchief scented faintly with fragrance from her petite handbag. "Not at all," Snape replied, his voice low and tinged with a barely perceptible roughness. He did not refuse her offer, merely shifting slightly to facilitate her actions, his steady gaze resting upon her intent profile. Hermione rose onto her toes. He was, after all, quite tall, carefully using the soft silk handkerchief to press against the damp fabric of his suit, tenderly absorbing the wine. Each gentle brush of her fingertips, separated only by the thin cloth, occasionally grazed his solid, warm chest, and with every subtle contact, the air around them seemed to thicken with an unspoken, heart-stirring intimacy. She could distinctly feel the rise and fall of his steady breath, inhaling the familiar scent of potions mingled with the crispness of cedar, along with a faint hint of leather, awakened by the wine. Her cheeks flushed anew, and her movements instinctively softened and slowed. Snape, slightly lowering his head, gazed at her thick lashes, which trembled ever so slightly with concentration, and her cheeks, flushed with shyness and proximity. Her warm breath brushed against his jawline like a whisper. Naturally, he reached for Hermione's untouched cocktail from the nearby table, bringing it to his nose for a brief sniff, his brow arching slightly, breaking the almost suffocating silence. Fortunately, he remarked with a hint of barely concealed sarcasm, his gaze still fixed on her face, "I merely wish to share a drink with you, devoid of any special concoction." With that, he disdainfully returned the glass to the table, as though it were something unsavory. At that moment, a cheerful patter of footsteps accompanied by the aroma of food drew near. "Hermione, we've gathered so much." Harry's voice abruptly halted. He appeared bearing a large platter brimming with treats, fruits, and beverages, followed closely by Ginny, who held 2 cups of pumpkin juice. The pair abruptly skidded to a halt at the corner of the pillar, their mouths agape at the scene before them. Hermione was leaning affectionately, nearly nestled against Snape. On her toes, one hand tenderly resting on the wine-soaked area of his suit, gently dabbing, and the ever-stern, unapproachable potions master, instead of pushing her hand away, was slightly bowing his head, his focus entirely on her, an expression of softness that Harry swore he had never witnessed on Snape's face before. He even fancied that the corners of Snape's mouth had curved ever so slightly upward in a suspiciously affirmative manner. Harry was left in shock, his jaw nearly dropping, an overwhelming sense of absurdity washing over him, almost compelling him to exclaim, "Shoo!" Ginny was quicker to react. She seized Harry's arm with such force that he nearly dropped the platter. Gazing at the pair behind the pillar, Ginny wore no trace of surprise, only a knowing smirk of delight and mischief. Without waiting for Harry to process the scene, she deftly pulled him, still in shock, into the lively dance floor, seamlessly merging into the swirling crowd. "Ginny, did you see that?" As Hermione and Snape. Harry, still grappling with disbelief, turned to glance back, his voice low yet filled with astonishment. I saw. Ginny's voice was brimming with suppressed excitement and laughter, skillfully guiding Harry in their dance, using her body to shield his gaze. "Don't make a fuss, Harry. Trust me, just pretend you didn't see. Isn't this the Christmas miracle?" Her radiant smile sparkled under the twinkling lights of the dance floor, clearly relishing in the secrecy of this unexpected revelation. Chapter 6, The Mistletoe Paradox. "Professor Snape, you look absolutely splendid tonight." Hermione leaned against the pillar, tilting her head slightly, a rare, almost teasing glint in her eyes. Snape's cheeks betrayed a faint blush, barely perceptible. He instinctively averted his gaze, scanning the bustling crowd nearby, then habitually stiffened his features, resuming his usual solemn demeanor. "You look rather lovely as well, Miss Granger," he replied, his voice low, his gaze briefly lingering on her exquisite deep emerald gown before settling back into the warmth of her smiling eyes. At that moment, Hermione. Ron's boisterous voice approached with mirth. "What did you do to Cormac?" Ron burst from the edge of the crowd, a triumphant grin plastered on his face. Yet, as he caught sight of the imposing figure of the man standing before Hermione, clad in black, his expression froze, as if petrified, his footsteps faltering. "P. Potter," he managed to stammer, his voice cracking unnaturally. Just as Ron appeared, Snape's gaze seemed to inadvertently flick upward, drawn to the shadow of the grand, intricately carved stone pillar, where a small cluster of glossy green mistletoe adorned with white berries hung enticingly. The Christmas decorations of Hogwarts were omnipresent. Hermione followed Snape's gaze, and upon spotting the mistletoe, her heart skipped a beat, and a deep blush erupted across her cheeks. She was well aware of the tradition. Those standing beneath the mistletoe could not refuse a kiss. Snape's gaze returned to Hermione's suddenly flushed face, a hint of panic flickering in his expression. His eyes, inscrutable, then, under Ron's wide-eyed stare, he leaned forward ever so slightly, his demeanor almost reverent. One hand gently, almost imperceptibly, rested against her waist, ensuring her stability, while his cool, soft lips brushed against her warm cheek, a fleeting, restrained contact. "Happy Christmas," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, meant only for her ears. Straightening, he resumed his enigmatic expression, his tone returning to its customary coolness. "I wish you a splendid evening, Miss Granger." With that, he did not spare a glance at the still stunned Ron, as if merely fulfilling an obligatory gesture, striding away with purpose. His black suit melding seamlessly into the shadows and throng of the hall. Dumbledore's gaze quietly followed the tall, dark figure that melded into the crowd. A cup of honeyed mead, shimmering with an amber hue reflected by the glow of the fireplace, cradled in his hand. The blue eyes behind the lenses narrowed slightly, as if deciphering a complex and precious ancient incantation. The unusual suit he donned, coupled with a posture that seemed to embrace the mistletoe under the duress of tradition, was a silent proclamation in itself. Severus Snape, burdened with an overwhelming weight of darkness and pain, had nearly transformed himself into a cold gravestone. Yet, at this moment, amidst the enchanting atmosphere of Christmas, he appeared to finally permit a faint but genuine warmth to pierce through the self-imposed frost of his confinement. He gently swirled the wine in his glass, observing the fragmented light refracting within, akin to a subtle shift that perhaps even the individual himself had not fully grasped. Hermione stood frozen in place, one hand unconsciously brushing against the cheek that had just been kissed, still lingering with the cool touch of his lips. Her heart raced as if it sought to escape her chest, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson akin to a ripe tomato, her mind a blank slate. This was simply too much. Her heart was instantly inundated with an overwhelming, incredulous joy and sweetness, nearly compelling her to scream. She had never imagined that he would, in front of others, reveal such an intimate gesture towards her, even if it was through the veil of tradition. "Hermione," Ron finally regained his voice, pointing with trembling fingers towards the direction where Snape had vanished, then abruptly gesturing to the small mistletoe above Hermione's head, stammering in disbelief. He kissed you." Because of that, taking a deep breath, Hermione forced herself to detach from the overwhelming surprise and embarrassment. She lowered her hand, striving to adopt an expression of equal bewilderment and resignation, glancing up at the instigator of this chaos, the mistletoe, then shrugged, offering Ron a look of shared astonishment. "Oh, goodness, I hadn't even noticed the mistletoe there. You know how the tradition goes. It's quite unexpected, I assenti it." She deliberately emphasized the word tradition. Ron stared at Hermione, then recalled Snape's earlier, businesslike demeanor, and it seemed, perhaps, to make some sense. He nodded dumbly, his mind still grappling with the bizarre scene. Indeed, he was quite unusual today. Did you see what he was wearing? And this mistletoe, he still felt something was amiss, but could not quite articulate a more plausible explanation. Christmas miracle. Hermione's gaze followed Snape's vanishing silhouette, her voice soft, imbued with a dreamy smile, as if speaking to Ron yet lost in a secret sweetness known only to her. Harry and Ginny approached after finishing a waltz, their faces aglow with color and mirth. "Harry, you won't believe what just happened," Ron exclaimed, seizing Harry as if he were a lifeline, shaking him in astonishment. "Snape, he kissed Hermione. Right here." He pointed excitedly to his cheek, just beneath the pillar. "The man has truly lost his mind. Absolutely insane." Ginny and Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, both turning to Hermione. Her cheeks flushed anew, and she quickly averted her face, pretending to admire the decorations of the dance floor, though her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her dress. Harry observed Hermione's embarrassment and recalled the intimate scene he had witnessed from the other side of the pillar. Had he even noticed the mistletoe? And a wave of incredulity surged within him. Was this truly merely a result of the mistletoe? Please, boys. Hermione finally composed herself, turning to face them. Striving to sound calm, yet tinged with exasperation, he was simply adhering to that ridiculous Christmas tradition. A mere, social, friendly gesture. She spread her hands, attempting to emphasize the compelled nature of the act. Friendly? When has he ever abided by such a tedious tradition? Was he ever friendly? Ron still wore a look of disbelief, pointing towards the mistletoe. That thing has been hanging there all night. Why didn't he kiss Filch? Or Peeves? Ginny? Observing Ron on the verge of a meltdown and Hermione's attempts to defuse the situation, glanced at Harry's contemplative expression and decisively shifted the topic. Hermione, what did you say to Cormac earlier? He looked utterly dazed, walked right into the ice sculpture fountain. Hermione shot Ginny a grateful look. Oh, Merlin. I told him I wanted some time alone to gather my thoughts, but clearly, he had imbibed too much. She shook her head in resignation. Hermione, Harry ventured cautiously, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized her face for clues, just before Cormac spilled his drink. I saw you with SN. He sought to inquire about the incident behind the pillar, knowing full well it was not merely the mistletoe that had prompted such behavior. Come on, Hermione. Ginny's clear voice interjected with undeniable authority, stepping closer to Hermione, naturally linking her arm with hers, and in a hushed tone, meant solely for their ears. Added with a mischievous lilt, your dress, just now behind the pillar, didn't he get splashed by Cormac's drink? Or crumpled by something else? We should check. She winked knowingly, then unceremoniously whisked the still blushing Hermione towards the staircase leading to the girls' dormitory, leaving Harry and Ron staring at each other, their minds swirling with immense questions regarding the suit, the kiss, the mistletoe, and the secrets behind the pillar. Chapter 7. Ginny's reasonable explanation. Oh, thank goodness for Ginny. The moment Hermione stepped around the staircase corner, escaping the tumultuous gaze of the festivities below, she leaned against the cold stone wall, exhaling deeply, her chest heaving. Hermione, Ginny's voice resonated in the quiet staircase, imbued with a knowing calm rather than astonishment. You and Professor Snape? Her bright eyes scrutinized her friend, sharp with curiosity. Hermione jolted, uncertainty flooding her expression. Ginny? How did you? Previously a mere inkling of suspicion, Ginny approached, compassionately placing a hand on Hermione's arm, her voice dropping lower, but today, it's nearly confirmed. ISNT it? Remember, George was convinced his love potion wouldn't fail. I sensed something was off since the day you returned from Hogsmeade. And then I caught you that day. You were in detention with Snape, and you seemed so downcast, lost in thought. I thought she carefully observed Hermione's reaction. Had perhaps been cruel to you. Hermione listened in silence, the warmth in her cheeks still lingering. But then, I noticed the way you looked at him. And your reactions tonight. Ginny's voice held a hint of inquiry. Do you both have feelings for each other? Her question was tentative. Taking a deep breath, Hermione seemed to gather her resolve, meeting Ginny's gaze. Yes. Ginny's expression instantly relaxed, replaced by an unadulterated curiosity fueled by the fire of gossip. But Snape? She echoed incredulously. How could you possibly like him? Seeing Ginny's expression, as if she had suggested a troll performing ballet, Hermione couldn't help but laugh, sinking onto the cold stone steps. Oh, I don't really know, she replied, her voice brightening slightly, tinged with a sweetness that even she found hard to believe. It was as if, at some point, she had begun to perceive him as possessing a unique allure. She paused, letting out a self-deprecating laugh, fully aware of how absurd that sounded. And he likes you too? Ginny inched closer, resting her hand on her shoulder, her eyes wide with astonishment. This is simply unbelievable. Merlin's beard. I never imagined Professor Snape could harbor such feelings for anyone. Incredible, isn't it? Hermione felt her cheeks flush again, casting a sideways glance at Ginny. Even now? I scarcely dare to believe it myself, she confessed, a dreamy smile curving her lips. But he truly is quite gentle. Gentle? Ginny's expression mirrored that of someone who had just heard that Peeves had been made head boy. Snape? Gentle? She vigorously shook her head, trying to reconcile the image of his perpetually gloomy, acerbic demeanor with the notion of gentleness, ultimately conceding defeat. That image is simply too hard to fathom. I know it's difficult, Hermione murmured, her thoughts drifting back to those fleeting moments known only to her. The intense gaze, the barely perceptible warmth in his deep voice, the protective touch. An involuntary smile blossomed at the corners of her mouth. Merlin's beard, Hermione, Ginny observed, captivated by the uncontainable radiance and sweetness on her friend's face, finally convinced. You truly have fallen for him. I suppose so, Hermione admitted, her expression shifting to one of concern as she glanced towards the great hall below. Now I fear that Harry has caught on to something. Oh, don't worry about Harry, Ginny interjected immediately, her face alight with the trademark sly pride of the Weasley family. I'll try to explain things to him. Of course. With a sufficiently reasonable explanation. She winked mischievously. Come on, we need to head down. If we linger too long, they'll start to suspect something. Ginny sprang to her feet, grasping Hermione's wrist, and together they hurried down the staircase, merging into the warm, bustling atmosphere below. Upon returning to the brightly lit hall, alive with music, they found Harry and Ron seated on a couch far from the dance floor, evidently awaiting their arrival. Is everything all right? Harry's gaze searched their faces. A hint of lingering confusion evident. Yes, everything is perfectly normal, Ginny replied, offering Hermione a reassuring smile as they settled onto the sofa together. These damned high heels. Hermione grumbled sincerely, rubbing her ankle. They're even more exhausting than dealing with a bludger. Oh, I must seize the opportunity while Cormac is absent to replenish my energy. Hermione's stomach grumbled at that moment, reminding her that she hadn't eaten since breakfast. She rose and made her way toward the lavish banquet table. Almost as soon as Hermione walked away, Harry leaned closer to Ginny, lowering his voice. Ginny, did Hermione say anything to you just now? About her and Snape? It's all so peculiar. Ron immediately squeezed in beside Ginny, straining to hear. Oh, it's nothing of great importance, Ginny replied casually as she removed the other heel. As nonchalantly as if discussing the weather. Don't overthink it. She cast a glance at the two eager boys and wove a smooth fabrication. Professor Snape was merely, expressing his gratitude, thanking Hermione for helping him organize a term's worth of assignments and for cleaning his cauldron, you know. Considering how many times he has kept her in detention. She paused, gauging their reactions before lightly adding, if you two had assisted him that much, he would likely, reciprocate as well, especially under the mistletoe, if you were to. Harry and Ron recoiled simultaneously as though they had just encountered something revolting. And Ginny pressed on, capitalizing on their reaction with a note of sympathy. Didn't Hermione get injured while in detention? I've heard that Snape took her to the hospital wing overnight, and even stayed for a while. It's not surprising that Hermione might have, revised her opinion of him. She smiled inwardly at their expressions, which seemed to soften with the hint of reason. Therefore, she immediately adopted a more admonitory tone. Do not trouble Hermione about this any further. Do not embarrass her. She shot them a stern glare. The two boys instinctively nodded in compliance. Ginny rolled her eyes internally. They were as easily swayed as two sheep. Hey, Hermione, Harry called out as she returned with a plate. His eyes filled with awkwardness and apology. Did you try that coconut ice? It's quite delightful. ISNT it? Hermione observed that Harry and Ron seemed to have regained their usual demeanor and instinctively glanced at Ginny. She returned a minuscule, triumphant wink, as if to say all is well. Oh, yes, Hermione sighed with relief, settling down while cautiously scanning the surroundings. Cormac hasn't returned yet, has he? I doubt he has the courage to show his face again, Ron chuckled, recalling Cormac's drenched, disheveled appearance. You missed the most entertaining part. Everyone was in fits of laughter. He chuckled again, relishing in the memory. If it were me, I would have crawled into a crack in the ground and never come out. That would be for the best, Hermione thought, sinking deeper into the sofa. Feeling as though the evening's dramatic upheavals were finally drawing to a close. They watched the revelers sway in the dance floor, their laughter slightly tipsy. As the three began casual conversation, just as Hermione was comfortably discussing Christmas holiday plans with Harry, a figure suddenly took a seat beside her, Cormac McLaggen. Instinctively, she shifted closer to Harry. Cormac appeared transformed. He had discarded the ostentatious ensemble for a sleek black tailcoat. The heavy scent of alcohol replaced by a subtle freshness from his clean attire. His previously slicked back hair now flowed in soft, tousled curls, revealing its natural brown hue. He bore an earnest expression of apology, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Hermione, I truly am sorry, he stammered, running a hand through his tousled curls. Appearing clumsy yet sincere. Before the ball, I had a few glasses of sherry, and I didn't expect the after-effects to be so strong. Hermione nodded in understanding. It's just that I was so nervous about you agreeing to be my partner, he continued, his voice dropping shyly. You've never really acknowledged me before. A pang of guilt seized Hermione. She had merely used him to escape an awkward situation, never considering the boy's feelings. She had scarcely glanced at his letters before tossing them into the fireplace. I'm truly sorry, Hermione. I was dreadfully rude today. He looked up. Sincerity etched in his eyes. I hope you can forgive me. His gaze swept over Hermione's friends as he stood. I wish you, at least from this moment on, a pleasant evening. He prepared to depart. Cormac, Hermione called, rising as well, her face a mask of genuine contrition. I owe you an apology. I hastily accepted your invitation, causing you anxiety, and got you in trouble. Oh no, please don't think that. Cormac immediately shook his head, a bashful smile breaking through. I was genuinely thrilled that you accepted. As for the detention, that was entirely my own fault. He admitted candidly. At that moment, Hermione felt that this Gryffindor substitute keeper was not quite as insufferable as she had previously thought. Just then, a soft, melodious waltz began to play. Cormac looked at Hermione. His eyes filled with tentative inquiry. When he saw the encouraging smile she offered, he gallantly extended his hand, guiding her onto the dance floor. Hermione, I hope you don't misunderstand my intentions. Cormac gently placed his hand on her waist with the back of his hand, maintaining an appropriate distance, and sincerely remarked, You look truly enchanting today. After saying this, he shyly chuckled to himself. To Hermione's astonishment, Cormac, devoid of alcohol's influence, displayed an unexpectedly graceful demeanor. His sense of propriety remarkably well balanced. Thank you, Hermione replied with a smile. You appear quite spirited as well, though that previous moment doesn't count. Upon hearing this, Cormac instinctively covered his mouth with a half-closed fist and laughed self-deprecatingly. How unfortunate, right? The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere relaxed and harmonious. Chapter 8. The Shadow Waltz. In a dimly lit corner of the Great Hall, Severus Snape resembled a sculpture melded into the shadows. His deep-set eyes fixated on the couple in the center of the dance floor, where Hermione Granger was engaged in lively conversation with Cormac McLaggen. His sharply defined fingers gripped the glass. The flames of the whiskey within swayed violently as he downed it in one gulp, a burning sensation tracing from his throat to his stomach. This was already his fifth glass. Hey, Severus. A cheerful voice cut through the moment. Dumbledore, who had just twirled nearby, paused in his steps, or rather, he and Professor McGonagall swayed slightly in place with a peculiar rhythm, not truly stopping. His blue eyes, glimmering behind crescent-shaped glasses, curiously landed on Snape's hand, which had just grasped the glass. You seem to be in good spirits tonight, His tone was light, imbued with a cunning that suggested he saw through everything yet chose to misinterpret. Snape abruptly turned his head, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip with rain, glaring at the unusually jovial headmaster. He squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Not too bad, sir. His voice was low, starkly contrasting with the surrounding merriment. Oh, Severus, Professor McGonagall, following Dumbledore's rhythm, stopped and regarded him with a hint of serious concern, her gaze already beginning to search the dance floor. You really should dance. Hiding in a corner and drinking away your sorrows isn't festive at all. She evidently misread the somber aura that enveloped Snape, believing him merely a touch more relaxed than usual. I know you're a superb dancer, Severus. You're skilled, a gentleman, and... Did they truly think he was in a good mood? In this place filled with obnoxious noise and that insufferable McLaggen? A good mood? Now they wished to find him a casual dance partner? It was like adding fuel to the fire. No need, he interjected, his voice cold as ice, each word striking like a dagger. Thank you both. He cut off Professor McGonagall before she could finish her thought. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow in worry, observing the aura of solitude radiating from him. Oh, Albus, he is always like this, her tone laden with confusion and deep regret. Dumbledore, however, gazed at Snape's rigid back from above his glasses with a peculiar sense of delight, a knowing smile curving his lips. Don't worry, Minerva, he said softly, his voice tinged with an unusual comfort. I believe it's a positive sign. Severus is finally allowing himself to wade back into the river of emotions, even if that river is currently swollen with jealousy. With that, he pleasantly took Professor McGonagall's hand, and they glided gracefully into the dance floor, distancing themselves from the center of low pressure. Oh no, your favorite subject is actually charms? Merlin above, that's my nightmare, Cormac exclaimed dramatically, eliciting a hearty laugh from Hermione. What? How could that be? I can hardly believe anyone could dislike charms. Hermione's laughter rang clear, yet to Snape's ears, it was dissonant. He failed to notice that Cormac's hand, which had been awkwardly resting against her waist, had silently slipped down, his palm now pressed intimately against her slender waist. All of this did not escape Snape's watchful gaze from the shadows. The melodious music twisted in his ears into a cacophony. The drunken laughter and revelry surrounding him seemed foolish and ostentatious, rendering the opulent great hall utterly vulgar. The sight of Cormac holding Hermione, that foolish grin, that self-satisfied posture, became increasingly loathsome in Snape's eyes, akin to a serpent attempting to coil around a treasure. Cormac clumsily stepped on Hermione's foot again, hurriedly apologizing, completely oblivious to the figure in the corner who had abruptly slammed down his glass, the bottom of the cup striking the table with a dull thud. Snape's face was like stone as he strode purposefully through the crowd, resembling a cloud charged with the threat of a storm, heading straight towards the dance floor. Just as he approached, that accursed waltz ended at the most inopportune moment. Snape forcibly suppressed the fury boiling within him, inhaling deeply. His icy gaze, sharp enough to make a first-year student cry, first sliced through Cormac with an unmistakable warning, then shifted to Hermione, revealing a flicker of barely perceptible panic and a deeper emotion. Cormac, bewildered and innocent, seemed to ask, "What did I do wrong this time? Merlin must be against me today?" Hermione, however, gazed at the suddenly appearing professor with surprise. A new waltz began, one with a slower tempo and a more profound melody. Snape's eyes were firmly fixed on Hermione's face, filled with an undeniable intensity, and then, with great reluctance, he cast a threatening glance toward Cormac, raising an eyebrow dangerously. "Mr. McLaggen, would you mind if I borrowed your dance partner?" His voice was deep, each word like ice shards forced through clenched teeth. Cormac felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze and looked to Hermione for help. Despite the turmoil in her heart, she managed to offer him a reassuring, almost imperceptible nod. Cormac withdrew Hermione's hand from his palm, cautiously extending it towards Snape. "Of course, Professor Snape." Snape grasped the offered hand, the force of his grip almost causing Hermione to feel the hardness of his knuckles and the slight dampness of his palm. His rough fingertips inadvertently brushed against her smooth hand. "What are you doing?" Hermione's voice was barely above a whisper, her cheeks aflame, her gaze a mix of embarrassment and faint concern. "Miss Granger," he inclined his head slightly, his deep-set eyes boring into hers, swirling with a complexity capable of consuming all surrounding noise. "Shall we?" he asked softly, his voice huskily magnetic, enriched by the whiskey. As Hermione looked into his eyes, which seemed to hold endless stories yet now revealed only affection for her, an unprecedented courage surged within her. She was acutely aware that Harry and Ron were likely watching from nearby, yet without hesitation, she firmly grasped his cold, strong hand in return. In the next moment, his long, bony fingers, with undeniable strength and an odd gentleness, securely enveloped her waist, through the thin fabric of her clothing. The warmth and power of his palm were unmistakable, causing Hermione to involuntarily gasp, her body trembling slightly within the sudden tightening of his embrace. Only Severus Snape, could make her heart race, her fingertips tingle, as if she were ensnared in an invisible magical field. This thought uncontrollably flashed through Hermione's mind. Snape distinctly felt the momentary shiver and submission of the girl in his arms. The dark flame of jealousy that had almost consumed him was doused, as if splashed with cold water, extinguishing much of its fury. A flicker of self-deprecating irony briefly crossed the taut line of his lips. Such a profoundly foolish suspicion, yet even the taut line of his jaw seemed to soften slightly. Hermione felt akin to a feather, gracefully guided by his elegant and practiced movements, gliding effortlessly across the polished floor. "How shall I address you?" she inquired, tilting her head slightly to gaze at his sharply defined profile, which bore the usual gloom, now curiously mingled with a tenderness that bordered on melancholy. Her breath brushed against his ear. "Professor Snape? Or perhaps Severus?" Her voice was but a whisper. He inclined his head slightly, the hard lines of his jaw nearly grazing her hair, his gaze drifting towards the flickering candlelight across the dance floor, his deep voice imbued with an unusual allowance. "As you wish, Hermione." The way he uttered her name was low and clear, akin to a long-held secret finally revealed. A wave of dizzying sweetness washed over Hermione. If only he would permit it, she yearned to cast aside all reason and reservations, to rise on tiptoe and seize a deep kiss from this man who left her utterly entranced, heedless of Harry, Ron, or the watchful eyes of Hogwarts. She was completely ensnared in the vortex of his unique charm. In stark contrast to her previous clumsy partners who had trodden on her toes, he was remarkably different. His lead was precise and graceful. A delicate turn, he held her waist, the movements flowing as if rehearsed 1,000 times, a spin that drew her closer. His strong arms providing her with an unparalleled sense of security. His deep-set eyes, filled with an inescapable sorrow, a haunting restraint, and a searing desire that seemed ready to burst forth, were like an unfathomable sea into which she would willingly drown. Snape lowered his head slightly, his gaze greedily tracing the enchanting features of the girl in his arms, as if to etch every nuance of light and shadow into his memory. The fresh scent emanating from her lingered around him, an invisible hand teasing his taut nerves. An indescribable yearning compelled him, and his arms involuntarily tightened, drawing her closer and more tenderly against him, her delicate chin nearly resting on his broad, yet somewhat lean shoulder. Hermione's heart raced within her chest, pounding against her ribs. But within that fervent rhythm lay an overwhelming and intoxicating happiness. She obediently pressed her cheek against the fabric of his suit, feeling the steady, powerful thrum of his heartbeat through the thin material. A blush akin to the finest rouge spread from the base of her ears to her neck. Nestled in his reassuring embrace, she cautiously raised a hand, tentatively caressing his back, no longer hindered by the weight of his usual robes. Her fingertips clearly discerned the contours of the firm muscles beneath his suit, alongside the comforting warmth emanating from him. Unable to resist, she lifted her gaze once more to meet his profound eyes, the tenderness and affection therein nearly melting her away. A fierce, reckless thought surged forth. She wished to kiss him, right here, right now. They remained entwined, slowly moving to the hauntingly deep strains of the waltz. The world around them blurring into insignificance, leaving only their shared breaths and heartbeats. Time appeared to be under the influence of a slowing charm, each second stretching, saturated with unspoken sweetness. They silently prayed in their hearts, may this music never cease. In the distance, Ginny Weasley paused her conversation with friends, her gaze quietly following the pair in the center of the dance floor. She observed the unabashed light in Hermione's eyes as she looked up at Snape, and the almost reverent concentration etched on Snape's brow as he gazed down at Hermione, a look he seldom revealed. The surprise and curiosity that had adorned Ginny's face gradually transformed into a gentle, understanding smile. She finally comprehended what Hermione meant by tenderness. That smile blossomed on her face, laced with a touch of emotion, and she swayed gently with the lingering music. Severus, Hermione softly called from within his arms, her voice a gentle murmur. He replied in a low tone, his voice slightly rising at the end, imbued with a hint of lazy warmth, his chin unconsciously brushing against her hair. Tonight. She shyly bit her lip, summoning every ounce of courage. May I? Her words carried a thrilling implication, yet were tinged with youthful shyness. She felt a low, pleasurable chuckle reverberate from his chest. Hermione mustered her courage, lifting her head slightly from the comforting embrace, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears, gazing deeply into the depths of his eyes. Snape stared back at her, those eyes, always harboring so many secrets, now clearly reflecting her image, the warmth of affection almost spilling over. He drew her back into his embrace, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe, his voice low as if casting the most secretive of spells. Of course. Those simple words carried the spark of an all-consuming fire. Hermione's face instantly flamed with embarrassment, burying herself into his chest, infused with the scents of whiskey and herbs. As if this would conceal the heartbeat that threatened to leap from her throat and the molten shyness that enveloped her. She closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling. She felt his arms tighten around her, a silent promise and fervor radiating from that embrace. Wait for me on the left staircase. His deep voice resonated above her. The music gradually drew to a close. They instinctively separated, like any ordinary dance partners, executing a flawless concluding bow. Hermione strove to maintain an outward calm as she returned to the sofa where Harry and the others were seated. Well, I think I should head back. Her voice trembled ever so slightly. Harry, seemingly a bit dazed from a few glasses of champagne, blinked. Huh? What time is it? I feel like I should too. From the corner of her eye, Hermione caught sight of the tall, dark figure silently making his way toward the stone staircase leading upstairs. Ginny followed Hermione's gaze, instantly understanding. She promptly stood, linking her arm with Harry's, while addressing Hermione. Oh, let's go too. Hermione, see you in the dormitory later. She shot a knowing glance at Hermione, her expression laced with a teasing smile. Or not. Merry Christmas, Hermione. Hermione returned her a grateful and sweet smile. Merry Christmas, Ginny. With that, she turned and walked with light, yet resolute steps towards the staircase leading into the unknown. Ascending the stairs, she distanced herself from the commotion and scrutiny of the hall. In the dim light, that familiar figure leaned languidly against the cold stone wall, one hand casually tucked into his suit pants pocket, as if he had been waiting there all along. All reservations, all facades crumbled in that moment. Hermione practically threw herself at him, cupping his cool face in her hands, rising on tiptoe, and with all the yearning and affection she had accumulated throughout the night. She pressed her lips against his cool, thin ones. Oh, Severus, a contented sigh melted into the intertwining breaths. Snape let out a low grunt, his strong arms instantly tightening around her waist, pulling her deeper against himself. After a brief moment of dizziness, the cold stone wall and the shadows of the staircase faded away. The crackling of the firewood in the hearth replaced the distant melody, and the air filled with the familiar, distinctive scent of potion ingredients, aged parchment, and cedar, as they found themselves in the dim, yet intimate bedroom of Spinner's End. Chapter 9. Return to Spinner's End. The sudden darkness caused Hermione's eyes to momentarily lose focus. Snape silently drew his wand from his suit pocket, and with a gentle flick, the warm glow of the fire immediately dispelled the darkness, illuminating the entire room. Only then did Hermione have the opportunity to carefully examine the space she had hurriedly fled from last time. The room was exceptionally spacious, yet clean and orderly to the point of being almost bare, with scarcely any superfluous decorations. The wallpaper, adorned with deep purple patterns, had begun to yellow with age. In one corner, a broad walnut bed was draped in a thick, deep green cashmere blanket, accompanied only by a stark, black leather armchair with austere lines. The fireplace, sculpted from cold white marble, stood beside a neatly stacked pile of firewood, while two enormous windows were partially concealed by dark curtains, allowing the moonlight to filter through the gaps and cast a gentle halo upon the smoky oak floor. Snape removed his suit jacket and casually draped it over the back of the armchair. He observed her curious demeanor with an inscrutable expression while leisurely loosening the black tie that clung tightly to his neck. Well, he mused, leaning back into the armchair, raising an eyebrow with palpable intrigue, his gaze heavy upon her. Very concise. Hermione suddenly snapped back to reality, meeting his eyes with a hint of barely perceptible awkwardness. Very good. She cautiously edged closer to him. Snape stood upright and extended his hand towards her, his gesture imbued with an undeniable gentleness as he effortlessly drew her into his embrace. The warmth of her body seeped through the delicate fabric of her smooth silk nightgown. He lifted his hand and gently removed the ribbon from her hair, causing her thick, brown curls to cascade like a waterfall, gracefully draping over her shoulders and the smooth expanse of her back. Snape gazed down at the girl in his arms, who appeared even more graceful than he remembered, and could not resist kissing her. Moments later, he pulled back slightly, observing Hermione's breathless state. Her cheeks flushed, while a tumultuous undercurrent flickered in his deep-set eyes. "Hermione," he murmured, his brow slightly furrowed, his voice rich and resonant against her ear, tinged with a barely noticeable huskiness. The sound, akin to velvet enveloping gravel, effortlessly ensnared her. Hermione felt as if her rationality had been swept away by the sound, leaving only an intoxicating surrender in its wake. The following morning, Hermione was roused by the sunlight streaming across her eyelids. She slowly opened her eyes, the remnants of last night's gloom vanishing in the golden light, as tiny particles of dust danced gracefully in the bright beams. In the fireplace, the fire crackled softly, and the air was still infused with the faint scent of her perfume, intermingled with Snape's distinctive aroma of potions and aged pages. "Good morning." Snape's voice emerged from beside her, low and rich with the remnants of sleep. Hermione blinked drowsily, turning toward the sound. There sat Snape, fully dressed in a slightly loose black sweater, perched in the armchair beside the bed, a copy of the Daily Prophet spread open in his hands. Yet his gaze was fixed upon her. "Oh, good morning, Professor," she replied, the title slipping from her lips reflexively despite their changed relationship. She instinctively attempted to sit up. Snape immediately set down the newspaper and almost instantaneously was at her bedside, thoughtfully wrapping the blanket around her bare shoulders. Hermione suddenly became acutely aware of her state, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Oh, thank you," she murmured, feeling a touch flustered. Snape's gaze swept gently over her before he leaned down to place a feather-light kiss upon her forehead. I think Hermione's voice was scarcely a whisper, laced with evident embarrassment. "I need to visit the restroom, of course," Snape replied, rising promptly, a rare hint of fluster evident in his movements. Clearing his throat, he continued, "It's at the far left of the living room." He stood still, watching as Hermione remained wrapped in the blanket on the bed, showing no inclination to rise. And he cast a puzzled glance her way. Time flowed quietly for half a minute. Hermione's face reddened further as she hesitantly murmured, "I don't have clothes." Snape's realization dawned upon him, and he swiftly turned towards the corner wardrobe. The door swung open to reveal countless identical black shirts and robes. Frowning, he quickly sifted through the rows of garments. After a moment, he finally extracted a relatively soft white shirt, hesitantly offering it to her while closely observing her expression. "I hope this fits reasonably well." "Oh, thank you." Hermione gingerly accepted the shirt, her fingertips accidentally brushing against his. She lifted her gaze, gratitude and shyness mingling in her eyes. Without a word, Snape promptly turned away, facing the window that overlooked the white expanse outside. He heard the subtle creak of the bed behind him, followed by the faint patter of bare feet against the wooden floor as she dashed out of the bedroom, culminating in the gentle click of the restroom door closing. Only then did he slowly turn back, returning to the armchair in a state of indescribable daze. The Daily Prophet was set aside as he stared blankly out the window. Diagon Alley, a place perpetually shrouded in chill and solitude, now seemed nearly buried beneath a thick blanket of snow. Yet, he had never felt the sunlight here to be as warm and bright as it was at this moment, as if piercing through years of gloom. Before long, the restroom door was pushed open gently. Hermione emerged, her damp, tousled curls framing her face, barefoot, and her cheeks flushed. The white shirt, belonging to him, hung loosely on her slender frame, its hem nearly reaching her knees, the sleeves rolled several times to reveal her wrists. What was worse, she had evidently misbuttoned it in her haste, creating a skewed and disheveled appearance. This chaotic yet possessive sight stirred his heartstrings once more inappropriately. Snape cursed his uncontrollable reaction inwardly. Ahem, he forced himself to avert his gaze, his voice slightly strained. Do you need anything else? He attempted to suppress his inner turmoil with a question. I'm not sure where there are any extras. Hermione fidgeted with the overly long sleeves, struggling to find a more suitable response, her cheeks deepening in hue. There are new toothbrushes in the cabinet beneath the mirror, Snape replied, striving to keep his voice calm and steady, his gaze fixed on the distant fireplace. As for a towel, if you don't mind. You can use my dark gray one, he added, his brow furrowed, as was his habit. Thank you, Hermione exclaimed gratefully, darting back into the restroom. Only after the door clicked shut did Snape exhale a long breath, feeling a mixture of relief and irritation at his body's uncontrollable instinctive response. The sound of running water echoed from the restroom. He forced himself to regain composure, rising to head to the living room, pouring himself a large glass of cold water, and downing it in one swift motion, the icy liquid momentarily quenching the heat in his chest. Silently, he sat on the cold leather sofa. Yet his gaze involuntarily lingered on the closed restroom door. At last, the sound of water ceased. The door opened, and amidst the mist, Hermione emerged, towel in hand, drying her damp hair. The wash shirt clung to her figure, subtly outlining her curves, while her cascading hair had soaked a large patch of fabric at her back, darkening its hue. You'd best tidy up in the bedroom, he advised without looking at her, his voice low as he focused on his intertwined fingers. The sound of the bedroom door closing prompted Snape to lift his gaze, quickly rising to almost rush to the table and pour himself another large glass of water, which he downed in one gulp. He needed to do something else, immediately. Thus, he strode towards the kitchen, deciding to brew 2 cups of coffee, a task that would divert his attention, and fortuitously, his wand lay on the nightstand in the bedroom. When he returned to the living room, carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee, he found Hermione curled up in a corner of the sofa, quietly gazing out at the swirling snowflakes. It's really coming down. Isn't it? Upon hearing his footsteps, Hermione turned her head, her face radiating a refreshing glow as though washed by rain. This seemingly mundane exchange oddly eased his taut nerves. He settled beside her, placing a cup of coffee on the tea table before her. Yes. He cast a glance out the window. The forecast predicted more of the same for the days to come. Hermione adjusted her posture, lifted the coffee cup, and cautiously sipped, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at him. I never imagined Professor Snape would brew coffee. A short, sardonic chuckle escaped him, laced with his customary mockery. Had Miss Granger been thoroughly spoiled by magic, expecting everything to be resolved with a mere flick of her wand? Hermione laughed at his jest, nodding candidly. Most of the time, indeed. Although, of course, that doesn't apply during the holidays. Ah, holidays. Snape seized upon the keyword, tilting his head to regard her. For this Christmas holiday, do you plan to return home or remain at Hogwarts? Hermione took another sip of her coffee before replying. Oh no. My parents made plans for their own little getaway to the Arctic to see the Northern Lights last year. You know, it's difficult for them to take such an extended holiday simultaneously. She paused, her gaze settling on his face. So, I will stay at school. A subtle, inexplicable sense of relief coursed through Snape's heart, and he discreetly raised his coffee cup to mask the slight upward curve of his lips. Then, he deliberately elongated his words, a rare glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. Does Miss Granger intend to preview all the textbooks for next term during the holiday? Hermione feigned annoyance, crinkling her nose as she lightly kicked him with her toes through the blanket. You know, he set down his cup, his tone suddenly serious, his gaze locking onto hers. You are not obliged to remain at Hogwarts. Hermione looked at him in confusion, then, as if a realization dawned upon her, her cheeks flushed crimson, her fingers unconsciously tracing the warm surface of the cup, her eyes wandering elsewhere. I don't quite understand, so I can. You can stay here. Before she could finish, Snape provided a clear answer. Hermione focused on a small wood grain at the edge of the tea table, took a deep breath, and summoned the courage to softly ask, Are you suggesting, with you? If you wish. Snape slightly raised an eyebrow, his tone devoid of any emotion, as if discussing the weather. After speaking, he lowered his head, concentrating on his coffee as if the liquid within had suddenly become of utmost importance. The air seemed to solidify. The crackling of the fire and the howling wind outside were magnified in this moment, filling the silence that enveloped them. Hermione could only hear her heart pounding like a drum against her eardrums, nearly drowning out everything else. The notion of staying here felt like a stone dropped into a deep pool, sending forth tumultuous waves within her heart. Shock, a flicker of secret excitement, followed by overwhelming trepidation that nearly engulfed her. She instinctively tightened her grip around the oversized shirt belonging to him, its soft fabric twisting in her fingers. Her gaze darted from his lowered eyelashes to his hand gripping the coffee cup, knuckles slightly white. Beneath that seemingly calm demeanor, was there an inkling of tension concealed? This thought sent another tremor through her heart. Countless thoughts collided in her mind. Stay? Spend the Christmas holiday with him? In the Spinner's End? It was utterly mad. Far too swift. They had only just begun. How would she explain this to Harry and Ron? Hogwarts. Rational alarm bells rang sharply in her head, forcefully suppressing the untimely wave of sweetness brought on by the invitation. She inhaled deeply, the cold air momentarily clarifying her tumultuous thoughts. Professor, this. Hermione's cheeks remained flushed, her fingertips nervously tracing the overly long sleeves of the shirt, her voice tinged with evident hesitation. It feels a bit sudden, doesn't it? She lifted her eyes to meet his, her expression mingling with regret, helplessness, and a hint of wavering she perhaps hadn't even noticed herself. Does it? Snape's voice deepened, the faint glimmer of hope extinguished in an instant, sinking into his habitual abyss. He felt a twinge of self-mockery. Indeed. A moment of impulsiveness and the morning's fervor had led to a foolish proposal. He should have known this was ill-timed. A bitter sense of disappointment quietly spread within him. Yet he swiftly encased it in a layer of rationality. Of course, he managed to conjure a nearly imperceptible smile, laced with self-deprecation. He set down his now lukewarm coffee cup, its base lightly tapping against the glass table, shattering the brief silence. I will escort you back to school shortly. His voice regained its composure, tinged with a hint of professional detachment, as if the earlier invitation had never transpired. Hermione observed the fleeting desolation in his eyes and the forced calmness that followed, her heart twisting as if something had gripped it, causing a subtle ache. Had she hurt him? This realization saddened her. She was certain her hesitation was rational, necessary, but witnessing him like this rendered that certainty burdensome. All right, she whispered, her voice soft as if fearing to disturb something fragile. Thank you, Severus. Almost instinctively, she reached out, carefully brushing her fingers against the small arm resting on the sofa. Through the texture of his sweater, she sensed his muscle tense momentarily, a silent defensive posture. Her fingertips, imbued with a soothing intent, gently traced along, attempting to melt the icy barrier between them. Snape felt the warmth from her fingers and the unspoken apology she conveyed, a corner of his carefully constructed facade subtly loosening. He did not withdraw his arm, but rather turned his hand to grasp hers, enveloping it in a profound, silent understanding. His thumb lingered briefly on the back of her hand, conveying a message of I comprehend. It's all right. Then, he raised his other hand, with an almost indulgent exasperation, gently sweeping aside a few damp, stray curls from her forehead, his fingertips casually grazing her cool skin. Let us first dry this troublesome hair of yours, he murmured, his tone devoid of the earlier detachment, replaced instead by a resigned tenderness. He stood and walked into the bedroom, returning shortly with his wand, positioning himself behind the sofa. Hermione obediently turned to accommodate him. The wand's tip emitted a gentle, warm breeze as his long fingers replaced a comb, delicately parting her hair, allowing the warm air to evenly caress her half-dry curls. His movements were meticulous, imbued with a near scholarly focus, as if handling a fragile and precious magical artifact. Hermione closed her eyes, surrendering to the sensation of being meticulously cared for. The warm air not only dried her hair, but also intensified the unique scent emanating from him, a blend of potions, old parchment, and the crispness of the morning, wrapping around her in tendrils. She couldn't help but inhale deeply, allowing this comforting yet exhilarating aroma to fill her lungs. As she slightly tilted her head back and opened her eyes, looking up at him, she noticed his brow furrowed, lips pressed tightly together. His expression concentrated as if he were concocting a potion of the utmost difficulty. That focus, that softness reserved solely for her, starkly contrasting with his usual acerbic demeanor, struck her heart like a silent incantation. An indescribable impulse seized her. Amidst the whispering warmth and his gentle touch, her eyes sparkled with a complex yet vibrant light. She raised her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly, cautiously exploring his cheek. The coolness of his skin, coupled with the slight roughness from his freshly shaven stubble, sent a thrill through her. Suddenly, Snape's movements froze. As the warm breeze dissipated, the wand slipped from his fingers, silently sinking into the plush cushions of the sofa. He remained motionless, offering no evasion. At the moment her fingertips brushed against him, his dense lashes fluttered down, obediently closing his eyes. Hermione hesitated no longer. She slightly arched her body, her arms encircling his neck, and pressed her warm lips gently, yet resolutely against his tightly pursed, cool lips. In the next heartbeat, Snape's sealed lips parted, as if a binding spell had been undone. He did not open his eyes but instead wrapped his arms around her, drawing her deeper into his embrace. Lowering his head, he reciprocated her kiss. This kiss was no longer a mere extension of the previous night's fervor. It transformed into a languorous, tender exploration, imbued with a silent, inquisitive affection. He savored her lips, his tongue exercising a near-reverent restraint as it delicately traced the contours of her mouth, as if confirming the existence of a long-lost treasure. In that moment, Hermione keenly realized his unique, deep voice, reminiscent of velvet brushing against stone, the icy veneer in his profound gaze melting solely for her, and the indulgence he exhibited, so contrary to Professor Snape's usual demeanor. These were the most intoxicating, irresistible elixirs of passion in her world, and she willingly surrendered to their allure, with no hope of an antidote. Chapter 1. Platters and Invitations. After ensuring Hermione's safe return to the shadows of Hogwarts Castle, Snape turned back to his office nestled in the dungeons, perpetually saturated with the bitter scent of potions. Like every year before, his Christmas holiday was destined to be spent amidst cauldrons and cabinets, preparing copious amounts of blood-replenishing potions, energizing drafts, and a series of antidotes for various unfortunate incidents, typically instigated by Potter and his reckless companions, for Madame Pomfrey's requirements in the upcoming term. Hermione, clad in the slightly wrinkled gown from the previous night, held her breath as she cautiously pushed open the door to the Gryffindor common room. She silently prayed for it to be empty, though the likelihood was slim at this hour. To her surprise, the common room was exceptionally quiet, with only the faint crackle of burning logs in the fireplace and warm light dispersing the chill that lingered from the dungeons. Traces of revelry were scattered across the carpet, a few ribbons, a discarded paper cup, and crushed remnants of Christmas crackers. Most students had evidently taken advantage of the morning to leave the castle. She exhaled in relief, her anxious heart easing slightly, and tiptoed swiftly across the room, pushing open the door leading to the girls' dormitory. As anticipated, the room was deserted, her roommates having long since departed. Hermione nearly collapsed onto her four-poster bed, the tension that had gripped her throughout the night finally unwinding. Just as she was about to lie down, her gaze fell upon a familiar letter, with Ginny's hasty scrawl, resting quietly on her bedside table. She swiftly unfolded the letter. Dear Hermione, I hope your Christmas ball went splendidly. I'm sorry I couldn't say goodbye in person. Mum was hounding me like a taskmaster. Don't worry, we'll be at the Burrow the entire holiday. And we might venture out for a few days, if Dad can persuade the ministry to lend us a car. Harry still has to return to that dreadful place on Privet Drive. I feel so sorry for him. We've agreed to meet at the Leaky Cauldron a few days before the holiday ends, and you must come. Wishing you a, particularly delightful holiday. Perhaps with a certain potions master? Wink. Love, Ginny. P.S. Don't worry, I've taken care of Ron and Harry. I told them you were feeling a bit feverish when you returned last night, and went back to the dorm to rest. They believed me. Their observational skills. You know. Oh, Ginny. Hermione chuckled softly as she read, the image of Ginny winking mischievously at her vividly resurfacing. A warm tide of gratitude washed over her. Ginny had not only safeguarded her most cherished secret, but had also provided her with silent understanding and support in an unspoken bond, a friendship so precious. She carefully folded the letter as if it were a treasured relic and gently placed it in the innermost drawer of her bedside table. Changing into the cozy Christmas sweater adorned with golden otters that Mrs. Weasley had gifted her and comfortable jeans, Hermione grabbed her coat and hurriedly left the common room, heading toward the great hall. The gnawing hunger felt like an invisible hand clenching her stomach. Since the ball the previous night, apart from the bitter black coffee that Snape had provided, she had consumed not a morsel. The vast great hall appeared particularly immense and desolate during the holiday season, with only a handful of students remaining, scattered at the long tables, quietly eating. Hermione chose a seat near the entrance, her thoughts drifting to the impending long holiday devoid of Harry and Ron, a tinge of wistfulness surfacing. However, as she settled down, the meager breakfast spread before her instantly dampened her spirits. A few cold, hard slices of toast, some dry, almost wood-like bacon with curled edges, and a small bowl of peas congealed into a lump, the butter solidified. Well, she sighed in resignation, staring at the unappetizing breakfast. It seemed she would have to rely on dinner. Just then, a low, velvety voice broke through her thoughts from behind, startling her. Miss Granger. Hermione whipped around, her heart skipping a beat. Snape stood behind her, wearing an expression she had rarely witnessed, subtly nuanced, almost gentle, though he quickly masked it with his customary indifference. He seemed almost certain of her presence here, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his mind for neglecting to ensure she had breakfast before sending her back. From his observations, she had scarcely touched any food at the ball the night before. He discreetly glanced at the few scattered students in the distance, leaning slightly closer, lowering his already deep voice. Shall we go to the Three Broomsticks? Hermione's eyes lit up instantly, an overwhelming joy threatening to burst forth in a cheer. She suppressed her exhilaration, striving to maintain the decorum expected of a student in the presence of a professor, and nodded earnestly. Yes, Professor Snape. Rising swiftly, she followed closely behind him as they exited the great hall. Behind them, a Hufflepuff boy observed their departing figures, lowering his voice, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Poor Granger, did you see? Snape has called her away again. Really? A nearby girl exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. How many detentions has she had this term? I heard she got injured once and couldn't attend class the next day. Merlin's beard. Another girl clicked her tongue sympathetically. Not even the holidays are safe? How dreadful. Once outside the great hall, as thoughts of the steaming, fragrant meat pies and refreshing butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks filled her mind, Hermione could no longer contain herself. A smile broke across her face, accompanied by a short, light laugh. Snape, walking ahead, turned his head at the sound, observing her unguarded expression. His brow instinctively furrowed. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed the slightest hint of a smile, a barely perceptible amusement flickering across his features. Hey, Hermione, busy putting on her coat, caught this fleeting smile, her cheeks flushing slightly as she indignantly protested in a hushed tone. Don't you ever feel hungry, Professor? Snape merely huffed softly, offering no reply, his stride unbroken, yet naturally extending a hand to adjust the collar of her sweater, which had become slightly askew in her haste. This subtle gesture made Hermione's heart skip another beat. As they approached the castle's heavy entrance, a biting wind rushed towards them. Hermione's footsteps faltered as she gazed out at the expansive grounds and the distant outline of Hogsmeade, blanketed in snow. A flicker of anxiety crept into her heart. Professor, how shall we traverse this apparition? Or, she left the thought unspoken, yet her trepidation was palpable. Walking through the open snow would render their intentions too conspicuous. Severus immediately grasped her concerns. Although they had never formally discussed it, the secrecy surrounding their relationship was tacitly understood by both parties. He halted, turning to face her, his gaze steady and calm. Noticing her furrowed brow and the fleeting tension in her eyes, a stir of emotion washed over him, and his voice softened slightly. Or do you have an alternative suggestion? Hermione's mind became a tumultuous whirlpool. She had concealed her feelings from Harry and Ron precisely because the future of this affection was shrouded in uncertainty, leaving her utterly perplexed on how to navigate it. To make it public? The mere thought sent a wave of suffocating panic coursing through her. At the very least, she resolved quietly, her gaze hardening with determination. She would keep it hidden until after her graduation. With only one semester remaining, it seemed the most feasible course of action. She understood she could not conceal this from Harry and Ron indefinitely. One day she would need to elucidate the situation to them. But for now, she silently vowed, her resolve solidifying, that this would spare him from immediately confronting the deluge of scrutiny and malicious speculation. She pondered the potential reactions of other professors, and, more so, the students, especially those who had long regarded Snape as a nightmare. Oh, Merlin, she thought, furrowing her brow in distress. His reputation among the students was already abysmal. Raising her head to meet Snape's penetrating gaze, she infused her eyes with a sense of irrevocable determination. Professor, I believe. She quickly reaffirmed her plan in her mind. Perhaps apparition would be the best option. Additionally, she hesitated, carefully probing. Do you think you could arrange for Madame Rosmerta to reserve a private room for us? Snape's brow momentarily knitted in a barely perceptible frown. He had not anticipated Hermione's anxiety and reluctance to be so pronounced, to the extent of fearing discovery. An indescribable sense of disappointment washed over him, akin to a cold tide silently flooding his heart. Yet, he did not reveal this. He merely regarded her with a profound gaze. He understood her concerns. She was so young, with boundless possibilities ahead of her, while he forced himself to suppress the bitter pang within. She had the right to choose a path of less complication. Of course, he ensured his voice remained calm and devoid of turbulence, even imbued with a hint of the customary indifference that masked any emotions that might betray him. Whatever you wish, Hermione. With that, he extended his hand, securely grasping her wrist. In the next moment, the familiar warmth of the Three Broomsticks' private room enveloped them, replacing the cold air at the castle's entrance with a gentle embrace of aromas from food and barrel-aged ale. Chapter 2. The Pact Within the Three Broomsticks. Hermione curiously surveyed this space she had never entered before. She and Harry and Ron had always squeezed into the creaking wooden tables near the entrance. While this room was spacious and comfortable, a robust wooden table dominated the center, facing a crackling fireplace that radiated warmth, with several plush sofas and armchairs scattered on the left side. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door swung open with a bang, and Madame Rosmerta breezed in like a cheerful whirlwind, arms outstretched to warmly embrace Snape. Oh, Severus, I just received your signal spell, and for a moment, I thought my eyesight had betrayed me. Her gaze then fell upon Hermione, and the vibrant smile on her face froze, transforming into sheer bewilderment. Oh, Miss Granger? Is that your name? She squinted, trying to recognize the girl often seen with Harry Potter. Snape lowered his eyelids, his voice deepening as he regained the cool, intimidating demeanor of the professor that struck fear. I am most grateful for your accommodating us on such short notice. Oh, of course, Rosmerta replied absently. her inquisitive gaze still darting towards Hermione, her brow furrowed as if engaged in a fruitless brainstorming session. Well then, my dear, what else can I prepare for you? She finally shook her head, temporarily abandoning her futile guesses. Snape regarded her with a frosty demeanor, his tone polite, yet laced with a chilling detachment. A meat pie and a butterbeer for Miss Granger. 1 omelette, and a fire whiskey. Understood. Rosmerta switched back to her cheerful tone, and before her words had fully left her lips, she whisked away, the heavy wooden door closing behind her with a thud, isolating them from the outside clamor. The room fell into silence, save for the crackling of the firewood and the howling wind and snow outside, which seemed more ferocious than before, as if intent on engulfing the entire village. Is this a blizzard? Hermione pondered, gazing out at the snow-blanketed street with concern. It appears so, Snape replied nonchalantly, glancing out the window as he pulled out a chair and seated himself. Hermione's previous hesitations and distress swirled in his mind. She did not truly wish to be with him, did she? He raised his eyes to hers, only to dismiss this absurd notion with self-deprecation. What was he hoping for? He had never truly ascertained her feelings. She had never professed her love for him, nor promised to pursue a relationship. She had only mentioned her inability to contain her emotions and had rejected his, albeit impulsive, proposal to cohabitate. She had even insisted on a private room to avoid being seen together in Hogsmeade, fearing discovery, fearing association with him. Association? He scoffed inwardly. What association? A dark voice whispered. Had he not intervened so many times, she might have developed a relationship with McLaggen. A cold resolve began to crystallize in his heart. Hermione sensed his scrutinizing gaze, imbued with an unfamiliar sense of detachment. She approached him, gently placing her hand on his shoulder in concern. Severus? Hearing his name, an unavoidable sting tightened around his heart. He let out a nearly inaudible sigh, his voice low and weary. Hermione. No, Miss Granger. Hermione's expression shifted from concern to a serious vigilance at the latter address. What did he mean by that? If my actions have caused you distress, I sincerely apologize. He attempted to subtly apologize for his lapse in control and the potential harm it might have caused her. What? Hermione furrowed her brow, staring at him in disbelief. What is he saying? As your professor, I deeply regret not being able to restrain my behavior. He cleared his throat, avoiding her gaze. Acknowledging the impact it had on your normal life. Anything you need in terms of compensation or requests, I shall endeavor to fulfill. Hermione crossed her arms, casting a stern look upon him as he sat in his chair. It seemed she had discerned his intentions, and a surge of anger flared within her. Yet she restrained herself, allowing him to continue. If you wish, we can consider this moment as if it never occurred. He compelled himself to raise his head to meet her gaze, striving to maintain a facade of calm, despite the turmoil within him that raged like the storm outside. Miss Granger, is this your conclusion? Hermione inhaled deeply, her chest rising with indignation, her sharp gaze piercing through him. Severus Snape? Snape was taken aback and discontented by her calling him by his first name. I am still your professor, he retorted, stern and bewildered. However, when confronted by the fire of her anger and the undeniable resolve in her eyes, his severe visage faltered, and he instinctively averted his gaze. Like a child caught in a moment of guilt, Hermione slammed her palm down on the wooden table before him, leaning forward with an assertive intensity. Is this what you desire, Severus? Her confrontational tone momentarily unsettled him, unleashing a torrent of suppressed irritation and hurt, his voice laced with restrained fury. Miss Granger, mind your wording. And is this not precisely what you wished for? If I had not intervened last night. Bang. The door was thrust open once more, and Madame Rosmerta entered, beaming as she carried trays laden with aromatic food and drink. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. Trust me, Severus. Today's whiskey will absolutely delight you. Her cheerful voice faltered as she sensed the palpable tension in the room. She surveyed the peculiar scene with astonishment. Professor Snape sat rigidly at the table, his hands clasped, resembling a contrite student, while Hermione stood beside him, one hand on her hip and the other pressing against the table, resembling a professor reprimanding a pupil. Quickly, Hermione straightened up, adjusting her posture with an air of embarrassment. Snape abruptly lifted his gaze, his expression dark and brooding, coldly directed at the inquisitive Madame Rosmerta. Thank you, Rosmerta. The frostiness in his voice caused the room's temperature to plummet. As she placed the dishes on the long table, Rosmerta continued to scrutinize the two, her eyes brimming with incredulous curiosity. Enjoy your meal, both of you. With a final meaningful glance at Snape, filled with unspoken questions, she swiftly exited. An oppressive silence enveloped the private room once more. Hermione seized her chilled mug of butterbeer, gulping down a hefty sip. Disbelief coursed through her as she panted, striving to quell the tumultuous anger within. After another deep swig, she slammed the mug back onto the table with a resounding thud, causing Snape's shoulders to twitch almost imperceptibly. Then, she pulled out the chair beside him and sat heavily, turning to face him, her eyes ablaze with fury yet tinged with an undeniable threat. "What were you about to say, Professor? If I hadn't intervened last night, who?" She fixed him with an unwavering stare. Snape felt a pang of guilt. But under her relentless gaze, he steeled himself, responding in a frigid yet somewhat uncertain tone, "McLaggen." After uttering the name, he abruptly turned his head to gaze out at the howling snowstorm, inhaling the frigid air deeply, then exhaling slowly, weighed down by fatigue and desolation. "You do not wish to be with me, Hermione." Though he had anticipated her sentiments, hearing him articulate such vulnerability, a sudden fragility laid bare before her, extinguished much of Hermione's anger, replaced by a flicker of self-reproach. "Had she been too harsh?" "Severus," she said, observing the profound sorrow in his eyes. Her heart softened as she gently placed her hand over his resting on the table. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been with anyone last night." Her voice softened, yet remained resolute. "Professor, I do not deny my impulses towards you." She paused, meeting his astonished gaze, "but my feelings are solely for you. Everything I do, even choosing that dress, is for you." She noticed the shock flickering in Snape's eyes, inhaled deeply, and, with unprecedented tenderness and determination, locked her gaze onto him, her cheeks flushed yet her tone unwavering. "Do you not understand, Professor? I have fallen in love with you." She hesitated, her eyes once again igniting with a hint of challenge. "So, do not misunderstand me any longer." Snape was entirely taken aback, as if struck by an unspoken spell. This was entirely beyond his bleak expectations. He required a moment to process this monumental revelation. Forcing himself to calm, he rapidly reconstructed the morning's conversation in his mind. Hermione patiently awaited his response. He lifted the glass of fire whiskey from the table, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat, igniting a transient warmth that momentarily clarified his chaotic thoughts. He stared blankly at the amber liquid in his glass, his voice hoarse as he confirmed, "You did this for me?" He did not specify, yet his eyes implored for an answer. Hermione, momentarily uncertain of what he was referencing, realized that whether regarding the dress or the private room, the answer was affirmative. She nodded. "So, do not misunderstand me any longer, Severus." Looking at him earnestly, she leaned in, pressing a gentle yet firm kiss upon his lips. "Promise me." The tender kiss, imbued with the sweet essence of butterbeer, instantly dispelled the chill that had settled in Snape's heart and limbs. He furrowed his brow in embarrassment, his gaze drifting, unsure of how to respond to this sudden display of affection, at a loss for words. For the first time in his life, he felt like a clumsy youth. Hermione, witnessing this rare and almost awkward expression on his face, couldn't help but chuckle softly, as if shedding a heavy burden. It was only at this moment that she realized the butterbeer seemed particularly potent today. An empty stomach combined with her earlier hurried gulps left her with a subtle sense of dizziness. Instinctively, she pulled the plate of golden, savory meat pies closer to her, glancing at the still somewhat stiff Snape beside her. "Would you like some?" Her tone was so casual, as if the earlier heated argument and heartfelt confession had never occurred. Snape regarded her with a hint of confusion. Before her, the authority and control he had long established appeared to be slipping away. Her current composure and commanding presence feeling foreign, even eliciting a vague sense of discomfort and disorientation. He clearly struggled to adapt to this role reversal. "No," he replied in an oddly strained tone, scrutinizing the serene Hermione, slowly shifting his seemingly mundane omelette towards himself, continuing to gaze at her. Hermione turned her head, noticing he had barely touched his fork, merely staring at her. She frowned, genuine concern etching her features. "Are you truly not hungry? Are you all right?" She suspected he was still troubled by their earlier conversation. He hesitated, ultimately deciding to let her enjoy her meal first. Forcing himself to pick up his knife and fork, he symbolically cut a small piece of the omelette, attempting to lighten the mood as his voice regained some calmness. "How does it taste?" "Oh, it's marvelous." Hermione immediately shifted her focus back to the food, mumbling her response as she relished the pie, momentarily casting aside other thoughts. Only when the plate was nearly devoid of crumbs did she lean back contentedly in her chair, letting out a satisfied sigh. Noticing Snape's untouched omelette, she turned to him. Her slightly tipsy demeanor relaxed. "Not to your taste?" Snape set down his utensils, the metal clinking against the porcelain plate. He turned to face Hermione, his expression suddenly serious. "Hermione," he regarded her intently, his deep black eyes filled with unresolved confusion. "I believe I need to clarify. I do not fully comprehend what you mean by together. What exactly do you envision?" "Professor," Hermione replied, observing his earnest yet slightly bewildered expression. Her own gaze equally serious despite her exasperation. "I want to be with you. That is beyond question. However, I believe that making our relationship public at this moment." She paused, gauging his reaction is not a wise choice. You know, I will be graduating next semester. Her words carried the weight of reality and hints of the future. Snape listened intently, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. So, you mean to say, to maintain a secrecy for the time being? He articulated the word for her. Hermione met his gaze, if you are agreeable. Her gaze was imbued with a hint of inquiry and a barely perceptible tension. Of course, Snape's voice resonated, deep and clear, imbued with a tranquility that followed the settling of dust. If this is your wish, he murmured once more, lifting the glass of fire whiskey to his lips and taking a delicate sip. Their eyes met, and the taut atmosphere dissipated completely. A silent understanding and shared secret flowing between them, each revealing a serene yet sweetly subtle smile. Chapter 3. The End of the Snowstorm. Hermione, rubbing her comfortably full belly, approached the window. The sky had darkened, and the Christmas trees lining the streets shimmered with enchanting lights, while the shops along the way glowed warmly with candlelight. However, the blizzard outside showed no signs of abating. Instead, it raged on, the howling wind battering against the glass. Snape silently approached her from behind. Hermione naturally leaned into his embrace, her gaze lingering on the twinkling lights outside. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin gently atop her head. Shall we be returning to the school soon? His low voice whispered in her ear, tinged with a barely perceptible tenderness. What about you? Hermione turned, allowing him to hold her tighter, gazing up at him. Do you still need to brew potions? That can wait. He lowered his eyes, an unacknowledged fondness glimmering in his gaze as he surveyed the desolate street outside, blanketed in snow. Suddenly, he proposed, would you care to take a stroll? He raised an eyebrow, as if the idea of wandering through the storm held a certain charm. Hermione, witnessing the rare childlike glimmer in his eyes, couldn't help but chuckle. Why not? Just as she raised her hand to brush against the nape of his neck, the wooden door swung open with a loud bang. Oh, I hope the food is to your liking. Madame Rosmerta's cheerful voice abruptly ceased, her eyes widening in astonishment as she clapped her hand over her mouth in disbelief. Merlin's pants, she exclaimed, incredulity etched on her face as she beheld the tightly entwined pair. Hermione and Snape recoiled as if electric shocks had coursed through them, their cheeks flushing crimson, their movements frantic as though caught in the act. Oh, that, Rosmerta stammered, her gaze darting around the room, avoiding looking at them. The wine. Yes, perhaps I've had a bit too much today. Haha, it is Christmas after all, a time to indulge. I mean the holidays. Those in the kitchen, especially Alecto, seem to have flown away. His daughter, you know, Severus, is as lovely as an angel, just turned 8 today, and the wine is his concoction. Usually he, Madame Rosmerta, Snape's deep voice interjected, carrying an air of undeniable authority. The food is excellent, thank you. He swiftly retrieved the robe draped over a chair along with Hermione's coat. We shall take our leave. His tone brooked no objection. Hermione awkwardly managed a polite smile at Rosmerta before nearly fleeing the private room. Snape approached the door, pausing to turn slightly, his voice cold yet clear. Meant only for her ears, you have seen nothing. Rosmerta's eyes sparkled with excitement, ablaze with the thrill of a newfound secret. She affectionately patted Snape's arm and, lowering her voice, chuckled. Oh, fear not, dear Severus, my lips are more sealed than Gringotts' vault. Her face radiated genuine delight. Snape regarded her with an impassive expression for a few seconds before turning on his heel and striding out. Hermione stood just outside the 3 broomsticks, the biting cold wind prompting her to hug her arms tightly, her feet shifting restlessly to keep warm. As soon as Snape emerged, he promptly opened the door, advancing towards her to wrap her coat snugly around her, his hands vigorously rubbing her arms in a bid to dispel the chill. Through the frosted glass window, Rosmerta leaned against the bar, observing the 2 figures amidst the swirling snow, a warm smile gracing her face, one hand resting gently over her heart. Oh, Severus, she murmured to herself, her eyes filled with sentiment. Hey, Rosie, a boisterous wizard at a nearby table called out, his face flushed from drink. 2 more mugs of mead. Make it quick. Rosmerta snapped back to reality, rolling her eyes at him. You're impatient. Coming right up. The streets lay entirely blanketed by the recent snow, each step producing a delightful crunching sound. Hermione, with the carefree spirit of a child, braved the biting wind that reddened her cheeks, leaving dainty footprints in the pristine snow. Snape trailed behind her, hands tucked into the pockets of his black robe, moving at a leisurely pace, a subtle smile of tenderness gracing his lips, leaving behind a set of steady footprints. Suddenly, Hermione halted, turning to seek Snape's silhouette, her feet stubbornly lingering in the impression she had just made. The swirling snow and the warm yellow glow emanating from the distant shops intertwined, enhancing her liveliness and charm. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for a humble mulled wine stall stubbornly persisting in the storm at the street corner. She caught sight of the unabashed affection reflected in his eyes, and her heart warmed, resembling a joyful little bird as she bounded towards him, colliding solidly into his embrace. Snape stumbled slightly, instinctively wrapping his arms tightly around her. "Oh, Severus, I adore the snow," she exclaimed, tilting her head back to meet his gaze, her face aglow with pure joy as she surveyed the white world around them. "It's beautiful, I assenti it." Snape cupped her cold, apple-red face in his warm hands, his heart aching for her as he gently rubbed her cheeks. "It is indeed beautiful, but are you certain you're not cold?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hermione had already grasped his hand, excitedly leading him towards the steaming stall. "Excuse me?" Hermione called out, a hint of concern in her voice as she roused the vendor huddled in the corner, nearly succumbing to slumber amidst the snowstorm. A rusty metal spoon stirred sluggishly in the bubbling cauldron of hot mulled wine. The vendor jolted awake, adjusting his crooked hat. "Oh, good evening. Care for some hot mulled wine to warm you up?" "2 cups, please," Hermione said apologetically, glancing back at Snape. He was tilting his head slightly, his discerning gaze scrutinizing the vendor's tattered, stained attire with mild distaste. Hermione shot him a sharp look, prompting Snape to begrudgingly shift his gaze elsewhere, feigning nonchalance. As Hermione accepted the steaming mugs, she handed one to Snape, silently urging him to express gratitude. "Thank you," he muttered, raising an eyebrow in reluctant acknowledgement. Directing the words towards the seated vendor, the vendor squinted, attempting to recognize the well-dressed yet aloof gentleman. "Oh, at your service, sir. Wishing you a pleasant evening." He offered a token lift of his hat. "You too," Snape replied dismissively, grasping Hermione's hand in an intent to depart. "Wait, sir," the vendor called out. "Oh, my apologies." Hermione hastily fished out her coin pouch from her coat pocket. "Here you go, sir. Wishing you a lovely evening as well." After settling the payment, she hurriedly tugged Snape away, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "Merlin, that was so awkward. I almost forgot to pay," Hermione lamented as they walked, casting a sympathetic glance back at the solitary vendor braving the storm. "Poor fellow." Snape remained unfazed, merely raising an eyebrow as he lowered his gaze to sip from his cup. "You always do this, Severus," Hermione sighed, observing his indifferent demeanor, her tone tinged with resignation, as if he were apathetic toward everything. Severus Snape paused, turning to face her, leaning slightly forward, his deep, dark eyes locking onto hers. "You know this isn't real." "Oh, of course," Hermione responded, meeting his earnest gaze with a deliberate elongation of her tone, a glimmer of mischief flickering in her eyes. "You certainly care, for instance, about how to deduct a few more points from Gryffindor." Before she could finish her sentence, she erupted into laughter, her mirth growing louder as she observed Snape's face darkening in response. Snape watched Hermione, who was laughing uncontrollably, and to his surprise, the tension in his furrowed brow began to ease, eventually transforming into a barely audible chuckle. Hermione finally managed to suppress her laughter, blowing on the rim of her cup, and cautiously taking a sip of the hot mulled wine. Immediately, she scrunched up her face, sticking out her tongue in distaste. The alcoholic taste was overwhelming, and the fruity aroma had failed to emerge. "I suppose that explains the success of his business," Snape remarked coldly, casting a glance at the blurred outline of a stall in the snowstorm behind him. Perhaps he should consider using those clumsy hands of his instead of relying on his even clumsier magic. Although Hermione found his words harsh, she acknowledged their truth with a discontented glare. At that moment, Snape suddenly furrowed his brow and lifted Hermione's chin with his hand. The warmth from the mulled wine had reddened her nose, and a small stream of clear mucus had betrayed her composure, flowing uncontrollably. He instinctively used the pad of his thumb to gently wipe it away. "Oh," Hermione's face turned crimson, akin to a startled rabbit, as she abruptly pulled away from his touch, flustered and awkwardly dabbing at her nose. "I'm sorry," she stammered, wishing she could vanish into the snow. Observing her embarrassment, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Snape's mouth, only to be replaced by a serious demeanor. "You're freezing." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he grasped her hand firmly, and with a swift and decisive disapparation, they vanished from the icy street. Hermione felt a familiar sensation of compression, and, before she could fully process it, her feet were firmly planted on solid ground. Snape hastily removed her damp and heavy coat, now soaked with snow, and strode purposefully toward the direction of the washroom. Glancing around, Hermione noted the flickering flames in the fireplace casting shadows on the familiar, somewhat somber furniture. She had returned to the living room of Spinner's End. "Severus?" she began, momentarily puzzled, when suddenly a rough, ruffling sound interrupted her. Snape was frowning, vigorously drying her damp, dripping hair with a large, dry towel. Hermione felt a bit dizzy from his vigorous movements, and the effects of the butterbeer and poor-quality mulled wine began to surge within her. "Oh," Snape inadvertently tugged on her hair in his flurry, prompting her to wince in pain. Apologies. He immediately halted, bending down to check on her with a tone of concern laced with frustration. Thank goodness he finally stopped. Hermione thought, relieved. Yet, seizing the opportunity, she snatched the towel from his hands, drying her hair while inquiring, I thought we were heading back to school? Snape, while removing his own snow-drenched robes, explained, you need to soak in a hot bath to warm yourself first. He paused, adding, the prefect's washroom on the 5th floor is closed during the holidays. He referred to the only washroom at Hogwarts equipped with a luxurious bathtub. Indeed, the other washrooms at school only had shower facilities. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. Thank you, Professor, she said, surprised by her own formality. It seemed that whenever the topic veered towards school matters, she unconsciously reverted to her identity as Miss Granger. Go take your bath. Snape gestured toward the washroom. Drink the cold medicine once you're warm, and I shall escort you back. With that, he briskly entered the bedroom, retrieving a fluffy, soft towel that emanated a clean scent, and handed it to her. Oh, thank you. Hermione began to speak, but Snape was already gently nudging her into the washroom, the door shutting quickly behind her. She stood before the empty, cold bathtub, momentarily dazed. A few seconds later, the door swung open abruptly. Snape had evidently realized his oversight. He and tea filled the tub. He muttered an apology for his neglect, turned on the faucet, and watched as the water flowed slowly into the tub. Drawing his wand, he aimed at the water's surface. Incanting, Engorgo. Instantly, the shallow layer of water expanded, quickly filling the entire bathtub. Hermione marveled at this clever application. So clever. I thought you would use Aguameni. Snape shrugged nonchalantly. Adaptability, Miss Granger. He tapped the water's surface with his wand, causing the water to shimmer a soothing, pale green, infused with herbs to aid in recovery. His gaze flickered discreetly over her lower abdomen before he turned and closed the door again. Steam quickly filled the washroom. Hermione shed her cold, damp clothing, carefully stepping into the warm water that was nearly overflowing. She loosely gathered her long hair, allowing her entire body to immerse in the herbal-scented warmth. The chill was swiftly dispelled, and a wave of comfort enveloped her as the washroom filled with warm, humid steam. She picked up the towel Snape had given her, unable to resist bringing it closer to her nose. It bore the familiar herbal scent that belonged to him, mingled with a hint of sunlight-kissed, clean detergent. An indescribable flutter surged within her, her cheeks flushing once more, though she could not discern whether it was due to the heat or this subtle intimacy. Meanwhile, Snape returned to the bedroom, donning a soft, old sweater and comfortable trousers. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the white shirt Hermione had changed out of that morning, carelessly tossed on the bed. He approached it, entranced, and as his fingertips brushed against a few strands of her deep brown hair entwined in the fabric, memories of the day, transitioning from the morning's allure to this moment's tranquility, flooded his mind. Finally, the worries and suspicions had been laid bare, and Snape sighed with relief, sinking into the armchair with the shirt in hand. Yet, his thoughts uncontrollably drifted back to the morning, that intimate scene igniting a surge of heat deep within him, leaving him both bewildered and confused by his recently uncontrollable desires. He felt akin to a hormone-driven youth, where even the slightest detail about her could easily ignite his passion. Setting the shirt aside, he returned to the living room to pour himself a glass of water. His gaze landed on Hermione's wand, carelessly placed on the sofa. He approached, carefully picking it up and settling into the armchair. 9 3/4 inches, dragon heartstring, he mused, holding the wand's tip, scrutinizing the shaft of vine wood. A symbol of two extreme emotions, ecstasy and fury, he whispered, a faint smile escaping him. It certainly suits her. He continued to caress the smooth surface of the wand, musing aloud about its connection to aspirations and the quest for balance. He placed the wand back carefully on the coffee table, falling into deep contemplation. The Celtic calendar ascribed a meaning of balance to vine wood. Could he bring her balance? Just as he was lost in thought, the washroom door swung open. Hermione emerged, wrapped in the large towel, her bare feet padding against the cold floor, causing her to shiver. I think my clothes are in, she began, glancing at Snape seated in the living room, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Snape immediately rose, grabbing the towel he had used to dry her hair earlier, hastening toward her with a mixture of exasperation and concern. Hermione, he frowned, his tone laced with mild reproach as he pressed the towel against her still-dripping hair ends. Dry your hair first. His actions were somewhat awkward, yet he persisted with determination. She took the towel, gently wiping herself while soothing him with her tender gaze. I am fine, but you are trembling. His voice suddenly turned stern, resolutely grasping her icy hand and leading her into the relatively warmer bedroom. He instructed her to sit at the edge of the bed, wrapping her snugly in a thick, warm, deep green cashmere blanket. With a flick of his wand, he made the flames in the fireplace roar higher and brighter, emanating a searing wave of heat. He sat beside her, taking the towel from her hand to continue drying her damp hair, his voice low and filled with concern. Are you warmer now? Hermione, cocooned in the blanket with only her rosy cheeks visible, nodded reassuringly. Much better, Professor, it's just a bit chilly in the living room. No sooner had she spoken than a loud sneeze escaped her unexpectedly. Achoo! Merlin's beard. Hermione internally lamented, realizing there was no way to wash away this embarrassment. Just as she was about to explain, she noticed Severus's expression turn even more serious. Oh no, Severus, I truly just, she hurriedly defended herself, filled with frustration at her betraying nose. I don't know why this is happening, but I promise. Another louder sneeze interrupted her words. Achoo! Curse this nose. Hermione was on the verge of losing her mind. I am fine, she insisted, widening her eyes in an attempt to convey sincerity. But the nasal tone of her assurance was utterly unconvincing. Severus pressed his lips together, remaining silent as he tucked her into the blankets, meticulously ensuring the quilt was snug against her chin. He swiftly exited the bedroom, returning with a bottle of deep purple potion from the corner cabinet in the living room. Drink this, he commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. Hermione regarded the suspicious potion with skepticism. Goodness, Hermione, Severus remarked, observing her wary demeanor. Though anxious, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think I would use a love potion on you? It's merely a potent cold remedy. Hurry. Reluctantly, Hermione accepted the bottle, furrowing her brow as she held her breath and took small sips. The bitter liquid slid down her throat, causing her entire face to scrunch up in distaste. Severus promptly offered her a cup of water, which she eagerly drank to dilute the unpleasant taste. A wave of warmth quickly spread from her stomach to her extremities. Setting down the cup, she looked at him with a hint of resignation. You are staying here tonight, Severus stated firmly, adopting a professor's authoritative tone. I will sleep on the couch. With that, he raised his wand again, directing the tip at her hair, releasing a warm, gentle breeze that delicately tousled her hair and caressed the skin at the nape of her neck. The comforting sensation enveloped her, and as the effects of the cold remedy began to take hold, compounded by the residual effects of alcohol, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over her like a tidal wave. Severus's deep, soothing voice, accompanied by the warm wind from his wand, became the most effective lullaby. The potion will ensure you have a good night's sleep. You should feel fine when you wake up tomorrow. I will be right outside, if you need anything. Before he could finish, Hermione's head had already drooped to one side, her breathing growing steady and elongated as she succumbed to profound slumber. Severus gazed at her tranquil visage illuminated by the flickering firelight, revealing a hint of barely concealed affection in his eyes. He patiently and gently dried each strand of her hair with warm air, ensuring she would not catch a chill. Just before leaving, he leaned down to place a soft, cherished kiss upon her smooth forehead. Finally, he carefully diminished the flames in the fireplace with his wand, leaving a warm glow, and quietly closed the bedroom door behind him. Chapter 4, Nightmares. The cold, slick voice echoed in the stillness. Voldemort's pale fingers clutched his wand tightly, the tip nearly pressed against Harry's forehead, his serpent-like pupils glimmering with cruel delight. The boy who lived, he whispered, gliding forward soundlessly as if drifting within a darkness denser than night itself. Where am I? Hermione tightly shut her eyes, writhing in anguish on the bed, beads of sweat dotting her brow and dampening her hair. Your mother. Voldemort looked down, surveying the crumpled figure on the cold ground, Harry, bloodied and gasping for breath. Foolish, he disdainfully lifted his chin, his tone dismissive as he regarded Harry's desperate plight with hollow, merciless eyes. His bony foot, stained with dark crimson, slowly rose, bringing with it a nauseating sense of oppression as it pressed against Harry's head. No, Hermione furrowed her brow, unconsciously murmuring, her hands gripping the bed sheets tightly, her knuckles turning white. Voldemort inhaled deeply, savoring the darkness and the heavy scent of blood that filled the air. Lily. The name pierced through Harry's dwindling consciousness like a poisoned needle. You do not deserve to utter her name, he screamed defiantly, summoning every last ounce of strength. Voldemort merely let out a cold, mocking laugh, paying no heed to the insect beneath his foot. It was as if he spoke to the void. She could have been my brightest star, had she chosen to follow. He raised his wand, his serpent eyes gazing into the emptiness beyond, a false look of regret crossing his face. Alas, he drawled, she chose love? Before the last word could leave his lips, a maniacal, unrestrained laughter erupted, reverberating through the silence and causing the surrounding Death Eaters to slightly sway. How foolish, Harry, he said, removing his foot and looking down upon Harry's contorted face with a cruel, pitying tone. Now he gracefully stepped back, creating distance as if admiring a nearly completed work of art. No. Hermione shook her head violently on the bed, cold sweat soaking the sheets beneath her, as if she had just emerged from water. The great Harry Potter, Voldemort's voice was slow and clear, each syllable dripping with twisted delight. His eyes gleaming with unmasked satisfaction and the excitement of imminent fulfillment. Will die. The wand was suddenly raised, its tip erupting with deadly green light. Avada Kedavra! No. The blinding green light yanked Hermione from the abyss of her nightmare. She jolted upright in bed, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. Cold sweat drenched her shirt and the sheets beneath her, clinging to her skin with a clammy chill. No, she gasped, trembling uncontrollably, her gaze vacant and unfocused. As if her soul remained trapped within the horrific scene she had just escaped, not fully freed. Severus, alerted by the commotion from the bedroom, rushed in. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, he saw Hermione's face, pale as parchment, her eyes glazed and gripped by terror. No, Hermione repeated unconsciously. Her hands still clutching the blankets beside her, her rapid breathing punctuated by broken sobs, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Severus immediately sat at her side, grasping her icy hand, his voice heavy with concern. Hermione. Her senses were still scorched by the remnants of the nightmare, the scene too vivid. Even though her rational mind knew Voldemort was no more, the profound fear coiled around her like icy tendrils. Harry, she struggled to swallow, her throat dry and hoarse. Voldemort. The name struck Severus's nerves like a poisoned ice pick, causing his body to stiffen instantly, as if turned to stone. Severus, within the depths of Hermione's gaze. There resided a profound terror, tears swiftly welling in her eyes. Weakly, she collapsed into his embrace, her icy fingers feebly clutching the woolen fabric of his chest. I dreamt that Voldemort is not dead. The suppressed sobs erupted, and she trembled in his arms. Harry is gravely injured, severely wounded, and he wants to kill him. Snape's body remained rigid. The name Voldemort, that dark and blood-soaked past, was a taboo he desperately sought to bury. A past he was reluctant to confront. He had once been a Death Eater. Instinctively, he tightened his arms, drawing her quaking form deeper into his embrace. Whispering in an attempt to dispel the shadows of her nightmare. It was merely a dream, Hermione, just a nightmare. Yet, Hermione's weeping intensified. He is so badly hurt. Voldemort is still alive, still tormenting him, she cried uncontrollably. Snape caressed her back with tenderness, feeling her fragile spine heaving violently from her sobs. He endeavored to convey a semblance of solace. And Harry's mother. Hermione continued to lament, utterly oblivious to the sudden stillness of Snape's comforting hand. His body frozen in place. Lily, that name exploded silently within the recesses of Snape's heart. In an instant, his heart seemed to freeze in a grip of ice. That name, intertwined with his very essence, had accompanied him throughout his life. He had mocked her, derided her choice of love, as Hermione's sobs echoed intermittently. Snape's hand remained mechanically upon Hermione's back, while his mind was engulfed in tumultuous waves. Lily, the one he had devoted his life to loving, to atoning for, to protecting, yet had failed. Fragments of memories from that fateful night 16 years prior, laden with icy despair and those lifeless green eyes, violently tore through the carefully constructed defenses around his heart. The pain and guilt he had repressed, buried deep within his bones, were summoned forth in that moment, overwhelming him entirely. Lily, the excruciating agony coalesced in his eyes into a chasm unseen by any other, momentarily causing him to overlook the fact that the woman in his arms was on the brink of collapse from fever and dehydration. When Hermione's cold hand slipped lifelessly from his grasp, landing heavily upon the sheets, Snape jolted from his heart-wrenching reverie. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace, catching her faltering body. A wave of scorching heat instantly searing through the thin fabric against his skin. A sense of dread washed over him as he hastily raised a hand to her forehead, feeling the burning skin and the damp chill of sweat beneath his palm. Hermione? He murmured cautiously, laying her down gently upon the bed, his voice low and strained. Can you hear me? Harry. Hermione's brow furrowed. Even in her delirium, she murmured Harry's name, struggling to swallow. The shadows of her nightmare were evidently still entwined around her. Hermione. Snape observed her tormented, disoriented state, his heart clenched by an invisible hand. He grasped her still cold hand, attempting to impart a flicker of warmth, while his other hand swiftly summoned a glass of water with his wand. He carefully cradled her neck, allowing her weakened head to rest against his arm. Hermione. Drink some water, he urged, gently pressing the rim of the cup to her cracked lips, holding his breath, watching as she instinctively sipped the water in small gulps. Only when the cup was nearly half empty did he exhale slowly. It was that dreadful nightmare, the terror leaving her drenched in cold sweat, exacerbating her fever. Watching Hermione's brow unfurl slightly, her breathing becoming steadier as she drifted back into slumber, he gently released her hand. Swiftly, he waved his wand to make the flames in the fireplace burn brighter and hotter before striding out of the bedroom. heading directly to the corner of the living room where the potions cabinet stood, searching urgently. A stimulant, his fingertips glided over a row of familiar vials, and, as he suspected, his private cabinet lacked the potion typically found in the Hogwarts infirmary. Though the previous cold medicine had been potent enough, Hermione desperately needed physical cooling now. The image of her terrified, pained expression flashed in his mind again, and Snape forced himself to remain calm, turning to the potion table. Cauldron, silver knife, scales. His movements were quick as lightning yet precise, the vessels clinking rhythmically. He skillfully prepared the ingredients, tossing them into the cauldron. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved 4 sprigs of high-quality lavender, emanating a calming aura, from the upper shelf of the cabinet, and cautiously added 2 drops of viscous flobberworm mucus. Let her sleep. Away from those dreadful visions, Hermione's helpless, fearful visage pierced him once more. He glanced at the hourglass, tapped his wand, and set it to brew automatically for 15 minutes. Snape returned to the bedroom, silently moving the armchair to the bedside. He leaned down, one hand still firmly holding Hermione's icy hand, as if it were his sole anchor, while the other took a soft towel, gently wiping the beads of sweat that continuously formed on her forehead and neck. The glow of the firelight danced across her pale face, and as he gazed upon her serene sleeping visage, thoughts evoked by her nightmares surged once more. After the battle, his identity as a Death Eater had been cleansed. The Ministry of Magic and the public had come to understand the truth of his role as a double agent, recognizing the weight and peril he had borne. Yet, this belated understanding and release felt as light as dust to him. They had not touched the deep, bone-chilling pain. He ultimately failed to protect Lily. His life had been a tumultuous sea, with the deepest obsession and driving force always intended for her. To atone for that irremediable sin, Lily, the searing pain and guilt surged again like a tide. He gazed at Hermione before him, his heart swirling with an unprecedented complexity. Did he truly love this girl? Aside from Lily, he had almost convinced himself that he had lost the ability to love. Yet, in her presence, he could always feel an odd tranquility and an indescribable warmth. Only in her company did his heart, once dormant and cold, seemingly forgotten by the world, begin to feel a clear pulse once more. Anything related to her could effortlessly dismantle the self-control he had once taken pride in. His intense, almost instinctual possessiveness over her had long surpassed all previous realms of comprehension. He loved her. That thought broke through the heavy clouds like sunlight, gradually easing the tension in his furrowed brow. He needed her presence. Her companionship was like the warm sun, finally penetrating the layers of ice, illuminating his long lonely corner. A current of warmth that coursed through his very being. Her existence, in itself, was the most potent potion in the world, capable of allowing him to temporarily forget all his pain, deeply immersing him in an unprecedented sense of peace and happiness. Hermione stirred slightly in her slumber, unconsciously brushing aside the hair clinging to her damp neck. In that moment, Snape harbored but one clear thought: to alleviate her suffering. He was willing to pay any price to ensure her safety, to spare her from distress. He knew he was ready to love her unreservedly. In the living room, the cauldron stirred automatically, emitting a soft chime, signaling the potion's completion. Snape gently released Hermione's hand and quietly rose. Moments later, he returned to her bedside, holding a cup that glimmered with a soft purple hue, a warm concoction blending invigorating and calming ingredients. Hermione, he leaned down, calling her name with an unprecedented, almost reverent tenderness, his heart enveloped in a strange calm and resolve following the storm. Perhaps the effects of the cold medicine were beginning to manifest, as Hermione's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening a narrow slit, her blurry gaze meeting Snape's concerned face, now so close. Severus, a sudden wave of intense dizziness engulfed her, and she weakly closed her eyes once more. Snape carefully supported her, allowing her frail body to lean fully against his solid, warm chest. "Drink this, Hermione. You will feel better." His deep voice resonated in her ear, though it felt distant and blurred, yet oddly imparted a sense of reassuring strength. She felt the cool rim of a glass gently pressed to her lips. "Hermione, drink," he urged, and she obediently parted her lips slightly, permitting the warm liquid, fragrant with the crisp scent of lavender, to flow slowly down her throat. A wave of warmth swiftly spread from her stomach, dispelling the chill that had gripped her limbs. Soon after, a surge of heat rushed to the crown of her head, causing her ears to pop as wisps of white steam began to escape. Snape observed this comical yet heart-wrenching scene, and despite his worry, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Good, the warmth is returning, he thought, his heart easing slightly. With utmost gentleness, he laid her down from his embrace, ensuring she lay comfortably and tucking the blankets securely around her, making certain no draft could intrude. Then, he returned to the armchair, quietly guarding her sleeping form in the flickering warmth of the fireplace. Chapter 5. Stubble, a shirt, and a request. The midday sun streamed through the window, warmly bathing Hermione's face. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling as though her body had been ironed smooth, utterly relaxed. As if she had slumbered for centuries. Lazily, she surveyed her surroundings, attempting to gauge the time. Her gaze halted at the bedside, where Severus Snape, clad in an old light brown sweater, was slumped wearily against the edge of the bed, fast asleep. Why was he here? What had transpired last night? As she puzzled over the tousled crown of his head, Snape seemed to sense her movement. He stirred and gradually sat upright. Hermione's eyes fell upon the now-awake Snape. The traces of a sleepless night starkly evident. His eyes were dry and slightly reddened. His ebony hair was more disheveled than ever, and stubble was emerging along his jawline and cheeks. Seeing him like this, Hermione was suddenly struck by an odd sense of unfamiliarity. Was this truly the ever-impeccable potions master in his dark robes? The man before her resembled more of a homebound individual, exuding a languid weariness typical of an ordinary man. Yet, as her gaze delicately traced his slightly disheveled but remarkably gentle facial features, it lingered for a moment on the newly sprouted stubble. Rather attractive, she mused unexpectedly. Hermione, he said, his voice hoarse from sleep, and the sunlight caused him to furrow his brow slightly in discomfort. He naturally raised a hand to her forehead to check her temperature. His tone relaxed as if the weight of burdens had been lifted. Feeling better? What happened, Hermione? She finally snapped back to reality, her attention still fixated on him. Is something wrong? You had a high fever last night, Snape replied, sitting beside her and casually wrapping his arm around her shoulders, allowing her to lean comfortably against him. Hermione strained to recall the events while nestled in his warm embrace, bathing, falling asleep, and then, you had a nightmare, remember? He gently reminded her. A nightmare? Oh right. The blinding green light, Voldemort's ominous visage, and Harry, covered in blood, flashed back in an instant. Hermione shivered uncontrollably. Snape's arm immediately tightened around her, holding her securely against him, his gaze unwavering as it bore into her eyes. It was merely a dream, Hermione. He is dead, and Harry is fine. Hermione slowly exhaled, attempting to dispel the lingering chill. I know, it just felt so real. She shook her head. Memories rushed forward, waking up his embrace. The unique scent of herbs and old books that clung to him, the sensation of his soft sweater, and then a blurred warmth. I'm sorry, she said, a twinge of guilt washing over her as she looked up at him. I don't remember much after the nightmare. Snape's lips curled into the faintest of smiles. That is quite normal. What matters is that you are well now. He raised his hand, naturally tucking a stray strand of sleep-tousled hair behind her ear. Suddenly, Hermione realized, her expression one of disbelief. You took care of me all night? Snape regarded her astonished countenance with a hint of amusement. What else would I have done? Before he could respond further, Hermione turned towards him, wrapping her arms gently around him, burying her face in the warmth of his neck. Thank you, Severus, she breathed, her warm breath brushing against his ear, laden with gratitude. He stiffened momentarily, then relaxed, his hand tenderly stroking her back. Anytime. As Hermione made her way to the bathroom, her gaze swept across the living room. The potion table remained in disarray, with cauldrons and scattered ingredients still reflecting the chaos of his earlier endeavors. A warm surge filled her heart. She couldn't believe he had personally prepared a potion for her. Though most of Madame Pomfrey's were also brewed by him, this one was exclusively for her. She approached the cauldron slowly, the remaining liquid exuding a distinct lavender fragrance. A sleeping potion? No wonder she had slept so soundly. She began to ponder further about the cauldron's contents. It's a mixture of a stimulant and a sleeping draught. Hermione abruptly turned, finding Snape lazily leaning against the bedroom doorframe, casually tousling his disheveled hair while regarding her with a hint of resigned amusement. Oh, Professor, Hermione suddenly felt as if she had been caught red-handed in potions class, her nerves flaring. I'm sorry, I was just curious. Observing her flustered demeanor, Snape stretched his body and walked towards her with a smile. Miss Granger, he said, ruffling her hair affectionately, his tone imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. Go wash up, or else. He deliberately elongated his tone, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. I shall have to deduct points. Hermione's face flushed crimson. Hearing that phrase, once a source of dread, now draped in honeyed tones. She gazed at him in astonishment. He had changed, transformed into someone so gentle. The once aloof and stern professor had morphed into a deeply affectionate lover before her. Even his appearance, she glanced over his tousled hair, the soft-hued sweater, and loose-fitting sweatpants, exuded a cozy domesticity. The thought made her stifle a giggle. Snape raised an eyebrow in confusion, entirely at a loss regarding her whimsical thoughts. Clearing her throat, Hermione attempted to regain her composure. All right, Professor Snape. Before she could finish, She stood on her tiptoes and swiftly pressed a soft kiss on his stubbled cheek, then darted into the bathroom. Snape watched her retreating figure, chuckling softly to himself. He turned back to the bedroom, picked up his wand casually resting on the armchair, and waved it at the slightly disheveled room. Scourgify, as the incantation left his lips. Clothes, books, and scattered items were swiftly drawn back into their rightful places by an unseen hand. In a matter of moments, the bedroom and living room regained Snape's characteristic austere tidiness. He stifled a long yawn and strolled into the kitchen. Opening the cupboard revealed little more than coffee, tea, a hard crust of bread, and a small pat of butter, almost empty. He had always held little interest in food. The house elves at Hogwarts sufficiently met his most basic needs. But Hermione. He recalled her eyes shining when she spoke of honey cakes and Yorkshire pudding at the Three Broomsticks, clearly a lover of fine cuisine with a hearty appetite. At this thought, he couldn't help but frown, feeling a flicker of embarrassment over his kitchen's meager provisions. Just then, the bathroom door swung open. Hermione emerged. Still clad in the old shirt, dampened by sweat and warmed by her body heat. Snape caught sight of her, and a wave of self-reproach surged within him. Damn my memory. He often overlooked these details in her presence. He hastily returned to the bedroom, rummaging through the wardrobe in search of another piece of clothing suitable for her. Unfortunately, that white shirt was the only one, with a heavy heart. He took off that iconic black shirt he had worn while teaching at Hogwarts and placed it beside the bed. Hermione followed him into the bedroom. Her eyes filled with curiosity as they fell upon the familiar shirt lying on the bed. Ahem, Snape cleared his throat awkwardly. You may, perhaps, try this on first. Hermione, somewhat incredulous, picked up the black shirt, scrutinizing it closely before looking back at him, her face gradually revealing an expression of disbelief. Professor, she gasped, her mouth agape in surprise, then quickly pressed her lips together to suppress the laughter that threatened to escape. This is your shirt, I sent it? Snape observed her reaction, his embarrassment intensifying. He instinctively tilted his chin slightly, attempting to mask his usual seriousness. Obviously, it bears resemblance to the one you are currently wearing. Oh no, entirely different. Hermione could no longer contain her laughter. This shirt. It is the one you wore while standing at the lectern, glaring at us with that cauldron killer gaze. Snape, caught off guard by her revelation, felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Of course. You could also choose to continue wearing what you have on. If you don't mind, I must take a shower now. With that, he almost awkwardly strode out of the bedroom. The cold water cascaded over his tall, muscular frame, soaking his thick black hair. As he washed, he couldn't help but lament the absence of even a single piece of clothing for a lady in his home. Not that it was necessary. A calm voice echoed in his mind. Indeed, no woman had ever been permitted to spend the night here, let alone linger for days. 2 days. The voice in his mind corrected with precision. Fine, 2 days. But for his solitary, regimented life, it felt like an interminable disturbance. Strangely enough, he found himself not feeling disturbed in the least. He had always abhorred anyone encroaching upon his precious solitude, having become accustomed to and indulged in that serene, orderly isolation. Yet with Hermione, he surprisingly delighted in her presence, cherishing the warmth that unexpectedly filled a void within him. Tell her, what are you waiting for? The voice in his mind re-emerged, tinged with impatience. Shut up. I invited her before, and she declined. Although that invitation had been impulsive, in retrospect, the desire was not without reason. Tell her your true feelings. Express that you enjoy her company here, by your side, rather than asking her if she would like to move in like a clumsy giant. The voice in his mind was merciless. You are the one acting like a giant. He thought indignantly, but then he couldn't help but recall that day's scene. Did it really come across as foolish? He turned off the shower and wrapped a towel around his waist. Just as he picked up his razor, a gentle knock sounded at the bathroom door. Excuse me? Hermione's voice floated in. Frowning in confusion, he opened the door a crack. Is something the matter? Outside, Hermione had donned his black shirt. The oversized hem barely covered her thighs, and seemingly finding it too bothersome, she had left the buttons undone, casually tying the front together to secure it around her body. Hermione's gaze fell upon his bare, water-drenched torso, and her cheeks flushed instantly, yet she mustered the courage to look him in the eye. I wanted to ask if perhaps you could, not shave? The moment the words left her lips, her face reddened even more, nearly dripping with embarrassment. Merlin, what am I saying? This is Snape, intruding upon his privacy, especially concerning such personal preferences? I must be out of my mind. She lamented inwardly, wishing to vanish at once. Oh, she flustered, lowering her gaze. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Professor. Just as she turned to flee, a cool, damp hand gently grasped her wrist. Snape's deep, dark eyes locked onto hers, his tone imbued with an undeniable seriousness. Almost commanding, live with me. What? Hermione was utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Merlin's beard, what are you doing? The voice in his head almost roared. Snape noticed the pure fear and confusion reflected in Hermione's eyes and realized he had once again messed up. He released her wrist, rubbing his forehead in frustration. His voice dropping to a softer, somewhat clumsy tone. I meant, if you are willing. He recalled the last time he had been rejected and attempted to clarify. I mean, I like having you here, Hermione, by my side. He swallowed hard, his cheeks warming slightly, unable to meet her gaze directly. Of course, that is, if you enjoy being here as well, he finished, letting out a long sigh as if a weight had been lifted, only to immediately regret exposing too much emotion. Hermione regarded him in that moment, his face revealing an almost childlike vulnerability beneath the rugged stubble, paired with the robust physique of an adult man. The stark contrast did not amuse her. Instead, it enveloped her heart in a warm wave of tenderness. This is Severus Snape, she reminded herself. Such a look on anyone else would be enough to stir feelings, let alone him, the cold, sharp-tongued, formidable potions master. She would wager that no one else in the world had ever witnessed him in this light. Slowly, she approached him, her hand reaching up to caress his still damp cheek, curiously exploring the rare, lingering bewilderment in his eyes. She rose onto her toes and planted a delicate kiss on his lips. He responded immediately, as tenderly as ever, deepening the kiss. Of course, Severus. Her voice rang with laughter, melting into the kiss. Snape's eyes sparkled with surprise and undisguised satisfaction. He smiled contentedly, just about to speak when Hermione playfully picked up a towel from the side and began to tousle his wet hair. Severus, she gazed at him through the mirror, her eyes sparkling. Have you considered keeping the stubble? He shrugged nonchalantly, allowing her to ruffle his hair. Do as you please. However, I will certainly shave it off once the new term begins. He had no desire to be the subject of gossip among students in class. So, only I get to see it? Hermione's face suddenly leaned closer to his, filled with eager anticipation. Ahem, he coughed lightly, still perplexed by her fixation on facial hair. If you wish. When he emerged from the bedroom clad in a clean sweater, he found Hermione curled up on the sofa, intently perusing the morning's edition of the Daily Prophet. Any news? He casually inquired, his gaze landing on her, that black shirt of his hanging loosely on her frame. Oh, nothing much. Hermione set the newspaper down, somewhat awkwardly tugging at the fabric that was not particularly soft against her skin, mostly just Rita Skeeter's sensational gossip. Snape observed her fidgeting and, feeling a twinge of sympathy, asked, Would you like me to fetch your clothes? Oh, that would be wonderful. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely admiring his ability to endure such fabric day in and day out. Shall we disapparate back? She suggested eagerly. Snape watched her eagerness to escape his shirt with a hint of subtle displeasure, his expression darkening slightly. No need to trouble yourself, he replied, his tone rather brusque. He extracted his wand, and with a swift motion towards the air uttered, Accio. No sooner had the words left his lips than a neatly packed suitcase landed gracefully upon the carpet before Hermione. With a glimmer of surprise, Hermione glanced at the suitcase and then at Snape. I'll go change. Before the last syllable had escaped her mouth, she had already seized the suitcase and darted into the bedroom, leaving Snape seated alone on the sofa, helplessly raking his fingers through his recently tousled hair. He leaned back against the sofa. Outside, the blizzard that had raged throughout the night was finally beginning to relent, though the biting wind continued to swirl great flurries of snow, relentlessly blanketing the already frosted streets and rooftops. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and dry, the logs in the fireplace crackling softly, while the air was infused with the refreshing scent of soap and a hint of steam from the two of them having just bathed. From the bedroom, the faint rustle of Hermione rummaging through the suitcase could be heard. Snape took a deep breath, soaking in the tranquility that was saturated with the essence of life. An unprecedented, pure sense of contentment enveloped him, akin to the warmth radiating from the fireplace. A subtle, involuntary smile crept to the corners of his mouth. Chapter 6, Muggle Holiday. While Snape was still lost in thought, Hermione emerged, clad in comfortable jeans and a Christmas sweater adorned with golden otters, her steps light and buoyant. Feeling more comfortable? Snape's gaze swept over her, confirming that she appeared in good spirits. Oh, much better. Hermione's face blossomed into a bright smile, radiating warmth as she effortlessly settled beside him. Snape subtly shifted closer, his eyes lingering on the design on her chest. Curiosity piqued. An otter? His tone was devoid of much emotion. Yes, it's a Christmas gift from Mrs. Weasley, Hermione replied, lowering her gaze and gently stroking the plush golden otter. At the mention of Weasley, Snape's lips barely twitched in a faint grimace, accompanied by a nearly inaudible grunt. Moreover, she lifted her head, her bright eyes locking onto his. This is my Patronus. Snape's gaze refocused on the petite golden otter, a rare interest flickering in his eyes. What is your Patronus, Professor? Hermione, driven by curiosity, leaned slightly towards him, eager for his response. Oh, Snape's body noticeably stiffened, his eyes momentarily wandering, as if attempting to evade her gaze. He swallowed hard. His voice barely a murmur, "Doe." "Doe?" Hermione's brows instinctively furrowed. This answer, like a small stone cast into a tranquil lake, sent ripples through her mind. A doe, she vaguely recalled, seemed to be the patronus of someone significant, a name on the verge of surfacing. "Are you hungry?" Snape keenly detected the trace of confusion etched across her features and almost immediately interjected, his tone deliberately casual. "Would you like to have breakfast?" "Oh." Hermione abruptly pulled herself from the whirlpool of memories, her thoughts momentarily blank before she responded, "Of course." However, Snape's fingers unconsciously tapped on the armrest of the sofa. A rare flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. There's no food in the house. Back to Hogwarts? To the Three Broomsticks? Or perhaps they could nonchalantly appear together in the bustling Diagon Alley to procure supplies. Both options fluttered through their minds simultaneously, only to be promptly dismissed. A subtle silence enveloped the air. "Professor," Hermione cautiously lifted her gaze, testing the waters, her voice soft. "If you don't mind, we could go to the market?" She observed the changes in his expression. Snape turned his head, his brow furrowed, confusion and a hint of disapproval evident in his eyes. The market? Wasn't she the one most concerned about being spotted by acquaintances? I mean, Hermione quickly interpreted his hesitation, her tone soothing. The Muggle market. The Muggle market? Snape's brows knitted together in further dismay. Unless absolutely necessary, he rarely ventured into the Muggle world, let alone to a chaotic, bustling market he had only read about in books. Yet, it seemed there were no better alternatives at the moment. He observed the cautious hope in Hermione's eyes, and, after a brief internal struggle, reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight, her excitement unabashedly lighting up her face. "Oh, splendid. I'll grab my coat." Before he could respond, she seized his wrist and pulled him into the bedroom without hesitation. Standing before the open wardrobe, Hermione gazed at the array of nearly identical black robes and shirts, unable to suppress a delicate frown. "Severus," she turned to him, a mixture of exasperation and amusement gracing her features. "Don't you have anything you could wear in the Muggle world? I mean, something slightly less conspicuous?" Snape lowered his gaze, seemingly reluctant to confront this issue. He silently approached, rummaging through the depths of the wardrobe until he finally unearthed a neatly folded, albeit rather old, classic deep brown suede jacket. He had prepared this for a Muggle assignment years ago and had not worn it since. "This is all I have," he stated flatly, an undertone suggesting it would have to suffice. "Oh, thank goodness." Hermione exhaled in relief, as if she had found a savior. "It's certainly better than a full set of robes." When Snape emerged from changing, Hermione tilted her head, her gaze appraising him as one would an exquisite piece of art. The dark straight-leg trousers perfectly accentuated his tall, slender form, while beneath the deep brown jacket lay a soft, yet still black turtleneck. The warm hue of the jacket softened his typically austere demeanor, casting him in a glow of warmth. Even in the Muggle world, he remained an undeniably captivating presence, Hermione thought, a smile gracing her lips as she silently admired him. However, Snape appeared distinctly uncomfortable with his new appearance. He awkwardly tugged at the hem of the jacket, feeling somewhat ridiculous in this ensemble. He raised an eyebrow, casting a look of near accusation, tinged with helplessness, toward Hermione, as if to inquire, "Is this truly acceptable?" Hermione found his expression amusing, stepping closer with a warm smile, her arms naturally encircling his neck, gently drawing him nearer. "Oh, drop that expression," she said, her voice sweet and coaxing. "Trust me, Severus, you look absolutely marvelous." A faint blush crept to the roots of Snape's ears, and he cleared his throat, attempting to mask his discomfort with the praise. "Now can we leave?" In an instant, they appeared through apparition at the end of a narrow alley, where a light dusting of snow lay piled. The distant sounds of bustling voices and the lilting melodies of cheerful Christmas carols reached their ears, as if filtered through a warm veil. Hermione tightly clasped Snape's hand, guiding him briskly through the alley. As they emerged into the open, a vast, bustling square filled with festive cheer unfolded before them. Twinkling lights, countless stalls, and throngs of people created an atmosphere rich with the aroma of hot food and lively chatter. At the alley's exit, Hermione seamlessly looped her arm through Snape's, tilting her head back to him, her face radiant with unadulterated joy. "Shall we go, my professor?" Her smile shone brilliantly in the winter sunlight. Snape offered no resistance, allowing her to lead him as they merged into the vibrant throng. As the delicate snowflakes descended, the warm and bright lights of the market illuminated the scene, enveloping the affectionate laughter of couples surrounding them. Their intertwined figures blended seamlessly into the festive atmosphere, appearing no different from any ordinary Muggle couple lost in the throes of love. Hermione moved through the stalls with an effortless grace, soon pausing before a vendor's table overflowing with fresh vegetables, engaging in cheerful banter as she expertly selected her items. Snape, like a loyal sentinel, stood half a step behind her, his tall frame conspicuously visible among the crowd. He surveyed his surroundings with an impassive demeanor, the diverse attire of Muggles, the myriad of goods and unfamiliar modes of commerce. Everything starkly contrasted with the magical world he knew, imbued with a sense of novelty and a hint of caution. Before long, Hermione turned, cradling a large paper bag filled with vibrant vegetables, and without ceremony, thrust it into Snape's arms. "I believe this should suffice, Professor Severus," she remarked, her eyes dancing with amusement as she observed his bemused expression while grappling with the bag. She rose onto her toes, instinctively brushing a few fallen snowflakes from his shoulder. "Do you need anything else?" "I believe this is adequate," Snape replied, his gaze shifting from the bag to Hermione's slightly flushed face. The chill of the wind evident upon her cheeks, his voice low and assured. The air was suffused with a complex yet delightful melange of scents, the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread, the sugary warmth of roasted chestnuts, the faint bitterness of newspaper ink, and the rich, fruity fragrance of mulled wine wafting from a distance, characteristic of the Christmas season. At that moment, a loud and somewhat embarrassing growl emanated from Hermione's stomach. Snape glanced down to meet her suddenly crimson face and the sheepish gaze directed at her midsection. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his thin lips. "It appears," he intoned, amusement lacing his deep voice amidst the din, "before we prepare dinner, we must first address a more pressing internal need, shall we?" Hermione murmured, clutching her stomach, her voice muffled, the blush on her cheeks deepening. On the streets of the Christmas holiday, everyone wore relaxed and joyful smiles, animatedly conversing with their friends and family. This pure, vibrant atmosphere, rich with the essence of festivity, gradually melted away Snape's taut nerves. His rigid shoulders began to relax as he curiously immersed himself in the entirely foreign Muggle world. "2 hot dogs, please," Hermione called, rising on her toes in an effort to be heard over the throng around the bustling hot dog stand. But her voice was quickly drowned out by the cacophony. "2 hot dogs, if you would," Snape's deep, penetrating voice resonated behind her. At the same time, he instinctively extended an arm, gently encircling her shoulder in a protective gesture against the surging crowd. Though entirely unfamiliar with what a hot dog entailed, he surmised its contents from observing others clutching bread filled with sausage. "Coming right up, sir," the busy vendor replied, glancing up to catch sight of Snape's imposing figure and unwavering gaze, hastily raising his voice in acknowledgement. Hermione turned to see Snape towering over her, his professor's demeanor set aside, dressed in casual attire with a hint of stubble gracing his chin, blending into the crowd like a true Muggle. In that moment, he exuded a charm that was both endearing and awkwardly delightful. Impulsively, she rose on her toes and bestowed a light kiss upon his cheek. "Thank you." Snape was momentarily taken aback by the sudden intimacy, glancing down at Hermione with a look of astonishment, though his peripheral vision caught several Muggles nearby, watching with unabashed curiosity and friendly smiles. A familiar sense of embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to furrow his brow instinctively. Yet beneath that frown lurked a barely perceptible warmth, akin to pebbles cast into an icy lake, sending ripples through the depths of his eyes. He awkwardly diverted his gaze, as though the hot dog stand sign had suddenly become irresistibly fascinating. Silently, he accepted the tantalizingly fragrant hot dog bag Hermione offered him. Almost simultaneously, as he tightened his grip on the bag, Hermione naturally looped her arm through his, a gesture of undeniable affection. As if the kiss and this moment of closeness were entirely expected, the familiar scent of pomegranates strangely soothed the last remnants of his stiffness. They found a relatively quiet bench near a fountain to sit. Snape carefully placed the bag of vegetables at his feet before instinctively reaching out to envelop Hermione's slightly chilled hands within his long, yet not overly warm, palms. He gently rubbed her hands, feeling the coldness dissipate gradually as his warmth enveloped her, releasing her fingers back to softness before he withdrew. "How is it, Severus?" Hermione eagerly bit into a hot dog, her cheeks puffed out, watching him with keen interest as she chewed, steam rising from her mouth. "Are you getting used to Muggle food?" With a scholarly caution, Snape cautiously took a bite of the food, savoring the flavors as he chewed slowly. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow. "Surprisingly, it is quite palatable," his tone laced with an unexpected astonishment that it defied his expectations. "Perhaps we could make this a regular outing," Hermione suggested, her enthusiasm evident even as she struggled with her hot dog. "After all, venturing to Diagon Alley is far too risky for us." "That is a valid point," Snape replied absently, his gaze still analyzing the hot dog in his hand, as though dissecting its structure. "We could also visit the museum," Hermione exclaimed, swallowing her food. her eyes sparkling with excitement. I assure you, most of what's inside will be entirely new to you. Her voice carried a hint of pride. At her words, Snape finally shifted his gaze from the hot dog to her animated expression, then, without hesitation, bestowed upon her a look of exasperated disbelief, as if to say, "Are you serious?" Before long, they had finished their simple lunch. Hermione stood up, content, gently rubbing her slightly bulging stomach from the meal. These ingredients, she indicated the bag Snape had securely cradled again, are sufficient for preparing a sumptuous dinner. Perhaps, Snape replied, also rising. Shall we head back now? In unison, they departed the bustling square, retreating to the tranquil alley. Once they confirmed that no one was around to observe their corner, they exchanged a glance, and in an instant, space warped as the power of apparition whisked them away, returning them to the familiar, quiet, and somewhat chilly atmosphere of Spinner's End. Chapter 7, Wands and Stew. Upon returning from the Muggle market laden with treasures, Hermione endeavored to carve out spaces within Snape's home, dominated by dark colors and functional design, for her books, clothing, and myriad of jars. Snape, however, remained ensconced on the living room sofa, his attention barely caught by the Daily Prophet in his hands. His gaze was more often drawn to Hermione's industrious movements, watching her flit between the bedroom and bathroom like a bird building its nest. Only when she finally placed the last bottle of shower gel on the bathroom counter did she collapse onto the opposite end of the sofa with a sigh of relief. Is it over? Snape inquired, lifting his eyes from the newspaper, a hint of a smile playing at his lips as he observed the exhausted girl beside him. Hermione tilted her head, mumbling in a weary tone, "It is over." He set down the newspaper and, as he rose, casually asked, "Coffee?" Receiving a fatigued nod in response, he made his way to the kitchen. Hermione gazed at his retreating figure, cradling the steaming cup of coffee he had handed her. A peculiar sense of unreality washed over her once more. She had truly moved into Severus Snape's house and was living alongside him. What awaited in the future? She had no inkling, yet a secret thrill and anticipation blossomed quietly within her. "So, Professor," she sipped her coffee, dispelling the chill. "What do you usually do for leisure at home?" Snape picked up the newspaper again, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. "Nothing worth mentioning," he replied, his tone as flat as if he were describing a glass of plain water. Hermione curled into the corner of the sofa. Resting her elbows on the armrest and propping her chin in her hands, her gaze quietly fixed upon him. The intensity of her stare made Snape feel somewhat uneasy. He turned his head, adopting a deliberately professorial tone as he inquired, "Would you like me to provide you with some reading material, Miss Granger?" Hermione rolled her eyes slightly in exasperation. "No, thank you, Professor Snape." She stood and retreated to the bedroom, soon emerging with a hefty volume titled 18th Century Charms. Finding a comfortable spot on the carpet to sit and lay the book open on the coffee table, Snape's gaze casually flicked over the cover, emitting a barely audible hum. "Oh, Merlin, your enthusiasm for charms remains unwavering," he remarked, recalling their conversation at the ball with McLaggen, his tone tinged with subtle resignation. "Indeed," Hermione replied without looking up, her fingers turning a page of yellowed paper, her voice clear, "Just as I maintain a profound interest in potion-making, Professor Snape." After speaking, she glanced back at him, her eyes holding a hint of playful defiance. Snape responded with a more distinct hum, his gaze lingering on her seated form on the carpet. The room enveloped itself in an odd tranquility and comfort. The crackling of the flames in the fireplace, the rustle of turning pages, the occasional clink of the coffee cup against the table, and the distant strains of Christmas carols wafting in from outside created a serene atmosphere. Within this peace, Snape's gaze gradually settled upon Hermione's profile, her brow slightly furrowed in concentration. The exhaustion from keeping vigil by her bedside until the early hours of the morning surged back, and he blinked wearily, though his eyes bore an unrecognized softness. He reached out, his fingertips gently brushing aside a strand of her brown curls that had fallen onto her sweater. Feeling the touch, Hermione turned her head, meeting his weary gaze, a pang of tenderness blossoming in her chest. "Do you need to rest, Severus?" she inquired softly, leaning on the edge of the sofa. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Snape's lips as his hand settled on her head, his fingertips instinctively caressing her hair. "I fear yes. Shall I keep you company?" she gently asked, rising to sit beside him on the sofa. He did not respond, but merely took hold of her wrist, guiding her to lie against him. Perhaps just for a while, his deep voice, laden with drowsiness, murmured near her ear, his breath brushing against her neck. Soon, Hermione discerned the sound of deep, steady breathing behind her. Initially, her body was tense, fearing she might awaken him. However, as she reminisced about the moments shared with Snape over the past few days, she gradually relaxed, her fingers cautiously yet lovingly tracing the arm he had draped around her waist, a quiet smile of happiness blossoming on her cheeks. When Snape next opened his eyes, Dusk had enveloped the outside world, the dim glow of the streetlights casting a warm hue over the frigid streets. He looked down at Hermione, who was deeply asleep, the warmth from the hearth and his body lending a faint blush to her pale cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe peach. He held his breath, carefully extricating his numb arm from beneath her, and slowly rose, stepping over her and silently treading on the carpet. Entering the kitchen, he surveyed the array of fresh ingredients piled on the counter, his brow instinctively furrowing. After a moment's silence, he drew forth his wand. Hermione, rubbing her sleep-laden eyes, awoke to find the space beside her empty. "Sev," she mumbled groggily, sitting up and tousling her slightly disheveled curls. Yawning, she wandered out of the living room and pushed open the kitchen door, the sight before her instantly jolting her awake, her mouth agape in surprise. Carrots and potatoes elegantly twirled in the air, peeling themselves, a knife suspended in midair, skillfully chopping the potatoes into uniform pieces, which then lined up to fly into a bubbling pot. A cabbage was being peeled layer by an unseen force, its vibrant green leaves drifting towards the sink for washing, while spice jars, like well-trained soldiers, took turns soaring above the pot, dispensing precise amounts of their contents. And at the helm of this culinary magic was Severus Snape, leisurely seated at the dining table. One hand casually flipped through the Muggle cookbook gifted by Mrs. Rosmerta, while the other gracefully wielded his wand, his expression focused as though he were concocting a complex potion. "Severus?" Hermione's voice was laced with incredulity. Snape looked up at her, closing the book and placing it on the table. "Did I wake you?" "Oh, no." Hermione rubbed her eyes, her gaze following a stalk of celery floating overhead. "Are you cooking?" Though she had witnessed Mrs. Weasley using magic to manage household chores, the protagonist of this scene was Snape, her potions professor, and the impact was overwhelming. "Cooking seems no more complex than brewing a calming draught," Snape replied, a hint of scarcely concealed pride, perhaps even a touch of boastfulness, in his tone. "The steps are clear, the variables controllable. In fact, it's rather simpler." He set down his wand and took a sip from the glass beside him. Hermione observed his almost defensively proud expression, suppressing a smile. "Professor, are you fishing for my praise?" Snape's expression stiffened, and he responded in a tone that bordered on indifferent. "It's of no consequence." Hermione's smile deepened. She approached him, leaning down to place a gentle, yet clearly appreciative kiss on his lips. "Magnificent," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy. Snape's gaze retained its characteristic coolness, yet the warmth bubbling beneath that icy exterior was unmistakable. He swallowed hard, swiftly diverting his gaze back to the cookbook, as if the words had suddenly become extraordinarily captivating. His wand waved elegantly once more, and the ingredients in the pot began to simmer more vigorously. "Dinner," he cleared his throat, his voice taking on a deeper timbre as he endeavored to sound as if discussing a tedious potion report, "will be shepherd's pie and beef bourguignon." Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. These were recipes marked in the cookbook as requiring considerable experience. "That's not something a novice cook should attempt," she blurted out. Yet the increasingly rich and tantalizing aromas wafting through the kitchen, the savory scent of braised beef, the fragrant spices, the sweet starch of the potatoes, intertwined to create a mouth-watering symphony, instantly shattering her doubts and leaving only pure anticipation. "If you don't mind," Snape glanced up at her, his expression reverting to that familiar, subtly commanding demeanor. His ears still bore a hint of suspicious warmth. "Would you kindly pour me a glass?" He gestured toward his nearly empty wine glass. "A white wine, please." "Of course, no problem." Hermione's eyes sparkled with mirth, a hint of victorious pride evident as she turned gracefully toward the living room's wine cabinet. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, Hermione watched in fascination as Snape orchestrated this magical culinary symphony. The man clad in a soft, pale gray sweater, this being the most vibrant hue in his wardrobe, sporting a stubbled chin that exuded a certain allure, and with hair significantly more tousled than usual, was solemnly waving his wand, meticulously orchestrating each step of the process. The scene was imbued with a striking and captivating contrast. Cohabitation, she mused once more, truly allows one to witness the unimaginable. The potions professor, who was forever shrouded in black robes at Hogwarts, his gaze sharp as a blade and his words laced with acerbity, now appeared so domestic. He would reveal that rare, unguarded, gentle smile, brave the biting wind to accompany her to the Muggle market for hot dogs, and allow her to curl up in his embrace for a restful slumber. Astonishingly, he was now adeptly wielding magic to prepare a meal that resembled a proper French stew. It was not until Severus turned his head, his deep-set black eyes, characteristically scrutinizing with a hint of inefficiency, locked onto her, as if silently urging her to fill his goblet, that Hermione suddenly snapped back to reality. "Oh, right," she exclaimed, handing him the freshly poured goblet shimmering with a soft, golden hue, the fuel for the culinary master. Severus's fingertips brushed against hers, imparting a fleeting chill. He accepted the goblet with a quiet, "Thank you," and as his gaze lifted from the cup to her face, the previous scrutiny melted away, leaving only a focus that was soft and uniquely hers. Hermione settled into the chair opposite him, propping her chin on her hand. The symphony of magic in the kitchen reached its crescendo before gradually tapering off. 2 steaming plates, even elegantly presented, graced the table, the golden shepherd's pie, drizzled with rich gravy, and the deeply alluring beef bourguignon, exuding the fragrance of spices, the robust aroma of wine and meat wafting through the air. "I hope you're hungry," Severus said, observing Hermione's astonished expression as her mouth fell slightly agape, the corners of his lips curling into a genuine, gratifying smile. They appeared as if served straight from a fine dining establishment. "Severus," Hermione exclaimed eagerly, cutting a small piece of the shepherd's pie and placing it in her mouth. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled like stars, her face radiating pure astonishment. The texture was velvety and dense, the filling succulent and flavorful, the seasoning impeccably balanced. "By Merlin's beard," she exclaimed after swallowing, genuinely impressed. "Your culinary skills would put the Hogwarts house elves to shame." Severus's expression darkened momentarily, though a flicker of pleasure danced in his eyes as he deliberately sliced the beef. "Thank you for your unique assessment, Miss Granger. However, I must say that I find my current working environment rather satisfactory." He emphasized the words working environment, clearly alluding to Hogwarts and his potions laboratory. He leisurely sampled his own beef stew, though the taste indeed pleased him. The meat tender and the fusion of wine and spices harmonious. His face revealed no surprise. As if such perfection was to be expected, a meticulous experiment yielding anticipated results. As Hermione chatted and laughed while savoring the delectable fare, she recounted amusing anecdotes from school, and Severus listened with a smile, though he ultimately remarked icily, "I suggest you consider your words. I have already heard at least 3 infractions of school rules." Chapter 8, The Seventh Button. In the weeks that followed, a near-ordinary tranquility gradually enveloped Spinner's End. Severus Snape found himself adapting to life with Hermione Granger in a manner he had never envisioned, an almost peculiar serenity. They would venture together into the Muggle market, navigating through aisles brimming with peculiar fruits and vividly packaged goods, procuring the ingredients for their daily meals. In the crisp winter air of London, he no longer felt the tension of his nerves. He even allowed her warm fingers to entwine with his cold hand as they strolled leisurely along the streets. At dusk, the kitchen filled with the aromas of cooking, and together they prepared dinner, engaging in hushed conversations before the flickering orange glow of the fireplace. Occasionally, Hermione would insistently seek his guidance on the complexities of the upcoming potions class, to which Severus would respond with his characteristic acerbic precision, though the sharpness of his tone had softened over time. Occasionally, Hermione would half-drag him to the Muggle Mall, insisting he acquire those garments he deemed excessively flamboyant, and he would maintain a stoic demeanor, allowing her to direct him. When they visited museums for exhibitions, Hermione's eyes would light up as she animatedly explained Muggle history. While he often sat with his arms crossed, lips pressed tightly together, yet he would listen quietly, a subtle focus glimmering in the depths of his gaze. Half the holiday slipped by unnoticed. Severus was astonished to realize that the texture of Muggle life was silently seeping into his accustomed darkness. Those things he had once instinctively recoiled from and despised, the cacophonous markets, blinding neon lights, and mundane objects devoid of magic, seemed less detestable now. Conversely, Hermione had long since ceased to refer to him by the title that signified hierarchy and distance. It had gradually been replaced by the more intimate and egalitarian Severus. On a morning like countless others, as Hermione rubbed the sleep from her eyes and pushed open the bedroom door in her loose-fitting nightgown, the rich aroma of coffee wafted through the living room. Severus was seated on the sofa, his wand carelessly resting on the armrest. A copy of the latest Daily Prophet spread across his lap. "Good morning, Sev." Hermione's voice, still laced with sleep, came lazily from the doorway. Severus looked up, the newspaper naturally settling on his knee, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint yet genuine smile. His chin now bore the layer of short, dark stubble Hermione had wished for, subtly softening his previously sharp features. He approached her with an unusual gentleness. "Good morning, sweetheart," he said in a low voice, pressing a feather-light kiss on her smooth forehead. "Freshen up." As he spoke, he gently placed his hands on her shoulders, guiding her with undeniable strength toward the bathroom door. "Breakfast will be ready soon." Hermione had long grown accustomed to this unusual display of affection. She obediently turned, rising on her toes to plant a swift kiss on his cheek. Up close, the stubble indeed rendered him more approachable. A thought flitted through her mind, causing her cheeks to warm. Was there a certain charm to it? She quickly turned on the shower, letting the cold water wash over her face and body. Attempting to quell the unwelcome, fluttering warmth that had risen within her. When she re-entered the living room, the entire space was suffused with the rich scent of coffee and the aroma of freshly baked bread. Severus was already seated at the dining table, 2 steaming cups of coffee before him, patiently waiting. She approached from behind his chair, her damp arms wrapping around his neck, her face pressed against his cool ear. "Thank you, Sev," she whispered, her soft lips brushing against the skin at the nape of his neck, a few drops of water slipping down his collar. "Dry your hair first, Hermione." Severus's reprimand escaped him almost reflexively, underscored by a deep-seated concern for her health. He tilted his head slightly, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized her. Hermione couldn't help but chuckle, maneuvering around to sit across from him, lifting her coffee cup. "Rest assured, Severus," she replied with a teasing lilt. "Thanks to your potions and vigilant oversight, I am far less likely to fall ill now." She took a sip of her coffee, sighing in satisfaction. "What are the plans for today?" Severus sliced a piece of bread spread with a thin layer of butter, his movements still infused with a hint of his old-world precision. Hermione absent-mindedly prodded the fried egg on her plate with her fork, perhaps contemplating a review of divination. The astrological chart assignment assigned by Professor Trelawney always proved to be a source of exasperation. With a resigned shake of her head, she reminded herself of her plan to return to Hogwarts today. Snape set down his cutlery, his dark eyes turning towards her. A few batches of calming potions required by Madame Pomfrey needed to be completed before the start of term. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. "Would you like to accompany me?" "Oh, right, Madame Pomfrey's order," Hermione exclaimed, surprised at her own forgetfulness. "Of course I can go." Her eyes sparkled at the prospect. The library and common room always held an irresistible allure for her. Perhaps she would visit the library or check for any letters delivered by owls. After breakfast, Hermione changed into her outerwear in advance, settling onto the sofa by the window, unconsciously tracing the cold glass with her fingertips as she gazed outside, waiting. "Shall we?" A low voice resonated from behind her. Hermione turned at the sound, her breath momentarily catching. The Severus, clad in a soft, worn sweater and loose, casual trousers, had vanished. In his place stood the potions master of Hogwarts, resplendent in a pristine black shirt, draped in his signature black robes. The fabric of the robes was heavy and structured, seemingly absorbing all the light in the room, enveloping him tightly from head to toe. In an instant, the reverence, distance, and once concealed longing rooted deeply in her memories surged forth, as if revived by a spell, crashing against her. Yet simultaneously, a distinctly different, more fervent current, imbued with a secret excitement, quietly coursed through her spine. Almost instinctively, she stood, drawing closer to him. Her gaze wandered over him, tinged with a sense of daze and inquiry. She gently raised her hand, brushing against the arm concealed beneath his robes, feeling the taut muscle beneath the fabric. Snape detected the complex play of emotions flitting across her face. A fleeting glimmer of understanding and, perhaps, amusement flickered in his deep-set black eyes. He raised an eyebrow slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching in an almost imperceptible smile before being forcibly restrained. He extended his hand, adopting a demeanor that blended reassurance with habitual sharpness, ruffling her tousled curls. "What troubles you?" His voice was low and steady, laced with an intentional softness. "Are you not accustomed to this, Miss Granger?" Hermione's cheeks instantly flushed a rosy hue, and she swiftly averted her gaze, only to be drawn to him once more. She herself could not articulate it, but the stark contrast between the stern professor clad in black robes and the Severus who would prepare breakfast for her and kiss her forehead in private felt like a potion mingling tension and exhilaration, silently bubbling within her. Snape's hand lingered atop her head, his fingers habitually entwining a curl, a gesture imbued with the intimacy cultivated through their cohabitation. He clearly perceived the emotions roiling in her eyes. Beneath the familiar sense of reliance lay an adventurous spark ignited by the dark robes, tinged with a hint of aggression. This spark resembled stones cast into a tranquil lake, evoking not defensive ripples, but a more intricate, intimate resonance within him. "Severus," Hermione's voice emerged, husky yet more tender than usual, as if invoking a spell understood solely between them. Her hand resting on his arm did not withdraw. Rather, it instinctively pressed closer, her fingertips gliding along the muscle lines beneath the fabric, finally resting on the smooth shoulder of his robe. The boldness of her actions felt natural, as if gauging the distance between the professor's exterior and the familiar Severus within. "Captivating," she mused, tilting her head slightly, her gaze lingering on his austere contours, infused with genuine admiration and a hint of mischief. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Snape's Adam's apple moved almost imperceptibly. The warmth of her fingertips and her unabashed admiration, imbued with possessiveness, acted as an invisible key, effortlessly prying open the barriers of his attire. The days spent together during the holiday had worn away the veneer of estrangement. Her touch and words penetrated his habitual icy facade with precision. Not only did he refrain from hindering her nearly audacious scrutiny and touch, but he also subtly inclined his body, allowing her fingers to glide more smoothly along the crisp shoulder seam of his robe. His other hand, previously nestled in her curls, descended to her neck, his thumb applying a soothing yet possessive pressure against the sensitive skin behind her ear. Excessive? He echoed, his voice deep and imbued with a languid magnetism that only surfaced in her presence, the final note rising slightly, as if savoring the word. Leaning closer, the scent of potions and the characteristic chill of his robe mingled with her warmth, infused with a faint hint of pomegranate. It created a unique aroma that belonged solely to them. Miss Granger, he deliberately utilized that distant appellation. Yet his gaze shimmered with an intensity that starkly contrasted with the title, almost fervent. Does this attire remind you of my excesses? Or his gaze, imbued with tangible sensation, slowly traced her rosy lips before locking onto her eyes, his voice dropping lower, laced with an unspoken temptation. What illicit thoughts do you harbor for me at this moment? Hermione's heart surged, colliding against her ribs, her skin igniting under his caress. The implications within his words, paired with his all-seeing black eyes, ignited a conflagration of emotions within her, turning her initial flutter into an overwhelming blaze. As dizziness washed over her, the sensation of being enveloped by his presence transformed from suffocating to intoxicatingly familiar. Rather than retreating, she rose onto her tiptoes, closing the distance between them to nearly nothing. Her hand, resting on his shoulder, naturally slid toward the front of his robe, her fingertips deftly catching the smooth, cold top button, teasingly toying with it. Infused with a playful provocation. Perhaps both? She challenged, tilting her face upward, her gaze unwavering as she met the swirling currents within his eyes. Her voice laced with humor and an equally candid suggestion. This robe her fingers unconsciously traced the contours of the button, feeling the rise and fall of his chest beneath the fabric, evoking an irresistible desire to peel away the layers and discover if the severus she knew remained beneath. Her audacious words transformed into a breathy whisper by the end, laced with an intimacy that sent shivers down his spine. Snape's breathing grew heavier, her words and actions strikingly direct and bold. Their cohabitation had long accustomed them to the language and nuances of each other's bodies. The way her fingers toyed with the button felt like feathers grazing his taut nerves, igniting even fiercer flames within him. He grasped her wrist, the pressure firm yet undeniably possessive, halting her from stoking the flames further. Yet, in the next breath, he did not push her away. Instead, he drew her closer. Their bodies pressed together almost seamlessly. Through the heavy fabric of his robes and her clothing, they could feel each other's rising body temperature and racing heartbeats. Snape lowered his head, and in his deep-set black eyes, the icy barriers had dissolved, leaving only an all-consuming desire and a primal yearning. "Darling," he murmured hoarsely, no longer referring to her as Miss Granger, but using a name that existed solely within their intimate sphere, filled with affection and danger. "You always know how to ignite the most perilous flames." His thumb once again pressed heavily against the delicate skin on the inner side of her wrist, leaving a more profound mark. The gesture bore a hint of punishment, yet was imbued with suggestive sensuality. His gaze was fixated on her lips, his body's instinct clamoring to lean down and seize that alluring crimson, transforming her extravagant fantasies into reality. Time thickened and became fervent amidst their entwined breaths and heated bodies. Hermione could sense the taut muscles beneath his robe, the suppressed, coiled power within him. The awe inspired by the dark garment had now entirely morphed into a yearning for the electrifying intimacy brought forth by that formidable strength. She could even envision the contours and warmth of his familiar form once he shed that long robe. Just as Hermione believed he would kiss her, Severus abruptly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the flames within had been forcefully subdued, leaving only smoldering embers and a trace of resigned indulgence. He inhaled deeply, his breath bearing a discernible restraint, his forehead lightly resting against hers, his voice still raspy, but now tinged with a return to reason. "And now, you must retain this dangerous thought as we proceed to Hogwarts to complete those safe potions, Miss Granger." He almost bit out that last title, infused with a blend of warning and indulgence. Hermione emitted a discontented, playful hum, yet her body obediently relaxed, her forehead still tenderly pressed against his. She recognized the truth in his words, but the interrupted thrill and desire coursed through her skin like tiny electric currents. "Cunning old bat," she murmured, playfully nudging the stubble on his chin with her nose, the familiar sensation bringing her comfort. Severus chuckled softly, finally releasing her wrist and instead cradling her face in his hand, his fingers gently caressing her still heated skin. pressing a brief yet possessive kiss upon her lips that effectively stifled any potential complaints. "Go fetch your belongings, Hermione." His voice regained some of its usual steadiness. Yet the lingering rasp and shadow in his eyes signified that what had transpired moments before was no mere illusion. Hermione bit her recently kissed lip and turned to retrieve her bag. Severus observed her slender silhouette, lifting a hand to rub his brow with force, as if attempting to suppress the last flicker of uncontrolled flame. He adjusted the disheveled front of his robe, and as his fingertips grazed the clasp she had just fidgeted with, he paused imperceptibly for a heartbeat, a faint, private smile curling at the corner of his mouth. When Hermione turned back, he had resumed the cold demeanor expected of a potions master at Hogwarts, his robe impeccably straightened, his expression impassive. However, when he extended his hand toward her, it was not a mere gesture of command, but rather an invitation, his palm open and welcoming. The smile in Hermione's eyes deepened as she stepped forward eagerly, unhesitatingly placing her hand into his cool, yet firm grasp. In that moment of their fingers interlocking, the distance fostered by the dark robe utterly dissipated, leaving only the familiar, profound connection between them. The professor shrouded in black and the lover whose hand he held were seamlessly intertwined within the same man. "Let us proceed, my professor." Hermione tightened her grip on his hand, her tone light, laced with a sweetness only he could comprehend. Severus did not counter her words, merely tightening his hold. The thrill induced by the dark robe had not vanished. It had simply melded into their deeper intimacy, becoming a unique catalyst that belonged solely to them. Chapter 9, Madame Pomfrey's Chatter. As the faint tremor of their apparition dissipated within Snape's office, the midday sun streamed through the high windows, casting a beam of light through the dust. "Go on," Snape's voice was low, as he bowed his head and placed a brief yet tender kiss upon her forehead, his fingertips habitually brushing against her curled hair. "Be careful." Hermione nodded, her cheeks flushed, as if harboring a warm secret. She glided through the desolate corridor, ghost-like, returning to Gryffindor Tower. Upon pushing open the door behind the fat lady's portrait, the anticipated silence enveloped her. The common room was deserted, the fire long extinguished, and winter sunlight cast a cold checkered pattern on the crimson and gold carpet. A peculiar sense of solitude engulfed her. If it were not for Severus. This thought caused her lips to curve uncontrollably, a hidden warmth surging within her. She would face the emptiness of the tower alone, the long holiday stretching before her, rather than the bustling twilight of Spinner's End. She hastened to the small round table beside her bed, where, as expected, 2 letters lay quietly. The familiar handwriting on the envelopes warmed her heart. She eagerly tore them open. Harry's letter brimmed with his usual concern and erratic thoughts, inquiring about her holiday and rambling about his patients at the Dursleys, ultimately extending a warm invitation. Before the holiday concluded, he, Ron, and Ginny would gather at the leaky cauldron. The other letter, penned in vibrant red ink, burst forth with Ginny's characteristic vivacity. She excitedly recounted her family's vacation antics in a seaside town where Ron was chased into the sea by a tempestuous pet, and Ginny had become enamored with a local seaweed reputed to enhance hair sheen. The efficacy was dubious, but it smelled like old socks. In the latter half of the letter, Ginny's tone turned concerned and inquisitive. "Hermione, are you really staying alone at school? Won't you get bored? And how is Professor Snape?" Lastly, she implored, "Don't forget about our gathering." Upon finishing the letters, a wave of guilt washed over her. Both had been sent a week prior, yet she had remained absorbed in the routine of Spinner's End without responding. She swiftly grabbed a piece of parchment and quill, descending to the armchair by the fireplace. Her reply to Harry was composed quickly, sharing snippets of her tranquil holiday life, skillfully omitting key details, and joyfully accepting the invitation. When it came to Ginny, the quill hovered over the parchment for an extended moment. The cold stone of the fireplace seemed to silently observe her. Should she tell her? This thought rippled through her mind like a stone cast into a lake, creating concentric circles. Ginny was one of her closest friends, yet Severus Snape, his identity. The taboo nature of their relationship loomed like an invisible barrier. Ultimately, the urge for honesty prevailed over her reservations. Taking a deep breath, the quill glided smoothly across the parchment, her handwriting tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Ginny, there is something I must tell you. I am not alone at school this holiday. In fact, I am staying in Spinner's End with Severus Snape." She succinctly described the circumstances surrounding their situation, caring for his illness, and the tranquility of their time together. She emphasized the importance of confidentiality and reassured her that she would indeed appear at the leaky cauldron on time. Upon completing the final word, an odd sense of relief washed over her, as if she had lifted a heavy burden. She carefully sealed the letter and placed it in her bag, contemplating a trip to the Hogsmeade post office would be necessary later. The afternoon slipped away quietly among the vast shelves of the library. Hermione immersed herself in the star charts, striving to extract logic from the intricate, interwoven lines and obscure symbols. The library during the holiday was so empty that she could hear the rustle of pages turning, with only a few younger students idly flipping through the illustrations of fantastic beasts and where to find them, yawning incessantly. Who else would be like her? Reviewing divination during a rare holiday? When Madame Pants waved her wand, the magical light sources in the library's dome suddenly brightened, casting a stark and cold illumination. And Hermione was jolted into awareness of the deep indigo sky outside. She cast a glance at her watch. It was 4 in the afternoon. She hurriedly gathered the scattered tomes, parchment, and astrolabe, stuffing them into her backpack, and dashed out of the library, racing towards the direction of the dungeon. At the dimly lit corridor leading to the dungeon, she nearly collided with a hurried figure. Oh dear, Madame Pomfrey. Hermione quickly stepped back, relief washing over her as she recognized the woman, feeling a pang of regret for her recklessness. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Ah, dear Miss Granger. Madame Pomfrey patted her chest, a hint of lingering shock gracing her smile. I'm quite well, thank you. These old bones are still holding up. Still studying hard at the school during the holidays? What a good child you are. She gazed at Hermione with warmth. Yes, madam. What brings you here? Hermione inquired, a touch of confusion in her voice, as the hospital wing was not particularly close to this corridor. Don't even mention it. Madame Pomfrey waved her hand dismissively, her tone tinged with relief. A foolish first year. Staying behind, fell off his broom from the third-floor corridor. Thankfully, just some scrapes and a fright, but the hospital wing's supply of blood-replenishing potion has run low. Fortunately, she added with a knowing smile, Professor Snape happens to be in the castle today. I just received a fresh batch of potions from him. Oh, that is good. Hermione's heart skipped a beat, striving to keep her voice steady. Oh, by the way, Madame Pomfrey seemed to suddenly recall something, her eyes lighting up with a hint of gossip and mischief. Dear, did you see Professor Snape today? Before Hermione could respond, she burst into laughter, as if she had stumbled upon a grand secret. You simply must see him. Merlin's beard. He has changed his style. He's grown a beard. It appeared she could not find adequate words to express the shock of such a transformation, only shaking her head in disbelief and laughter. I never expected it. Not in the slightest. Is this a new endeavor? I'm sorry. Hermione felt her cheeks warm, her gaze darting away as she mumbled, Madame Pomfrey. I must be going. I have some errands to attend to in Hogsmeade. Have a pleasant evening. She hurriedly concluded, almost fleeing from Madame Pomfrey's intrigued gaze. Stopping before the heavy wooden door of Snape's office, Hermione cautiously glanced around, ensuring the corridor was deserted before she carefully pushed the door open. The room was suffused with the distinctive, rich aroma of potions brewing. Snape stood with his back to the door, meticulously packing several vials of shimmering potions into a box. Upon hearing the door creak, he paused, slowly turning to face her. Hermione's heart sank immediately. His expression was darker than the stone walls of the dungeon. His thin lips pressed into a hard line, and his obsidian eyes simmered with palpable displeasure, even a rare hint of embarrassment. Severus, Hermione stepped forward, striving to make her voice sound calm and concerned. What is the matter? Has something happened? She endeavored to play the part of the oblivious innocent. Just now. Snape's voice was low, as if it emerged from the depths of the earth, each word seemingly wrenched from him. Madame Pomfrey came to collect the potions. Oh, I see. Hermione's heart raced, carefully observing his expression, suppressing the urge to smile. Was everything all right? All right. Snape let out a short, scornful huff from his nostrils, his brow furrowing as his sharp gaze swept over Hermione's feigned composure. It seems, Miss Granger, that the slightest alteration to my chin is as noticeable to her as a troll in a tutu. His tone was laced with offended irritation and helpless lament. Ha ha. Hermione could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, but her crescent-shaped eyes betrayed her amusement. Snape shot her an irritated glare, his expression akin to that of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Oh, Severus, Hermione laughed, rushing to him, wrapping her arms around his stiff waist, burying her face in the front of his crisp robes, her voice muffled and teasing. I love it. Truly. And she lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as they met his taut jawline. Only Madame Pomfrey saw it, didn't she? Though she was acutely aware that with Madame Pomfrey's lively demeanor, the news would certainly circulate among the staff. Snape sighed heavily, the oppressive atmosphere around him not entirely dissipating. Yet the arms that encircled her tightened with sincerity. Then, shall I help you shave it off? Hermione tilted her face up, continuing to soothe him, her fingertips brushing against his new stubble, the rough texture stirring an unexpected softness within her. No need. Snape fell silent for a few moments before he grumbled, a tone of reluctant resignation in his voice. We can discuss it when term resumes. He released her, picking up his wand, and with a series of swift, silent charms, restored the remaining potion ingredients and tools to their proper places. his movements carrying a hint of exasperation. Once finished, he turned to her, the shadows in his deep black eyes having lessened somewhat, a blend of exasperation and familiar affection in his gaze. "Shall we head back?" Hermione gazed at his rare display of childlike awkwardness, her heart melting. Unable to resist, she rose on her tiptoes and swiftly pecked his tightly pressed lips. "Yes, but first I need to stop by the Hogsmeade post office." She pointed to her backpack to send replies to Harry and Ginny. Sure enough, those two names seemed to trigger a switch within him. Snape's mouth immediately turned downward, a complex expression of disdain, and resignation crossing his features as his brow furrowed once more. "Severus, don't be like that." Hermione placed her hands on her hips, pretending to glare at him. Snape dramatically rolled his eyes, the exaggerated motion conveying his utter disbelief. "So," he drawled, adopting a tone of resigned acceptance, "our itinerary is to first patronize that establishment filled with owl droppings and noisy postmen?" "Absolutely," Hermione replied decisively, her tone leaving no room for argument. Chapter 10. A Chance Encounter in Hogsmeade. As dusk fell, Hogsmeade Village was enveloped in a cold, tranquil silence. With the holiday coming to an end and evening approaching, the streets were nearly deserted. The biting wind stirred the scattered snow beneath, stinging one's cheeks. Hermione tightened her scarf and pushed open the creaking wooden door of the post office. The warm, musty air inside, mingled with the scent of parchment, ink, hay, and owl feathers, enveloped her. Meanwhile, Snape leaned against the cold stone wall outside, his figure nearly blending into the shadows, like a silent guardian statue. "Hey, Severus," a surprised, slightly high-pitched female voice abruptly shattered the stillness. Snape turned at the sound, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly as Madame Rosmerta, the owner of the Three Broomsticks, approached briskly from around the corner, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she waved energetically at him. "Oh, bloody Merlin!" He silently cursed within, yet maintained his customary indifference. "Good evening, Rosmerta." He inclined his head slightly, his voice low and flat, devoid of emotion. "Good evening. I never expected to run into you here." Rosmerta halted before him, curiously appraising him, her gaze lingering for a moment on his chin before swiftly shifting away. Donning a professional smile. "So late. Are you here to send a letter? Or to collect a parcel? Do you need assistance?" "I am merely passing through." Snape intended to deflect her inquiry with a curt dismissal when the post office door swung open once more. "Let us go, Sev." Hermione emerged, her eyes focused on adjusting her scarf, only to suddenly stop mid-sentence. She lifted her gaze and found herself ensnared by the astonished and inquisitive stare of Madame Rosmerta, as well as the sudden rigidity that enveloped Severus Snape's visage. The air seemed to congeal around them. The winter wind of Hogsmeade howled through the narrow streets, swirling the snowflakes beneath their feet. The dim glow of the post office's lantern illuminated this awkward encounter, rendering it utterly exposed. "Oh, Merlin. Ha." Madame Rosmerta was the first to break the stifling silence with a hearty laugh, filled with an understanding that hinted at a teasing awareness. "Good evening, Miss Granger. What a serendipitous meeting." Her gaze flitted meaningfully between the two. "Good evening, Madame Rosmerta." Hermione felt her cheeks flush as though ignited by fire. Her voice parched, and her limbs unsure of where to rest. Rosmerta's eyes drifted back to Snape's impassive and rather somber countenance, then to Hermione, who looked so mortified she might shrink away. The smile on Rosmerta's face deepened, imbued with a knowing cunning. "Look at this weather, freezing to death. Would you two care to step inside for a warm drink? My treat." She gestured enthusiastically towards the brightly lit Three Broomsticks. "Rest assured, it's quite peaceful at this hour." Then, with a wink, she added with significance, "The upstairs rooms are even quieter and more comfortable. I guarantee no one will disturb you." The final words were pronounced with remarkable clarity. Snape's lips appeared to twitch slightly. "Thank you for your kind offer, Madame Rosmerta," he replied, his voice as cold as ice, carrying an undeniable refusal. "However, I believe it is my duty to escort Miss Granger safely back to Hogwarts. Good evening." He subtly inclined his body, signaling Hermione it was time to depart. "Oh, I see." Madame Rosmerta's smile remained intact, though her gaze continued to probe between the two like a spotlight, as if attempting to penetrate their carefully maintained facade. "Very well. Do take care on your journey, dear. Do drop by sometime." She waved, her voice ringing out through the chilling wind. Snape and Hermione nodded stiffly in unison, muttering a vague farewell, then turned swiftly as if fleeing a crime scene, hurrying down the path leading to Hogwarts, leaving behind Madame Rosmerta's playful gaze and laughter to fade into the frigid night. They walked in silence for a considerable distance, until the light from the Three Broomsticks was swallowed completely by the darkness. Once assured they were out of Madame Rosmerta's possible line of sight, they simultaneously exhaled a long, relieved breath, their taut shoulders finally relaxing. "Goodness!" Hermione gasped, pressing a hand to her chest, still shaken, feeling a thin sheen of sweat on her back. What a coincidence. Of all people, it had to be her. Snape's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darker than the night itself, and he nodded silently, his jaw clenched. The torment of those few minutes had been more distressing than facing a dozen blast-ended scruts. She wouldn't spread it around, would she? Hermione's voice quivered with an imperceptible panic as she glanced at Snape. The way she looked at us. Oh, she must have figured it out. Snape halted his steps. Turning to her in the dim light, his gaze profound. I suspect, he began slowly, his voice low and tinged with resigned certainty, that she has been aware since our last visit to the Three Broomsticks. It is simply that this time, we have presented the evidence directly before her eyes. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. However, Madame Rosmerta is a shrewd businesswoman. She knows what should and should not be said. She may privately consider it amusing gossip, but she would not willingly disseminate anything that might embroil us, or herself, in trouble. She possesses a certain discretion. His final remark carried an understanding of human nature. Upon hearing this, Hermione's anxious heart began to ease slightly, though the sensation of being scrutinized lingered. Thank goodness, she murmured, subconsciously inching closer to him, drawing comfort from the familiar aura he exuded. We shouldn't linger here, Snape declared decisively, his tone returning to its customary coldness. Yet his hand moved naturally to prevent any further encounters with acquaintances. He emphasized the word acquaintances with a hint of sarcasm. Home, he stated, his voice imbued with an unprecedented firmness and longing. As the words fell from his lips, his arm encircled her waist with a firm embrace. The familiar, suffocating sensation enveloped her instantly, accompanied by the distinctive spatial distortion of apparition. In the next moment, they were cocooned in the familiar, chilly air of Spinner's End, tinged with the scent of aged wood and potions. It felt as if the remnants of the morning's warmth still lingered in the fireplace. Home, this thought, amidst the lingering adrenaline, felt profoundly clear and comforting. Chapter 11. A promise by the hearth Spinner's End appeared to transform into an isolated magical bubble, shielding them from external prying eyes and pressures, leaving only the slow passage of time shared between the two. Snape's abode began to subtly change. Hermione would sneak her icy feet beneath the blanket draped over his legs, and Snape would imperceptibly stiffen, yet he never pushed her away. Even when she grew weary from reading and unconsciously leaned against his shoulder, he would pause his marking, allowing the room to remain enveloped in a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the fire and her even breaths. He would gaze down at the fluffy head resting on his shoulder, his cold, hard profile illuminated by the flickering flames, revealing an unexpected softness. Hermione brought not merely a few boxes of books and countless vials, but also color, warmth, and even a unique pomegranate fragrance that infused the air. A plaid blanket now adorned the sofa, brightly colored towels hung from the bathroom rack, and Snape had grown accustomed to the hairpin resting on the bedside table. He even found himself accustomed to her curling into his embrace at midnight, awakening occasionally to feel the breath of another person nearby. Yet, these habits were nearing their conclusion. One evening, the flames in the fireplace crackled softly, while Hermione nestled in her usual corner of the spacious sofa. A hefty tome titled A History of House Elf Civil Rights spread across her lap, its pages nearly enveloping her lower half. Her slender fingers absent-mindedly brushed over the yellowed pages, producing a gentle rustling sound. Across from her, Snape sat behind a large writing desk, shrouded in shadows cast by the high-backed chair and the piled parchment. The crystal vials and cauldrons reflected a cold gleam in the candlelight as he meticulously rebalanced a batch of calming potions, his long, pale fingers deftly measuring out minute quantities of moonstone powder with the precision of a pendulum. The sound of Hermione turning pages formed a rhythmic background melody. Suddenly, that sound ceased without warning, leaving only the soft whispers of the fireplace and the gentle drip of the potion. Severus? Her voice shattered the silence, carrying a hint of tentative inquiry as she peered from the shadows of the sofa, her voluminous brown curls glowing warmly in the firelight. Has the curriculum changed for this term's potions class? No. His gaze remained fixed on the potion bottle swirling in his hand, the blue-purple liquid rippling with his movements. It is the same as last year. His tone was deep and steady, devoid of emotion. Will you continue to use that classroom testing system? She leaned forward slightly, her voice revealing a tinge of concern, or perhaps a cautious confirmation. Are you planning to preemptively leak the answers for Gryffindor? He finally lifted his gaze, a slight smirk playing on his lips, brow arched. Hermione Granger, this does not seem like you. I merely, she hesitated, lowering her voice. Yet it carried the weight of a stone tossed into still waters. I just wish to know if the you of this holiday will still be present. Upon uttering her words, she seemed to immediately regret her candor, nervously biting her lower lip, leaving faint impressions of her teeth. The air became suddenly thick with tension, The flames in the fireplace appeared to shrink, leaving only the bitter scent of potion wafting silently, bearing an almost suffocating weight. She inhaled deeply, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, as if afraid to disturb something sacred. You know, Professor Snape and Severus are two different individuals. This statement, though softly spoken, carried immense courage, as if unveiling the unspoken veil that had long existed between them, laying bare the significance of this delicate relationship she had nurtured over the holiday. Snape's movements came to a complete halt. He set down the potion bottle he had been spinning, the base making a barely audible click upon meeting the table's surface. Rising, his tall figure detached from the shadow of the desk and silently approached the sofa. He lowered his gaze upon her, his obsidian eyes now as deep as an ancient well, swirling with incomprehensible emotions. Time seemed to elongate. Finally, he reached out his hand with excruciating slowness, gently resting it atop her tousled hair, cautiously tucking a loose curl, dislodged by her nervous movements, back behind her delicate ear. His touch bore an uncharacteristic tenderness, his fingertips inadvertently grazing her sensitive ear, sending a subtle shiver coursing through her. Hermione, his voice was lower than ever, carrying a gravelly texture, as if suppressing countless unspoken words, weighing heavily in the narrow space between them. I am not adept at being two different individuals. He acknowledged this division and the difficulties it entailed. But you have already accomplished it. She gazed up at him, her voice soft as a sigh yet imbued with undeniable affirmation. Her clear, resolute eyes reflected the flickering fire, as though silently conveying to him, I see you. I see the Severus who let down part of his armor during the holiday. Snape's throat constricted silently. He remained silent for a moment, his profound gaze wandering over her face, as if reevaluating something, or perhaps engaging in a final struggle with some internal inertia. The hand that had just tended to her hair curled slightly, ultimately falling to his side. Then I can only assure you, he began, a weighty promise in his tone, each word articulated with crystal clarity. Before you, I am the person you know. Hermione smiled but did not reply, her fingers caressing the pages of the book. An almost palpable silence enveloped them once more, both aware that parting was imminent, yet still wishing to pretend it could be postponed. Snape's gaze fell upon her hands. Are you worried that things will be different once we return to school? This was not a question, but rather an insight into her unexpressed fears. The concern that the delicate connection painstakingly forged over the holiday might dissipate amidst the cold stone walls of Hogwarts and the entrenched barriers of identity. She paused, then gently nodded. It won't, he asserted firmly. If you wish to return, he deliberately paused, as if to affirm the weight of this promise, each syllable slow and clear. Like the night itself, enveloping her in a reassuring calmness, the door will always remain open. This was not a mere platitude. It was a promise that Professor Snape would never offer, an exemption unique to Severus, shattering all conventions. Hermione remained silent, slowly extending her arm as he knelt before her, aligning his gaze with hers, even slightly below, his arms encircling her shoulders with an extraordinary gentleness, as though afraid of breaking some precious treasure, enveloping her entirely. In the study, the fire continued to whisper, the cool scent of potions mingling with the warmth of old books, the air thick with a profound yet fragile tranquility. Chapter 1. The Eve of Parting. Time slipped through fingers like water, and soon it was the eve of the new term. Severus, Hermione lay in bed, her voice carrying hesitation. Tomorrow morning, I must go to the leaky cauldron to meet Harry and the others. She turned to face the man beside her. We agreed to stay at the leaky cauldron for a night and return to Hogwarts together the next day. Snape's heart sank slightly, responding only with a gentle acknowledgement. Throughout the holiday, he had grown accustomed to waking each morning to her warm presence beside him, to her gentle breath lingering by the pillow, to the uninterrupted intimacy they shared every moment. The thought of returning to school, where he could only catch a distant glimpse of her slender figure in the cold classrooms and bustling great hall, tightened the invisible chasm in his heart, stirring an ineffable bitterness. Hermione seemed to sense the undercurrents of his silence and gently nestled against him, her arms wrapping around his lean waist, her cheek pressed tightly to his chest, as if to imprint herself within him. Snape's throat caught, comforting words lingered on his tongue, ultimately transforming into a firmer embrace. His broad palm repeatedly caressed her fragile shoulder, drawing warmth from the palpable reality she still held in his arms. Just one term, Hermione. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if to soothe her, yet more so to persuade his own equally troubled heart. Upon returning to Hogwarts, he must resume the role of the cold, harsh, unapproachable Professor Snape. He could no longer afford to let his gaze linger upon her, suffused with affection, nor could he embrace her again, feeling her heartbeat and warmth. I do not wish to part from you, Severus. Hermione's voice was muffled against his chest, thick with emotion, her eyes brimming with sorrow and reluctance, nearly overflowing. "It won't happen, my dear." Snape lowered his head, planting a feather-like kiss upon her smooth forehead. He understood the futility of that promise. That term of endearment, my dear, would be irrevocably sealed the moment they stepped into the castle. She would no longer greet the dawn's gentle light in his embrace, nor could she linger within arm's reach. And the thought of this made Hermione's brow furrow tightly, desperately holding back tears. "Just one term, it will pass swiftly, I promise," Snape repeated, his tone imbued with an unprecedented tenderness, as if melting away the harsh edges of his usual demeanor. This promise served as solace for her, and a flickering candle to sustain himself through the long separation. Hermione lifted her gaze, meticulously tracing the contours of his distinct face. Suddenly, as if recalling something, her fingers, imbued with a playful fondness, lightly brushed against his chin. "Remember to shave, otherwise." The entire school might be taken aback by the potion master's new look, she teased softly, her fingertips sending a slight tingling sensation. Snape's lips involuntarily quirked, revealing a faint smile. Indeed, who would have thought that his long-standing somber image would waver for the sake of a little witch? "Shall we need to send our luggage back to Hogwarts first?" He gently shifted the topic, attempting to dispel the increasingly heavy air of parting. "Yes, I suppose so." Hermione's brightness dimmed once more, her voice subdued. "Do not wear that expression." Snape observed her downcast face, his heart aching in response. "The day after tomorrow. We shall meet again, will we not?" He endeavored to maintain a light tone. "Do not be late. Otherwise, I shall deduct points." With deliberate intent, he attempted to coax a smile from her using a professor's threat, yet it only seemed to deepen her sadness. "Oh, Severus." Hermione gazed at the man before her, her voice soft as a sigh. "Tomorrow, I must once again call you Professor Snape." In the brief span of a holiday, the rigid layers of ice surrounding him had quietly melted away before her. The following morning, Hermione dressed, inhaled deeply, and resolutely raised her wand. She hesitated to pack her belongings piece by piece. That slow process felt akin to a lingering demise. With a soft incantation of Accio, her wand flicked, and her luggage vanished before her eyes, summoned to its destined location, as if it carried away the last remnants of warmth from this little sanctuary. She pushed open the bedroom door. In the living room, Snape sat on the sofa as usual. Hearing the sound, he turned his head, a familiar smile gracing his lips. Yet deep within his gaze lay an unmistakable sorrow. "I placed a few vials of potions in your luggage, with the dosages appropriately reduced," he said, rising and stepping before her, his eyes enveloping her with tenderness. "If you feel unwell, remember to take them in a timely manner." "Oh, Severus." Hermione's tears welled up instantly, her voice choked with emotion. Observing her distress, Snape hurriedly adopted a facade of nonchalance. "Now, you are off to see friends. Cheer up." He even deliberately mentioned friends, his habitual disdain vanishing entirely, intensifying the bittersweet ache in Hermione's heart. The holiday had ended far too swiftly, had it not? Unable to contain herself, she buried her face in his broad chest, silent tears soaking his shirt, her shoulders trembling slightly. Snape sighed with heartfelt sorrow, his large hand gently caressing her hair, silently conveying equal measures of affection and reluctance. Did he not also perceive this fleeting time together as ephemeral as dew? "Do not worry." His voice held a hint of resigned raspiness, yet concealed a barely perceptible indulgence. "I will find a way to punish you with detention." Hermione was unexpectedly amused by this untimely threat, letting out a soft laugh. Strangely, at this moment, the term detention bore a secret and sweet connotation. She lifted her tear-streaked face to meet his gaze, where a trace of helpless tenderness resided, warming her heart. "Thank you, Professor," she responded softly, a playful lilt in her tone, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Snape gazed deeply into her swollen eyes and tear-streaked smile, unable to restrain himself any longer. He lowered his head and, filled with tenderness and an overwhelming love that seemed to envelop them both, kissed her deeply. Chapter 2. From the Leaky Cauldron to the Three Broomsticks. As she pushed open the creaking wooden door of the leaky cauldron, a medley of scents, butterbeer, burning wood, and a peculiar array of spices assailed her senses, accompanied by the unabashed laughter of Harry and Ron. "No way, Harry!" Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he thumped the table with his fist, causing several empty cups to rattle. "You actually gave Dudley a fudge that makes his tongue swell?" From George and Fred? He eagerly turned to the twins at his side. "Absolutely." George and Fred grinned in unison, giving Harry a thumbs up. "Well done, mate." "I just accidentally dropped it on the Dursleys' dining table," Harry shrugged, feigning innocence. Who knew Dudley would be so eager to pick it up and eat it? Ginny crossed her arms, casting Harry a disapproving sideways glance. "Harry, even if you're of age, such tricks are." Her words were abruptly cut short as her gaze landed on Hermione, who had just entered, her face instantly lighting up with a radiant smile. "Hermione, over here." "Hey, Hermione." Harry and Ron immediately turned, waving enthusiastically. Hermione smiled as she approached, bending to embrace Harry and Ron, before nodding at the twins. Good evening, Fred, George. I hope your holiday hasn't conjured any minor troubles that require the ministry's intervention. We? Absolutely law-abiding, Fred assured with a feigned sincerity. At most. We only had a few pixies dancing a jig, George added solemnly. Hermione's gaze zeroed in on Harry, her brows arching in a familiar, admonishing manner. So, you accidentally managed to let your Muggle cousin experience the allure of magical sweets? Harry shifted awkwardly, while Ron exaggeratedly rolled his eyes at the twins, silently mouthing. We're done for. Well, strictly speaking, the candy fell by itself, Harry stammered, scratching his head as he attempted to evade Hermione's piercing gaze. He certainly did not want to revisit Hermione's lengthy dissertation on the wizarding secrecy laws and responsibility towards Muggles on the eve of the new term. Seeing his discomfort, Hermione sighed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. She decisively walked around the table and gave Ginny a hearty hug. Ginny, I'm so sorry for the late reply. How was your holiday? Ron leaned toward Harry, whispering in an exaggerated tone. Look at that, hugging Ginny like she's the only one here. Harry, nervously observing Hermione converse with Ginny, lowered his voice. I wrote her 3 letters over the holiday. Not a single mention. All she cares about is Ginny. Ginny discreetly stomped on Ron's foot, causing him to wince in pain but remained silent. She then took Hermione's hand, pulling her aside, her face brimming with barely contained excitement and curiosity, her voice barely above a whisper. Quick, Hermione, tell me, you and Professor Snape, Merlin S. Knickers, did you really spend the entire holiday together? Is it true? Her eyes sparkled like stars. Hermione's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she nodded shyly. Yes, it was quite sudden. But, Ginny, her voice softened, imbued with genuine warmth. He's really not what everyone perceives. He is quite good. Ginny keenly detected the fleeting hint of disappointment in her tone and immediately understood. Oh, Hermione. She squeezed Hermione's hand sympathetically. It will indeed be difficult once school starts. But, she flashed an encouraging smile. There will always be a way, right? Taking a deep breath, Hermione steeled herself. All right, enough about me. She pulled Ginny back to the long table, her gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Harry. Tell us about your holiday. Aside from a certain someone creating a little incident, the topic ignited instantaneously. Ron animatedly recounted how his mother had attempted to knit a sweater using magic, only to end up with a scarf that bit back. Harry, under Hermione's watchful eye, recounted a condensed version of the incident where Dudley's hair turned purple and then reverted to its original color on Privet Drive. Fred and George mysteriously hinted at their development of a biscuit that would temporarily transform someone into a canary, aimed at Peeves. Ginny chimed in with a well-timed jest, exposing Ron's attempt to secretly use magic to clean the Ollery, only to be doused by a shower of bird droppings. Surrounded by the familiar cacophony of laughter from her friends, Hermione watched as Harry and Ron animatedly gestured, listened to the twins banter back and forth, and felt Ginny's playful teasing. The weight of parting began to dissipate, softened by this warm ruckus. She gazed at her noisy friends, whom she loved, yet found exasperating. A tender smile blossoming on her lips, filled with warmth and relief. As dusk fell unnoticed, the bar grew increasingly crowded, the air thickening with a cacophony of voices, the clinking of glasses, and the hooting of owls. Suddenly, a greater commotion erupted from the entrance as a peculiar figure, dressed as if just returned from a jungle expedition, entered, leading a magnificent, robust hippogriff. The creature held its head high, its sharp eagle eyes surveying the bustling bar, its powerful lion's paws thudding on the wooden floor, eliciting gasps and the screech of chair legs scraping against the ground. Guys, Ron gulped, involuntarily shrinking back as his gaze fixated on the beast's rear claws. His voice tinged with tension. Do you think now is a good time for dinner? I'm so hungry I could eat a hippogriff, Harry casually responded. Yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the marvelous creature before him. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 6 o'clock. I'll go fetch Tom. Here to eat. Ron suddenly yanked him back into his seat, his face drained of color. Harry, look at that creaturesque claws. And its eyes. It appears to be searching for appetizers. His voice had taken on an alarming pitch. Only then did Harry notice that even Fred and George had subdued their laughter, discreetly shifting their chairs as far as possible from the creature's range of motion. Harry himself could not help but become entranced. Harry, Hermione hissed, her voice low and stern as she cast a nervous glance at the beast. Her brow furrowed. She spoke rapidly, her tone barely above a whisper. Don't stare at it. The hippogriff is exceedingly proud and quite dangerous. It can deliver a fatal attack if offended. Bringing it into the leaky cauldron? That's as insane as letting a troll be a tour guide for the first years. Her tone was laden with disbelief and concern. Harry snapped back to reality and turned to Ron, who was fervently nodding, his expression conveying a clear, "I told you so." Harry swallowed nervously, his eyes scanning the obviously uneasy faces of his friends. Ahem, he cleared his throat, striving to maintain an air of calm. "So, where shall we relocate for a safe meal? How about that newly opened House Elf Toe Cafe in Diagon Alley?" Ginny suggested with a shrug. "A cafe? Ginny," Ron immediately lamented, clutching his stomach. "I'm so hungry I could gnaw on a tree guardian. What I need is something substantial to fill my belly, not a morsel that disappears in one bite." "The three broomsticks?" Fred and George chimed in unison, pointing towards the door with perfect synchronicity. The three broomsticks. Ron's eyes lit up like lanterns, his face radiant with hope. Rosmerta's signature meat pies, and butterbeer chilled as if it were just pulled from the Black Lake. It was as if the deliciousness was already within reach. Witnessing Ron's rapid transformation from terror to ravenous longing, the tension in the group dissipated, and laughter erupted amongst them. Harry chuckled, then it settled. The three broomsticks. One of the greatest conveniences for adult wizards, Hermione mused, was that distance was no longer an obstacle. They were currently in the heart of Diagon Alley, while their destination lay far beneath the feet of Hogwarts in the village of Hogsmeade. No lengthy journey was required, with a few sharp cracks. The group vanished from the bustling, boisterous, and creature-threatened leaky cauldron. In the next moment, they stood before the familiar, snow-covered wooden door of the three broomsticks, the warm light spilling through the frosted windows casting an inviting glow in the frigid air. Chapter 3. Mead, Flames, and Cold Winds. As they pushed open the door to the three broomsticks, Harry and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the bustling atmosphere within. It was astonishingly lively. Even before the school year had commenced, they stood frozen by the entrance, somewhat at a loss. "Oh, you lot." Madame Rosmerta's cheerful voice pierced through the clamor, as she deftly navigated the crowd towards them. "Hey, Fred, George," she greeted warmly, embracing the twin brothers enthusiastically. When did their relationship become so amicable? Ron pondered, nudging Harry in confusion at this unusually affectionate scene. "They're your brothers, Ron?" Harry speculated. "Perhaps they've become close with the proprietress? I'm not sure." "Hi, Rosmerta." Fred and George responded in unison, Fred glancing around. "Business is booming, isn't it?" Do we still have a table?" George quickly inquired. "Oh dear." Madame Rosmerta playfully swatted George's shoulder. "Of course." She led them to a relatively secluded corner near the entrance. Once everyone was seated, she quickly counted heads. Upon spotting Hermione, her eyebrows raised imperceptibly, but she soon resumed her cheerful demeanor, retrieving paper and pen from her apron. "All right, what can I get for you?" One by one, they placed their orders. "You know what we want," Rosmerta, Fred and George said in unison, their faces adorned with knowing smiles. Ron looked at them in utter bewilderment. "I'd like a," Hermione began, but Madame Rosmerta expertly interjected, "a meat pie and butterbeer?" She winked mischievously at Hermione. Yes." Hermione confirmed shyly, her cheeks flushing. "Great, I'll be right back." With that, Madame Rosmerta vanished into the throng of patrons. "Bloody hell," Ron exclaimed incredulously. Staring at the twins, "How did she know what you wanted?" He then turned sharply to Hermione. "How many times have you been here without us?" Before long, several frosty mugs of butterbeer and steaming dishes of delectable fare were brought to their table. "Enjoy your meal," Madame Rosmerta declared just before being called away by another table. The enticing aroma of the food immediately captured everyone's attention, and they eagerly picked up their knives and forks. "I dare say, you want to find a better meat pie in all of Britain," Ron mumbled contentedly, savoring every bite. "And the butterbeer," Harry chimed in as he took a generous swig. Just as they were immersed in the delights of food and conversation, the bar's door swung open once more, a gust of cold wind sweeping in, prompting everyone to turn their gaze toward the entrance. "Good heavens, it's Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall," Ron exclaimed, nearly choking again. "And Snape?" Harry's voice dropped ominously. Hermione quickly turned to look. Professor Snape stood as grim as ever in his black robes, a dark expression shadowing his features behind Professor McGonagall. Harry noticed a disheveled, scarred figure with wild gray hair and a madly spinning false eye in the group. "Wait, who is that?" "Oh, that's Mad-Eye Moody," George said, craning his neck to catch a glimpse, former Auror for the Ministry of Magic. "But what is he doing here?" Fred inquired. "Albus." Madame Rosmerta hurried over to greet Dumbledore, joyfully embracing him. "It's truly packed today, as you can see," she said, wringing her hands. "I'm so sorry. I fear all the private rooms are taken." "Oh, dear Rosmerta," Dumbledore chuckled, patting her hand, his blue eyes sparkling behind his crescent-shaped glasses. "Do not worry. Any table is as precious to us as gold." With that, Madame Rosmerta led the professors in the direction of Harry and his friend's table. Hermione's gaze had not strayed from Snape since the moment she spotted him. He had shaved off his beard, and his jawline appeared even more angular, his expression still a blend of disdain and impatience. A typical Snape demeanor, she thought to herself, amused. As they passed by their table, Dumbledore's eyes lit up upon seeing them. "Oh, Harry, what a delightful surprise to see you here. Good evening, Professor." Harry quickly rose, steadying himself against the back of his chair. The typically expressionless Snape turned at the sound of his name, his gaze immediately locking onto Hermione in the corner. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed his features. Evidently, he had not expected to encounter her here. Hermione blushed, pursing her lips to offer him a small smile. Snape remained composed, merely the faintest twitch of his lips betraying his reaction, while his eyes softened momentarily, like a pebble dropped into a still pond. "Butterbeer?" Dumbledore remarked with keen interest, surveying their table. "A fine choice, but you truly must try the mead. It is equally delightful. Of course, there is also fire whiskey." He suddenly turned to Snape with a hint of mischief, "for it is Severus's favorite." Snape jolted back to reality, glancing at Dumbledore, and with a reluctant smirk, discreetly rolled his eyes. Hermione caught this expression and nearly burst into laughter, hastily covering her mouth and clearing her throat. Naturally, Professor Harry responded with a bemused nod. "Oh, it is such a pleasure to see you all. Please continue to enjoy your dinner." Dumbledore cheerfully bid farewell, leading the professors to a long table at the back. Blimey. As soon as the professors sit down, Ron immediately leaned forward, lowering his voice to complain. "We're bound to bump into them while trying to eat. Now we have to keep whispering like this." The previously lively atmosphere abruptly chilled, as if a silencing charm had been cast, leaving everyone to quietly focus on their plates. "Oh, Alastair, I am truly delighted that you could come to Hogwarts this term," Dumbledore said, sipping the honey mead that had just been served, warmly patting Moody on the shoulder. "Albus," Moody responded gruffly, his fake eye spinning around the room. "It is indeed my honor. You know, finding a professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class each term is a real headache." Dumbledore chuckled heartily after finishing his sentence. "Defense Against the Dark Arts?" Harry immediately glanced at his companions, whispering, "Is he our professor this term?" "It seems there's no escaping it," Ginny replied in a flat tone. "He certainly has a rather frightening appearance, doesn't he?" Ron cautiously turned to steal a glance at Moody, then burst into quiet laughter. "Poor Snape. He has been yearning for this position." Harry, Fred, and George couldn't suppress their snickers. Hermione shot them an admonishing glare, and Ginny quickly shook her head at her. Hermione hastily diverted her gaze, taking a large gulp of butterbeer to mask her discomfort. Soon, the professors' meals were served, and they intermittently discussed the upcoming term's curriculum while savoring their food. "Well, Severus, how was your holiday?" Professor McGonagall inquired, slicing through her meal. "Madame Pomfrey asked me to extend her gratitude for the potions you provided during the break." "Quite well," Snape replied in a low tone, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Hermione's silhouette in the distance. "Oh, that is good to hear," McGonagall continued. "I heard from Madame Pomfrey that you seem to have grown a beard over the holidays." She paused her cutlery, scrutinizing Snape's unusually smooth chin in search of any stubble. Dumbledore and Moody's conversation abruptly ceased, both setting down their goblets in unison, their expressions filled with skepticism and disbelief as they turned to Snape. "What?" Harry's eyes widened as he looked at his companions. "Did you hear that? Snape grew a beard over the holidays." "Bloody hell," Ron exclaimed, choking on his butterbeer. "Something's definitely off with him. He hasn't been right since last term." He wiped his mouth, wearing a look of utter shock. Fred and George exchanged astonished, gossip-laden glances, breaking into mischievous grins, while Ginny immediately turned her excited and inquisitive gaze toward Hermione. Meanwhile, Hermione's heart raced. Her breath caught in her throat as she anxiously awaited Snape's response. Madame Pomfrey urgently needed the potions, and Snape cursed both her and Merlin's beard in his mind, yet maintained an impassive facade, fabricating an excuse in a monotone voice, pressed for time and unable to dwell on anything else. Dumbledore paused for a moment, shaking his head thoughtfully. Though he found the matter peculiar, Snape's reasoning seemed superficially sound. "Oh, Severus," he finally spoke, his tone imbued with genuine gratitude. "Thank you for being considerate of the students during the holiday and providing assistance." "It is my duty, Headmaster," Snape replied expressionlessly before taking a hefty sip of fire whiskey. The din in the bar grew louder, with conversations, hearty laughter, and the clinking of glasses intertwining, warming the atmosphere of the Three Broomsticks. The honeymead evidently worked its charm, and the professor's discussions grew increasingly animated. Professor McGonagall wore a rare, light-hearted smile, occasionally letting out brief but joyful chuckles. In stark contrast, Mad-Eye Moody erupted into thunderous laughter without warning, startling nearby patrons who nearly spilled their drinks. Snape maintained his upright posture, occasionally interjecting in his low voice when the conversation shifted to potions or defense, but more often than not, he merely lifted the fire whiskey to his lips, his profound gaze repeatedly drawn, almost imperceptibly, towards the brown-haired girl in the distance. Hermione, too, struggled to navigate her view through Harry and Ron's shoulders. Over Professor Dumbledore's silver crown of hair, quietly capturing Snape's figure. She observed him. His sharply defined profile appeared particularly austere under the dim light of the bar. As he slightly leaned in to listen to Professor McGonagall, he exhibited a rigid, yet oddly gentlemanly demeanor. His hand resting on the edge of the table. Slender fingers half concealed by the wide black cuffs, would occasionally tap the surface absent-mindedly. What quickened her heartbeat was the moment his deep, abyss-like black eyes inadvertently swept across her. Their gazes briefly locking, igniting a fervent impulse within her. She longed to rush over and smooth the furrow between his brows, or at the very least, to see the taut line of his lips soften just a fraction. Hermione, Ron's voice suddenly intruded, his expression one of earnest inquiry. Hermione's heart skipped a beat, fearing her secret admiration had been discovered, and she quickly snapped back to reality, flustered as she turned to him. What is it, Ron? Your meat pie? Ron pointed at her nearly untouched plate with his fork. Are you going to eat it? I see you haven't touched it. Hermione exhaled in relief, only to feel a wave of exasperation wash over her, rolling her eyes. No, Ron. She pushed the plate toward him. Be my guest. Just as she raised her gaze, preparing to look away, she once again collided with Snape's penetrating gaze. Her cheeks immediately flushed uncontrollably, but this time, she did not panic and shy away. Instead, across the bustling crowd, through the bright lights, and across the unbridgeable chasm of their identities, she boldly and deeply returned his gaze, her eyes brimming with an unspoken tenderness and yearning. Snape's pupils narrowed almost imperceptibly, his fingers tightening slightly around the glass. Goodness, it's getting late, Harry remarked, glancing at his watch, suggesting, we should head back, shouldn't we? Wait until I finish this bite, Ron mumbled, stuffing the last large piece of pie he had inherited from Hermione's plate into his mouth. Harry was the first to rise, putting on his coat and walking over to the professor's table. Professors, we must take our leave. Wishing you all a pleasant evening. Dumbledore turned. Oh, leaving already? Indeed. It is getting late. Shall we see each other at school tomorrow? Of course, Professor. Goodbye. Harry politely nodded at the other professors. Just a moment. Ginny suddenly stood up. I need to visit the restroom, she hurriedly said, striding towards the corner. As she passed the professor's long table, it seemed she stumbled slightly due to the crowded throng, her elbow inadvertently colliding with the arm of the seated Snape. Oh, I'm so sorry, Professor Snape, Ginny exclaimed, hastily steadying herself by grasping his forearm, her face adorned with just the right amount of apology. Snape, with an impassive demeanor, inclined his head slightly towards her, his keen gaze scanning her as if attempting to discern whether the collision was accidental or intentional. Ginny did not linger any longer and swiftly made her way towards the lavatory. Snape's gaze instinctively followed Hermione, who was donning her coat. He watched as she adjusted her scarf, as she gathered her softly curling hair, and as she was about to vanish into the night with her friends. An overwhelming sense of loss unexpectedly seized him. Tonight, she could have returned to Spinner's End with him, and the image of the empty, cold, lifeless room after her departure flashed through his mind. As Hermione fastened the last button of her coat, she habitually turned back to glance at Snape. She distinctly perceived the hint of unmasked disappointment in his eyes, mingled with a touch of indescribable reluctance. That look pierced her like a needle. An overwhelming impulse to rush towards him and embrace him almost engulfed her. Just then, Ginny burst through the crowd like a gust of wind, returning from the lavatory. All right. All done. Let us go. Ginny beamed with joy, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. The group pushed open the heavy wooden door, and a sharp, biting cold wind rushed in, splashing against their faces like icy water, prompting everyone to shiver simultaneously, instantly dispelling the warmth that had enveloped the bar. Hermione could not help but sigh, her thoughts still lingering in those deep, abyss-like black eyes. Ginny affectionately linked her arm with Hermione's, leaning in close, her warm breath brushing against Hermione's cool ear, her voice low and tinged with a mysterious excitement. Don't sigh. Just wait until we get back. There's a surprise waiting for you. Hermione abruptly turned to Ginny. Under the dim streetlight, Ginny was winking at her mischievously, the corners of her mouth curling into a cryptic smile. Hermione's confusion not only remained unresolved but expanded like ripples on a lake after a stone is cast, wondering if this surprise had anything to do with him. Chapter 4, HG 12. Snape pushed open the door to Spinner's End, greeted solely by an impenetrable darkness and silence. How long had it been? How long since he had faced this suffocating emptiness alone? He pondered despondently, the light from his wand flickering weakly in his palm before extinguishing, as if even it had grown weary of illuminating this lifeless space. Throughout the holiday, each time he returned, he was met with a starkly different scene: warm lights, the air often filled with the aroma of food, or the soft rustling of turning pages. Sometimes Hermione would curiously observe the cauldron at his potion table, and upon being noticed, she would fluster and adorably explain something. Memories flickered like a dim yet persistent light, piercing through the current darkness, causing his taut lips to involuntarily soften into a barely perceptible smile. He instinctively reached into the inner pocket of his robe, his fingertips brushing against the cold wood of his wand, only to unexpectedly graze a rough, crumpled piece of paper. Puzzled, he extracted it, moving closer to the fireplace. With a gentle tap of his wand, the fire crackled to life, casting an orange glow that barely illuminated the scrawled, almost indecipherable handwriting. HG 12. He switched on the floor lamp beside the sofa, scrutinizing the dim light repeatedly. HG? Hermione Granger? Suddenly, it dawned on him that Hermione had mentioned their party staying at the Leaky Cauldron. Room 12 at the Leaky Cauldron? Was it her room? This thought struck him like a lightning bolt, dispelling the gloom that had settled in his heart. He then recalled the red-haired girl, Ginny Weasley, and the seemingly accidental bump in the bar. Everything began to connect. Meanwhile, within room 12 of the Leaky Cauldron, Hermione washed away her weariness, changing into soft pajamas that seemed to retain the familiar scent of Spinner's End, a blend of some cold detergent and his unique aroma. She left only a bedside lamp lit, its warm glow barely outlining the contours of the room. Leaning against the window, she stared vacantly outside. Midnight was approaching. The streets were nearly deserted. The snow on the rooftops had long since melted away, leaving only damp traces. Her thoughts uncontrollably drifted towards that desolate street at Spinner's End, which, though so dreary, had borne their warmest and most intimate moments of the holiday. What was he doing now? Was he also staring into this hollow darkness? She bitterly realized how accustomed she had become to his presence, to the heavy comfort and unnameable happiness he brought. She threw herself onto the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the covers as if to shut out the entire world. The pain of separation became acutely sharp at that moment, gnawing at her heart. She curled up, greedily inhaling the faint scent lingering on her pajamas, her only solace, yet it felt like salt sprinkled on the wound of longing. How absurd this feeling was. Tomorrow, in the brightly lit Great Hall of Hogwarts, they would reunite. Yet the distance that felt so near seemed farther than the ends of the earth. She could not embrace him, nor could she allow her gaze to follow him freely or reveal a smile to him. How much longer would such days continue? Her heart suddenly convulsed, and tears, hot and unrelenting, finally broke free, silently soaking her pillow. In that desperate silence, a familiar hand, cool yet comforting, gently and tentatively rested on her shoulder through the covers. Hermione, a deep voice, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp and filled with heartfelt concern, whispered in her ear. Hermione shuddered, abruptly throwing off the covers, through her tear-blurred vision. The face she longed for was so close, Severus Snape, sitting at her bedside, his deep black eyes filled with an unmasked tenderness she had never witnessed before. Severus. All her grievances and longings erupted in an instant as she leapt into his embrace, like a drowning person clutching a piece of driftwood. Burying her face deeply into his cool neck, weeping uncontrollably, Snape tightened his arms around her, holding her securely. He repeatedly stroked her back, clumsily yet tenderly attempting to soothe her tremors, his cool lips gently pressing against her tear-stained cheek, kissing away the bitter traces. "Shoo, I am here, Hermione, I am here," he murmured softly, his deep voice offering a comforting balm. After a while, Hermione managed to suppress her sobs, lifting her head from his embrace, and choked out. How did you get here?" She paused, suddenly realizing the crux of the matter. "How did you know I was in this room?" Snape gently wiped away the remaining tears on her face with the pad of his thumb, his touch imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. "Ginny," he explained softly, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes, "your little friend slipped me a note." "Oh, Ginny," Hermione suddenly understood, a smile breaking through her tears. Was this the surprise she had mentioned? A wave of warmth surged within her. Ginny, she was so perceptive, so attuned to her heart. Snape gazed deeply at the person in his arms. Upon entering, he had only seen her helplessly curled up in the covers, her muffled cries stabbing at his heart like a knife. How long would she have had to endure this pain alone if he hadn't come? A strong wave of regret seized him, and he began to question whether his decision to maintain distance had been correct. Hermione wrapped her arms around him once more, pressing her face against his chest, feeling the steadiness of his heartbeat. "It's so good to have you here," she murmured, her voice muffled and nasally. "I know this sounds ridiculous, but I really missed you." As she spoke, her eyes began to well up again. Snape lowered his head, his chin brushing against the crown of her hair, his long fingers gently combing through her tousled, soft curls. Not absurd at all," he murmured with a sigh, his voice imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. "I miss you too, my darling, immensely." Each word was laden with a profound weight, carrying the same heavy longing. His warm kiss descended again, this time no longer on her cheek, but with an unparalleled reverence and desire, gently pressing against her soft lips. Hermione closed her eyes, responding deeply to the kiss. She inhaled that unique scent which brought her solace, felt the coolness of his skin gradually warmed by her body heat, and savored the familiar and intoxicating softness between their lips. This kiss was unlike the previous fervent embraces. It was slow, deep, imbued with an almost sacred seriousness and an aching tenderness, as if they were imprinting their souls into one another's lives. Time seemed to dissolve, and when their lips finally parted, their foreheads touched, breaths mingling in a hurried exchange, enveloped in a silent affection. Tonight, Hermione's voice carried a hint of unease and anticipation as she gazed up at him. Are we going back? Snape looked down into her tear-filled brown eyes, brimming with reluctance, and his heart softened in response. He slowly, yet resolutely, shook his head, a faint but genuine smile gracing his lips. However, he added with a touch of exasperation, glancing at his still worn outdoor robes, I fear I must first borrow your washroom. A radiant smile finally broke across Hermione's face, her eyes sparkling with renewed light. Of course. She pointed to an inconspicuous door within the room. It's right over there. Snape rose, retrieving the crumpled note from the inner pocket of his robe and placing it gently on Hermione's bedside table. Please thank her for me. His voice bore a rare hint of bashfulness, reminiscent of an ordinary man. Hermione bit her lip, her eyes twinkling as she leaned in to plant a resounding kiss on his cheek. No problem, Professor. He paused to shed the heavy black cloak, draping it over the chair, revealing a dark sweater beneath, before turning toward the washroom. Listening to the gentle sound of water from within, Hermione's gaze fell upon the note inscribed with HG Room 12, Ginny's uneven handwriting appearing remarkably endearing at this moment. A tremendous, palpable happiness washed over her like a warm tide, dispelling all coldness and solitude. Before long, the washroom door swung open. Snape emerged, clad only in a pristine white towel, droplets of water cascading down his taut chest and arms, glimmering in the dim light. He sat at the edge of the bed, casually drying his damp hair with a towel, yet his gaze remained fixated on Hermione, his eyes deep and focused, overflowing with unreserved affection and desire. Habitually, he reached for his wand to summon his nightclothes. What are you doing? Hermione tilted her head, curiosity evident in her voice. Snape paused, his body slightly turning, a rare expression of almost shy embarrassment flickering across his face, his voice a touch dry. Due to my incomplete grasp of the precise meaning of that note, he hesitated, seemingly weighing his words. I do not possess suitable attire. Hermione's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a sunset. Summoning her courage, she extended her finger, tentatively brushing against his damp, bare chest. I think, her voice was barely above a whisper, yet carried a tantalizing allure. You might not need it. Snape appeared momentarily taken aback, then let out a low, pleasurable chuckle that resonated sensually in the still room. He noticed Hermione subtly shifting, creating a space for him under the warm covers. Complying, he lifted the blanket and nestled beside her. However, he did not immediately lie down. Instead, he propped himself up on his elbow, gazing at her with an intensity that held a playful glimmer in the dim light. And what about you? His voice, deep and magnetic, rose slightly at the end, infused with unmistakable anticipation. Hermione's face turned even redder, and she shot him an exasperated glance, her look more playful than reproachful. That's not fair. Snape's lips curled into a smile, his gaze unwavering and ablaze with intent. Hermione felt a wave of discomfort under his scrutiny, realizing he was resolute in seeking an answer tonight. A rustling sound of fabric came from beneath the covers. Moments later, Hermione cautiously peeked out, revealing only her smooth shoulder and a delicate glimpse of her collarbone, her hands tightly clutching the edge of the blanket, wrapping herself securely. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes a mixture of shyness, irritation, and a subtle hint of anticipation. Now is that enough? She nearly bit out. Snape was thoroughly amused by her adorable demeanor, a low rumble of delight emanating from his chest. Of course, he replied, his voice rich with indulgence and satisfaction. He then reached out with his powerful arm, gently yet decisively pulling her, along with the blanket, into his embrace. The blanket slipped away, their warm, smooth skin pressing together without barrier beneath the thin sheet. The sudden intimacy brought forth a wave of comfort and exhilaration, prompting Hermione to emit a soft, sweet sigh. Almost simultaneously, Snape's warm lips found hers once more, infused with an even greater fervor and affection. Hermione surrendered completely to this reclaimed intimacy, closing her eyes and immersing herself in the experience of him. Her hands, no longer shy, boldly roamed over his taut back and strong arms, tracing the contours of his muscles, feeling the power that lay beneath his skin. Snape's breathing became noticeably heavier as he slightly elevated his body, hovering above her, his dark eyes locked onto hers, their heat nearly enough to dissolve her. Hermione pulled him closer. Beneath the blanket's secretive cover, her slender fingers found the edge of the towel, the final barrier slipping away silently. Chapter 5. The Weight of Secrets. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap, casting a warm glow on the guest room's sheets. Snape lay on his side, his long fingers delicately tracing the cheek of the person nestled in his embrace. A hint of barely perceptible tenderness flickered in his deep black eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper sense of reluctance. "I must leave." His voice was low, nearly a whisper, as if fearing to disturb the tranquility. Hermione's long eyelashes fluttered, lifting her head from his shoulder, her bright brown eyes clearly reflecting his figure, a fleeting pang of reluctance passing through her, yet she ultimately nodded, burying her face in his neck, soaking up the last remnants of warmth. "I'll see you tonight in the Great Hall." Snape attempted to soothe her with a calm tone. Tightening his arms slightly, he leaned down, placing a gentle, comforting kiss on her forehead, a rare and faint smile gracing his lips. "Cheer up." That smile was as fleeting as a mirage, yet it warmed Hermione's heart. "Hermione, come down." Ron Weasley's booming and urgent call echoed from downstairs, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps racing down the stairs. Hermione's gaze lingered longingly on Snape, who was meticulously draping his iconic black robe over his arm with elegance and precision. Hearing the commotion below, he turned, meeting her gaze, that soothing smile reappearing. "Shall we meet tonight?" Hermione took a deep breath, striving to make her voice sound more cheerful. The gloom of their parting the previous night seemed to dissipate under the morning's warmth, yet the weighty, unspoken secret lingering in her heart remained. "Of course, my dear." Snape approached, uttering no superfluous words, merely sealing her unease with a soft yet promising kiss. "Go ahead," he whispered, as Hermione made her appearance in the dining hall downstairs. Ginny Weasley rushed over like a whirlwind of crimson, clutching a slice of bread thickly smeared with butter. "Hermione," she whispered, barely able to contain her excitement and curiosity. Leaning closer to Hermione's ear, "Did Professor Snape come yesterday? Was everything all right?" Hermione grasped Ginny's hand appreciatively, her cheeks flushing slightly. "He asked me to thank you." "Severus?" Ginny gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had never heard anyone dare to address the potion's professor in such a manner outside of official documents. The very notion of thank you escaping Snape's lips was utterly astonishing. By Merlin's beard, she could scarcely believe her ears. Across the table, Harry Potter keenly noticed Ginny's expression, which resembled that of someone struck on the head by a troll, along with the suspicious blush adorning Hermione's cheeks. He set down his fork and gently nudged Ron, who was engrossed in a croissant, with his elbow. "Ron," Harry said thoughtfully, "don't you think there is something they're hiding from us?" Ron struggled to swallow his mouthful, glancing at the two whispering girls, and shrugged. "Hermione's been acting odd since last semester. Now Ginny's in on it too," he remarked, a blend of confusion and habitual grumbling in his tone. Harry remained silent, continuing to observe Hermione and Ginny with keen interest. Ginny appeared to be speaking urgently in hushed tones, while Hermione nervously twisted her fingers. A familiar intuition, honed from countless adventures, surged within Harry, growing ever more potent. "Aren't you her boyfriend, Harry?" Ron furrowed his brow, casting a baffled look at Harry. "She hasn't told you anything at all?" Harry shook his head in resignation, his brow etched with deep-seated doubt. "No. Every time I try to inquire about Hermione, she seamlessly diverts the conversation." He paused, lowering his voice, "But I can't shake the feeling that it has to do with SN. Good morning." Hermione and Ginny finally concluded their clandestine conversation and seated themselves opposite Harry and Ron. "How was breakfast?" Hermione endeavored to sound casual, reaching for the milk jug to pour herself a glass. "Oh, not bad." Harry halted his meal, his gaze settling directly on Hermione's face, inquisitive. "How was your holiday? Did you stay at school the entire time?" Ginny's nerves tightened instantaneously, her hand instinctively clutching the hem of Hermione's garment beneath the table. Hermione, meanwhile, instinctively tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a subtle gesture revealing her inner turmoil. She furrowed her brow, avoiding Harry's direct gaze. Of course. There wasn't anyone at school," she replied, the half-truth stinging her heart, the weight of ongoing deception coiling around her like a vine. "I bet you've already previewed next semester's courses," Ginny interjected, attempting to steer the conversation to safer territory, her tone intentionally lighthearted. "Right, Hermione?" More or less." Hermione hurriedly agreed, her voice slightly strained. Harry's gaze flitted back and forth between the two girls, their faces inscribed with unmistakable signs of secrecy. And his suspicions only deepened, thickening like the mists over the Black Lake. Ron, seemingly oblivious, continued to devour his meal. After procuring their new textbooks and supplies in Diagon Alley, the four boarded the Hogwarts Express. The compartment buzzed with the joyous cacophony of returning students and reunions. Once Harry and Ron settled into a compartment, they animatedly began discussing the upcoming Quidditch season and potential strategies. Ginny, seated beside Hermione, eagerly joined in, excitedly analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of each team. Hermione chose a window seat, quietly retrieving her copy of Advanced Potion Making. The edges of the pages were already worn and frayed, and upon opening it, one could see that nearly every blank space was filled with meticulous, dense notes crafted during countless nights under Snape's deep, patient explanations. "Blimey, Hermione," Ron exclaimed from across the aisle, accidentally catching sight of the open pages. "You really didn't waste a moment this holiday." He leaned in closer. "The amount of notes you've taken might just burst the spine of that book." Harry and Ginny were drawn to the ink-stained pages as well. One might think this was Snape's own book, Ron joked, attempting to lighten the mood. However, his offhand remark sent ripples through the compartment, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Save for Ron, the other three fell into varying degrees of stunned silence. Harry and Ginny's expressions turned serious and tense, while Hermione's fingers momentarily halted in their turning of pages, as if the air had solidified. Ron looked up, bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere, glancing from one tense face to another. "What is going on? What is wrong with you all?" He elbowed Harry, perplexed. "Just like your old book, the Half-Blood Prince's textbook, remember? It was full of notes too." Harry swallowed hard, his gaze never leaving Hermione before slowly shifting to Ginny, who was subtly shaking her head. Ron's comparison had inadvertently struck at a core secret. He took a deep breath, focusing on Hermione, his voice low and earnest. "Hermione, did you make those notes yourself?" He added meaningfully, "All of them?" Hermione looked up, her eyes a tapestry of surprise and discomfort. "Harry." Ginny's heart leapt into her throat as she fixed her gaze on Harry, silently pleading with him to refrain from further probing. Ron, however, was completely lost in the peculiar atmosphere, darting his gaze between the two. "What is happening? Are you all playing some kind of riddle?" Ignoring Ron, Harry leaned slightly forward, locking his eyes onto Hermione, as if trying to see through her every facade. "Hermione, is there something going on between you and Professor Snape that we don't know about?" "What?" Ron sat up straight, his eyes wide as saucers. "Snape? Hermione? What is the connection?" He simply could not fathom how those two names could be intertwined. Harry's tone grew more serious, laced with concern and friendship. "Hermione, you are our most important friend. Whatever it is, you can tell us. We will stand by you." The air in the compartment felt as though it had been siphoned away. Hermione could feel her heart pounding heavily in her chest. She glanced at Ginny, who squeezed her hand tightly, offering silent support. Taking a deep breath, Hermione seemed to summon a resolve. She straightened her back, letting her gaze wander over Harry and Ron's shocked, bewildered, expectant faces. "I know." Her voice was clear yet tremulous. "This might come as a surprise, or perhaps very difficult for you to accept." She cast another glance at Ginny before meeting the eyes of her two closest friends, clearly articulating the secret she had harbored for so long. "I am with Professor Snape." Silence enveloped the compartment. The word alone could not encapsulate the frozen air that had suddenly filled the space, as if time itself had been petrified. Hermione and Ginny held their breath, their gazes firmly fixed on the faces of the two boys across from them, awaiting the anticipated tidal wave of reaction. An eternity seemed to stretch on, though it may have only been a few seconds, before Harry suddenly gasped, as if emerging from deep waters, his face etched with sheer astonishment and disbelief. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, producing only a nonsensical syllable. You and Snape?" Ron articulated slowly, his expression a bewildering mix of confusion and the look of someone who had just heard the most absurd joke imaginable. "Together? What does that mean?" "They're in a relationship." "Ron," Ginny said, exasperated as she observed Ron's sluggish comprehension. The chocolate frog in his hand fell to the floor with a thud, its golden wrapper writhing as the chocolate frog seized the opportunity to leap away, escaping through the crack of the door. What?" Ron exclaimed, as if jolted awake by the fleeing chocolate frog, his voice rising to a near shout. "Bloody hell. Hermione, what were you thinking?" "Snape, you're dating him." His words tumbled out in a frantic barrage. "When did this start? What happened?" He abruptly turned to Ginny. "And you knew? You knew all along. You kept this from us." "Not a word. How did you even find out?" Ginny instinctively recoiled. Hermione struggled to regain her composure, adjusting her posture and placing her hands neatly on her lap, attempting to quell the escalating chaos with a veneer of calm. "I know this is difficult to accept." "Difficult to accept?" Ron's voice pitched with agitation, nearly toppling the snacks on the table. "Bloody hell. Hermione, this is not just difficult to accept, it's utterly, completely, unfathomably unbelievable." He was so animated he seemed ready to leap from his seat. Quick as a flash, Harry grasped his arm, pulling him back down. while Ginny swiftly covered his mouth, both of them glancing nervously towards the compartment door, fearful of being overheard. With her mouth muffled, Ron could only manage muffled sounds, though his wide blue eyes still brimmed with tumult. "Listen," Hermione continued, her voice steady yet laced with anxiety. "I know this is hard to accept. To be precise, we started dating last semester." She immediately cast a tense glance at them. "I realize I should have told you sooner, but at the time, I wasn't entirely sure." "So that's why Snape kissed you at the ball," Ron blurted loudly, prompting Harry and Ginny to quickly cover his mouth again, as he belatedly recognized the volume of his voice. "And he put you in detention too?" Harry released his grip on Ron's mouth, his tone lowered to a near whisper, tinged with an undercurrent of concern. This question had been lingering in his mind for quite some time. "Oh, no." Hermione hastily shook her head, her cheeks flushing slightly. The earlier detention was truly just that, detention. She recalled those nights spent dealing with slugs and grinding potion ingredients, when it had indeed been merely the stern professor and a scheming student. Noticing that Harry and Ron seemed to have calmed down a fraction after the initial explosive shock, Hermione exchanged a knowing glance with Ginny. They understood it was time for the full truth. Over the next few moments, they recounted, in a near call-and-response manner, the entire bizarre yet inevitable tale, from the shocking kiss at the ball to the complex feelings that had gradually developed during their detentions, culminating in the significant progress made during the holidays. Hermione emphasized Snape's unexpected transformation, revealing the tenderness and patience he occasionally showed her beneath his cold exterior. "You cohabited." When they reached the part about their substantial cohabitation over the summer at Spinner's End, both Ron and Harry erupted in incredulous exclamations, their volume surpassing their previous outburst. Hermione and Ginny nearly jumped, rushing to once again cover their mouths. Cohabiting? At Snape's house? Ron and Harry, muffled yet wide-eyed, could only emit sounds of sheer disbelief, their expressions akin to those who had just encountered the most shocking revelation. The impact of this news was as staggering as the realization of their relationship itself. Hermione nodded slowly, her cheeks burning like ripe tomatoes. She continued, her voice low yet resolute, explaining the necessity of strict confidentiality, particularly with the new term approaching, where they would need to maintain the facade of an ordinary student-teacher relationship. "So, you have to act like you always have at school? No unusual behavior?" Ginny grasped the crux of the matter first, confirming again. "Exactly," Hermione sighed, her gaze filled with deep regret towards her friends, particularly Harry and Ron. "I am truly, incredibly sorry for not telling you sooner. For keeping this from you for so long." "My goodness, Hermione." Harry exhaled deeply, as if releasing all the shock from his chest, rubbing his temples, his face still bearing an incredulous expression. This is no small matter. Honestly, it's astonishing." He reached across the table, taking Hermione's slightly cold hand in his tone sincere and firm. "But we will help you keep this secret. If you need anything, we're always here for you." He nudged Ron, who still appeared petrified, as if grappling with the enormity of it all. "Right, Ron?" Ron seemed to snap back to reality at Harry's nudge, glancing between Harry and the expectant gaze of Hermione, then at Ginny, finally raking a frustrated hand through his fiery hair. "Of course. I mean, you're definitely our most important friend, Hermione. That will never change." Yet, he grimaced, looking at Hermione with an expression of utter bewilderment, as if he had encountered the ultimate conundrum of the wizarding world. "But how could you? Like Snape?" "I mean Snape?" This soul-searching question shattered the last remnants of tension in the compartment. Harry, Ginny, and even Hermione herself couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, the contrast and absurdity of it all felt surreal, even to those directly involved. Outside, the daylight subtly shifted from a bright afternoon to a profound dusk, the vibrant sunset igniting the horizon, gradually replaced by a deepening indigo hue. In the distance, the familiar, warm, and radiant lights of Hogwarts Castle came into view, like a lighthouse in the dark, guiding them home. The train rattled rhythmically along the tracks, and the compartment was suffused with a peculiar atmosphere, a blend of relief following the shock, the lightness that came from sharing a secret, and a faint undercurrent of anxiety regarding the challenges that lay ahead. "I truly don't know how to thank you all," Hermione said, looking at her three dear friends, a warm wave washing over her as her eyes misted. The burden of her monumental secret felt significantly lighter now that it had been shared. "Don't mention it, Hermione," Harry replied with a warm and steadfast smile, reiterating the words that had become the bedrock of their friendship. "We're friends." "Absolutely," Ron finally managed to smile, albeit still tinged with confusion, as he picked up a new chocolate frog. "Let us not be silly. This is, well, quite something," he muttered under his breath, taking a hefty bite of chocolate. Hermione and Ginny exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes shimmering with emotion. Hermione rose from her seat, gracefully maneuvering around the table to embrace Harry and Ron tightly, her heart brimming with gratitude. The two boys awkwardly yet sincerely patted her back in return. The train's long whistle echoed as it slowly approached the Hogsmeade platform. The castle's lights drew nearer, becoming increasingly vivid. Hermione settled back by the window, gazing at the familiar silhouettes and feeling a whirlwind of emotions within her. The chimes of a new term were about to toll, and the secret she shared with Severus Snape, under the watchful eyes of her closest friends, was poised to face its most formidable test. Clenching her fists, she drew strength from her companions, her gaze gradually hardening with determination. Chapter 6. Secrets in the Great Hall. Donning their Hogwarts robes once more, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Ginny joined the throng, chatting and laughing as they made their way from Gryffindor Tower to the brightly lit Great Hall. The air was infused with the familiar sense of food and the bustling excitement of returning to school, instilling an inexplicable sense of comfort. However, while Hermione and Ron struggled to adjust the collars of their robes, Ron posed a question laced with anticipation. Now that they were, well, in that sort of relationship, wouldn't Snape show some leniency towards Gryffindor in potions class? Perhaps he could refrain from deducting points at every turn? He envisioned a future free from Snape's biting sarcasm and the grim fate of the Gryffindor hourglass. Dream on, Ron. Harry swiftly dispelled his fantasies, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He may be in a relationship, but he is still Snape. Just think about it. If he suddenly became amiable towards Gryffindor, that would be suspicious. He knows that Professor S' inherent harshness and his unwavering adherence to principles, or rather, prejudices, too well. And besides, he fancies Hermione. Ginny interjected mercilessly, winking playfully. Not you. The flickering candlelight in the Great Hall illuminated the long tables of the four houses, filled with students engaged in raucous chatter. Not long after they settled at the Gryffindor table, the professors entered in succession, making their way to the long table at the front of the hall. Hermione's gaze instantly zeroed in on a familiar figure. Severus Snape walked with a steady gait, his black robe trailing behind him like a cold shadow. His expression remained inscrutable as he took his seat, his deep black eyes habitually scanning the hall with a piercing, frigid gaze, as if assessing a rowdy assembly of trolls. Everything was as it had been for the past 7 years. As Hermione's eyes fell upon him, her heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her breathing grew a tad more hurried. Observing him maintain his aloof professor facade, while recalling the whispered words he had shared mere hours ago, stirred a secret thrill and sweetness within her. Oh dear, Ron, fortuitously seated directly across from Hermione, caught her reaction in full view. He nudged Harry with his elbow, lowering his voice, a mix of astonishment and resignation lacing his tone. Harry, look at her. She is as red as a cooked lobster. Merlin, has she truly lost her mind? He simply could not comprehend how anyone could feel their heart race in response to Snape's stony visage. Harry followed Ron's gaze and saw Hermione, blushing and seemingly lost in her own world. Initially, he found it amusing, but soon a deeper emotion welled up within him. Having known Hermione for so long, from the proud little witch at 11 to the young woman before him now, he had never seen her exhibit such pure, youthful shyness and joy. This vibrant glow brought her to life. The instinctive aversion he felt towards Snape was overshadowed by a genuine happiness for his friend, and a soft smile unconsciously graced his lips. At that moment, Snape's aimless gaze landed on the Gryffindor table, precisely capturing the figure that was gazing back at him. He paused ever so slightly, a nearly imperceptible moment of stillness, as if a tiny stone had been cast into a frigid lake. Then, in a fleeting instant unnoticed by all, the corners of his perpetually tight-lipped mouth curled upward ever so slightly. It was an exceedingly brief yet profoundly restrained smile, imbued with a warmth and tenderness, akin to the fleeting rays of winter sunlight, blooming solely for her. However, this ephemeral gentleness was keenly observed by 3 highly alert, watchful friends. Harry, Ron, and Ginny simultaneously turned their heads towards Hermione, their eyes wide with shock, and their mouths pressed into straight lines, struggling to suppress the impending outburst of astonishment and laughter. They exchanged glances, their pupils sparkling with disbelief and excitement, as if they had witnessed the most astonishing magical miracle of the century. By Merlin's beard, Harry was the first to break the silence, his voice hushed, yet trembling with exhilaration. Did you see that? He just smiled, didn't he? Ginny and Ron nodded fervently, their expressions mirroring the same astonishment and the flames of gossip igniting within them. Bloody hell, Ron exclaimed, his voice brimming with the joy of discovery. Not only can he smile. Harry, did you see that look in his eyes? My word. He dramatically rubbed his arms. I have goosebumps. Ginny, seizing Hermione's arm, who was still blushing from Snape's brief smile, shook her excitedly, her voice brimming with unrestrained joy and enthusiasm. Hermione, Merlin above, I am genuinely thrilled for you. Honestly, this is simply incredible. She felt as if she were about to be overwhelmed by the sweetness of this secret. caught in the act by her friends. Hermione felt a mix of embarrassment and delight, but the overwhelming sense of happiness bubbled up like effervescent bubbles. Blushing, she gently nudged Ginny with her elbow, whispering playfully, "Oh, come on, you lot. Look ahead. Good evening, everyone." Professor Dumbledore stood up at just the right moment, tapping a silver spoon against a goblet. The clear ringing sound silencing the bustling hall. "New students, welcome to Hogwarts. And to the returning students, welcome home." His kind gaze swept over the entire assembly. "Now, let us commence the most important part of the evening, the sorting ceremony." Watching the youthful faces nervously don the sorting hat and hearing it call out the names of the houses, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Ginny exchanged knowing smiles, reminiscing about their own naive yet hopeful experiences. Time had flown, and now they were on the brink of graduating as seventh-year students. They had shared so much, experienced countless joyful moments together, and no one could sever the bonds they had forged through trials and tribulations, a friendship that stood as an unshakable treasure against any force. What a splendid evening it was. With the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore rose once more, his silvery beard shimmering in the candlelight. "Before we begin our lavish feast, allow me a few more words," he said, his azure eyes gleaming with wisdom. "What I wish to convey is this: cherish friendship, embrace love, be courageous in change. Stay brave. Thank you all." With his customary succinct yet profound speech, he gracefully took his seat. In the instant his words fell, the once empty golden plates and silver dishes on the 4 long tables instantly overflowed with mouth-watering delicacies. Roast turkey, Yorkshire pudding, meat pies, vegetable medleys. An array of puddings, an intoxicating aroma filled the air. The upperclassmen immediately cheered and dove into the feast, while the first-year students remained wide-eyed, marveling at the magical banquet before them. "Oh, fiery kiwi tarts." Ron's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the golden pastries that had suddenly appeared before him, emanating a gentle warmth and the fragrant aroma of kiwi. "I haven't seen these at a feast since 3rd year. Absolutely marvelous." Having barely eaten since breakfast, everyone was ravenous, and they eagerly indulged in the sumptuous spread before them. Hermione savored the delectable feast before her, yet her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the staff table. Snape remained as ever, merely poking at his food with a fork, consuming only a few bites at a leisurely pace, as though dining was merely a tedious obligation to sustain life. At times, Hermione truly wondered if this man could survive solely on pumpkin juice and his own bitterness. "The braised beef is exquisite," Ron exclaimed after savoring a steaming bowl of richly sauced stew, sighing in satisfaction. "Honestly, if it weren't for this delightful cuisine, the joy of Hogwarts would be diminished by at least half." Hermione promptly took a taste herself and instinctively remarked, "Indeed, it is quite good, but it would be even better with a hint of rosemary." "Oh, have you been honing your culinary skills during the holidays?" Harry teased between bites. "Oh no, not me." Hermione waved her hand in explanation. However, her words caused the 3 individuals beside her to simultaneously halt their cutlery. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. "Professor Snape?" Ginny inquired cautiously, her breath nearly held, her eyes wide with astonishment. "You mean him?" Her gaze flitted between Hermione and the distant staff table. Harry and Ron abruptly looked up, mouths still full, incredulously staring at Hermione. Realizing what she had just said, Hermione felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her, and she hurriedly attempted to clarify. "But cooking and potion-making share certain principles, such as the order of ingredient integration and the ratio of spices." Yet, her voice trailed off under the increasingly astonished gazes of her friends. The trio's jaws nearly dropped to their gilded plates. If witnessing Snape's gentle gaze had been shocking enough, learning that this renowned potion master, who seemed to survive solely on air and malice, could also cook and even pay attention to spice combinations, was utterly bewildering. "No, Hermione." Harry struggled to swallow his food, his voice stammering as if his worldview had been reshaped. "We're not shocked by his culinary skills, but by the very idea." "Hermione." Ron excitedly waved his fork, trying to express the tumult of emotions within him. "It's like hearing that Professor Dumbledore rides a broomstick in the professional Quidditch League." He floundered for a more fitting analogy. "Professor McGonagall laughing heartily in the Great Hall while wearing a pink lace robe?" Harry chimed in, vividly painting a scene that could lift one's soul. "Exactly. That's the feeling," Ron exclaimed, slapping the table in agreement with Harry's outrageous comparison. Ginny imagined the scenario Harry had described, then envisioned Snape poring over the rosemary measurements by the cauldron, finally unable to suppress a giggle. "For heaven's sake, boys," Hermione exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. Her cheeks flushed. "He's merely cooking a meal. What is so extraordinary about that? Just like he brews complex potions." She attempted to rationalize the act. "Oh no. No." Harry and Ron simultaneously shook their heads, wearing expressions of a bewildering mix of awe, gossip, and intense curiosity, once again casting their eyes toward the staff table in search of any sign of the chef within the dark-robed professor. However, as soon as their gazes landed, they were met with a pair of furrowed brows and piercing, icy eyes, clearly displeased. Professor Snape had evidently noticed their frequent glances and hushed laughter, locking onto Harry and Ron with his signature, freezing stare. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the two immediately wiped their smiles away, instinctively lowering their heads as if they wished to bury their faces in their plates of braised beef. Seeing their reactions, Hermione followed their line of sight and caught Snape retracting his warning glare. His expression, which seemed to say another glance, and I'll deduct points from your precious Gryffindor, made Hermione stifle a laugh. She exasperatedly rubbed her forehead, silently sighing. Goodness. Getting this awkward and acerbic potion master to coexist amicably with her friends was more challenging than blending dragon's blood with unicorn tears. The banquet concluded amidst laughter and some individuals' lack of appetite. The crowd surged from the great hall like a tide, navigating familiar corridors and staircases towards their respective common rooms. Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Ginny joined the throng of Gryffindors, walking along the corridor leading to the fat lady's portrait. At a dimly lit, crowded corner of the staircase, Hermione suddenly collided with a figure clad in black robes, leading the Slytherin first years. "Oh, I'm sorry," Hermione instinctively apologized, looking up, her heart racing, only to find herself face to face with the stern-faced head of Slytherin, Severus Snape. Her cheeks instantly flushed a vivid crimson. Her heart skipped a beat as she hastily stepped back. "Professor," based on Harry and Ron's 7 years of blood, sweat, and tears. In such a confined space, especially when a Gryffindor student had inadvertently offended Snape, the outcomes usually boiled down to two: either a scathing tirade filled with sarcasm or an outright deduction of points for your recklessness and blocking the way. 5 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Longbottom. "Oh, you're here too? Excellent." Another 5 points deducted. Harry and Ron held their breath, their bodies tensing. A mixture of instinctual fear and overwhelming curiosity coursing through them as they cautiously stole glances at Snape, awaiting his response. Snape's penetrating gaze fell upon Hermione's somewhat flustered face, and something flickered in the depths of his eyes. He instinctively extended his hand, briefly steadying her shoulder to ensure she was stable before swiftly retracting it, as if it were merely an obligation of a professor. "Mind your step, Miss Granger." His voice retained its low, unperturbed tone, yet upon closer inspection, the characteristic iciness seemed to have softened just a fraction. Hermione looked up, meeting his gaze, and in his brown eyes, she saw a restrained joy and reliance that could not be fully concealed. "Thank you, Professor." Her voice was as soft as a feather, and after uttering her gratitude, she quickly lowered her head, grabbing Ginny, who was still in shock, and hurriedly merged back into the Gryffindor crowd. As though flames were licking at her heels, Snape stood still, watching her and her friends disappear up the staircase, his lips pressing together discreetly before he turned, restoring his stoic demeanor as he continued to lead the timid Slytherin first years down the stairs. It was only when the Slytherin line had completely vanished from sight that Harry, Ron, and Ginny felt as though they had been released from a petrification spell, letting out an exaggerated sigh of relief. "Goodness, Hermione." Ginny burst out first, gripping Hermione's arm tightly, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her voice barely containing her exhilaration. "Oh, Merlin's knickers. That look, that warning. And he even steadied you, albeit briefly. This is simply." She felt as if she had just witnessed the climax of a romantic drama. Hermione's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, her brows furrowing in embarrassment, yet her lips couldn't help but curl upwards. "I don't think it's anything special." Ron scratched his head, bewildered as he glanced at the excited Ginny and Harry. "He just said mind your step like it was nothing. Thank goodness he didn't deduct points. That's good enough for me." He completely failed to grasp the subtle electricity that had sparked between them during that fleeting interaction. "Ron." Ginny halted in her tracks, staring at him incredulously, as if contemplating the depths of his obliviousness. "Use your brain, stuffed with chocolate frogs, and think about it." She was nearly doubled over with laughter at her brother's dullness. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Ron, with an expression of innocence, raised his hands in surrender and turned to seek Harry's support. "Harry, tell me, wasn't Snape's behavior just now rather normal? One might even say his attitude was acceptable?" Harry, gazing upon Ron's entirely oblivious demeanor, let out a deep sigh. With a heavy hand, he patted Ron's shoulder and, in a tone laced with sympathy and resignation, said, "Ron, promise me you'll cherish Lavender Brown. Truly, the fact that you crossed paths with her in this lifetime is undoubtedly a blessing from Merlin." Hermione and Ginny, observing the expressions on their faces, finally could not contain their laughter, the melodic sound echoing through the corridor leading to Gryffindor Tower. The sweet burden of secrets seemed to lighten, if only slightly, in the wake of their laughter. Chapter 7. Potions and Honey. Throughout the morning, Hermione felt a sense of unease, despite having thoroughly prepared for the course material. Her thoughts were consumed by the upcoming potions class in the afternoon. What would Snape be like? Would he deliberately scrutinize the potion she brewed? Furthermore, would he seek excuses for solitude, as he had suggested over the holiday, such as detention? During the entire lunch period, she was inattentive to Harry and Ron's complaints about the impending ultimate wizarding examination, absently prodding her food on the plate. After lunch, they arrived early at the potions classroom, settling into their usual seats. Before long, other students trickled in. Draco, that new broom looks splendid. The Slytherin students expressed their envy upon seeing Malfoy with his new Nimbus 2001 broomstick. Oh, it's nothing, Malfoy drawled, his face adorned with its customary arrogance. After all, this year we are destined to win. He cast a provocative glance at Harry. Harry ignored him, focusing intently on flipping through his advanced potion making, the pages rustling noisily. Malfoy, spotting Neville cautiously entering with a new cauldron, immediately revealed his penchant for trouble. Oh, look, Longbottom has a new cauldron, he said, stepping forward to flick the handle of Neville's cauldron disdainfully. Did you work over the holidays? His entourage responded with a chorus of mocking laughter. Silence. A deep, cold voice slithered through the classroom, instantly freezing all noise. Snape had appeared, ghost-like, at the front of the classroom. The room felt utterly silent, even breaths becoming cautious. Snape's piercing black eyes swept over each student in the class, and when they passed over Hermione, an imperceptible ripple seemed to flicker in the cold depths. So fleeting it might have been an illusion, mingled with tenderness and indulgence. He continued in his emotionless tone. I hope that a long and fulfilling holiday has not caused your already barren minds to forget the knowledge you ought to possess. He paced leisurely between the students' desks, his black robes billowing. After all, he paused, casting a stern gaze over the students who hastily lowered their heads. You are about to face the ultimate wizarding examination, Newts. This harsh reality yanked everyone from the joy of the new term, a tense atmosphere enveloping the classroom. Now, Snape returned to the front of the classroom, his voice akin to the bubbling liquid in a potion cauldron, low, viscous, and imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. Prepare your cauldrons and ingredients, he said, his long, bony fingers casually tapping the edge of the podium, producing a soft, rhythmic knock as if marking the countdown. Turn to page 497. His frigid gaze swept across every face. Tense or bewildered, begin brewing the awakening potion. I expect to see a few, at least, passable specimens before the bell rings. The moment his words fell, the classroom sprang to life, yet fell into another kind of silence. The crackling of ignited cauldrons echoed, blue flames licking the bottoms, the rustling of parchment hurriedly turning. Crystal vials, mortars, scales, and various dried or fresh ingredients clattering together, intermingled with suppressed, fearful breaths, creating a chaotic symphony titled Prelude to the Ultimate Wizarding Examination. A mingled scent of sulfur, wormwood, and dragon claw swiftly filled the air. Hermione took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. With deft movements, she opened her hefty advanced potion making, the pages accurately landing on 497. The steps were already etched in her mind. She could even recite each precaution by heart. However, when she grasped the mortar, preparing to handle the few hard, cooling peppermint crystals, a distinctly different warmth surged uncontrollably from the depths of her memory as her fingertips brushed against the cold stone mortar's edge. The scene before her blurred and faded, replaced by the workshop in Spinner's End, crammed with various potion ingredients, yet inexplicably comforting. The air was no longer the cold, acrid atmosphere of the Hogwarts potions classroom, but rather suffused with the dry scent of evening primrose, warm cinnamon sticks, and the familiar aroma of cedarwood that he favored, creating a soothing ambience. The figure was no longer the imposing professor in billowing black robes at the front of the classroom, but a man at home, clad in a loose, soft beige sweater. To persuade him to wear this non-black, utterly unprotective garment, she had exhausted her efforts over the holiday, ultimately winning only through the privileges of a couple. He would lazily lean against the nearby work table, arms crossed, his deep black eyes devoid of the harsh scrutiny found in class, instead filled with focus and a hint of barely perceptible indulgence. Let me see if Miss Granger has squandered her holiday. His low voice echoed in her memory, imbued with a unique relaxation that only surfaced in private moments. At that time, she too was brewing the awakening potion. He first patiently observed her work, then approached her silently when she hesitated with the peppermint. Without words, his tall frame enveloped her from behind with warmth and a familiar scent. One arm naturally encircled her waist, while a bony hand covered the back of her own gripping the pestle. The soft scratch of his beard brushed against her cheek and earlobe, sending a wave of delicate, heart-fluttering sensations coursing through her. Hermione, his voice dropped to a low whisper. Warmth brushing against her earlobe like a feather's caress. First crush it. He guided her hand, applying just the right amount of pressure. The pestle and mortar colliding with a crisp, rhythmic sound. Like this, release the juices fully, be patient. The gentleness and focus in his voice were treasures that could never exist within the classroom's confines. With a sudden jolt, Hermione pulled herself from the whirlpool of memories, her cheeks betraying her with an uncontrollable flush. She instinctively tightened her grip on the pestle, her knuckles turning pale. Damn it, how could she be distracted at this moment? Forcing herself to concentrate, she mimicked the force and rhythm he had taught her in memory, patiently and precisely grinding the peppermint. The refreshing scent wafted through the air, slightly dispelling the heat on her face. Yet, just as she picked up the silver knife to prepare the valerian root, a chilling and familiar scent, mingled with parchment and cedar, enveloped her unexpectedly, like cold velvet brushing against her skin. Her heart skipped a beat, and without needing to turn, the very presence declared his proximity. Before she could react, a low voice, almost imperceptible to anyone but her, carried a hint of tenderness from just behind her. Indeed, with that, the hem of his black robe silently swept past her in her peripheral vision. He nonchalantly strode towards Neville, as if that brief pause and whispered exchange had merely been a part of his routine patrol. Harry and Ron witnessed this fleeting yet profoundly informative interaction in its entirety. Harry pressed his lips together, his gaze deepening, while Ron concealed his face behind his textbook, silently mouthing a disapproving tsh at Harry. Hermione, a desperate call from Seamus Finnegan, deliberately lowered in tone, echoed from behind. Hermione, scarcely managing to divert her attention from her potion, turned to see Seamus, bewildered before his cauldron, which emitted a suspiciously yellow-green smoke, his face ashen with fear. What was the next step? I've forgotten, Seamus implored, sweat beading on his forehead. Hermione quickly scanned the room, confirming that Snape's focus was directed towards Neville's equally precarious potion at the other end of the classroom. Time was of the essence. She hardly hesitated before drawing her wand, turning slightly to murmur the stabilization charm over Seamus's billowing cauldron. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the enclosed classroom, as acrid yellow smoke billowed forth, accompanied by a bubbling, viscous potion that erupted like a miniature volcano. The entire class was instantly captivated by the catastrophic scene. Seamus's cauldron had disintegrated into twisted metal shards, the force of the blast sending him staggering backward to the ground, his face blackened, hair standing on end and emitting wisps of smoke, his pristine robes marred by several gaping holes. Meanwhile, Hermione, turned away from the source of the explosion, felt her few strands of chestnut curls on the left side ignited by the splattering hot potion, tiny flames flickering dangerously. Merlin's beard, holy! Gasps of shock filled the classroom. As the explosion rang out, Snape whirled around, his furrowed brow betraying fury, but when his gaze fell upon Hermione, especially the flames licking at the ends of her hair, his pupils constricted with alarm. For the first time, the depths of his usually inscrutable black eyes betrayed a clear fissure of panic. He rushed towards Hermione with astonishing speed, completely disregarding Seamus, who was still coughing up smoke from the blast. Finite incantatem, he declared in a deep, commanding tone, imbued with formidable magic. His wand aimed precisely at the burning tips of Hermione's hair. The flickering flames were snuffed out as if by an invisible hand, leaving only faint wisps of smoke and a singed strand. Almost simultaneously, his long, cold hand instinctively grasped Hermione's unscathed shoulder, pulling her firmly to his side, away from the chaos and the lingering acrid smoke. He lowered his head, his anxious gaze scanning her face, ensuring there were no burns, before lingering on the charred hair. His usually thin, tightly pressed lips parting involuntarily in an uncharacteristic display of concern. Are you all right, dear? Though whispered softly. In the brief silence following the explosion and with Snape so close, it felt jarringly out of place. Hermione. Harry reacted with lightning speed. Your hair's on fire. In that moment, as Snape's affectionate term hung in the air, Harry raised his voice, a panic shout that reverberated like thunder between Hermione and Snape, effectively drowning out the dangerous familiarity of the endearment. He stepped forward, positioning himself between Snape and Hermione, pointing at the singed ends of Hermione's hair. Cleverly blocking part of Snape's view of her shoulder, he still gripped. Gasps of shock erupted around them, followed by Pansy Parkinson's shrill, mocking laughter from the Slytherin side. Look, the know-it-all has turned into a curly-whirly. Snape's body stiffened, as if struck by an invisible curse. His grip on Hermione's shoulder slackened, the embarrassment and panic from his earlier slip momentarily freezing him in place. He coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask the tumult of emotions swirling within his gaze, swiftly donning the cold facade of a professor once more, though a trace of tension lingered in his voice as he endeavored to redirect the conversation. Are you unharmed? Granger at that critical juncture, Ron had a sudden flash of insight. Acting purely on instinct to protect his friend, he seized upon the sound of Hermione. Merlin's beard. He immediately raised his voice, his signature incredulous tone drowning out Snape's prior murmur. With that, Ron turned to Seamus, still sitting on the floor, bewildered and looking as if he had just crawled out of a chimney, pointing at Hermione's singed hair. Look what you've done, Seamus. You nearly turned Hermione's hair into a new form of fireworks. She could have become a moving exhibit of magical mishaps. A barrage of exaggerated exclamations, jests, and inquiries erupted like a volley of cannon fire, effectively overshadowing Snape's attempt to address Hermione and successfully redirecting everyone's attention to her damaged hair and Seamus's disastrous performance. Seamus blinked his smoke-stung eyes, still dazed from the explosion. Snape inhaled deeply, the icy fury simmering beneath the surface. He forced himself to avert his gaze from Hermione's glaringly singed hair to avoid losing control again, and with a deliberate, businesslike tone, colder than usual, he announced, Miss Granger. Unauthorized manipulation leading to a severe accident. He paused, each word like an icicle, tonight at 8. Then, his gaze, filled with disdain and barely concealed ire, fixed squarely on Seamus. Mr. Finnegan, for your disastrous and unforgivable actions, Gryffindor loses 20 points. His voice intensified slightly, laced with fury. But as his eyes flitted back to Hermione's singed hair, he swallowed hard, begrudgingly adjusting his words, 10 points. This, for him, was a remarkably lenient punishment, considering Hermione's involvement. Chapter 8, Snape's Disarray. I'm sorry, Hermione, Seamus said, his hair still tousled and smoldering, as he walked towards the common room with Harry and the others. His tone imbued with regret. Oh, I'm fine, Hermione replied, turning to scrutinize Seamus's face, now a mix of red and black from the smoke. His hair resembling something struck by lightning. But you, Seamus, really should consider visiting Madame Pomfrey, shouldn't you? I think Seamus has gotten used to it. Ron chimed in with a grin. No sooner had he spoken than Seamus's copy of Advanced Potion-Making came down with a resounding smack on the back of Ron's head. Upon returning to the common room, Hermione hurried upstairs to change out of her stained robes and shirt, peering into the mirror to inspect the singed ends of her hair. Her fingertips brushed over the charred curls, and the harrowing scene from class replayed in her mind, Snape's pupils constricting in alarm, the nearly escaped endearment, the force of his cold fingers gripping her shoulder, and the exaggerated expressions on Harry and Ron's faces as they desperately attempted to shield her. Unable to suppress a smile, she chuckled at her reflection in the mirror. Downstairs, Harry and Ron were sprawled on the sofa, engaged in casual conversation with the similarly attired but still unruly-haired Seamus. Hermione approached and settled herself on the carpet beside them, unceremoniously depositing a hefty stack of textbooks onto the coffee table. At that moment, Ginny burst through the door with fervor. Hey, have you all finished your classes for the day? Her gaze swept over the group before landing on Seamus, her expression morphing into one of sympathy and understanding. Oh, Seamus, did it explode again? Seamus shrugged helplessly, letting out an exaggerated sigh as he shook his head and walked away. Indeed, potions class, Harry remarked, watching Seamus retreat before turning to respond to Ginny, who had just settled next to Hermione. He must have been heavily penalized. Ginny winced. 30 points, perhaps? Ron leaned over the back of the sofa, his voice lowered with a hint of glee. 10 points. 10. Ginny's eyes widened in disbelief, darting between Harry and Ron. You must realize that Neville loses 20 points for merely knocking over a vial, and Seamus creates such a ruckus? When did Snape become so lenient? Her gaze finally fell upon Hermione, focusing on the few singed curls of her hair. Hermione, what happened to your hair? Oh, Seamus's cauldron was not far from me. Hermione explained nonchalantly. Hey, Ginny, guess what? Ron slid down onto the carpet, excitedly tapping Ginny's arm and lowering his voice conspiratorially. When the cauldron exploded, Snape saw Hermione injured and rushed over. He almost called her my dear. He then contorted his face into an exaggeratedly nauseated expression. No, he didn't, did he? Ginny gasped, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What was everyone's reaction? Thanks to Ron and me being quick on our feet, we managed to gloss over the incident. Harry added with a hint of pride. Ginny grabbed Hermione's arm and shook it fervently. Merlin, I wish I had been there to witness that. Missing such a thrilling moment is worse than the juiciest gossip from Witch Weekly. Amused yet exasperated, Hermione playfully tapped Ginny on the head before turning to Harry and Ron with a serious expression. On a serious note, I owe you both a debt of gratitude today. Hermione's earnest thanks left Harry and Ron feeling somewhat bashful. They exchanged awkward smiles and waved their hands dismissively. Throughout the afternoon, Hermione devoted herself to assisting Harry and Ron in preparing for their newts, nastily exhausting wizarding tests. It was undeniable that Ron's spell practice was in utter disarray. Hermione nearly snapped her quill in frustration at his crooked, ineffective levitation charm, contemplating several times whether to toss him directly into the fireplace. Ronald Weasley. Hermione placed her hands on her hips, raising her voice. Do you even realize that to become an Auror, you need to achieve at least 5 outstanding or exceeds expectations? At this rate, you'll barely scrape a passing grade. Ron slumped in his armchair, weakly retorting, I know, Hermione, but the term has just begun. We have an entire semester ahead of us, clearly more preoccupied with the upcoming Quidditch match than his studies. Do you think an entire semester will magically pour knowledge into that stubborn brain of yours? Hermione cut in mercilessly, her piercing gaze shifting to Harry, who was suppressing a laugh. Is this amusing, Harry? Have you mastered the theory behind your calming draft? You got the properties of Moonstone wrong in the last exam. Instantly, both Harry and Ron lowered their heads like chastised children, unable to meet Hermione's fierce gaze. Taking a deep breath, Hermione endeavored to calm her rising temper. Listen, this is not a joke. You two must start studying seriously from this moment on. There are new subjects this term. She punctuated her words by thumping her finger onto the open textbook. The difficulty of the newts is not as simple as you imagine. Harry and Ron seemed to finally grasp the gravity of the situation, falling silent. From now on, her eyes darted between their faces every afternoon. You will join me in the library, or we will study right here. Oh no, Ron immediately groaned in anguish, elbowing Harry in a desperate plea for him to object. Understood, Hermione, Harry muttered, pressing Ron's persistent elbow down against the coffee table. Hermione exhaled, though her expression still bore traces of discontent and concern. Let us go have dinner first. Afterward, I must attend detention. She stood up, and you too. Make sure to read properly. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs to fetch her robes. Harry, Ron wailed, why did you agree to this? She is not wrong, Ron, Harry defended himself, feeling a twinge of guilt, and besides, your spell work is indeed. He couldn't suppress a smirk as his lips twitched slightly. Yes, just like your potion skills. Ron retorted, giving him a light shove. At dinner time, Hermione and the others had barely settled at the Gryffindor table when Snape entered. Conversing with Professor McGonagall as they made their way to the staff table, his gaze habitually scanned the Gryffindor table until it landed on Hermione, at which point he subtly relaxed, turning back to continue his discussion with Professor McGonagall about the term's curriculum. Ginny rushed into the hall just as the final bell for their last class rang, plopping down beside Harry. Phew, I envy you all for not having classes all day, she said breathlessly, her tone tinged with envy. Dream on, Ron muttered weakly, grabbing a portion of pudding. Honestly, I'd rather be in class. Harry discreetly kicked him under the table. Ron looked up just in time to meet Hermione's serious, warning gaze. What happened? Ginny inquired, glancing between Harry and Ron with curiosity. Oh, Hermione's giving us extra training, Harry quickly explained, every afternoon. Right? Ron chimed in, his eyes wandering. Brilliant, I mean. He stole a glance at Hermione. Thank you, Hermione. He endeavored to make his voice sound sincere. Watching Harry and Ron exchange glances filled with suppressed frustration, Hermione could no longer contain herself and shook her head in a blend of exasperation and amusement. Hermione, Ginny suddenly leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Professor Snape is looking at you. Following Ginny's cue, Hermione lifted her gaze toward the staff table, where Snape was listening intently to Professor McGonagall. Yet his eyes traversed the crowd to rest upon her. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Hermione's heart inexplicably quickened. Upon noticing Hermione's lips curve into a sweet smile, Snape's normally stern expression softened almost imperceptibly, a rare, gentle arc gracing his mouth. Severus? Professor McGonagall sharply noted the rare softness on his face, pausing briefly before curiously following his gaze. What could be so amusing? Coughing abruptly, Snape snapped back to reality, quickly lowering his gaze and furrowing his brow, feigning a cough as his fingers nervously fumbled with his goblet. Nothing. You were just mentioning the adjustments to the fourth-year curriculum? He forcibly redirected his attention, refocusing on Professor McGonagall. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, the quartet that had witnessed Snape's fleeting smile and the subsequent freezing of his expression when caught by McGonagall felt as though they had been hit by a collective petrification charm. They then seemed to be pricked by an invisible needle, immediately bowing their heads to stifle the bubbling laughter that threatened to erupt, nearly causing them internal injuries. Hermione bit her lower lip tightly, her cheeks flushed crimson, her fingers clutching the edge of the napkin with fervor. Ron buried his head so deeply into the pudding before him that it seemed he might sink into it, his elbow mercilessly jabbing Harry beside him. Harry, desperately stabbing at a hapless potato with his fork, attempted to suppress the wild grin threatening to escape from the corners of his mouth, only to be jolted by Ron's elbow, nearly sending his fork flying. Ginny, the most unfortunate of all, had just swallowed a mouthful of pumpkin juice. And upon witnessing Snape's rare fluster, she choked in astonishment, now covering her mouth as she coughed violently, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Her fiery red hair swaying with the convulsions of her body. Merlin's beard, Ron managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, his voice distorted, mingling forced laughter with overwhelming shock. Did he just? He quickly raised his eyes, his gaze darting across the staff table like a startled thestral, only to retract instantaneously. Shut up, Ron. Hermione hissed through her fingers, struggling to steady her ragged breath, yet the mirth ignited by the sheer absurdity danced in her eyes, refusing to be extinguished. She even absurdly thought that this moment was worthy of being chronicled in Hogwarts' unwritten chronicles of the professors. Harry also lifted his gaze, swiftly scanning the room. His eyes collided with Ginny's, which were flushed and misty, yet sparkled with exhilaration. Their gazes briefly intersected, silently conveying the same thunderous message. Did you see that? Ginny's cough subsided slightly, and after a glance at the professor's table, she abruptly turned to her companions, whispering in a hoarse, nearly inaudible voice, "Don't look up. He's watching us. Professor Snape." Her voice trembled, rasping from the violent coughing. A chill swept over the four of them, and they froze in place. As if bound by invisible ropes, even their breaths instinctively held back. There was no need to glance back. That cold, piercing gaze, laden with scrutiny and silent admonition, pierced through the hall's clamor and heat, precisely pinning them with its icy intent. Instantly, Harry and Ron straightened their backs, their expressions shifting to one of near tragic solemnity. Their vacant eyes fixated on their plates as if deciphering the ultimate mysteries of the magical realm. Ginny lowered her face further, her shoulders still trembling from the remnants of her cough, perfectly masquerading as a victim, while Hermione picked up her napkin, deliberately slowing her movements to wipe the corners of her mouth, her gaze drifting towards the vaulted ceiling of the hall, striving to maintain an air of detached composure. That gaze, like a frigid serpent, lingered on their backs for several seconds before slowly withdrawing with a silent yet oppressive warning. It was only when the spine-chilling pressure dissipated completely that the four dared to exchange glances, albeit slowly and subtly. Each saw in the other's eyes the pulse of survival, the lingering absurdity, and a flicker of excitement that had been forcibly stifled yet remained smoldering. "Bloody hell," Ron murmured, his voice barely rising above the sound of chewing. His face pale, he absolutely knew that Snape was aware they had seen. He felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Not just seen. Harry's voice was equally subdued, laced with a hint of dread and certainty. "He must have guessed that we know." He hesitated, casting a complex look at Hermione. "About you and him." Hermione sighed deeply, a note of resignation in her tone. "I suppose so," she admitted quietly, a sense of impending trouble saturating her words. "Tonight's detention. I fear I will need to explain myself to him properly." "You're in detention again," Ginny exclaimed, her head snapping up, interrupting Hermione, the spark of gossip igniting in her eyes once more. Chapter 9. Beneath the scorch marks at precisely 8 o'clock, the clamor of Hogwarts Castle settled into a hushed calm, pierced only by the crackling of torches along the stone walls and the occasional draft that swept through the corridors. Hermione Granger stood before the familiar oak door, its surface gleaming with a dim sheen, taking a deep breath. Beyond lay the potions master's office, the destination that intertwined her nerves with anticipation. She raised her hand and gently rapped on the door, the sound echoing sharply in the empty stone corridor. The door swung open almost immediately, as if the person behind it had been waiting right there, pressed against the wood. Severus Snape's tall figure filled the doorway, the dim light of the corridor outlining his taut silhouette. He said nothing, merely reached out abruptly, pulling her inside the room. The door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud, isolating them from the outside world and its prying eyes, extinguishing the last vestiges of light, leaving only the flickering fire of the office hearth to cast a faint glow. "Hermione." His voice resonated low, imbued with an undeniable, almost fervent concern. He didn't allow her a moment to steady herself before his long, knotted fingers, accustomed to handling potion ingredients, urgently gripped her shoulders, his gaze meticulously scanning for any sign of harm. Finally, his fingertips deftly caught a singed curl at her left temple, scrutinizing it in the dim light, his brow furrowing deeply. "Tell me," he prompted again, his voice suppressing a tumult of emotions, his eyes sharp as blades, roaming over every inch of her skin. "Are you truly unscathed? Any discomfort, any trace of pain, do not conceal it from me." His gaze seemed to penetrate her very being, seeking assurance that her veins ran unscathed. The air was thick with the familiar, potent scent of herbs, but at that moment, Hermione also sensed a tautness. His distinct essence, a blend of cedar and potion ingredients, imbued with a looming sense of storm. "Oh, Severus," Hermione chuckled softly at his almost militaristic demeanor, her taut nerves unwinding suddenly. Warmth flooding her limbs. She grasped his hand, which was cold and calloused, still clutching her singed hair. She drew his hand down, enveloping it within her own, striving to infuse him with her warmth. I'm really fine. Just a strand of hair, Sev. She used the intimate nickname, her voice softening. Not a scratch, I swear. Please don't worry, all right? She tilted her face upwards, her brown eyes shimmering with a soothing light in the dim illumination. Snape did not respond immediately, but tightened his grasp on her hand, as if to affirm her existence was indeed real. His furrowed brow remained unrelaxed, his deep, cavernous eyes swirling with a tempest of emotions, fear, heartache, anger, and a profound sense of helplessness. I dislike this, he uttered, his low voice echoing in the stillness of the office, each word painfully extracted from his chest. He didn't like it. He did not like being a mere specter, distanced from the bustling hall, watching her like a detached observer, nor did he like having to suppress the primal urge to rush to her side whenever she faced danger. However trivial, he loathed the facade he had to maintain with his cold, unyielding mask and biting words when she needed comfort and support, all because of those damned, omnipresent, judgmental, and curious gazes. This feeling of confinement nearly suffocated him. Hermione could distinctly feel the fierce rhythm of his heartbeat and the tension in his muscles. She tugged gently at his hand, leading him towards the heavy, dark leather-upholstered armchair he often occupied. The high back provided a sense of security, a corner he was accustomed to. She gently pressed against his taut shoulders. Sit down, Sev. Snape obediently sank into the chair, his towering frame enveloped by its generous embrace, shadows casting over much of his face. Without hesitation, Hermione shifted her position, gracefully settling onto his lap as though it were the most natural place in the world. She extended her arms, wrapping them around his neck, nestling herself fully into his broad, yet still rigid embrace. With a gentle touch, she caressed his furrowed brow, her fingertips carrying a soothing energy as she sought to ease the deep displeasure etched upon his features. Then, she gazed into his dark eyes, which were rife with irritation, unease, and a barely perceptible hint of fear. We must do this, she reiterated softly yet with unwavering conviction, like a rock. Now is not the time, Severus. I do not care what others think of me. Snape almost immediately interrupted her, his tone laced with a rare impatience and a sense of losing control. He grasped her hand that had been soothingly tracing his brow, clutching it tightly within his palm. Those foolish, superficial gazes. Let them go to hell. But I do care, Hermione retorted, her voice rising slightly, infused with undeniable resolve. She cupped his face, compelling him to meet her gaze, her eyes piercing into the depths of his. I care about everything you hold dear, your reputation. I do not wish for you to be subjected to unnecessary scrutiny because of me. Her expression was crystalline and resolute. And it's only been one semester, hasn't he? It will be over soon. I promise I will be cautious, doubly so, to avoid any harm. She paused, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. And, Harry, Ron, even Ginny, they are all by my side. However, those words acted like a fuse. The glimmer of pain and affection in Snape's eyes was instantly replaced by a clear impatience, tinged with a cold mockery. He arched an eyebrow, his thin lips curling into a humorless smile, his gaze locking onto hers. They know about us. It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. He recalled the covert glances exchanged at dinner, particularly those of Potter and Weasley, whose suppressed laughter had ignited an indignation deep within him. Hermione's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, her eyes flickering with evident guilt. She instinctively sought to avert her gaze, yet found no escape under his penetrating stare. Ginny, she began softly, her voice slightly strained. Before the Christmas ball, she had an inkling. She is quite perceptive, Snape interjected, his tone sharp. What of Harry? She licked her dry lips. He has harbored suspicions as well. You know, sometimes his intuition is remarkably accurate. She stole a glance at him, gauging his reaction. Snape remained silent. He did not erupt in anger nor press for details, merely gazing deeply into her eyes, as if attempting to penetrate her very soul. The office was filled solely with the crackling of the fireplace and the mingling of their breaths. Time seemed to freeze. At last, he sighed deeply, an exhalation laden with heavy fatigue and a resigned acceptance. He wearily shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, the turbulent waves within seemed forcibly subdued, leaving behind a fathomless calm, one that belonged to the potion's master, devoid of any tumult. Very well, he finally spoke, his voice regaining that characteristic, silky coldness. Miss Granger, do be sure to convey to your astute and intuitively accurate friends, he leaned slightly closer to Hermione, his nose nearly brushing against her forehead, that should they be unable to control their excessively animated and foolishly expressive faces in class, in the corridors, or in any public venue where they might be observed. He paused, seemingly savoring the displeasure brought on by the earlier glances. His tone grew colder, like poisoned ice needles. I would not hesitate to arrange for them some particularly demanding exercises during our upcoming potions practical, requiring utmost concentration and emotional stability. For instance, precisely extracting and handling the stings of a billywig. He calmly articulated the daunting tasks that would make any student, including Hermione, shudder. Believing that such meticulous experiences would effectively hone their control over facial expressions, as well as, he smirked cruelly, their respect for the professor. Hermione could almost envision the woeful expressions on Harry and Ron's faces when faced with a basket of frantically wriggling billywigs capable of causing dizziness with a single sting. She could even hear Ron's lamentations and Harry's protests. Ahem, Hermione cleared her throat, feeling her voice dry. She resolved to immediately divert the topic that was only aggravating their professor further, with potentially dire consequences for Harry and Ron. She lifted her head, striving to overlook the chilling threat he exuded, adopting a playful and slightly coy tone, batting her eyelashes at him. So, esteemed Professor Snape, what is the task for tonight's detention? How many buckets of slimy, gooey flobberworm innards must I handle? Or shall I organize those potion journals that have been accumulating a peculiar odor for half a century? This tactic proved effective. The icy mask of the potion's master melted away, the rigid lines of his countenance softening at a visible pace. The cold mockery and sense of menace vanished, replaced by a profound tenderness that could almost drown one. He tightened his arm around her waist, drawing her closer, more securely into his embrace. He buried his face deep within her hair, which exuded a unique pomegranate fragrance mixed with a faint burnt scent. Breathing in her essence as if to isolate themselves from the cacophony of the outside world, seeking the elusive scent that sent shivers down his spine. You needn't do anything. His voice emerged muffled from her tresses, low and hoarse, laden with a tenderness that felt like a soft reprieve from anguish. His broad chest pressed firmly against her, and Hermione could distinctly feel the steady, powerful rhythm of his heart, gradually calming, dispelling the tension that had previously enveloped him. Right here, his embrace tightened further, his voice carrying an undeniable command, yet laced with the deepest affection, do not move. The air fell utterly silent, save for the soft crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace and their breathing, which gradually steadied. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Hermione nestled obediently in his arms, her cheek resting against his cool neck, feeling the solidity of his hold and that barely noticeable, subtle tremor. After what felt like an eternity, Snape's muted voice broke the silence once more, tinged with a restrained tension and a hint of palpable fear. Promise me. His arms constricted around her, enough to elicit a slight discomfort. Do not place yourself in such perilous situations again, Hermione. He lifted her chin with both hands, compelling her to meet his gaze. His deep black eyes locked onto hers, swirling with an unsettling undercurrent of fear, regret, and haunting memories that threatened to tear him apart. His voice resonated as if echoing from the darkest corners of a cellar, imbued with an undeniable authority and a near-desperate warning. If you ever expose yourself to even the slightest hint of danger again, I assure you, I will not hold back. His fingertips unconsciously caressed the smooth skin of her cheek, yet his gaze was astonishingly sharp. It was as if he were issuing an unspoken challenge to the world. To anyone present, Hermione was bewildered by Snape's intense reaction. It was merely a flicker of flame, a strand of hair, just a minor mishap. Yet, observing the undeniable seriousness etched on his features, her heart felt as though it had been violently tugged. She was utterly unaware that the lingering scent of charred remnants had plunged Snape into a nightmare filled with red hair, green light, and raging flames, a haunting echo of the irrevocable wound left by Lily Potter's death, a perpetual scar that he could never heal. This was the wellspring of his current fear and loss of control. Hermione gazed into the tumultuous, fathomless sea of anguish reflected in his eyes, nearly breathless. She did not shy away or offer platitudes. Instead, she summoned all her strength to meet his gaze, her eyes clear and resolute, imbued with the power to calm any storm. I understand, Severus, she murmured, each word resonating with crystalline clarity. She lifted her hand, resting it gently on his taut cheek. Gazing into those depths, where her reflection swirled like the depths of the most profound abyss, she spoke with solemnity, as if binding an unbreakable vow. I promise, Severus. Her voice soft yet suffused with a soulful intensity. I shall be cautious, more cautious than ever. She tilted her face upwards, pressing a tender yet profoundly serious kiss upon his tightly pressed, slightly trembling lips, a kiss laden with promises and reassurances. This kiss, akin to a warm incantation, gradually melted away the icy undercurrents haunting Snape's eyes. He closed his eyes and returned her kiss deeply. This kiss was no longer fraught with previous anxieties and fears. Instead, it brimmed with a cherished reverence and an almost devout tenderness, as if he sought to affirm her existence, draw upon her strength, and silently convey the profound love and commitment that words could never encapsulate. The firelight from the hearth danced upon their entwined forms, elongating their shadows and casting them upon the walls adorned with potion vials, creating a warm, secret world that belonged solely to them. In that moment, the chill and dampness of the cellar seemed to dissipate, banished by the warmth of their embrace and the unspoken love that flowed between them. Only two hearts remained, beating in tranquil harmony, isolating them from all tumult, leaving only the serenity and eternity of that moment. Chapter 10. An unexpected visitor at the Quidditch pitch. After lunch, Harry and Ron found themselves unceremoniously dragged by Hermione to a secluded corner of the library, suffused with the scent of ancient books and parchment. The afternoon sun streamed through the high windows, casting dappled shadows upon the dust-laden spines of the tomes. Harry absently flipped through the hefty volume of advanced potion-making, his fingertips gliding over the cold pages, his mind filled with regret. If only he had not left Snape's old textbook, annotated with invaluable insights, in the room of requirement. Stealing a glance across the table, he observed Hermione furrowing her brow, her quill dancing across the parchment with a flurry of hurried scribbles, her curls swaying gently in rhythm with her writing. He then turned to Ron, who was propped up on his arms, his chin resting heavily as his eyelids drooped, clearly succumbing to slumber. Harry focused on Hermione's concentrated profile, tentatively jabbing Ron in the ribs with his elbow. Huh, what happened? Ron jolted awake as if stung by a bee, his bewildered exclamation echoing sharply in the hushed library. Instantly, all eyes, from the studious upperclassmen to the furtive younger students perusing the restricted section, converged upon them. Hermione snapped her head up, her brown eyes brimming with incredulity and barely contained fury. "Ronald," she hissed, each syllable sharp as if forged in fire, "are you asleep again?" The tip of her quill nearly punctured the parchment in her agitation. "It was just for a moment," Ron mumbled, rubbing his eyes, looking at her with a pitiful expression before turning to Harry, who wore an apologetic look. "It's just too quiet, you know," he murmured, attempting to justify himself. Hermione glared at him, her chest rising and falling with indignation, before finally shaking her head in exasperation, her expression conveying a sense of hopelessness. Ron sighed in resignation and buried his weary face back into the hefty tome of achievements in charming. Time slipped by imperceptibly amidst the rustle of turning pages and the scratching of quills. As the afternoon classes drew closer, younger students began to gather their belongings and depart. The sound of footsteps and whispers gradually faded, leaving the library's vaulted ceiling increasingly serene, until only the three of them remained, along with a few fellow students lost in their own studies in the corners. "Hermione?" Harry lifted his head, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with hesitance. He observed Hermione's furrowed brow and hesitated before speaking. "I think we should head out? Quidditch practice is about to start." At this, Ron shot up, his eyes suddenly alight, as if ignited by a spark, the weariness of moments before evaporating. Hermione extricated herself from the complex symbols of ancient runes. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she slowly closed the heavy tomes before her with a soft sigh. "Let us go," she said, her gaze sweeping over their eager faces, her tone imbued with unwavering conviction. "We can continue tomorrow." Harry and Ron sprang to their feet like coiled springs, hurriedly stuffing their books into their arms, the pages and parchment protesting with rustles. Hermione watched their clumsy haste with a mix of amusement and exasperation before drawing her wand, and with a graceful flick, the disorganized books soared back to their respective shelves, aligned perfectly. Only then did she hasten to catch up with the two boys, who had dashed to the door, and together they made their way towards the Quidditch pitch, where the chill wind was beginning to rise. Upon reaching the expansive training field, they found Ginny already waiting. She was clad in the dazzling scarlet of the Gryffindor team, intently inspecting each branch of her broomstick, her fiery hair dancing in the breeze. "Ginny!" Harry exclaimed, spotting the familiar flash of red, quickening his pace with excitement. Ginny turned at the sound, her face lighting up with a bright smile as she waved energetically to the three of them. "Let us go change into our uniforms," Harry said to Ron, who was still burdened by the weight of the books he had borrowed from the library. He turned to Hermione, a hint of sheepishness in his demeanor. I'll just leave these here." He gestured towards his stack of books, and Hermione nodded in understanding. Without hesitation, Harry and Ron darted towards the changing room like arrows released from a bow. "Hermione," Ginny patted the seat beside her, beckoning her to sit. Once Hermione settled, Ginny leaned closer, her eyes shimmering with a mix of concern and curiosity. "I forgot to ask you about your detention yesterday. What did Professor Snape say? You know, about us, on what he knows." "Oh, don't worry, Ginny," Hermione replied, naturally slipping her arm through Ginny's, a subtle smile curving her lips. "He expressed his discontent, but it turned out all right in the end. However, Her tone shifted to seriousness. It's best not to act too out of character. Just then, the changing room door swung open, and Harry and Ron emerged, clad in matching scarlet uniforms, each carrying their broomsticks, their spirits visibly lifted. "Come on, Ginny," Ron called, tilting his head and pointing with his broom towards the center of the pitch, inviting her to join. Understanding the cue, Ginny immediately stood, offering Hermione a reassuring smile. "We'll talk later," she said before darting down the stands like a flickering flame, joining the waiting players on the field. The entire afternoon unfolded with the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team soaring through the open skies of the pitch, their laughter and shouts echoing in the crisp air. The broom sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, and the quaffle was hurled with great determination, intercepted mid-flight, while the bludger was sent soaring by the batter with a dull thud. Occasionally, they would descend to the ground, forming a circle to fervently discuss tactical maneuvers. Harry gestured toward the sky, Ron argued vociferously about the goalkeeping strategy, and Ginny promptly added suggestions for the chasers' positioning. The early spring breeze, imbued with a damp chill, gradually reddened the players' once pale cheeks, their breaths manifesting in wisps of white vapor. The intensity of the exercise caused fine beads of sweat to appear on Harry and Ron's foreheads, glimmering faintly in the cold wind. In stark contrast, Hermione, who had been seated in the stands, felt the coldness prickling her skin like fine needles, gradually penetrating her thin school robe. She clasped her hands together, rubbing them incessantly in a futile attempt to draw warmth, her gaze following the nimble red figure on the field. Ginny's aerial grace was both agile and keen, each dive and sharp turn executed with astonishing force. Hermione silently marveled, thinking that without Harry, this once-in-a-century seeker, Ginny would undoubtedly be the most radiant candidate for the position. "All right, one more time." Harry clapped his hands, rallying the attention of the gathered teammates. He mounted his firebolt, eyes sharp, ready to execute the newly devised strategy. At his command, the players sprang into the air, swiftly returning to their positions. Goalkeeper Ron soared back to the net, poised and alert, while the batters gripped their bats tightly, and the chasers prepared to launch from midfield. Harry ascended to the highest point, his gaze sweeping across the pitch like a hawk, searching for the almost imperceptible glimmer of gold. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had gradually morphed into a leaden gray, as if diluted ink had been spilled across the canvas of dusk. The wind intensified, swirling the damp chill and causing Hermione's robe to cling to her form, the cold creeping deeper into her bones. Unable to remain seated any longer, she stood up, vigorously rubbing her somewhat stiff hands while alternately stomping her feet to revive her nearly numb limbs. The lights of Hogwarts Castle flickered to life, warm illumination spilling from countless windows, dispelling the twilight like a constellation of golden stars adorning the frigid mountains. Hermione's gaze was instinctively drawn to this brightness. Following the trail of light toward the corridor leading to the Great Hall, her eyes suddenly fixed on a familiar tall, slender figure clad in the signature black robes, striding purposefully like a moving shadow, hastening toward the brightly lit hall. As if responding to some strange intuition, Snape's footsteps abruptly halted. Reluctantly, he slowly turned his head, his deep-set eyes piercing through the twilight and distance, locking onto Hermione, who stood at the edge of the empty pitch. A jolt of surprise coursed through her, and almost instinctively, she raised her hand, giving a slight wave of her fingers in a distant greeting. Snape's taut jawline seemed to relax, if only imperceptibly, as a fleeting, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips. However, his gaze did not linger on Hermione for long, quickly shifting back to the rapidly moving red figures in the sky. How long had she been here? A thought arose within him, accompanied by an indescribable anxiety. Had she truly endured the biting wind all this time? His sharp eyes scanned her, the flimsy spring robe appearing so frail against the gusts, her encircled arms projecting vulnerability, and her restless feet betraying her chill. Ever since witnessing her frail state in the spider-infested alley, this worry had become his constant shadow. With a resigned sigh, he strode decisively down the steps, heading straight toward her. Hermione's expression shifted from a smile to pure panic in an instant. Her eyes widened as she observed that the figure she expected to retreat was instead drawing closer, becoming more defined amidst the dusk. Within moments, Snape's towering form loomed before her, bringing with it a gust of cold wind. He looked down at her, his bottomless black eyes swirling with evident concern. "Why are you wearing so little?" His voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible reproach, yet his deep-set gaze was filled with unmasked worry, fixated on her flushed cheeks and the tip of her nose. Hermione glanced around in a flurry, noting that the players seemed engrossed in their aerial drills. Oblivious to her predicament, she exhaled slightly in relief and lowered her voice to murmur, "What are you doing here? You should go back." Her tone was laced with the tension of being discovered. "Answer me." His gaze remained unwavering, his tone growing heavier, though not genuinely severe. "Why haven't you changed into your winter robe?" He seemed wholly unconcerned about whether he was being observed, his attention solely focused on her. "I'm really fine." She attempted to argue, her voice soft and hurried. "They'll finish soon. I just sat too long." Before she could finish, a fierce gust of wind, laden with icy raindrops, struck her unexpectedly. Hermione shivered involuntarily. At that moment, Snape decisively stepped to the side, positioning himself firmly between her and the brunt of the wind. His wide black robes instantaneously shielded her from the harshest chill, creating a small haven of stability around her. In that fleeting moment of protection, his large, warm hand swiftly and naturally enveloped her exposed, icy hand, which had grown stiff in the cold. This sudden, audacious intimacy nearly stole her breath away, leaving her acutely aware of the firm grip of his fingers and the warmth radiating from his palm, like a hidden current of heat surging from her fingertips to her heart. This warmth lasted but a fleeting instant. He inclined his head slightly, his voice low and urgent, imbued with undeniable concern. "Go to the Great Hall immediately. Do not linger in this wind." The latent tenderness in his tightly furrowed brow, focused gaze, and the lingering warmth of his palm imprinted themselves on her heart. Almost as soon as he spoke, he naturally released her hand, as if the heart-stopping contact had never occurred. The sudden gust of wind and rain evidently disrupted the concentration of the airborne players. "Hey, is that Snape?" Richie Coote, one of the chasers, first noticed the unusual scene at the edge of the pitch. He hovered on his broom, squinting to discern the familiar black figure and the petite brown-haired silhouette beside him, incredulously asking Katie Bell, Merlin's beard, "What is he doing at our training ground?" This question fell like a stone into still water, prompting the players to lower their altitude, their curious gazes converging on the striking duo at the edge of the pitch. "Perhaps it's about, Hermione's detention?" Ginny was the quickest to react, immediately raising her voice to explain, attempting to divert the attention of the curious onlookers. She shot Harry an anxious glance, simultaneously pointing at the increasingly ominous skies. "And look at this weather. It's about to pour. That's it. Let us call it a day." Harry instantly grasped the situation and announced loudly, "Everyone performed splendidly. We'll continue training in a few days." With that, he expertly maneuvered his broom down to the damp grass, dismounting with swift precision. Hermione had been closely monitoring the unfolding events, noticing that the players had been distracted by the wind and rain as well as the unusual scene at the edge of the pitch, prompting them to descend. Alarm bells rang in her mind. She quickly turned to Snape, who still stood protectively in front of her, and urgently stated, "I'm going to join them in the Great Hall now." Then, she lifted her gaze towards him, those profound black eyes fixed upon her unwaveringly, infused with an obstinate concern, as if weighing the veracity of her words. "You must leave now," she urged, nearly pleading. Severus Snape pressed his lips tightly together, letting out a resigned sigh, yet his feet seemed rooted to the ground, as if hesitating whether to insist on taking her away with him. It was only when Hermione, in a state of urgency, gently nudged his arm with her finger, a motion so slight it was almost as if stirred by the wind, that he finally appeared to concede, reluctantly murmuring a stern admonition. "Hurry to the Great Hall, Hermione. Do not catch a chill." Beneath that commanding tone lay an unyielding concern and care, as she observed the figures of her teammates drawing closer through the curtain of rain. The sound of their footsteps and chatter becoming increasingly distinct, she nodded vigorously, her voice swift and light. "Understood, Severus, let us go." Snape cast one last deep glance, laden with a potent warning, at the approaching Gryffindor players, his icy stare causing the foremost, Richie Gut, to stumble. Satisfied, he turned and strode purposefully into the dim twilight leading to the castle. Chapter 11, The Cold Remedy. The initially delicate raindrops suddenly intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour. Harry and Ron, clutching their broomsticks in one hand while ineffectually shielding themselves from the deluge with the other, hurried towards Hermione, followed closely by Ginny, her hair already soaked and clinging to her cheeks. "Hurry, Hermione," Harry shouted anxiously, rain obscuring his glasses, rendering his vision nearly non-existent. "Quick, you're almost soaked through." Just as Hermione tightened her grip on the books in her arms, Harry seized her wrist, pulling her towards the castle-less corridor. The icy rain streamed down her hair and into her collar, sending a shiver through her. "Bloody hell, this wretched weather," Ron exclaimed as he dashed beneath the cover of the corridor, vigorously shaking the water from his hair like a drenched dog. Glaring displeasedly at the white curtain of rain outside. "Let us head back to the common room," Ginny panted, hastily tying her wet hair into a messy ponytail, droplets cascading down her neck. The group hurried through the corridor, their drenched robes clinging to their bodies, leaving dark, wet stains in their wake. Harry turned to Hermione and asked, "What did Snape want with you earlier?" "Oh, nothing of great significance," Hermione replied cautiously. wiping the droplets that had fallen from her hair onto the leather cover of her book. He thinks I might catch another cold and urged me to hurry to the Great Hall. Another cold? Ginny inquired, her expression one of confusion. I had a fever during the holidays, and he took care of me, Hermione explained, a memory of a nightmare flashing through her mind, causing her to glance at Harry instinctively. Ever since that nightmare, he has been concerned about my health, thinking I am prone to colds. What nightmare? Ron asked absently, more focused on wringing out his soaked sleeves. Hermione hesitated, but recalling that it was merely a figment of her imagination. She deemed it unnecessary to voice it and added softly, it's nothing significant, I can hardly remember. Slug and snail pudding. With the incantation called out, the fat lady's portrait swung open, revealing the entrance. The Gryffindor common room was in disarray. The Quidditch team, drenched from their recent practice, filled the space. Their wet uniforms haphazardly strewn across the warm carpet, emitting steam. The players gathered around the crackling fire, vigorously drying their hair with towels. This is a disaster. Ron grumbled at the chaotic scene before him, deftly shedding his heavy, wet uniform and tossing it into the pile of damp clothes with a thud. We're heading upstairs first, Hermione said, pulling Ginny towards the staircase to the girls' dormitory, turning back to shout at the others. As they ascended the steps, she lowered her voice and added to Ginny. Snape is right. I feel as if I'm about to freeze. After drying her hair and changing into a cozy, warm cotton shirt, Hermione felt her icy limbs gradually thawing. She donned a thick winter robe, completely dispelling the chill. Opening her trunk, she immediately spotted the familiar bottle of pale purple potion, the cold remedy that Snape had prepared specifically for her during the holidays. As her fingertips brushed against the cool glass, a warm smile involuntarily graced her lips. She uncorked the bottle and tilted her head back, consuming the potion in one swift motion. A gentle yet resolute warmth spread from her throat, swiftly dispelling the lingering chill within her, allowing her to exhale comfortably. Ginny, how do you feel? Are you all right? She inquired, approaching Ginny's bedside with another bottle of potion in hand and offering it to her. What is this? Ginny asked curiously, examining the dreamy, pale purple liquid within the bottle. It's cold remedy, Hermione replied reassuringly with a smile. It works wonders, Severus made it. What? Ginny's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the small vial in her hand, astonished. Professor Snape made this himself? She opened the cork almost reverently and drank it without hesitation. The same comforting warmth immediately coursed through Ginny, alleviating the stiffness caused by the damp chill. And she sighed contentedly. Wow, thank you, Hermione. I feel rejuvenated. After savoring the taste, she suddenly wrinkled her nose. Is that lavender? Oh yes. Hermione recalled the potion's ingredients, realizing there was a hint of sedative included, recalling Snape's caution. However, the dosage was minimal and should pose no significant issue. Primarily intended to aid relaxation and promote better rest. After descending the stairs, they reunited with Harry and Ron, heading together towards the Great Hall. At the staff table, Snape's gaze swept over the Gryffindor long table every few seconds. Halfway through dinner, yet Hermione's absence still gnawed at him like a creeping vine of worry. If only he had been more insistent and taken her directly to the hall earlier, he silently lamented. Just then, the familiar sight of her brown curls appeared at the entrance of the hall. He watched as she, along with Ginny, Harry, and Ron, hurriedly squeezed into the Gryffindor table. His eyes quickly scanned her tightly wrapped winter robe, confirming she exhibited no signs of sneezing or shivering, and only then did the tension in his jaw begin to ease. He lifted his goblet, discreetly taking a sip of red wine. As Ron sat down, he immediately grabbed the bread in front of him and devoured it hungrily, mumbling, I'm starving. But honestly, today's practice went well, right? He elbowed Harry beside him, who nodded in agreement, swallowing his food. Next practice, we can reinforce the new tactics. Ron and Ginny both nodded vigorously in assent. Hermione's gaze drifted over the bustling table towards the staff table. As expected, Snape was watching her. She subtly smiled, lifting her hand to gently adjust the sleeve of her dry, warm robe, her eyes conveying the message that she was well and to not worry. Snape caught her gesture and expression, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly upward, yet a trace of barely perceptible concern lingered in his deep black eyes. As the silver platters on the table gradually emptied, students and professors who had satisfied their appetites began to rise and leave the hall. Snape cast one final deep glance at Hermione, nodding almost imperceptibly at her before he too stood, his black robes billowing as he vanished through the doorway. Ginny set down her fork, stifling a large yawn with her hand, her arms propping up her increasingly heavy chin, her voice laden with fatigue. I think I must go to bed. So early? Ron, just finishing the last bite of his pumpkin pasty, looked at her in surprise. Was today's practice too exhausting, Ginny? Harry inquired with concern, apprehensive that he might have overburdened them with training. Oh, that is not the case, Ginny replied, striving to keep her weary eyes open. Suddenly struck by a thought, she turned to Hermione beside her. Hermione, do you feel rather drowsy as well? Huh. Hermione lifted her head from her plate, looking somewhat dazed. Her eyelids seemingly engaged in a minor struggle. Oh, yes, she said, mustering her energy in an attempt to dispel the heavy wave of sleepiness that washed over her. Harry and Ron's gazes instantly converged on her, both wearing expressions of similar bewilderment. It's nothing. Hermione waved her hand dismissively, striving to inject clarity into her voice. It's merely the side effects of the cold potion, just a touch of somnolence. A good nap will remedy it. Cold potion? Harry pressed further. Yes. It's the one Professor Snape concocted for Hermione during the holidays, Ginny explained, despite her own exhaustion, her tone still tinged with astonishment at this privilege. It works remarkably well, though it does have a somewhat hypnotic effect. Having witnessed Snape prepare dinner for Hermione, Harry and Ron had developed a considerable immunity to his other rather peculiar behaviors and merely exchanged a knowing glance that spoke of their shared understanding. We'll head back first, Hermione declared, tugging at the equally fatigued Ginny. Take your time eating. With that, the two of them ambled away from the bustling great hall, their steps slightly unsteady. Chapter 1. Behind the cellar door in the common room, students were either laughing and chatting or leisurely engrossed in their books, creating a scene of tranquility. Yet, Hermione and Ginny had little desire to linger. They hurried back to their dormitory, swiftly shedding the chill that clung to them. And almost as soon as their heads touched their pillows, they plunged into a profound and uncharted sleep. However, the serenity was short-lived. Familiar nightmares once again ensnared Hermione, drawing her into a desolate, silent realm, where a cold, decaying breath filled the air. Voldemort's twisted and terrifying visage emerged from the shadows, his icy mockery slithering into her ears like a venomous serpent. Her gaze fell in horror upon the lifeless body at her feet. Harry, Hermione mumbled in her sleep, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on her forehead. Trembling, she inched closer to the lifeless form, her heart nearly shattering within her chest. In the dim light, she finally discerned the face. Severus. A piercing scream shattered the silence as Hermione bolted upright in bed, gasping for breath, her heart racing uncontrollably. The oppressive darkness and the rhythmic breathing of her roommates yanked her back to reality. Another nightmare, yet the sensations felt achingly real. Severus, she unconsciously repeated, her voice quivering with the aftermath of her terror. She drew back the curtains, groping for the water cup on her bedside, and downed the icy liquid in one swift motion. The cool water coursed down her throat, momentarily quelling the tumult in her heart. She cast a glance at the enchanted clock on her bedside table, its hands pointing to midnight. The chill had not entirely dissipated. Leaning against the cold headboard, the images of despair from her dream and Snape's lifeless face flickered in her mind, prompting another involuntary shiver. An indescribable panic gripped her. She had to see him immediately. Even though reason told her that it was merely the entanglement of nightmares, the disquiet within her soul grew like a vine, frantically spreading. Only by witnessing his safety could she quell this gnawing dread. She hastily donned her robe, seized her wand, and silently slipped out of the dormitory, pushing open the door to the common room. The castle corridors lay deserted in the dead of night, her footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. Unsure if Snape remained in his office, she deemed a late-night visit there far more prudent than recklessly apparating to his private quarters. Holding her breath, she prayed to avoid encountering the patrolling Filch or Mrs. Norris, and, much to her surprise, she navigated her way unimpeded to the depths of the cellar. Standing before the familiar oak door, just as Hermione raised her hand to knock, a chilling voice penetrated the door. Lucius? Hermione's motions froze, her heart stalling. It was Snape's voice. She swiftly extinguished the dim light emanating from her wand and pressed herself against the shadowy wall beside the door, straining to listen. Fear that may be the case, Severus, came Dumbledore's slow and weighty tone, laced with an unusual concern. Though Voldemort is dead, Lucius Malfoy seems determined to fulfill his master's final legacy. You mean to kill Mr. Potter? Snape's voice was devoid of any inflection, as if merely stating an unrelated fact. Outside the door, Hermione clamped her hand over her mouth, stifling a gasp. Her wide eyes brimmed with disbelief and terror, her blood seeming to freeze in her veins, while her heart thundered within her chest, almost breaking free from her ribs. Indeed, Dumbledore's footsteps echoed in the room, sounding rather heavy. I had thought that after all these years, the dust would settle, and as you know, Lucius, I underestimated his obsession, or rather, his pathological loyalty to past oaths. So what do you wish me to do? Snape interrupted, his voice still chillingly steady. Severus, Hermione heard Dumbledore take several more steps, his voice halting not far from the door. Protect him. The old man paused, as if the air had thickened, for Lily. Lily? Hermione's pupils constricted suddenly. The name fell like a stone into the still waters of her chaotic thoughts, creating ripples of confusion. Harry's mother? Why for Lily? What connection existed between Snape and Lily Potter? An agonizing silence enveloped the room. The vast castle lay in an oppressive stillness, with only Hermione's suppressed, rapid breaths amplifying in her ears. Of course, after what felt like an eternity, Snape's voice emerged again, low and curt, devoid of any discernible emotion. Hermione? Are you all right? At lunchtime the following day, Harry cast a worried glance at Hermione, who was evidently preoccupied. She had barely touched her food, her gaze fixed vacantly upon a corner, her complexion somewhat pallid. The night prior, she had fled the cellar in haste before Dumbledore departed, racing back to the tower. The harrowing conversation she had overheard echoed relentlessly in her mind, entwining around her like a venomous serpent, robbing her of sleep. Hermione was jolted back to reality by Harry's call, lifting her head to reveal her unmistakable anxiety. Harry, she hesitated, her fingers unconsciously twisting the napkin in her lap. After lunch, I need to speak with you. Alone, preferably with Ron and Ginny present as well. Harry was taken aback by her serious demeanor. Of course, Hermione. He sensed that something was amiss. Ron and Ginny exchanged bewildered and anxious glances, and the atmosphere at the table instantly grew tense. The lunch concluded in a near-stifling silence. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, the crackling fire in the hearth filled the space with warmth, yet it failed to dispel the taut atmosphere among the four of them. Harry, Ron, and Ginny sat side by side on the sofa before the fireplace. Their eyes locked on Hermione, who paced anxiously before them. Harry, Hermione finally halted, turning to face him directly. Let us get straight to the point. Your defense against the dark arts. Have you taken all your classes seriously? How well have you mastered them? Harry was caught off guard by her abrupt question. He instinctively raked his fingers through his hair. I suppose so. You know, I did well on my OWLs, Harry. Hermione stepped closer, her tone uncharacteristically severe. I'm not discussing exam scores. I'm serious. If there is someone very dangerous out there who wishes to end your life, are you confident in your ability to protect yourself? To counterattack immediately? To escape unscathed? Well, I suppose it might be possible, Harry replied, feeling somewhat flustered by her probing questions. He cleared his throat, recalling the perilous challenges of the Triwizard Tournament in his 4th year, which he had successfully navigated. Indeed, Hermione, Ron interjected, attempting to alleviate the tension. Harry's combat skills are undoubtedly the most formidable among us. Why are you suddenly so concerned about this? Hermione took a deep breath, seemingly resolute, and settled heavily into the armchair opposite them. Her gaze swept across the three faces marked with worry and confusion. Last night, she began with difficulty, her voice slightly hoarse. I inadvertently overheard a conversation between Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape. She paused to ensure her words were clearly understood. Dumbledore mentioned that Lucius Malfoy wants to harm you, Harry. Her eyes locked onto Harry's, for it was a final task left to him by Voldemort before his demise. What? Ginny gasped, her complexion paling instantly as she turned to Harry in terror. What? Ron also sprang up from the sofa, his face drained of color, his voice pitched higher. Be Voldemort? Wasn't he already defeated by Harry? His bones turned to dust. Indeed, Hermione nodded gravely, but Lucius seems to possess an almost frenzied loyalty to Voldemort. He is determined to fulfill this last command. Her words fell like a boulder into calm waters, instantly shrouding Harry, Ron, and Ginny in overwhelming unease. Surprisingly, Harry himself remained remarkably calm, aside from the initial dilation of his pupils and a slight swallow. He sat in silence, displaying none of the shock or fear one might expect, as if he had anticipated this moment. Harry? Hermione furrowed her brow, looking at him with confusion and concern over his unusual composure. Did you hear what I just said? Lucius Malfoy wants to kill you. Ginny suddenly grasped Harry's wrist tightly, her grip so fierce that her knuckles turned white, her eyes betraying unmasked terror. Mate, are you all right? Don't scare us. Ron, observing Harry's dazed expression, assumed he was in shock and jumped next to him, shaking his shoulder vigorously. Listen, don't be afraid. We're here. Hermione, Ginny, and I. We're all here. No one can touch you. I'm fine, Ron. Harry extricated himself from Ron's grasp, letting out a resigned sigh, his tone imbued with an unsettling maturity for his age. Really? You're fine? Hermione's voice rose sharply, laced with a hint of suppressed anger. Harry Potter, someone is plotting to murder you, and you say you're fine? Because Harry adjusted his sitting position, his gaze sweeping over the concerned faces of his three friends, he finally resolved to be candid. Sirius warned me a long time ago. What? The three exclaimed in unison, their disbelief palpable. Voldemort is dead. Harry's tone grew somber, but the Death Eaters he left behind, especially those who remain at large, harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. Sirius said the danger has never truly receded. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. However, I never expected the first to resurface would be Lucius Malfoy. Sirius described him as a coward who shifts with the wind. After Voldemort's downfall, he would be eager to distance himself, even willing to betray other Death Eaters to save himself and the Malfoy name. I truly did not anticipate that he would still harbor such loyalty. So, Ron's voice tightened with disbelief. You've always known someone was out to get you? Since when? Harry met the shocked, hurt, and even betrayed stares of his 3 closest friends, struggling internally before finally nodding heavily. Yes. Did he tell you how to protect yourself? Ginny's voice trembled with suppressed emotion as she clutched Harry's hand tightly, her nails nearly digging into his skin. Harry inhaled deeply, feeling a pang of guilt as he avoided Hermione's piercing gaze. Last summer, I wasn't actually at Privet Drive the entire time, he admitted quietly. I went to find Sirius. He believed that once I left the protections of Hogwarts, especially after reaching adulthood, I would be in grave danger. So, he and Remus trained me in secret at number 12, Grimmauld Place for a time. Training? Ron exclaimed, his face a mask of shock at the revelation that Harry had kept this from them. Yes, Harry's voice grew more resolute. Spells for defense, counter curses, disillusionment charms, emergency apparition, and other combat and self-defense techniques. He glanced at Hermione, imploring her for understanding. Sirius insisted on keeping it a secret. He said the fewer people who knew, the lower the risk of exposure, and he wanted to spare you all from worry. The common room fell silent, save for the crackling of the fire, the sound piercing the stillness like a knife. The air felt thick with tension. Harry was in danger, that danger ever present, while his closest friends had remained blissfully unaware. What was even harder for them to accept was that Harry was aware of it all, yet chose to bear the burden alone. Bloody hell, Harry! Ron finally erupted, standing abruptly, his face a tumult of anger, concern, and hurt. Why didn't you tell us? We're friends. Best friends. Aren't we supposed to face this together? Do you think we're a burden? His voice rose with emotion. No, of course not. Harry retorted urgently, pain flickering in his eyes. Ron, Hermione, Ginny. Precisely because you all mean the world to me. I didn't want you to live in fear. I didn't want to see you worried for my safety. Besides, Sirius is right. It's dangerous. But isn't keeping it a secret dangerous too? Hermione interjected, her voice cold and sharp, like a blade tempered in fire. She fixed her gaze on Harry, her green eyes ablaze with suppressed fury and deeper concern. When you face danger alone, we don't even know where to help you. This is worse than keeping us informed. She recalled overhearing the conversation about Lily, Snape's pale face, and Harry's dreams, all tangled in a chaotic web. And Harry's secrecy only compounded the confusion. Ginny remained silent, gripping Harry's hand tighter, as if he would vanish if she loosened her hold. Her lips pressed together, her complexion pale, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Harry was rendered speechless by Hermione's words. He looked at Ron's flushed face, Hermione's icy anger, and Ginny's silent yet formidable support. A wave of guilt and warmth surged within him, and his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Did he not wish to share his burdens? Did he not long for friends by his side in moments of fear? He was merely terrified of losing them. We'll train with you. Hermione's tone was resolute and unyielding, instantly shattering the heavy atmosphere. Starting today. This is not up for discussion, Harry Potter. Indeed. Ron immediately chimed in, his anger momentarily set aside as his determination to protect his friend overshadowed all else. This time, you cannot shake us off. Whatever Malfoy or other Death Eaters may come, we stand united. And me, Ginny added softly, yet with the unwavering strength of a rock, her gaze fixed fervently on Harry. We're in this together. Harry looked at them, his throat constricted with emotion. He blinked away the moisture in his eyes, managing to form a smile that mingled gratitude, relief, and remorse. Thank you, he said, his voice slightly choked yet filled with sincerity. In a secluded location, Hermione's mind began to race at full speed, recalling the room of requirement used during the Triwizard Tournament for training. It was sufficiently hidden and spacious enough. Excellent idea, Ron exclaimed, rubbing his hands in anticipation. We can take turns as sparring partners. Hermione added, Professor Snape will also protect you, though her brow furrowed slightly at the memory of Dumbledore's words from the previous night, which pierced her heart like a thorn. For Lily, though she had yet to comprehend the reasoning behind it, she shook her head in confusion, temporarily setting aside the troubling question. Snape. Ron's voice rose again, his face adorned with a look of incredulity. What does he have to do with this? Him? Protecting Harry? He'd rather poison Harry's cauldron. What kind of absurdity was this? I don't know, Hermione lamented, massaging her temples, the enigma gnawing at her. Professor Dumbledore trusts him immensely, and he did indeed promise to protect Harry. She recalled Snape's unflinching affirmation, as well as the subtle pause Dumbledore took when mentioning Lily. Chapter 2, The Patronus Charm. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment, dust, and a unique dryness that permeated from years of magic. The towering shelves of the library loomed like silent, black giants, casting deep shadows. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny huddled around a massive oak table by the window, books and parchment scrolls piled precariously, nearly engulfing them. Merlin's beard, Ron wailed, slamming his quill down onto an open copy of Advanced Spell Theory, ink splattering like a small stain. I'd rather be hit by a bludger again than memorize these damned theories. Hermione, without raising her head, rapidly traced her fingers over complex spell diagrams in Essentials of Defensive Magic, her brow furrowed as if she could burn through the convoluted text with her gaze. The bludger won't cause you to fail your ultimate wizarding exam, Ron, she asserted with an undeniable tension in her voice. But if you can't differentiate between the 3 energy conversion nodes of the armored charm, Professor McGonagall will certainly make you retake the course. Ginny, engrossed in new interpretations of Transfiguration, looked up with a sly smile. Hermione's right. Just think about Mum's reaction if you bring home AT. I guarantee the letter she sends will shatter every glass in the Great Hall. Imagining that scenario made Ron shiver, and he resignedly picked up his quill again, scribbling on the parchment in a handwriting as messy as a spider's web. Harry rubbed his tired eyes, gazing out at the overcast sky. They still had to head to the Quidditch pitch in the afternoon. If Wood saw their current state, he'd surely go mad. He sighed, a weighty exhale laden with the dual burdens of Quidditch captaincy and exam pressure. Hermione finally closed the hefty tome with a thud. She pinched the bridge of her nose, the relentless mental strain feeling like an invisible shackle around her neck. The library can only address theory, she remarked, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible fatigue. Practical experience is key. Same place after lunch? She looked at Harry and Ginny, who nodded in unison. Ron, however, grumbled with a furrowed brow. Can't we catch our breath for a moment? When you're an Auror, will your enemies grant you a moment's respite? Hermione retorted, her tone unyielding, her sharp gaze sweeping over Ron. He shrank back, muttering a reluctant, all right, thoroughly defeated. The space conjured by the Room of Requirement was vast and imposing, the cold stone walls glimmering with a bluish hue. Harry and Ginny stood at a distance, wands raised, spells bursting forth in a dazzling display of red and green light. The sounds of spells colliding reverberating off the stone walls. Disarm. Ginny's voice rang out, crisp and decisive. A jet of red light shot from her wand. Harry reacted swiftly, sidestepping as the red spell grazed his robes, striking the distant wall and erupting in a small shower of sparks. Brilliant, he shouted, quickly countering, armored charm. An invisible barrier materialized before him, and he followed with, stupefy. Ginny nimbly rolled away, the red spell creating a shallow crater in the ground. Ron, slumped against the cold stone wall, gasped for breath, his forehead slick with beads of sweat, a few strands of red hair clinging to his brow. He tilted his head, watching his sister, still agile and focused in the fray, his voice heavy with disbelief and a hint of jealousy. Bloody hell, Ginny. Write to Mom and tell her how hard I'm working. I'm really about to drop dead. He exaggeratedly gasped for air, like a fish stranded on shore. Ginny, while dodging Harry's disarming spell, shot Ron a quick glance filled with a mix of exasperation and amusement. You write it, she retorted succinctly, then refocused on the duel. Harry, obstacles incoming. Hermione entered, clutching several hefty spellbooks, just in time to witness Ron sprawled on the ground. She frowned and approached, lightly prodding his calf with her toe. Get up, Ron. Her voice, though not loud, had an undeniable clarity. What do you think you'll do as an Auror? Lie on the battlefield waiting for the enemy to come help you? Ron groaned, reluctantly pushing himself off the ground, slowly rising. Ginny's doing just fine training with me. He mumbled, attempting to negotiate a moment's respite. But Hermione's unwavering gaze compelled him to swallow his words. He inhaled deeply, striving to straighten his back, shaking his head as if to dispel the fatigue from his body. He raised his wand, concentrating, the tip aimed at the open expanse in the center of the room. His voice imbued with resolute determination, expecto patronum. At first, a brilliant silvery mist burst forth from the wand tip, its radiance pure and warm, dispelling the chill in the stone chamber. The mist swiftly coalesced, taking shape, and a shimmering Jack Russell Terrier bounded joyfully into existence. Though small in stature, it was exuberant. Immediately circling Ron's feet, its short tail wagging vigorously, the silver light dancing across its sleek coat like an indefatigable little sun. Hermione's previously tense features softened instantly, her eyes reflecting the warm glow, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile as she let out a bright, joyful laugh. Oh, Ron, I adore your Patronus. That brilliance seemed to lift the shadow that had settled between her brows. Almost immediately, she raised her own wand, eager to share in the joy, expecto patronum. A slightly larger, elegantly graceful silver otter leaped forth from her wand tip. With its rounded body and agile tail, it appeared inquisitively, tilting its head, and eyeing the lively terrier with sparkling silver eyes. In the next moment, the otter gracefully pounced, and the two patron muses began to frolic together. The otter playfully swatted the terrier with its tail, while the terrier excitedly jumped, trying to nuzzle the otter's nose. They chased and rolled, leaving trails of shimmering, star-like silver light in their wake. Ron beamed at his exuberant little dog, then glanced at Hermione's elegant yet playful otter, unable to contain his laughter, which erupted from deep within, filled with unadulterated joy. Hermione's laughter intertwined with his, creating an atmosphere of warmth and delight amidst the otherwise austere training ground. This cheerful scene immediately captivated Harry and Ginny, who had paused their sparring. Their faces lit with infectious smiles, they instinctively raised their wands. Expecto Patronum. Harry's voice rang out, steady and strong. A dazzling, almost blinding silver light erupted, and a magnificent stag emerged, proud and noble, stepping forth into the brilliance. Its posture exudes both elegance and majesty, with immense antlers resembling a silver crown. Each step resonates with a profound sense of serenity and strength, while a silvery halo flows gracefully over its lithe form. Following this, Ginny's melodious incantation breaks the stillness. Expecto Patronum. In a radiant yet gentle silver light, a magnificent silver-maned horse materializes with grace. It towers half a head taller than Harry's stag, boasting smooth, flowing muscles, and its long silver mane billows as if woven from moonlight. It emits a silent whinny, extending its powerful legs to join the ranks of the guardians. In an instant, for distinct yet equally warm and joyful silver patron muses frolic and chase each other within the spacious stone chamber. The stag strides steadily, occasionally nudging the otter with its antlers, while the horse exhibits a more spirited demeanor, sometimes trotting in circles and at other times lowering its head to curiously sniff at the bounding terrier. The otter nimbly weaves between their legs, and the terrier, the most exuberant of the lot, circles around them incessantly, leaping with uncontainable joy. Silver specks twinkle like scattered stars, filling the entire space with a dreamlike silver paradise, dispelling the heavy shadows of war and the burdens of impending exams, with the boys' laughter resonating in the luminous air. Harry gazes at his proud and dignified stag, his eyes reflecting deep nostalgia and warmth, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. "It looks just like my father's Patronus," he murmurs, his voice resonating clearly in the stone chamber. "Every time I see it, I feel as if he is right beside me." Ginny immediately turns, reaching out to gently rest her hand on Harry's arm in a gesture of silent support. Her gaze lingers on Harry's face, filled with understanding and concern. "You know, Harry," Ron interjects, his expression becoming serious, albeit clumsily comforting, "you must resemble your father quite a bit." Patron muses often take the form of the animal that best embodies the essence of the person. For instance, Professor Lupin's is a wolf, Ron adds, his tone protective of his friend. "I never imagined mine would be a horse," Ginny remarks, her gaze shifting to her towering silver-maned steed, a hint of surprise and self-deprecation in her voice. "I thought it might be something, well, more agile or fierce, like a lynx or something." She envisions her Patronus transforming into such a majestic feline, thinking it more befitting of her combative nature. Upon hearing this, Hermione's gaze flits between Ginny's spirited face and her elegant silver horse, unable to suppress a smile that carries both understanding and a teasing affection. Indeed, the imposing equine form aligns wonderfully with Ginny's vibrant and powerful personality. "Hey, Ginny," Ron suddenly seems to have an epiphany, his expression shifting to one of mischief as he draws out his words. "Maybe your Patronus will turn into a stag after all." He pauses, his eyes darting ambiguously between Harry and Ginny. "If you love Harry that much." Ginny's cheeks flush crimson, resembling a ripe apple, her embarrassment radiating all the way to her ears. She shoots Ron an annoyed glare, reflexively shoving him with a firmness that brooks no argument. "Shut up, Ron." Her voice carries the characteristic mix of youthful shyness and irritation. Harry, observing Ginny's flushed visage and Ron's impish expression, finds himself momentarily bewildered, laughing along in a dazed manner, his cheeks slightly reddening as he curiously glances between the two. "What do you mean?" he inquires, looking first at Ron, then back at Ginny. "Oh, you don't know?" Ron rubs his arm where Ginny shoved him, speaking with the air of imparting common knowledge. "When you truly, truly love someone, your Patronus can change. It can take on the same form as that person's Patronus." The blush on Ginny's face has yet to fully fade as she inhales deeply, striving for calmness as she elaborates for Harry. "Just like Tonks. Her Patronus was originally a lively hare, but when she fell in love with Professor Lupin, it transformed into a wolf, just like his." Her gaze subconsciously drifts toward Harry's silver stag before she quickly averts her eyes. "A Patronus can change?" Harry murmurs, his brow furrowing slightly as he contemplates. He fixates on his majestic stag, a thought flashing through his mind like lightning. "Perhaps, like my mother?" His voice drops to a whisper, imbued with a sense of exploration and uncertainty. Her Patronus was also a doe, wasn't it? So, Dad Stag, maybe. Perhaps. Ron shrugs, feeling the conversation veer into overly sentimental territory, but it could also be that your mother's original Patronus was a doe. And it just so happens to complement your father's stag. That's not unusual. He leans toward this straightforward, romantic interpretation. Ron's voice reverberates within the stone chamber, tinged with youthful nonchalance and conviction. Yet in that moment, Hermione's world is struck by a silent bolt of lightning, capable of tearing everything asunder. Doe. The word pierces her thoughts like a cold, poisoned dagger, jabbing deep into a carefully sealed corner of her memory. What is your Patronus, Professor? Oh, a doe. She recalls Snape's fleeting gaze, a moment when she hadn't thought deeply about it. That husky doe had merely rippled across her heart's lake, sinking into the depths of memory. Yet now, Ron's seemingly innocuous remark, when you truly love someone, your Patronus can change, strikes her like the most blinding flash of lightning, illuminating the abyss of her recollections. The doe, Harry's mother, is also a doe. This realization pierces her heart like an ice pick. Countless fragmented details, overlooked nuances, vague conversations, and significant glances whirl chaotically in her mind, propelled by overwhelming shock and fear, colliding and merging with unprecedented speed. Severus, protect him. For Lily. Of course. For Lily. For Lily. Those four words sear into her consciousness like a branding iron. The doe, Lily, for Lily, protect Harry, his evading gaze, his unwavering Patronus form. All clues, all fragments, ignite in this moment, sparked by Ron's careless words and the keyword doe, as if pulled by an invisible force, forming a clear, cold, and brutally logical chain of reasoning. This chain interlocks, pointing to a truth she had never dared to conceive, nor wished to believe. Severus Snape, the man to whom she had entrusted all her faith, all her love, even sharing countless intimate nights, the doe he had fiercely protected throughout his life, had never been her. It was Lily Evans, Harry's mother, the red-haired witch, long departed, yet eternally etched in the depths of his soul. When he gazed into her brown eyes, whose shadow reflected in the unfathomable depths of his black pupils, was it Hermione Granger, or the long-lost Lily Potter? Swallowed by the green light. In the countless mornings in Spinner's End, as his fingers tangled in her tousled brown hair, the complex light in his eyes, was it tenderness directed at her, or was he searching through her for another red-haired figure that had long ceased to exist? On that frigid, rain-soaked night, she curled up on the sofa, engrossed in a book, while the flickering flames of the fireplace danced in the dimness. He remained enveloped in a profound silence, his gaze fixed upon her, yet seemingly piercing through her very essence. Was the weight of that silence rooted in a reverence for the present? Or was it a manifestation of an unrelenting grief for the departed? All those fleeting moments of disorientation, the deep, penetrating stares, and the occasional emergence of emotions far too complex for her youthful years found their most merciless and rational explanation in this instant. She was not the culmination. She was merely a shadow, a pitiful substitute, bearing the eternal longing he held for another woman. Through her chestnut curls, he perhaps glimpsed flames of crimson, and in her bright brown eyes, sought the verdant hue of emerald. The agony that accompanied this realization pierced him like the most malevolent of curses, invading his very being. His heart felt as if gripped by an unseen, frigid hand, sinking heavily downward, only to be violently compressed and torn asunder by an overwhelming force. Each heartbeat brought forth a pain so sharp it rendered him breathless, as though it were about to explode within his chest. At that moment, his blood seemed to freeze, ceasing its flow, replaced by a numbing chill that spread rapidly from his heart to his fingertips and toes, rendering her entirely immobile. The surroundings began to sway violently, contorting and warping. The smiling faces of Harry, Ron, and Ginny, the four guardians, deer, horse, otter, and terrier, still frolicking and emanating warmth and silvery light, all appeared as though submerged in water, their colors bleeding and lines collapsing. Their voices, filled with concerned laughter and the silent playfulness of guardianship, seemed to come from behind a thick, water-filled glass, growing increasingly distant until only a suffocating, hollow hum remained. Yet, amidst the chaos of her mind teetering on the brink of darkness, the image of the silver doe, Lily's doe, Snape's doe, emerged with startling clarity. It stood gracefully, radiating a cold luminescence, its gentle gaze imbued with an all-seeing compassion, quietly observing her. That gaze pierced through her last vestiges of hope and illusion like a frigid sword of judgment. Hermione felt a dizzying sensation, as if the cold stone floor had transformed into a swirling black vortex, threatening to engulf her. The last remnants of strength within her were instantly siphoned away, leaving her unable to even lift her eyelids. Her vision was rapidly consumed by an impenetrable darkness, narrowing until only the doe's cold, silver, compassionate eyes remained, magnifying infinitely within the boundless blackness. Hermione. Ginny's terrified scream punctured the thick veil of silence like a sharp needle, yet it felt so distant. Hermione. What is wrong with you? Harry and Ron's anxious, altered voices joined the fray, as if they hailed from another realm. She longed to speak, to assure them that she was fine, that she merely needed to catch her breath, but her throat felt as though it were gripped by icy iron pincers, rendering her mute. She wished to raise her hand, even to move a finger, to prove she was still alive, but her body had utterly betrayed her. Heavy as if filled with lead, completely beyond her control. In the final moment before consciousness slipped into darkness, she felt her body lose its support, gently toppling backward. The anticipated hard, cold stone floor never met her. Ron's strong arms caught her securely before she could hit the ground, lifting her away from the icy surface. Immediately, an endless, frigid, and deathly still darkness enveloped her, accompanied by the doe's cold, piercing gaze, consuming her entirely. Chapter 3. The Prison of the Doe. Raindrops pattered against the tall glass windows of the hospital wing, akin to countless cold fingertips tapping urgently. Outside, the howling winds stirred the already murky sky into further chaos. The room was suffused with a unique scent, a blend of disinfectant and sleeping potions, cold and silent. Hermione slowly opened her heavy eyelids on the hospital bed, her vision filled with blurred, shifting lights. Hermione, you're awake? A voice, laced with surprise and deep concern, resonated at her bedside. Ginny abruptly rose from her chair, leaning closer, her chestnut hair cascading down, obscuring half of her anxious face. Oh, Ginny. Hermione's voice emerged hoarse and dry, akin to sandpaper scraping her throat. Her gaze drifted past Ginny to Harry and Ron, who had also gathered around. Their faces bore a mixture of relief and deeper confusion. By Merlin's beard, Hermione. Ron nearly lunged to the bedside, his tousled red hair standing on end. What on earth happened to you? You were perfectly fine, and then you just fainted. It was as if your bones had been pulled away. His tone was rife with apprehension and bewilderment. Oh, Hermione's throat tightened. She could only weakly blink, avoiding Ron's eager gaze. Drink some water, Hermione. Harry's voice was gentle and considerate as he deftly poured a cup of warm water, carefully bringing it to her cracked lips. You look as pale as a ghost. His green eyes brimmed with genuine concern. Thank you, Harry. Hermione sipped the warm liquid, which offered a fleeting comfort as it coursed down her throat. Her eyes briefly lingered on Harry's face before darting away, almost with a hint of barely perceptible panic. Those green eyes, reminiscent of Lily Evans, now pierced her like needles. She lowered her eyelids, fixating on the small creases of the blanket. Should we inform Professor Snape? Ginny resumed her seat beside the bed, gently holding Hermione's hand that lay outside the covers. Her touch was chilling, akin to having just emerged from icy waters. Ginny attempted to warm her with her own body heat, but the coldness sent a slight shiver through her. No need. Hermione almost immediately recoiled her hand, her voice tinged with urgent refusal. Her mind was a chaotic tangle, like a ball of yarn clawed at by a cat, with countless questions entwined and tearing at her, causing her head to throb painfully. She was utterly unprepared to face him. Those deep black eyes, once her most cherished abyss, now potentially concealed the truth she dreaded most. She needed an answer, one that could either liberate her from this terrifying conjecture or cast her into the depths of despair. Was it truly as she suspected? His unchanging Doe Patronus, a symbol of his unwavering love for Lily Evans? A love so heavy it burdened him with a lifetime of scorn, dedicated to the son of his enemy? Or was there another explanation? Perhaps his Patronus was inherently a Doe, unrelated to Lily? Yet, how to interpret Dumbledore's words? Severus. Protect him. For Lily? These questions swarmed her mind like frenzied dementors, each one pouncing upon her, devouring her reason and emotions, exacerbating her already foggy mind, her temples throbbing. Hermione? Ron's voice broke through once more, laced with deeper concern. He had noticed her pained frown and the pallor of her complexion, which had worsened since before. What is wrong with you? Did something happen? He probed cautiously, sensing that Hermione's fainting and her current silence were far from mere fatigue. It's nothing, Ron. Hermione fought to suppress the lump in her throat and the sting in her eyes, striving to muster a painfully forced smile. I just have a bit of a headache. She raised a hand to press against her forehead, half to conceal her discomfort, half in genuine pain. She struggled to glance at the magical clock on the bedside table, its hands indicating dinner time. You two should head to the Great Hall. Her voice carried a weary urgency. I should be here tonight, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Madame Pomfrey needs to observe me. However, before Harry could insist on staying, Hermione interrupted him. Do not worry, she said, her tone striving to maintain a veneer of calm, even laced with an intentional lightness. Madame Pomfrey will take good care of me. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the concerned faces of her three friends. I think I truly need to rest a bit more. With you all here, I find it difficult to sleep. This was the truth. She required solitude. The space to process the revelation that had nearly torn her asunder. Shall we come back after dinner? Ginny suggested slowly as she rose, the worry in her eyes undiminished. Intensifying instead, she had keenly perceived the unusual, impenetrable distance emanating from Hermione, particularly her avoidance of Professor Snape. No need, Ginny, Hermione replied, propping herself up slightly before collapsing back onto her pillow, this small movement seemingly depleting the scant strength she had just regained. I should sleep again. See you tomorrow? Her voice bore a pleading note, hoping they would comprehend her desire for solitude at this moment. The three exchanged glances filled with doubt and unease, yet, upon witnessing Hermione's pale and exhausted appearance, they ultimately could not bear to insist further. They murmured a few gentle admonitions to rest well and to send word should she need anything, before reluctantly departing the hospital wing, their minds heavy with concern. Upon arriving in the great hall, they found dinner nearing its conclusion. The long table was half empty, with only a handful of students languidly enjoying dessert. The warm candlelight, the savory aromas of food, and the din of conversation stood in stark contrast to the weighty emotions plaguing the trio. She was perfectly fine earlier, Ron exclaimed, plopping down onto the Gryffindor bench, eyeing the untouched beef pie before him with a complete lack of appetite, his brow furrowed deeper. You know, just when we were discussing patron uses. She was laughing happily. He could not fathom the sudden turn of events. Yes, Harry interjected, setting down his pumpkin juice. Confusion and concern swirling in his green eyes. Could it be anemia? Or perhaps she's been studying too hard. He sought a plausible explanation. But Hermione has always been in excellent health, Ginny countered immediately, her fingers unconsciously stirring the peas on her plate. She's never experienced such sudden fainting spells. Furthermore, lowering her voice, her gaze sharp, she added, did you not find her behavior upon waking peculiar? Especially regarding Professor Snape? I can't make sense of it, Ron muttered, irritably tugging at his red hair. She looked as though she had suffered a tremendous fright. He could find no more fitting description. As they spoke in hushed tones, steeped in their respective worries, an imposing, shadowy figure silently materialized beside the Gryffindor table. Ginny was the first to sense the oppressive aura, her head snapping up. Professor Snape? Her voice betrayed a hint of uncontainable surprise. Harry and Ron, as if petrified, also looked up, locking eyes with Snape's fathomless, now hawkish gaze. Snape scanned them with an inscrutable expression, his countenance so cold it seemed to drop the temperature of the air around them. His thin lips parted, and in a low voice that brooked no dissent, he inquired, I trust you are aware of Miss Granger's whereabouts? He had not encountered her familiar figure all day in class, the library, or even the usual corridors. During dinner, he had instinctively searched the Gryffindor table, yet her absence was palpable. An inexplicable agitation unfurled within him, a most unusual sensation. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance laden with complexity. Hesitating over whether to divulge Hermione's location, they instinctively felt that she did not wish to see him. However, Ginny spoke up first, her voice clear and tinged with subtle inquiry. Hermione is in the hospital wing, Professor. She fainted this afternoon, and Madame Pomfrey is looking after her. We do not know the exact reason. At her revelation, Snape's pupils dilated. Fainted. His sharp gaze sliced through the three of them, as if assessing the veracity of their words or any hidden truths. Under his scrutinizing stare, Harry and Ron nodded, almost guiltily, affirming Ginny's statement. Without uttering another word or displaying any change in expression, Snape's icy anger surged, mingled with a trace of suppressed panic. He pivoted abruptly, his billowing black cloak slicing through the air as he strode out of the bustling great hall, his figure vanishing rapidly down the dim corridor leading to the hospital wing. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Faint. How could she faint without reason? In training? With Potter and the others? Countless thoughts spiraled through Snape's mind, each pointing toward ominous possibilities. An accident during training? Dark magical artifacts? Or had that cursed Potter once again embroiled her in peril? Anxiety coiled around his heart like frigid tendrils, tightening ever more. He had never so acutely realized that the clever, brave, and at times frustratingly obstinate Granger had carved an indelible mark upon his stony heart. He nearly ran through the corridor, the wind from his robes stirring up dust from the floor. The heavy doors of the hospital wing swung open with a resounding crash, the sound jarring in the otherwise tranquil room. Snape's piercing gaze instantly locked onto the frail figure in the bed by the window, and he rushed to Hermione's side. Startled by the noise, Hermione was jolted from her chaotic thoughts, looking up in confusion. In the next moment, her gaze collided with those familiar black eyes, now filled with a level of urgency and fear she had never seen before. He had arrived, and so swiftly. Hermione. Snape's voice lost its usual frigid smoothness, laced with a barely perceptible tremor and roughness. He scarcely afforded himself the usual pretense, instinctively reaching out to grasp her cold hand, clutching it tightly. The bone-chilling touch sent a shock through him. What happened? How could you faint? He leaned closer, his gaze urgently scanning her pallid face, seeking any signs of abnormality. Severus. Hermione's heart ached at his presence, and the unmasked concern etched upon his features. She suspected Ginny had informed him. As she met his gaze, filled with pure worry, she felt her resolve wavering. Yet the image of the silver doe flashed in her mind, a cold barrier that kept her at bay. I am fine, she managed to say, her voice weak and her eyes flickering, unable to sustain the weight of his penetrating gaze. She feared that under such scrutiny, she might unravel and inadvertently question him about Lily. Fine. Snape's voice rose sharply, brimming with incredulity and deeper anguish. How could you faint? Tell me. His grip on her hand unconsciously tightened, as if he could secure her presence through sheer force. Perhaps. I have just been too tired lately. Hermione forced herself to avert her gaze, focusing on the patterns of the blanket, her voice dry as she spun her excuse. You know, helping Harry and the others study. And also, training. Her words faltered, her heart racing, terrified that she might inadvertently mention the room of requirement or combat training, which would lead him to suspect she had overheard his secret conversation with Dumbledore. And watching them practice Quidditch, she added stiffly, attempting to make her rationale sound more complete. More normal. Hermione. Snape's heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, a sharp pain surging through him. He gazed upon her pale, weary visage, where her once brilliant brown eyes, typically shimmering with intelligence, now appeared dull, overshadowed by profound fatigue and an inexplicable air of detachment. He raised his other hand, his fingertip brushing against her icy cheek with a tenderness he was scarcely aware of, a gesture that pierced his heart with unbearable sorrow. You promised me you would take care of yourself, his voice lowered, imbued with a near-pleading reproach, as if her fainting were a betrayal of her vow to him. Hermione let out a long, weary sigh, laden with unspoken burdens and struggles. Are you feeling any better now? Snape's fingertip lingered on her cool cheek, attempting to impart a modicum of warmth. Observing her fragile state, he longed to enfold her in his arms, shielding her from all external harm. Yet he restrained himself, tightening his grip on her hand instead. Are you comfortable here? His words quickened, laced with a rare, clumsy urgency. Shall I fetch you a bath, perhaps some invigorating potions? And then his thoughts turned to providing her with the utmost care, wishing to remove her from this frigid infirmary. No, Hermione interjected almost immediately, her voice tinged with a sharp defiance. She abruptly turned her head, evading his touch, and forcefully withdrew her hand from his grasp, retreating beneath the covers with resolute determination. This sudden rejection and aloofness struck him like a cold bucket of water. Snape froze, his hand poised in midair, the lingering coolness of her skin now feeling painfully awkward and stinging. His once palpable concern and anxiety were abruptly replaced by a bewilderment that rendered him speechless, his heart aching with a sense of injury. His deep black eyes locked onto Hermione's, swirling with shock, confusion, and a hint of wounded pain. What is it, Hermione? His voice, low and foreboding, bore the weight of suppressed turbulence and profound unease. He had never felt such intense rejection from her before. This sensation was more unbearable than any curse he had ever encountered. Nothing, Hermione replied, her gaze meeting the unmistakable hurt in his eyes, causing her heart to ache as if pricked by 1,000 needles. She despised her weakness, resented her inability to maintain her resolve in the face of uncertainty. Striving to muster a soothing smile, her attempt was laden with bitterness and helplessness. I'm just a bit tired. Really, I just need to rest here for the night. She repeated this feeble excuse, her eyes betraying the fatigue and heartbreak she struggled to conceal. At that moment, the infirmary door creaked open. Madame Pomfrey entered, carrying a small tray adorned with potion vials. Upon noticing Snape beside the bed, she momentarily paused, exclaiming, "Oh, Severus, I didn't expect to find you here." A glance at the two of them revealed the palpable tension, particularly Hermione's averted profile. "Miss Granger needs her medication," she stated, extending the tray in Snape's direction. Naturally, Snape rose slowly, almost stiffly, his tall figure casting a heavy shadow over the bed. He reached out, accepting the potion vial and tray from Madame Pomfrey with an air of undeniable protectiveness. "I will handle this, thank you, Madame Pomfrey." His voice regained its usual deep and steady tone, though a subtle tension lingered beneath the surface. Madame Pomfrey appeared utterly taken aback, her mouth agape. "Oh," she exclaimed, glancing from the pale, evasive Hermione to the potion's master, renowned for his coldness, yet exhibiting an unusual fervor of possessiveness and care. Her face was etched with disbelief and a myriad of questions. "If you don't mind," Snape inclined his head slightly, casting a sharp glance at Madame Pomfrey, his slow, deep tone adding an invisible weight to the atmosphere. "Oh, of course," she stammered, filled with bewilderment, before finally exiting the infirmary and gently closing the door behind her. Silence enveloped the bedside once more, punctuated only by the weeping winds and rain outside. "You shouldn't have done that," Hermione murmured weakly, breaking the stillness. She referred to his dismissal of Madame Pomfrey, yearning for solitude. "I've already stated my position," Snape replied, his voice low yet firm, curiously entwined with an air of reluctant indulgence. "Next time, I will not hold back." He uncorked the potion vial, pouring the bitter-smelling liquid into a small cup with meticulous care. Then, he returned to her side, offering the cup to her lips, his gaze unwavering, imbued with an insistence that brooked no refusal. "Drink." His tone bore the weight of a command, yet the depths of his eyes overflowed with compassion. Hermione watched as his bony fingers held the cup steady, and the stubborn tenderness in his gaze threatened to overflow her heart with anguish. She shut her eyes, resigning herself to his hand, and swallowed the acrid potion in one go. The potion's sharpness seared her throat, yet it paled in comparison to the bitterness swelling within her heart. As soon as the potion was consumed, Snape rose to fetch a cup of warm water from a nearby cabinet, testing the temperature of the cup with care before handing it to her. Hermione accepted the cup, sipping cautiously. The warm liquid temporarily alleviated the potion's bitterness, yet it could not warm her cold heart. She glanced at Snape as he settled back beside her, his gaze deep and focused upon her. "I will remain here with you," he stated solemnly, his tone an undeniable assertion rather than a query. He extended his hand, gently covering hers, which rested atop the covers. This time, she did not withdraw immediately, but her icy, stiff fingers offered no response. Hermione remained silent, fatigue prompting her to close her eyes. She needed to sort through her tumultuous thoughts and escape the heart-wrenching, intoxicating gaze he held upon her. "Lie down." Snape's voice resonated once more, low and gentle, yet laced with an authority that demanded compliance. He carefully supported her shoulder, assisting her as she reclined, his movements tender as though handling a rare treasure. Hermione acquiesced, allowing Snape to meticulously tuck the blankets around her. His hand remained on hers, transmitting a persistent, albeit futile warmth. The heat emanating from his palm, once her sanctuary, now felt like a branding iron, a painful reminder of her dreadful suspicions. She lay on her side, her gaze falling upon the chiseled contours of Snape's profile. The dim light cast deep shadows across his prominent nose and thin lips, accentuating his furrowed brow as he focused intently on her, his expression suffused with undeniable concern, worry, and perhaps affection. Did he truly love her, Hermione Granger? Or was he merely projecting his feelings for an irreplaceable specter from his past? As she beheld the unguarded tenderness in his demeanor, a tidal wave of sorrow and conflict surged within her. How much simpler it would be if her feelings were not so complicated. She loved him, with a depth that resonated to her very core. She could certainly accept his haunted past and his profound love for another. But that other was Harry's mother, Lily Evans, the woman who had left an indelible mark upon his heart, even altering the form of his Patronus. This was an unbearable weight, far too heavy to accept or confront. Moreover, did he truly love her? Love her enough that even after Lily's passing, even with Hermione by his side, that love remained fervent enough to solidify his Patronus? Is it possible that in love, she is merely a substitute for his emotional reliance? This thought gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent. A wave of intense bitterness surged through her nostrils. She could scarcely restrain her actions. The hand not clasped by Severus slowly, with a desperate tenderness and yearning, brushed against his thin, slightly pallid cheek. Her fingertips traced the contours of his cool skin, outlining the sharp line of his jaw. "Severus," her voice emerged as a whisper, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Severus's body stiffened momentarily, clearly taken aback by her sudden gesture. His deep black eyes turned toward her, filled with pure inquiry and a hint of astonished softness. "Do you love me?" Hermione gazed into his eyes, articulating the question that had taken residence in her heart, one that pained her profoundly. She locked her gaze onto his, as if attempting to unearth the most genuine answer from the depths of that dark abyss. Severus momentarily faltered. The question was so abrupt, so candid, utterly unlike her, especially following her recent display of resistance. Within the depths of his obsidian eyes, a tumult of complex emotions surged, astonishment, confusion, followed by a profound, touched softness, and even a trace of imperceptible pain. He did not respond immediately with words. Instead, he leaned closer to her, his cool lips, imbued with an almost reverent gentleness and undeniable resolve, softly and lingeringly pressed against her smooth forehead. It was a promise that transcended words, a silent vow. "Of course, Hermione." He lifted his head, his gaze penetrating deeply into her brown eyes, his voice low and husky, yet imbued with a steadfastness as solid as rock. "I certainly do love you." His eyes bore no trace of evasion, so candid that Hermione's heart felt as though it were being torn anew, if this were a lie. It was too perfect. The corners of Hermione's mouth turned up weakly, forming a smile that was exceedingly bittersweet, tinged with fleeting solace. "How much do you love me?" she pressed, her voice scarcely above a whisper, filled with a desperate yearning akin to a moth drawn to flame. Fully aware that the answer may not align with her desires, yet unable to resist the urge to touch that potentially searing fire. "You cannot imagine." Severus's voice dropped even lower, his gaze locked onto hers, where a maelstrom of emotions swirled: deep affection, a cherished possession regained, profound anguish, and a kind of exhaustion and relief that she could not fully decipher, as if he had traversed a long darkness to reach the light. "You cannot imagine," he repeated, as if those simple words bore the weight of everything most profound and precious within his soul. Hermione's heart sank abruptly, plunging into an abyss of despair. Indeed, she could not fathom. She could not comprehend the depth of his love for Lily, profound enough to transform his Patronus into her likeness, deep enough to compel him to sacrifice everything to protect her child, even at the cost of scorn and misunderstanding. How could his love for her possibly compare? This realization shattered her heart, nearly suffocating her. She could no longer bear the intensity of the love in his eyes, which seemed to threaten to engulf her. She feared that a single glance more would unleash a torrent of tears, exposing all her vulnerabilities and doubts. Slowly, utterly fatigued, she closed her eyes, her thick lashes casting fragile shadows on her pale cheeks, trembling slightly. She lay there quietly, like a delicate doll stripped of vitality. Her heart pounded heavily and slowly within her chest, each beat accompanied by sharp pain. She could distinctly feel Severus's gentle, careful fingers brushing through her hair, his touch imbued with a near-pious tenderness. She sensed his cold hand still firmly and stubbornly enveloping hers, as if it were his only anchor. She could even distinctly smell the familiar scent that clung to him, a bitter aroma steeped in potions, mingled with parchment, ink, and a uniquely cold and profound masculine essence that belonged solely to him. This scent, this warmth, this touch, once her safest harbor, her fortress against all fears and darkness, now felt like the most cruel irony, reminding her of the cage she might inhabit, a prison shrouded in the ghost of Lily Evans, a prison named Substitute. Yet, her body's instinctive response betrayed her rationality. Amidst this despairing pain and suspicion, under his silent yet persistent guardianship, her taut nerves strangely began to relax, little by little. That familiar scent and warmth acted like the most cunning of sedatives, quietly seeping into her cold limbs, bringing forth a nearly ruthless tranquility. The sound of rain outside seemed to diminish, the wind no longer howled so mournfully. In the hospital room, only their intertwined, gentle breaths remained. Severus's gaze never left her pale face, eyes closed in repose, his dark depths filled with unfathomable sorrow and endless concern. He could not fathom what caused her such torment, such resistance. He only knew that, at this moment, he must remain here, offering all he could to dispel the coldness enveloping her and the disconnection that made his heart ache. Even if she lay with her eyes closed, refusing communication, he would use his very presence to convey to her. He was here, no matter what transpired. Chapter 4. Hermione's Investigation. Before dawn, the gray morning light filtered through the tall windows of the infirmary, casting indistinct shadows upon the cold floor. The rain had long ceased, leaving behind a damp silence, occasionally pierced by the chirping of birds. Hermione opened her eyes in the hospital bed, a wave of suffocating dull pain washing over her. She turned her head slightly, and her gaze fell upon Severus Snape, who was slumped beside the bed, lost in slumber. His tall frame curled uncomfortably in the chair, his head resting on his arms. His brow furrowed even in sleep, revealing an inescapable weariness and concern, with strands of black hair falling across his pale forehead. This sight caused Hermione's heart to lurch painfully, evoking sharp pangs of sorrow. The last time, in the spider-infested alley, he had been just like this, a stubborn guardian, vigilantly watching over her through the night. An overwhelming impulse compelled her to extend her hand, her fingertips trembling as she sought to smooth the crease between his brows, to touch the contours that incited both love and resentment within her. However, just as her fingertips were about to make contact with his skin, her hand felt as if it had been scalded by an invisible flame, abruptly freezing in midair, her fingertips cold. All tenderness was instantly drowned in a surge of bitterness. She gazed at his sleeping face, her expression a complex palette of emotions: pain, longing, resentment, and an almost tearing humiliation of being a substitute. She could not remain any longer. Taking a deep breath, Hermione suppressed the lump in her throat, carefully lifting the covers. She held her breath, sliding down from the hospital bed with utmost caution, the cold stone floor seeping through her thin socks. She picked up the robe draped over the chair, slipped on her shoes, and, barefoot, silently slipped out of the infirmary. The door creaked softly, nearly inaudible, yet to her ears, it sounded like thunder. She dared not look back, hastening to disappear into the shadows of the corridor. Severus was jolted awake by a wave of intense unease. An empty feeling instantly seized him. He shot up, his arms numb and tingling from prolonged pressure. The hospital bed was vacant. Only the disheveled bedding bore witness that the previous night had not been a dream. "Hermione," he exclaimed, his voice raspy from sleep and laced with immense panic. He sprang up too quickly, knocking over the chair with a loud clatter. He was utterly oblivious. Bursting out of the infirmary like a madman, his gaze frantically scouring the empty corridor. There was no sign. He dashed down the stairs, almost racing towards Gryffindor Tower, only to come to an abrupt halt at the entrance of the Great Hall. There she was. Hermione Granger sat nonchalantly at the Gryffindor table, calmly enjoying her breakfast. With her head lowered, she sipped her porridge in small bites, occasionally whispering a few words to Lavender Brown beside her. Her profile, bathed in the morning light, exuded an extraordinary tranquility, even a somewhat deliberate aloofness. It was as if everything that had transpired in the infirmary the previous night, including his vigil by her bedside, had merely been a figment of his imagination. A conflagration of mixed emotions, worry, a sense of betrayal, and profound indignation, erupted within Severus. How dare she sit here? As if nothing had happened, after he had kept vigil over her all night. What was she evading? His face turned ashen, his jaw clenched tightly, radiating an icy fury as he prepared to stride forward and confront her. Just then, "Severus, good morning," came Professor McGonagall's steady voice from his side, her sharp gaze sweeping over the stormy visage of Snape and then to Hermione, who appeared so composed at the far end of the hall. This greeting doused his impending outburst like a bucket of cold water, yet it only intensified the suffocating tension in his chest. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to don the familiar mask of icy indifference. He stiffly nodded at McGonagall, his throat constricted as he managed a vague reply. He heavily sank into his seat, yet his gaze, like a venomous nail, was unflinchingly affixed upon Hermione. He watched her eat serenely, observed the carefully maintained curve of her lips during conversations with others, as a tempest of doubts and fury churned within him, nearly consuming him. What was wrong with her? The ensuing days were a torment for Hermione. She compelled herself to spin like a top, filling every minute with arduous assignments, deep-seated hours in the library, and even voluntarily assisting Madame Pants in organizing the restricted section. She meticulously avoided any potential paths and timings that might lead to a solitary encounter with Snape, around the corners of the corridors, the secluded shelves in the library, and even during post-class consultations. Like a masterful stealth operative, she skillfully navigated the halls of Hogwarts, evading the very figure she once yearned to approach. Simultaneously, she engaged in a near-detective fervor, seeking out any traces of the past between Snape and Lily Evans. She combed through every supplementary material she could find from Hogwarts, a history, attempting to uncover clues hidden within the faded old photographs, and subtly inquired with some upperclassmen. But her efforts yielded little. Snape's past seemed to have been thoroughly erased, shrouded in secrecy, as if he had cast a powerful obliviate charm upon it. The name Lily Potter appeared more frequently in Hogwarts public records, primarily as the mother of the Chosen One and the wife of James Potter. Any connection between her and Snape seemed deliberately buried. The stagnation of her progress only exacerbated her restlessness. The truth hung like a weighty veil of frosted glass, indistinct yet oppressive over her heart. In the common room, the flickering flames of the fireplace cast dancing shadows on Hermione's pale and dazed face. She cradled a copy of Advanced Transfiguration Theory, yet her gaze remained hollow, fixated on the flames without turning a single page. "Hermione?" Ron's voice, laced with cautious inquiry, broke through as he sat on the carpet, concern etched across his face. Harry paused his actions, lifting his head to reveal worry in his green eyes. Hermione jolted back to reality, like a startled fawn, her expression bewildered as she turned to Ron. "What is it, Ron? You've been out of it," Ron hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Since the incident in the infirmary, he dared not mention the Patronus, yet his worry was palpable. "Oh," Hermione forced a smile, though her gaze instinctively drifted towards Harry. "It's nothing, perhaps just studying too hard." She closed her book with a decisive motion. "Harry," she turned to him, her expression grave, her tone heavy with determination. "Your father was classmates with Professor Snape, correct?" Yes," Harry nodded, puzzled by her inquiry. "Including Sirius and Professor Lupin. They were all in the same year. I thought you knew?" He sensed something unusual in Hermione's questioning. Hermione licked her dry lips, her eyes flickering with evident anxiety. "You haven't mentioned to Sirius about my relationship with Professor Snape, have you?" This was her deepest fear, that Sirius would distort or conceal the truth due to his disdain for Snape. "Absolutely not. I promise," Harry assured her immediately, though his confusion grew. "But, Hermione, what do you want to know? Is it about Snape?" He keenly picked up on the crux of her concern. "Yes." Hermione averted her gaze from Harry, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of the page, her voice dropping to a whisper. "I'm trying to clarify some matters, but right now, I'm not sure." Her voice was laden with confusion and anguish. Harry observed her troubled and fragile demeanor, catching a subtle shake of Ron's head from the carpet beside him. He swallowed the pressing questions that lingered on his lips. He knew Hermione. If she didn't wish to share, pressing her would be futile, and she appeared genuinely unwell. "Of course, no problem." Harry stood, his tone gentle yet firm. "You can send the letter with Hedwig. She knows where Sirius is now." "Thank you, Harry." Hermione lifted her gaze, a flicker of genuine gratitude shining through her eyes. "I'll give you the letter shortly." With that, she hurriedly clutched her book and ascended the staircase towards the girls' dormitory, as if fleeing from something. "Ron." Once Hermione's figure had completely vanished around the corner, Harry lowered his voice, settling beside Ron on the carpet. "What do you think she's investigating? About Snape?" "I don't know." Ron frowned, his fingers irritably tugging at the carpet's fibers. "Harry," he suddenly turned, his voice dropping even lower, infused with a sudden urgency. "Isn't Snape using his Patronus to communicate with the Order?" Harry recalled a fleeting glimpse he had caught at the Order, a vague recollection. "I think so." "Do you remember what it was?" Ron pressed, brow furrowing. Harry attempted to remember, recalling that he had not yet been a member. Merely peeking through a crack in the door. "A lynx?" "I'm not sure," he hesitantly replied. "No, that was Kingsley's," Ron quickly interjected. "Think harder." Harry rubbed his forehead, straining to recall, then shook his head. Ron sighed, leaning back against the sofa. In the girls' dormitory, Hermione sat at a small table by the window, her quill poised above a sheet of parchment, ink droplets spreading into a small splotch. She bit her lower lip, carefully weighing her words. "Dear Sirius," she finally began, her handwriting trembling slightly with the weight of her anxiety. "I hope this message finds you well. I apologize for intruding on your time. Due to some personal curiosities, I wish to understand more about your time at Hogwarts. For instance, how did Harry's parents meet? That beautiful time is always so enchanting to ponder." She paused, taking a deep breath as if lifting a heavy burden. "Additionally, I have learned that Professor Snape was also your classmate, and it seems he had some connection with Harry's mother, Lily. If you wouldn't mind, could you share any relevant details you might possess? Any insight would be invaluable to me. Of course, I understand that such memories might come with complex emotions. Greetings to the valiant Buckbeak. Sincere regards, Hermione Granger." She read the note several times, hoping her intentions remained sufficiently veiled, so as not to provoke Sirius into withholding a response or deliberately misleading her due to his disdain for Snape. Folding the parchment with care, she slipped it into an envelope and hastily descended the stairs. Harry was already waiting at the bottom, taking the letter without a word. "I'll go find Hedwig now." He offered Hermione an encouraging glance. "Hermione?" Ron approached, his voice lowered to a near whisper, tinged with a sense of tentative confirmation. "Snape's Patronus." Hermione spun around to face him, her eyes wide with shock and a fear akin to having her secret laid bare. "Is it a doe?" Ron posed the pivotal question. Hermione's pupils dilated in an instant, her complexion paling further. She gazed at Ron in disbelief, nervously swallowing, her voice hoarse. "Does Harry know?" Her greatest fear was that Harry had also uncovered this cruel connection. Ron's heart sank. Hermione's reaction spoke volumes. "No, he doesn't know." He grasped Hermione's arm, guiding her to sit on the sofa, awkwardly yet with genuine concern, gently patting her back. "Oh dear, Hermione," he said, watching as her shoulders slumped, uncertain of how to comfort her. "Unbelievable, isn't it?" Hermione's voice dripped with bitterness and self-deprecation as she pressed her hand to her forehead, as if battling a splitting headache. "I wish this were merely my overactive imagination. Perhaps you're just overthinking it." Ron searched for reasons. Maybe he is simply a doe by nature? It has nothing to do with Lily, Potter's wife? Even he found this rationale to be feeble. "I don't know." Hermione sighed deeply, weary. Her brows knitted tightly as though burdened by an immense weight. "I truly don't know." Her voice resonated with confusion and helplessness. "Don't worry," Ron clumsily reassured her. "I think Sirius will tell you. Perhaps things aren't as dire as you perceive." He attempted to divert her attention. "Shall we indulge in some butterbeer? I know of a secret passage." Hermione observed his earnest efforts, feeling a warm surge of gratitude mingled with deeper sorrow. She managed to force a rueful smile. "No, Ron. Aren't you all supposed to have Quidditch practice this afternoon?" Leaning slightly forward, with pure appreciation, she pressed a gentle, comforting kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, Ron." "Truly." Ron's face flushed crimson, stammering. Uh, no, no need to mention it, Hermione, as he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. And Ron. Hermione's expression turned grave once more. Let's not tell Harry just yet, all right? He might find it hard to accept. She referred to Snape's feelings for Lily and the connection of the Patronus. Ron immediately nodded vigorously, absolutely. Of course, we won't say a word. He fully grasped Hermione's apprehensions. Outside the castle, the weather gradually warmed, the snow melting, tender green buds adorning the branches, and the sun casting a gentle warmth, creating a vibrant springtime tableau. Yet, Hermione's world remained shrouded in the gloom of winter. She had no desire to appreciate any scenery. All her senses were employed to evade Snape's fervent, wounded, and deeply perplexed black gaze. Several times in the Great Hall, she felt him attempting to lock eyes with her, conveying unspoken questions after potions class. He even lingered at the door, clearly waiting for her. Each time, Hermione reacted like a startled rabbit, either swiftly merging into the crowd or concocting an excuse to consult Professor McGonagall, hastily departing. She forced herself to ignore the deepening hurt and frustration in his eyes, disregarding his tightly pressed lips and the palpable tension radiating from him. Yet, every fleeting encounter carved a new wound in her heart, leaving her gasping for breath. She felt like a prisoner awaiting ultimate judgment, day and night yearning for Sirius's reply, praying that the letter would bring a glimmer of hope, proving all her fears to be mere fabrications of an overly sensitive imagination. Simultaneously, a more dreadful question lingered in her mind. If the truth were indeed as she suspected, what would she do? Could she continue this relationship, founded upon immense secrets and potential replacements? How would she face Harry? How would she confront Severus Snape, who perhaps had never truly belonged to her? On a morning a few days later, the aroma of toasted bread and sizzling bacon wafted through the Gryffindor table. Hermione, apathetic, poked at the scrambled eggs on her plate with her fork. Hedwig. Harry's voice rang out with delight. The snow-white owl gracefully glided through the high windows of the hall, alighting precisely before Harry, proudly puffing out her chest and emitting a few soft hoots. Harry affectionately ruffled her feathers. Thank you, good girl. Skillfully, he untied the parchment roll bound to her leg and handed it to Hermione, who was momentarily breathless. Hermione received the scroll, her fingertips icy, trembling slightly. On the envelope, Sirius Black's flamboyant, yet slightly rebellious handwriting now appeared to her as a harbinger of doom. She felt as though she were not merely holding a letter, but a bomb primed to explode. If you don't mind. Hermione's voice bore an unusual tension as she abruptly stood, the legs of her chair screeching against the floor. She paid no heed to the worried expressions of Ron and Harry, clutching the letter tightly, as if fleeing from a plague, her head bowed. Hastening out of the bustling Great Hall, Hermione. Ron called anxiously from behind. Potions class is about to start. His voice was laden with an ominous premonition. But Hermione's figure had already vanished through the door. At the staff table, Snape's gaze remained fixed on the entrance from the moment Hermione bolted from the hall. His fingers tightened around the silver fork, knuckles whitening as his face darkened with palpable fury. Again this. Ignoring him, evading him. Whose letter was it? Since that night in the hospital wing, they had not exchanged a single meaningful conversation. He didn't even know the reason for her fainting, let alone how to dismantle the wall she had suddenly erected around her heart. Confusion, anger, grievance, and the sharp pain of repeated rejection coiled around his heart like poisonous vines, constricting tighter and tighter. He was on the brink of madness from this uncontrollable feeling. This could not continue. He needed answers, even if it meant resorting to the least Snape-like method, such as a forced, prolonged detention. He glared at the entrance of the Great Hall, silently steeling his resolve. Chapter 5, Sirius's Response. In the second-floor girls' lavatory, it was deserted. The cold marble surfaces reflected a stark white light. The dripping of the faucet echoed in the silence, sounding like a countdown. Hermione leaned against the frigid wall, her heart racing within her chest, nearly shattering her ribs. She took several deep breaths, struggling to steady her trembling fingers as she tore open the envelope sealed with the Black family crest. Dear Hermione, I was delighted to receive your letter. It was quite a surprise. Hermione's heart skipped a beat as she forced herself to read on. Though I am unsure why you have suddenly taken an interest in this old tale, I am more than willing to share everything you wish to know. James and Lily were a match made in heaven. He was a good lad, and Lily was, without a doubt, wise, brave, and beautiful, like a warm flame. Hermione's breathing quickened. However, their acquaintance was not particularly delightful. I must admit that when they first entered school, James was young and brash, arrogant, and Lily had a rather poor impression of him, to the extent of outright disdain. But who among us hasn't been foolish in their youth? Fortunately, at his core, James embodies the true spirit of Gryffindor, brave, loyal, and willing to transform for those he loves. As he matured, his virtues gradually came to light, and Lily witnessed his metamorphosis. Ultimately, their hearts gravitated towards one another. Indeed, it was a splendid time. The handwriting on the letter seems to convey a subtle pause and a hint of smudging, as though the writer had succumbed to a fleeting melancholy. Regrettably, the subsequent events are likely clear to you as well. Hermione felt her nails dig deeply into her palm, sensing that the pivotal moment was approaching. Upon seeing the name Severus Snape, her heart constricted violently, nearly ceasing to beat. I must say, Hermione, you are indeed astute, even unerringly perceptive. Even Harry had never doubted this, though he remained oblivious to how you came to know. Boom. In that instant, Hermione felt as though her world had utterly collapsed. Sirius's confirmation struck her like a heavy hammer, shattering the last vestige of her hope. The blood coursing through her veins seemed to rush to her head only to freeze in an instant, her body temperature plummeting. Her hands trembled violently, struggling to grasp the fragile letter. Snape and Lily. Sirius's handwriting appeared laced with a complex, barely perceptible disdain. They had been childhood companions. The phrase childhood companions pierced Hermione's heart like a poisoned icicle. She gasped sharply, her back colliding with the cold wall, sending a wave of bone-chilling discomfort through her. Yet it paled in comparison to the despair consuming her from within. They had known each other since childhood, neighbors in the Muggle-world. Initially, Lily detested James, largely due to his cruel jests and mockery directed at Snape. For a long time, Snape had been Lily's sole friend and protector at Hogwarts. Protector? Hermione's vision blurred as tears surged uncontrollably. It turned out they had been together for so long, so very long. Yet later, Sirius's writing carried a coldness. Snape's obsession with dark magic led him to associate with those who would later become Death Eaters, particularly the likes of Avery and Mulciber. His path diverged sharply from the light that Lily upheld, and the rift only widened. Ultimately, due to some irreparable harm, the specifics of which Lily never disclosed, but must have been grave, they severed their ties completely. As far as I know, until Lily's sacrifice, they seemingly never crossed paths again. Hermione, weak and defeated, slid down the wall to the floor, the letter fluttering to the cold tiles. She curled into herself, wrapping her arms tightly around her knees, burying her face deep within. Tears poured forth, instantly soaking the front of her robes. It was not sorrow but a profound, frigid despair that had utterly overwhelmed her. Indeed, everything connected. Everyone knew he was a Death Eater, a double agent, yet they believed he acted in accordance with Dumbledore's will. How ironic. How cruelly ironic. What he sacrificed his life to protect was never a greater good, but rather Lily Evans. It was that love and regret he could never relinquish. Nor could he ever atone for. For Lily. Dumbledore's whispers echoed in her ears, cold and clear. Hermione painfully shut her eyes, allowing her tears to flow unabated. How she wished she were not so clever, not so sensitive, that she had not gleaned that damning clue from Ron's careless words. How she wished she could be like other girls, blissfully engulfed in love. The cold logic in her chaotic mind cruelly deduced, because Lily had died. Because his betrayal had indirectly led to her demise, he had turned from darkness to light, spending the remainder of his life seeking redemption. For years, they had suspected Snape's malevolence towards Harry, yet could never fathom why he repeatedly protected Harry at crucial moments. Now everything made sense. It was not for Harry Potter, but rather for the son of Lily Evans. This love nearly spanned the entirety of his grim existence, if it were not for a love so deeply ingrained. Unwavering even unto death, who could achieve such feats? This emotion, heavy enough to alter the form of a Patronus. How could she, Hermione Granger, ever aspire to such heights? How could she ever replace it? What was she? A fleeting solace that had inadvertently intruded upon his lengthy penance? A mere shadow overshadowed by the brilliant light of Lily? How could she accept that the man she adored harbored an indelible ghost within his heart? How could she face Harry? How could she confront this relationship, built upon immense secrets and a potential substitute? Regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent. She felt a piercing shame and remorse for her once reckless, fervent affection. Had she known it would lead to this? Would she still have allowed herself to drown in those profound, dark eyes? Would she still have embraced that seemingly cold, yet endlessly pained and secretive soul, like a moth to a flame? Time slipped away, and slowly, Hermione raised her head. The cold light of the lavatory stung her eyes. She wiped her tear-streaked face, her gaze falling upon the wrinkled letter that had fluttered to the ground. With trembling fingers, she reached out, the chill evident as her knuckles turned white. Gradually, she unfolded the letter, smoothing out its creases as though mending her shattered heart. Then, she carefully refolded, as if preserving a crucial piece of evidence, and tucked it into the innermost pocket of her robes. Leaning against the cold wall, she struggled to stand up. The immense mirror in the lavatory reflected a pale, haggard visage, eyes swollen like peaches, filled with heartbreak and defiance. She gazed at her reflection, fiercely, almost violently wiping away the remnants of her tears. Her expression, once filled with confusion and pain, gradually crystallized into a chilling, nearly desperate determination. She inhaled deeply, as though attempting to expel every ounce of pain and weakness from her chest, then straightened her back, with a tragic resolve akin to marching to the gallows, and resolutely pushed open the lavatory door. As the final echoes of the potions class bell faded, Hermione entered the subterranean classroom, as though a soulless statue. With her head bowed, she walked directly to her seat, striving to maintain an exterior calm. However, anyone who glanced her way could immediately discern the redness of her eyes, clearly having wept profusely, and the cold, shattered aura emanating from her. Snape's gaze, from the moment she stepped through the classroom door, was magnetically drawn to her. Upon observing her swollen eyes, all his anger was swiftly replaced by overwhelming concern and panic. She had cried. Why had she cried? Who had caused her tears? Was it that letter? Ron, witnessing her state, felt his heart plummet. He quickly rose, a worried expression etched across his face as he approached her. This was it. The contents of the letter must have yielded the most disheartening outcome. Hermione fought to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her, managing to force a strained smile towards Ron, a smile more grotesque than tears. She gently shook her head, signaling him to keep his distance, then swiftly turned to sit before her cauldron. She dreaded that Ron might utter another comforting word, as it would shatter the fragile facade of tranquility she had so desperately maintained. She could distinctly feel Snape's piercing gaze upon her from the podium, enveloping her like a searchlight, brimming with unmasked concern, anxiety, and inquiry. Yet, she resolutely kept her head bowed, fixating on her tightly clenched fists resting on her knees, her nails digging into her palms. Using the pain to fend off the almost overwhelming allure of his gaze. She could not meet his eyes. She could not confront him. At this moment, a surge of intense hatred welled up within her. She loathed him for concealing the truth. She despised him for ensnaring her in a web of romantic illusions he had spun, and she resented him for rendering her so utterly wretched. Turning to page 216. Snape's deep, icy voice reverberated through the silent classroom, carrying an unmistakable rasp that seemed forcefully restrained. His gaze remained fixed upon Hermione's lowered head, the draft of living death. He paced slowly, the hem of his dark robe dragging softly against the stone floor, hoping that you have all mastered this fundamental potion. If not, he paused deliberately. His voice laced with customary sarcasm, yet his eyes never strayed from Hermione. I suggest you abandon the exam forthwith to spare yourselves the humiliation. The classroom fell into a suffocating silence, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Hermione sneered inwardly, icy and sharp. Behold, what a flawless facade, regardless of the tumult within. He always managed to maintain this cruel, indifferent professor's mask. If she continued to evade him in this manner, could he too, like this, continue his life unperturbed until her graduation? Perhaps her fleeting, self-absorbed love was of little significance compared to his lifelong, profound affection for Lily Evans. Merely a trivial interlude on his protracted path of atonement? This thought pierced her heart like a poisoned dagger, inflicting deep wounds. She mechanically followed the steps. Her heart in disarray, yet powerful muscle memory and reason remained operational. Weighing, grinding, stirring, each action executed with precision akin to a machine, without a single error. The cauldron bubbled with a deep purple liquid, exuding a bitter aroma. Miss Granger, Snape's voice, ghostly and unexpected, cut through her reverie. Hermione's body stiffened instantly, her heart gripped by an icy hand, abruptly ceasing its rhythm. Ron glanced at her anxiously, instinctively tightening his grip on the stirring rod. Hermione forced herself to maintain a facade of calm, refusing to lift her gaze, her eyes fixed on the roiling purple liquid, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. Even tinged with deliberate indifference, Professor Snape. This address, this tone, fell upon Snape like a bucket of ice water, nearly overwhelming him with fury. He furrowed his brow, his chest rising and falling slightly. He had to shatter her defenses, even if it meant resorting to the most clumsy of excuses. I fear what you've added is not moondew pollen, he said, his voice betraying a hint of insecurity he himself was unaware of. He knew she had executed the task flawlessly. This excuse was utterly ridiculous, but he could not afford to dwell on it. In the past, such inept provocations often marked the beginning of a silent game, one filled with her sly smiles. And now, Professor, Hermione still refused to look at him. Her voice chillingly calm, as if stating a mere fact. I used daffodil root powder. I trust that with your expertise, you are aware that these two substances possess equivalent catalytic properties in this formulation, both meeting the standard. Her tone bore no tremor, only a cold assertion laced with hidden sarcasm. Snape found himself rendered speechless by her businesslike, frigid demeanor. A wave of overwhelming frustration surged within him. She had rejected him. So utterly, so cruelly. Mind your attitude, Miss Granger, He instinctively replied with a harsher tone to mask his inner turmoil and hurt. His voice low and thunderous like the prelude to a storm. As he nearly ground his teeth while uttering those words, a frenzied thought clamoring within him. Take her away. Immediately. By apparition or by force. He had to clarify. Attitude. Hermione scoffed as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. The anguish, grievances, and the indignation of having been deceived, along with the deep-seated humiliation of being a mere substitute, erupted within her like a long-dormant volcano finally, finding its outlet. She abruptly lifted her head. Those brown eyes, now swollen yet ablaze with fury and profound sorrow, locked onto Snape's astonished black eyes without flinching. She let out a cold laugh. That laughter was sharp, frigid, filled with boundless irony and resentment. It pierced Snape's eardrums like an ice pick, causing his entire being to involuntarily shudder with intensity. What do you want my attitude to be, Professor? Her voice escalated, trembling with a hysterical intensity that reverberated throughout the desolate classroom. Everyone was rendered speechless, their stirring rods and mortars clattering to the ground, yet no one paid heed. Harry stood agape, as if he could not recognize the girl before him, consumed by flames of fury and grief. Only Ron watched her with concern, fists clenched, ready to rush to her side at any moment. Hermione rose, her body quaking with agitation, her fingers gripping the edge of the table to steady herself. She resembled a cornered lioness, desperately voicing her accusations at the man she both adored and loathed. You know full well that every step I took was executed with precision. Yet you continuously seek to find fault and provoke me. Her voice tore through the air with rage. Why? Do you truly believe you can wield such power over me, to toy with my emotions at will? Do you think I am completely oblivious to your machinations? The final words erupted from her like a scream, each syllable dripping with anguish and accusation. She resented him for his lack of honesty. She resented him for placing her in such a deplorable position. She resented him for allowing her to believe in his tenderness and hope, only to reveal that it was perhaps directed at another woman through her. Snape stood in utter shock. He was paralyzed, his customary icy facade shattered. Astonishment, panic, immense heartache, and an indescribable sense of vulnerability surged through his fathomless black eyes. He beheld her flushed face, wrought with anger and sorrow, watched as the flames of fury and tears threatened to consume her, feeling as though she had torn his heart into shreds. What are you saying, Hermione? His voice lost all strength, dry and hoarse, imbued with unprecedented panic and desperation. What have I done to make you? He faltered, immense terror gripping him, unable to fathom what she meant by being ignorant of everything. The entire classroom descended into a deathly silence. Even breathing became audible. Everyone was stunned by the earth-shattering scene before them. After Hermione's outburst, it was as though she had expended all her strength. A wave of shame and the realization of her public loss of control engulfed her. She gazed into Snape's eyes, where raw, unmasked pain and confusion resided. Watched as he reached out, fingers poised to grasp something yet frozen in midair, and she could bear it no longer. At that moment, a hand suddenly seized her cold, trembling wrist. The grip was firm and warm. Come with me. Ron's voice resonated beside her, filled with unwavering resolve. Hermione clutched onto this lifeline, allowing Ron to pull her away, stumbling out of the potions classroom under the astonished gazes of all, leaving behind an oppressive silence and the figure of Severus Snape, standing alone, abandoned by the world. The cold, damp air of the second-floor restroom enveloped her. The door shut behind Ron, sealing them off from everything outside. The taut string had snapped. All of Hermione's strength, all her facades, crumbled entirely the moment she entered this private space shared only with Ron. She leaned against the cold ceramic tiles, her body slowly sliding down until she curled up on the floor. After being suppressed for far too long, immense sorrow, injustice, despair, and the agonizing pain of utter denial surged forth like a deluge released from a dam. She no longer stifled her emotions, nor did she hold back, weeping openly like a lost child. Her shoulders heaved violently, tears cascading down her pale cheeks, splattering onto the cold floor. Her cries echoed in the vast emptiness of the washroom, resonating with heart-wrenching despair. Ron, breathless, gazed at Hermione, who was sobbing uncontrollably on the floor. His eyes filled with compassion and helplessness. He uttered not a word, but silently and resolutely crouched down, extending his arms to embrace this girl, whom he cherished as a close friend, but who, at this moment, seemed as fragile as glass. Hermione buried her face in his warm shoulder, which bore the familiar scent of soap, her defenses crumbling completely. She reached out, clinging tightly to Ron, as if he were the only lifeline capable of bearing her overwhelming anguish. Tears rapidly soaked into Ron's robe, leaving dark stains in their wake. She cried until her voice was hoarse. as if she sought to expel every grievance, every sentiment of love and hate, and every ounce of pain confined within her. Through this desperate wail, Ron simply held her close, one hand awkwardly yet tenderly patting her back, as one would soothe a frightened infant. He did not inquire why, nor did he urge her to cease her tears. Instead, through his silent yet steadfast embrace, he conveyed to her, "I am here. Regardless of what has transpired, I am here." In the frigid washroom, only the sound of her despairing cries lingered, alongside the boy's silent, yet resolute guardianship. Outside, the spring sunshine shone brilliantly, yet it could not penetrate this corner soaked in heartache and tears. Chapter 6. Echoes and Glimmers After the Collapse. The air in the potions classroom felt as though it had solidified into heavy blocks of lead, pressing down on Harry Potter until he could scarcely breathe. He stood helplessly in place, staring at the figure before the lectern, rigid as a statue, severe as Snape. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. The long, piercing chime of the dismissal bell suddenly rang out, like a decree of clemency, instantly shattering the oppressive silence. Students, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly gathered their cauldrons and books with the utmost swiftness, scarcely daring to breathe, like a flock of startled quails, heads bowed, pressed against the walls, cautiously and silently slipping out of the classroom. Each student wished fervently for a second pair of legs, fearful that a single moment's delay would draw the attention of the professor, who radiated a palpable aura of destructive pressure, and that they would lose every hard-earned point for their house. Harry too swiftly turned, eager to rush out in search of Hermione and Ron. However, as he took a single step, "Potter," the voice was low, hoarse, trembling with a forceful repression, akin to a chilling wind sweeping from the depths of hell, instantly freezing Harry's footsteps. He halted abruptly, his heart racing, and turned slowly. Snape had left the lectern, advancing toward him like an ominous shadow, each step deliberate. His tall frame was slightly hunched, as if burdened by an invisible weight, his complexion alarmingly pale, and his lips pressed into a bloodless line. Within those unfathomable black eyes swirled a tumult of emotions Harry had never witnessed: rage, hurt, incredulous panic, and an almost desperate, inextricable heartache. "Professor?" Harry's voice cracked with tension. Involuntarily retreating a half-step, Snape halted before him, close enough that Harry could smell the bitter scent of potions and a trace of icy despair emanating from him. "Miss Granger," Snape began, his voice excruciatingly rough, each word seeming to be scraped from sandpaper. "What has happened?" His tone was no longer the usual icy mockery, but rather infused with the anguish of a wounded beast and, imperceptibly, a plea laced with menace. Harry had no doubt that if he failed to provide an answer, Snape might very well unleash his wand upon him in a fit of piercing fury. "I'm sorry, Professor." Harry forced himself to remain calm, meeting those stormy eyes as sincerely as he could manage. "I truly do not know. I have no idea what has happened." He had to protect Hermione's privacy, especially in such an uncontrolled state. "Potter." Snape's voice suddenly escalated, sharp and close to the brink of losing control, his brow furrowed in a tight knot, his gaze like a poisoned dagger. "Tell me everything." Harry was taken aback by Snape's intensity, observing the unmasked anxiety and anguish in his eyes, realizing that concealing the truth could worsen matters. "That day, she, after discussing the Patronus with us, suddenly fainted." Harry hesitated, cautiously introducing the pivotal phrase. "Patronus?" Snape seemed struck as if by an invisible lightning bolt, his body imperceptibly swaying. He inhaled sharply, his complexion growing even more ashen, as if all the blood had drained from his face. He fixed his gaze on Harry, the storm in his black eyes replaced by a profound panic. "Continue." His voice dropped, laced with a disquieting urgency, as if a drowning man were grasping for the last straw. Harry was shaken by the terror reflected in Snape's eyes and pressed on, steeling himself. "A week ago, she mentioned wanting to clarify some matters, some things about the past." "How?" Snape nearly ground out the words through clenched teeth, his jawline taut. She wrote to Sirius." Harry's voice dwindled, casting a furtive glance at Snape, fearful that this revelation might spell doom for Gryffindor. "It was to inquire about you and my parents during your time at school." He hastily added, "But I truly do not know the contents of the letter. Professor, I swear, she only received a reply this morning, and then she." Harry's tone was suffused with a sense of helplessness. A suffocating silence enveloped the expansive classroom. Snape appeared to be instantaneously drained of all strength. His tall figure swayed, and he suddenly extended a hand, pressing heavily against an empty experimental desk, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, emitting a creaking sound as it bore the weight of his burden. He bowed his head, the black strands of hair falling, obscuring his eyes. Yet the slight tremor of his shoulders and the rapid rise and fall of his chest silently conveyed the tempest raging within him. Harry held his breath, scarcely daring to exhale. Time dragged on, each second stretching into what felt like a year. After what seemed an eternity, Snape finally raised his head with excruciating slowness. The color had yet to return to his face, but the impending storm appeared to have been forcibly suppressed for the moment, replaced by a profound, heart-wrenching weariness and a haunting sense of resignation. "You may go," he uttered, his voice deep and hoarse, imbued with an inescapable hollowness, as though his very soul had been extracted from his body. Harry felt as if a weight had been lifted, hastily fleeing the potions classroom, leaving Snape alone, like a solitary black rock standing in the cold, empty classroom center. In the depths of the dungeon, Snape's office, the heavy oak door closed silently behind him, sealing off all external sounds. The office was dimly lit, with only a few unburned coals in the fireplace casting a feeble, flickering red glow, creating eerie, dancing shadows on the cold stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment, herbs, and an inescapable chill. Snape moved silently to the narrow window, embedded with thick glass. Outside the window lay the shadowy waters of the Black Lake, revealing an ominous shade of dark green beneath the faint moonlight, occasionally disturbed by the slow glide of massive squid tentacles or shifting shadows, which only deepened the sense of oppression. He gazed expressionlessly into the unfathomable abyss of darkness she had come to know. This realization struck him like a chilling bullet, piercing through his last bastion of defense with precision. A profound sense of loss engulfed him, akin to the frigid waters of the lake, drowning him in an instant, followed by an unprecedented panic. He had hurt her, without a doubt. From the moment she had collapsed, the seeds of doubt had already been sown. He recalled the scene in the infirmary, her pallid face, those eyes filled with shattered stars gazing at him as she softly asked, "Do you love me?" At that moment, he had perceived it merely as a manifestation of her post-illness fragility, a whisper seeking solace. Little did he realize it was the final test and confirmation at the brink of heartbreak. Yet, with his vague assurances, he had only deepened her misunderstanding and anguish. If only he had laid everything bare at that moment. If only he had not been so cowardly, so fearful of loss. Severus closed his eyes in torment, his nails digging painfully into his palms, the sharp sting failing to alleviate the agony that felt as if his heart were being torn asunder. How could he explain? How could he elucidate to that astute, sensitive girl, who could not abide grains of sand in her eyes, the weighty past that bore down upon his soul? He could not deny the significance of Lily Evans in his life, nor could he dismiss the once-etched, ultimately ruinous feelings he had harbored. Standing in Hermione's shoes, he bitterly recognized that he too could never find closure, could never accept that within the heart of his beloved stood an insurmountable monument to another woman. Yet, after all these years, his feelings for Lily had quietly transformed in the lengthy throes of pain, regret, and atonement. That once fervent, youthful love had long been supplanted by a gnawing guilt and an overwhelming sense of duty. To protect Harry Potter was less an homage to Lily than it was an attempt at redeeming his own irreparable sins. He had nailed himself to the cross of atonement, cloaked in profound solitude and a cold armor, deeming himself unworthy of warmth and redemption, much less love. He had grown accustomed to wandering alone in the frigid shadows, allowing the tide of despair to erode his shattered soul day after day, until Hermione Granger. She burst into his life like an unannounced ray of sunshine, cleaving through the heavy clouds with her audacity, her fervor, an intrusion he could not refuse. Effortlessly, she melted the icebound defenses he had erected with the labor of a lifetime. He scarcely comprehended how it all transpired. It seemed but a fleeting moment when her wise, courageous, and resilient brown eyes illuminated the darkest corners of his existence. Fragments of memory surged uncontrollably. In potions class, she had stolen glances at him, cheeks flushed, before hurriedly looking down when caught, her ears adorably pink. On a winter morning in his bedroom in Spinner's End, she curled up like a warm kitten in his embrace, her sleep-laden eyes lazily brushing against his stubble. In the cluttered kitchen, she clumsily attempted to assist with dinner, flowers smudging her face. Erupting into unrestrained laughter at his exasperated gaze, her bright laughter dispelling the gloom in the room and illuminating his shadowy heart. These images, these sounds, these sensations represented the purest, warmest moments of happiness he had never tasted in his long, dreary life. It was she who pulled him from the icy depths of despair, allowing him to feel the gentle warmth of sunlight for the first time, to experience what it meant to be loved and cherished. He was no longer a specter imprisoned by the shadows of his past, nor merely a shell existing for the sake of atonement. He had regained the sensation of living, the promise of a future. And now was he to lose it all? The thought pierced him with a pain more ferocious than any cruciatus curse. Severus inhaled sharply, like a drowning man gasping for air, yet his chest felt as if it were burdened by 1,000-pound stone, each breath pulling at him with a tearing agony. He bowed his head in anguish, his hands gripping the cold windowsill tightly, his entire body quaking uncontrollably. Did you think you could do as you wished? Keeping me in the dark? Did you truly believe I was oblivious? Hermione's trembling voice, heavy with anger, grievance, and despair, echoed in his mind like the cruelest of curses, reverberating again and again, each time branding his soul like a searing iron. Of course not. Severus cried out in desperate silence. He had never intended to toy with her, never thought to make a fool of her. He simply could not. He feared that the weighty truth would drive her away, feared that his clumsy explanations would fall short, and most of all, he dreaded witnessing disappointment, disgust, or even pity in her eyes. His greatest fear was losing her, losing the light that illuminated his entire dark existence. Severus. A gentle and familiar voice, like a bell tolling through the mist, resonated at the door. Severus jolted, swiftly turning like a startled serpent, his movement stirring the air. He beheld the figure standing at the entrance, Albus Dumbledore, behind the crescent-shaped glasses. The blue eyes now bore a wisdom that seemed to penetrate all, accompanied by an almost imperceptible concern as they regarded him. Severus instinctively straightened his back, forcing himself to don the cold, aloof mask, though his pallor and lingering panic betrayed him. Headmaster, he rasped. Dumbledore entered the office slowly, the silver robe shimmering subtly in the dim light. Severus surmised that he had come to discuss the upcoming Quidditch match, urging him to keep an eye on and protect that reckless Potter, just like his father. Not now, sir, Severus interjected, his voice tinged with undeniable fatigue and resistance. Regarding the safety of the Quidditch match, I shall discuss it in detail with you before dinner. He had no energy left to deliberate on Harry Potter's safety. However, Dumbledore did not mention Potter as Severus had anticipated. The old man approached him, his piercing blue eyes, as if capable of seeing into the depths of one's soul, gazed upon him with gentle clarity. Severus, Dumbledore's voice was deep and filled with concern, as he raised his hand to rest gently, yet reassuringly, on Severus's tense shoulder. I wish to speak to you about Miss Granger. Severus's body stiffened instantly, shock and a hint of vulnerability flooding his eyes. I inquired with Mr. Potter regarding Miss Granger. Dumbledore continued slowly, his tone calm. It seems Mr. Potter is unaware of the full truth. He paused, his gaze deepening, as if he could penetrate the most hidden recesses of Severus's soul. But I believe Miss Granger has already uncovered everything. Severus's heart plummeted, his pupils dilating. Dumbledore knew. He was aware that Hermione had discovered his feelings for Lily. This realization ignited a wave of embarrassment and panic within him. Severus, Dumbledore's voice carried an undeniable gentle authority. Pressing slightly on Severus's shoulder, you need to explain things to her. Explain? A surge of bewilderment and a hint of desperate resistance flickered in Severus's eyes. How could he explain? How to elucidate that unbearable past, replete with betrayal and death? How to articulate the indelible mark etched within his heart? Would she listen? Would she understand? As if perceiving the turmoil and insecurities within him, Dumbledore's voice softened yet resonated with unwavering strength. She is an exceptionally intelligent girl, Severus. Her wisdom is sufficient to penetrate the superficial, to grasp the intricacies of the human heart, and to embrace transformation. He leaned slightly forward, his tone deep and imbued with significance. Offer her a chance, and in doing so, grant yourself an opportunity as well. Reveal the truth to her. Share your innermost feelings with sincerity. She will comprehend. Trust me. Following his words, Dumbledore cast a profound glance at Snape, his eyes filled with expectation and a kind of elder-like affection. He slowly withdrew his hand, turned, and walked steadily towards the door. Just as he was about to step out of the office, Dumbledore paused. Without looking back, his gentle yet powerful voice echoed clearly in the dim room. I am genuinely happy for you, Severus. Do not squander this chance. In his final words, he slightly inclined his head, the wisdom gleaming in his blue eyes behind the crescent-shaped lenses, his tone unprecedentedly earnest and affirming. And, Severus, do not doubt. You are worthy. The door closed softly with a faint click. The office plunged back into profound silence. Snape stood as if petrified, frozen in place. The words "you are worthy" struck him like thunder, wielding an unprecedented force that shattered the thick, impenetrable shell of inferiority and self-loathing encasing his innermost being. Worthy? He, Severus Snape? A Death Eater stained with blood? A traitor who indirectly caused Lily's demise? A sinner trapped in eternal regret? Was he worthy of love? Worthy of happiness? Worthy of someone as remarkable as Hermione Granger? No one had ever uttered such words to him. No one had ever confidently told him that he was deserving. Dumbledore's words pierced through the dense darkness of his soul like a faint yet resolute light. This illumination was not blinding, but possessed a strange, warm power that allowed his heart, frozen by despair and fear, to sense a flicker of something faint, almost too timid to acknowledge. Outside, The dark waters of the Black Lake flowed silently, yet within the cold confines of this dungeon office, a man imprisoned by the shadows of his past for a lifetime stood on the brink of crumbling ruins, for the first time, distinctly feeling a glimmer of hope. Though faint, it was sufficient to illuminate the path ahead, the path leading to Hermione Granger. A road that required him to shed all armor and reveal his vulnerabilities and true self. He must find her, no matter the cost. Chapter 7. Aftershocks and Echoes. In the Gryffindor common room, the flames in the fireplace danced, yet could not dispel the heavy gloom lingering in the corner. Ron sat quietly beside Hermione, a silent fortress, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her pale, vacant profile. Hermione curled up on the oversized sofa, her hands unconsciously wrapped around her knees, her eyes hollow as they stared into the flickering flames, as if her soul had departed, leaving behind a shell hollowed out by immense sorrow. Suddenly, the door to the common room burst open, ushering in a breath of cool spring air and an exuberance that crackled with vitality. We won. We are leading Hufflepuff by a large margin. Ginny Weasley swept in like a red whirlwind, her face flushed from vigorous exertion, her hair tousled by the wind. Still clad in her vibrant Quidditch uniform, her broom clattering against the wall as she tossed it aside, she excitedly waved her arms, eager to share the joy of victory with her friends. However, her jubilant exclamation abruptly halted upon catching sight of the scene on the corner sofa. Her exhilarated smile froze instantly, replaced by a profound shock and concern. She immediately spotted Hermione, who appeared utterly lost, as if all vitality had been drained from her, alongside her brother Ron, whose demeanor was unusually serious. The atmosphere in the common room grew heavy, as oppressive as the stillness before a storm. Ginny's heart sank. All excitement about the match dissipated in an instant. She yanked off her dirty dragonhide gloves, disregarding the mud-stained uniform, and rushed to the sofa. Hermione? Ginny's voice was laced with cautious inquiry as she crouched down, gently wrapping her protective arms around Hermione's cold shoulders, attempting to warm her with her own body heat. Hermione, what's wrong? Please say something. Her gaze frantically searched Hermione's ashen face, filled with concern and urgency. Hermione remained unresponsive, her eyes still vacant, fixed on the flames. As if Ginny's voice and touch came from a distant realm, unable to penetrate the icy barrier she had erected to shield herself from pain. Ginny's heart tightened further. She lifted her gaze, her eyes like daggers directed at Ron beside her, her voice tinged with suppressed fury. What on earth happened? She scanned the room, not seeing Harry, which only fueled her anger. Merlin's beard. Where's Harry now? Ron did not leap to defend himself as he usually did when confronted by his sister's accusations. He maintained his protective stance, slowly and heavily raising his eyelids to glance at Ginny. The playful banter usually present in his eyes was replaced by profound worry and an indescribable complexity of emotions. He did not respond to Ginny's question. Ron Weasley. Ginny's anger flared at his silence, her voice rising in frustration. Ron continued to disregard her fury, taking a deep breath. He shifted slightly closer to Hermione. Then, he extended his hands, roughened from years of Quidditch yet exceptionally warm at that moment, gently and cautiously enveloping Hermione's icy, stiff hands resting on her knees. Hermione? Ron's voice was low and gentle, imbued with an unprecedented patience and care, as if he were calling out to a fragile porcelain figurine on the verge of shattering. This time, a slight flicker seemed to ripple through Hermione's vacant gaze. She nodded slowly, almost imperceptibly, a minuscule movement that appeared to require all her strength. Ginny's heart leaped to her throat, a wave of ominous premonition engulfing her. Ron's tenderness and Hermione's utterly devastated appearance indicated that this was far beyond a mere argument or sadness. Ron lifted his head, his gaze complex as it met Ginny's. His eyes were filled with shadows, helplessness, and a hint of something unspeakable. Snape, Ron managed to utter, his voice hoarse as he swallowed hard, as if something lodged in his throat. He cast another worried glance at Hermione, fragile as glass beside him, before finally revealing the thunderous news. He loved Harry's mother. Those brief 10 words struck Ginny's ears like a cacophony of thunder. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, her face etched with incredulity. Could it be that she had misheard? Snape? That gloomy, acerbic man who despised Harry? Loved Lily Potter. Instinctively, she turned to Hermione, searching for any trace that this was a ludicrous jest. However, Hermione's face, pale to the point of transparency, etched with heartbreak and despair, doused Ginny's last flicker of hope like a bucket of icy water. This was no joke. How? Ginny's voice trembled with shock. How is that possible? She muttered, her mind swirling in chaos, utterly unable to connect these two names with the concept of love. It was too absurd, too terrifying. Ron remained silent, his demeanor heavy with the weight of confirmation as he drew from the depths of his robe pocket a crumpled, worn parchment letter. He handed it to Ginny without uttering a word. Were it not for the sight of the letter itself, he could scarcely believe the truth it bore. A truth capable of upending all familiar perceptions. Trembling, Ginny accepted the letter, her eyes racing over the words with an almost ravenous intensity. When her gaze fell upon the words childhood friends, her pupils constricted sharply, and she involuntarily gasped in shock. Each word in the letter struck her like a hammer, shattering her preconceived notions of Snape. Upon finishing the last line, Ginny lifted her head, her expression a tumult of emotions. She glanced at Hermione, then at Ron. Her eyes filled with panic and a desperate yearning for reassurance. What could this possibly mean? Her voice trembled with a veneer of composure as she sought a rational explanation. Surely, they were merely childhood acquaintances. Just as Sirius had said, they had no further connection. Moreover, Snape had joined the Death Eaters. It was as if she were trying to convince Hermione, but more so, herself, casting a pleading look toward Ron. Yet Ron could only respond with a resigned sigh. Shaking his head heavily, meeting Ginny's pleading gaze, he solemnly presented the decisive evidence. Snape's Patronus was a doe. A doe. Ginny's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. She understood all too well what this signified. The transformation of a Patronus is the most profound and unfeigned emotional imprint in the wizarding world. A chilling realization coalesced within her. The very day Hermione had collapsed was when they had fervently discussed the shapes of their patronuses. Thus, Ginny's voice quivered as she turned to Hermione, clinging to a flicker of hope. Hermione, are you certain? How she wished for Hermione to say otherwise. To declare this a ghastly misunderstanding. Certain, Hermione finally replied, her voice eerily calm, like still water devoid of ripples. Yet those two simple words bore an irrevocable weight that was utterly despairing. Perhaps Ginny was still grappling with the last vestiges of denial, attempting to uncover a less brutal explanation for this unbearable reality. But as she racked her brain, she found that any justification paled in comparison to the undeniable truth of the Patronus. He betrayed Voldemort for her, Hermione interjected coolly, as if stating a theorem long since proven, her tone devoid of anger, only a numbing emptiness that seemed to drain her very soul. He has always loved her. Thus, he loathed Harry's father, like a thief who had stolen his most cherished treasure. He protected Harry solely because, she paused, a slow, bitter smile creeping onto her lips. A smile filled with endless self-mockery and sorrow, reminiscent of the eyes of his mother. That final, fleeting self-question seemed to pierce Ginny's heart like the sharpest of ice picks. She witnessed the fleeting glimmer of unshed tears in Hermione's eyes, forcefully suppressed, and the hollow, heartbreaking smile that was more mournful than any tears. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ginny's vision blurred with a flood of tears. A profound anguish and a seething rage towards Snape ignited within her chest. She had never seen Hermione like this, fragile, hopeless, utterly shattered. She felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Why hadn't she been more resolute in preventing Hermione from being with Snape when she first learned of their relationship? Had she known that Snape would inflict such deep wounds, she, Ginny Weasley, would have fought tooth and nail to rescue Hermione. Oh, Hermione, Ginny choked out, her voice thick with emotion as she suddenly opened her arms wide, enveloping the cold, trembling girl on the sofa, treating her as though she were an exquisite, fragile artifact. She stroked Hermione's back repeatedly, as if to dispel the suffocating despair and chill that clung to her. It's all right, we're all here. Ginny babbled in a flurry of comfort, her tears silently soaking Hermione's robes. Just then, the door to the common room swung open once more. Harry rushed in. A look of anxiety etched on his brow, beads of sweat glistening from his forehead. Where have you been? He demanded, his gaze darting around the common room. I've been searching everywhere for you. How is Hermione? His eyes landed on Hermione, tightly held in Ginny's embrace, only her pale profile visible, and his heart sank like a stone. Upon hearing Harry's voice, Ginny snapped her head up like a lit fuse, releasing Hermione and advancing toward Harry with fierce determination. Where have we been? Ginny's voice, sharpened by fury, rose an octave, and she seized Harry by the collar. Where were you, Harry Potter? You're never here when it matters. Harry stood bewildered by Ginny's sudden wrath and accusations, looking to Ron for an explanation, only to find Ron's face grim and tinged with reproach. Harry's heart plummeted. He sensed that something gravely serious had transpired, and he was entirely in the dark. Suppressing his rising panic, he cautiously approached Hermione, kneeling before her. Hermione? He called softly, his voice laced with concern. Are you all right? What happened? Hermione slowly raised her head, her red, weary eyes meeting his. She struggled to offer him a reassuring smile, but it shattered into something heartbreakingly fragile. Harry's heart clenched tighter. He recalled the earlier encounter, his voice thick with guilt as he explained, I'm sorry, Hermione. After class, Snape stopped me, before he could finish. He felt Ginny and Ron's eyes bore into him like searchlights, their expressions filled with scrutiny and an unnerving urgency. A wave of inexplicable panic washed over Harry. But he pressed on. He pressed me about what was wrong, recalling Snape's near breakdown. He shivered. I had no choice but to tell him we were discussing patron uses. And about your letter to Sirius regarding your parents and school days. His voice dwindled, laden with evident guilt. However, as soon as he spoke those words, he saw Ginny and Ron's faces drain of color. Hermione's body visibly trembled, and she gasped. Then, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Harry's voice faltered. Dumbledore, he called me in again. The words fell like stones into a still pond, sending ripples of dread through the room. Simultaneously, Ginny and Ron inhaled sharply, their eyes widening in alarm, while fear was etched across their faces. Hermione's previously vacant gaze sharpened, a flicker of intense unease flashing through her. The questions were similar to Snape's, Harry noted, sensing the ominous shift in their expressions, a deep foreboding settling over him. He felt too guilty to meet their eyes. It was also about you. Did you tell him something? Did you tell him? Hermione suddenly interjected, her voice trembling with betrayal, her gaze piercing into Harry. Dumbledore? You told him everything. Harry winced at the pain and accusation in her eyes, nodding in a flurry, then shaking his head frantically. I only answered his questions, but I didn't mention your relationship with Snape. I swear. He looked desperately toward Ron and Ginny for validation. Dumbledore only asked if I knew my mother's Patronus was a doe, and if I was inquiring about my mother's experiences at school. It had nothing to do with Snape. He didn't mention Snape at all. Harry insisted, eager to clear his name. Ron and Ginny, upon hearing this, felt their taut bodies relax slightly, yet their faces remained etched with gravity and concern. They exchanged a weary glance, releasing a long sigh. Ginny, as if drained of energy, discarded the cushion she had hastily grabbed in desperation and sank heavily back into the sofa, massaging her aching temples. Harry observed their demeanor, then glanced at Hermione's pale face. A suffocating anger and profound confusion erupted within him. What on earth is going on? Can someone please enlighten me? What has transpired? He felt as if he were a fool, left in the dark. The common room was once again enveloped in a brief silence. The flickering flames of the fireplace danced upon each face, reflecting a myriad of emotions. Hermione's despairing numbness, Ron's heavy worry, Ginny's anguished fury, and Harry's anxious bewilderment. Ultimately, it was Hermione who shattered the stillness. Slowly, with palpable exhaustion, she raised her head, her gaze fixed upon Harry. Her eyes brimmed with a tumult of emotions, concern for the shock he was about to endure, weariness regarding her own predicament, and an unsettling stillness. As if the dust had finally settled. Harry, her voice emerged with an unnerving calmness, so tranquil it sent a shiver through him. What I am about to disclose may astonish you, perhaps even prove difficult to accept. She inhaled deeply, as if summoning her last reserves of strength, each word emerging with great difficulty yet crystal clarity. But the truth is, as she uttered the name Severus Snape, her voice quivered ever so slightly. Eyes glistening with profound sorrow, your mother has always loved him. Each syllable struck like a poisoned dagger, carving deeper into Hermione's already wounded heart. With every pronouncement of this cruel reality, it felt as though she was draping her cherished memories of Snape in layers of despairing ash. After gesturing for Ginny to hand the fateful letter to Harry, she could no longer bear the weight of her confession. The immense fatigue and heartbreak engulfed her like a tidal wave. She slowly bent forward, resting her elbows on her knees, and shielded her face with her hands, a posture of complete withdrawal from this harsh world. Harry stood frozen, clutching the weighty letter in his hand. As if struck by a silent thunderbolt, Hermione's words and her current state of collapse shattered his understanding of Snape, obliterating his tenuous grasp on his mother's past. Shock, confusion, absurdity, and an indescribable complexity stemming from his newfound insight into his mother's history washed over him like a tsunami. Chapter 8. Reflections by the Fountain. Hermione did not wait for Harry to finish reading the letter. She lacked the courage to witness the expressions that might cross his face. Shock? Disorientation? Anger? Or perhaps disdain for being thrust into the role of the harbinger of such a harsh truth. He was Harry, her dearest friend. They had journeyed together since their innocent childhood days at 11, fighting side by side through countless adventures. No one understood their vulnerabilities and strengths better than they did. And no one knew Harry's deep-seated scars and pains regarding his parents and Snape better than she. And yet, she had become the one to unearth this scar? She could scarcely believe it, let alone forgive herself. The thought of having inflicted harm upon him gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent. I need to step outside. Her voice was barely audible, tinged with a weariness bordering on the brink of collapse. She rose almost immediately, grabbing her robes draped over the armrest of the sofa, and fled the Gryffindor common room as if escaping a plague. She could envision Harry's astonished and bewildered expression behind her, and felt Ron and Ginny's concerned gazes trailing her. But she could not linger. Another second, and the overwhelming guilt and heartache would crush her entirely. She ran through the bustling corridors, ignoring the curious stares directed her way, yearning to distance herself from the crowd, from the concern, from the suffocating truth. Bursting through the castle's heavy doors, the cool evening spring breeze greeted her, carrying the scents of grass and earth, yet failing to disperse the gloom enveloping her heart. Outside the castle, the fountain in the courtyard flowed quietly in the twilight, the sound of water soothing yet relentless. Hermione leaned wearily against the cold marble edge of the fountain, gasping for breath. The chill seeped through her fingertips, but could not quell the searing turmoil within her. "It's all my fault," she murmured to her blurred, haggard reflection in the water, unable to control the quiver in her voice. "Because of my baseless, unfounded, lost and foolish feelings." She recalled how she had been drawn to the man's profound gaze, the loneliness and wisdom that occasionally pierced through his icy exterior, how she had gradually succumbed, recklessly drawing closer. She had hurt herself and Harry. She saw the reflection staring back at her, eyes swollen, face pale, utterly disheveled. A bitter smile crept upon her lips as the rippling water distorted her visage. "What are you doing, Hermione Granger?" She questioned her reflection, more so confronting her own unruly heart. Hermione, a low, familiar voice, now imbued with an unprecedented tenderness and caution, resonated behind her. Hermione's body went rigid. She did not turn around, nor did she dare to breathe. She loathed herself for still feeling warmth and tenderness at the sound of his voice. Even now, this uncontrollable emotion deepened her despair. She fixated on the water's surface, as if it held the answers she sought. A gentle evening breeze stirred, lifting a few withered leaves from the ground, twirling them as they settled upon the water's surface, further distorting her reflection. She caught a whiff of a scent mingled with potion ingredients, old parchment, and his uniquely crisp aroma, the very scent that had once brought her such comfort and infatuation. She felt the edge of his black robes lightly brush against her cold fingers resting on the fountain's rim. Startled, Hermione recoiled instinctively, withdrawing her hand as if scalded, desperate to sever all ties with him. This minuscule action bore an unmistakable resolve. "Hermione," Snape observed her instinctive retreat, his brow furrowing with concern, a flicker of hurt flashing in his eyes. His voice carried an air of resignation and deeper sorrow. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out, gently turning her shoulder to face him. His deep black eyes sought to capture her gaze, yet she stubbornly averted her eyes, refusing to meet his. His hand eventually fell away, as if bereft of support. "Hermione," he called again, his voice heavy with frustration and a profound helplessness. "I have never lied to you. In every moment we shared, I have never deceived you." As she absorbed his near-confessional words, her heart clenched painfully as if gripped by an unseen hand. Never deceived? What then could this emotion be? Built upon the shadow of another woman's memory? Lily, Snape struggled to utter the name, each syllable laden with a weight of unutterable anguish. Hermione's heart leapt to her throat, her body tensed, anxiously awaiting his next words. "I loved her," he confessed, his voice dry, every word rasping as if dragged from gravel. He paused for an extended moment, as if lost in the reverie of faded memories that still bore the sharpness of thorns. Before continuing, his voice lowered, imbued with a weighty fatigue and profound self-reflection. Yet, this sentiment had morphed over time into a burdensome responsibility, an inescapable guilt, a curse that I must bear for a lifetime. This was a secret he had never revealed to anyone, a hidden truth and a fragile vulnerability, even in the presence of Dumbledore. He had never delved so deeply into his own psyche. In this moment, he felt an unbearable exposure, as if stripped bare and powerless. He gazed helplessly at Hermione, her brown eyes, always perceptive, now filled with pain and detachment. "Can you understand, Hermione?" he asked, almost with a humble plea. Hermione looked at him, recalling the gentle visage he had worn during the holidays, adorned with a soft beard, and the indulgent smile he had offered her, a fleeting moment of stolen happiness. But could I truly comprehend? I wished to, desperately. She longed to believe in him, to grasp this feeling that drew her in like a moth to a flame. However, the image of Harry's shocked and pained expression flooded her mind, as did Dumbledore's blue eyes, seemingly all-knowing, filled with compassion. She increasingly questioned the appropriateness of her impulsive emotions, grappling with their selfishness and folly. She was unaware of the extent to which this error might ensnare others, bringing forth further anguish and chaos. A profound self-doubt coiled around her heart like a vine. "Professor Snape," she finally raised her head, despair evident in her gaze as she regarded the unmistakable hurt etched on his face, her voice steady yet imbued with an icy detachment. She stepped closer, her movements almost ritualistic in their heartbreaking tenderness. as she meticulously adjusted the somewhat disheveled collar of his rare robe. Her touch as gentle as one would treat a fragile artifact, reminiscent of mornings before he departed for school to teach potions. Yet, at this moment, she was no longer clad in his oversized shirt that carried his scent, nor did she squint and smile, or wrap her arms around his neck, playfully urging him to return soon. I envy her, Hermione thought stubbornly as she forced a smile, one that shattered and trembled, her eyes reflecting a sorrowful understanding. She envied the deep imprint she had left upon his life, regardless of life or death. She paused, her voice barely a whisper, laden with a sigh. Do not allow my insignificant existence to tarnish or destroy what is, for you, such a sacred feeling. Her words were tinged with self-deprecation, laced with an uncontainable sorrow and defiance. She sighed deeply, lingering on his face, her gaze saturated with a bittersweet sense of farewell, as if she wished to etch his outline into the depths of her soul. A sudden pang gripped Snape's heart, an overwhelming panic seizing him. Her gaze, her tone, felt like a farewell. I will no longer attend potions class, Hermione quietly declared, her voice returning to a calm, yet stagnant stillness. I believe I have sufficient capability to pass the exam. It was as though she were stating an objective fact, drawing a line of separation. Do not seek me out again. Those words fell like a final verdict, cold and resolute. Instantly, Snape's heart was gripped by a frigid hand, as if the very flow of his blood had ceased. A tremendous panic and the pain of abandonment engulfed him. He recalled the times she had covertly used the time turner just to attend one more of his classes, to catch a few more glimpses of him. Those little secrets she had confessed with a blush and sparkling eyes once discovered. Hermione seemed to reminisce about those sweet moments of deceit, a bitter smile involuntarily curling at the corners of her mouth as she softly chuckled. After all, I attended so many classes in secret. Her words struck like a dull knife, slicing through both their hearts. Snape's sorrow and panic were swiftly replaced by a surge of profound grievance and anger. He could not accept her departure, could not bear the thought of her concluding everything in such a self-destructive manner. What are you saying, Hermione? He could no longer maintain his composure, shouting as he fiercely pulled her into his embrace. His arms encircled her like iron bands, as if trying to meld her into his very being, to prevent her from escaping. Hermione's body stiffened instantly. She had intended to take a deep breath, to force herself to calm down and escape the suffocating embrace. Yet, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against the cool, soft strands of hair at the nape of his neck. That familiar sensation sparked a faint current within her. She once again felt the warmth radiating from Snape's body, enveloped anew by the unique, reassuring essence that only he possessed. All of this, sudden and fierce, pulled her back to that brief, yet dreamlike period of happiness during the holidays. The warmth of the fireplace, his deep laughter, his tender kisses. If not for the remnants of her reason and pride struggling to hold on, she would have clutched his robe and wept, releasing all her heartbreak, grievances, and anguish without reservation. I'm sorry. Hermione managed to stifle the surge of tears and the heartache threatening to tear her apart, using every ounce of her strength to break free from his warm embrace. She stepped back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, lifting her gaze to meet Snape's. Her expression filled with pain, resolution, and profound reluctance. I cannot. She beheld the man before her, suddenly stripped of all strength, his eyes brimming with disbelief and hurt, resembling a forsaken little boy, and her heart ached fiercely. She stepped closer, trembling fingers tracing the planes of his face, etched with anguish. Severus, she gazed into his deep eyes, her voice fragmented. I cannot cease to doubt. Her gaze seemed to pierce through his very soul. I do not know if in your eyes there still resides the shadows of others. When you silently gaze into the distance, are you thinking of someone else? During the brief time we spent together, did you ever wish I were someone else? Hermione fought against the tears threatening to spill forth, articulating each word with painful clarity, knowing that they would torment her and inevitably wound him in return. With each utterance, her heart fractured further. She lowered her head abruptly, inhaling deeply, attempting to suppress the torrent of tears welling within, concealing her almost crumbling emotions. Hermione, Snape grasped her hand that had caressed his cheek, as if it were his sole lifeline. He gazed into her eyes, those usually calm black orbs now filled with a near humble plea, his voice tinged with unprecedented fragility. Do not leave me, I implore you. The very use of implore was unfathomably humbling for him. Hermione looked at him, heart aching yet helpless. She understood herself all too well. She, Hermione Granger, proud, rational, and in pursuit of purity, could not feign normalcy and wholeheartedly love someone while harboring seeds of doubt deep within her. That would be a torment and an insult to both. The brief and secretive moments they shared, those stolen glimpses of the best times, had vanished along with the truth surrounding the Patronus of the Doe. The tide of despair wholly engulfed her. Sev. She looked at him with a heart full of pain and reluctance, uttering the name reserved for their most intimate moments. Her voice soft as a sigh, yet imbued with the finality of severance. I cannot, nor can you. She gazed at him, at his profound brow and eyes, his tightly pressed thin lips, and the pervasive aura of loneliness and strength that surrounded him. He remained as captivating as ever, and the fervent love hidden deep within her heart had not waned in the slightest. Perhaps, she despaired, this was their final moment of such closeness, of such solitude? An overwhelming, irresistible impulse seized her. Before her reason completely unraveled, she rose onto her toes, clutching the fabric of his robe tightly, as if to grasp the last remnants of warmth. Then, with a desperate passion tinged with farewell, she pressed her lips forcefully and deeply against his cold mouth, his icy yet soft lips, his warm body. And the initial shock that was swiftly replaced by a reciprocating kiss filled with the same depth of emotion. All felt so familiar, so heart-wrenching. This was the last time, she thought, her heart shattering, as the tears she had held back for so long finally cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. She felt Snape kissing her back with a tenderness that was both gentle and profoundly heartfelt, as if he were pouring all his emotions into that kiss, while carefully, with heartbreaking softness, he wiped away the tears that continued to fall. If only, Hermione thought through her tear-blurred vision, if only you were not so affectionate, not so gentle at this moment, perhaps I could be more resolute. This thought pricked at her like poison. As she quietly wept, a sudden frown creased her brow, fueled by an uncontainable resentment and anger directed at him, at fate, and at herself. In a fit of despair, she bit down hard on his lower lip, until she tasted the faint metallic tang of blood. Snape merely let out a muffled groan, remaining silent, yet drawing her closer into his embrace, as if to absorb all her pain and rage. This unspoken acceptance and endurance utterly shattered Hermione's final defenses. She could no longer contain herself, clutching his robe tightly, burying her face deep into the familiar fabric. Like a lost child finally finding a means to release her pent-up emotions, she wept openly. The sorrow, injustice, pain, and despair that had been suppressed for far too long surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Why? She questioned him in her breakdown, her voice fragmented, not only inquiring of him, but also questioning fate, questioning herself. Why had it come to this? Why? Countless whys spiraled in her mind, yet no answers emerged. Snape's heart ached beyond measure, and he could only hold her tighter, as though he might crush her into his very bones. His jaw was clenched tightly, his eyes reddening rapidly as he exerted every ounce of strength to keep his own emotions from shattering. He could feel the cold dampness of her tears quickly soaking through his robes. I'm sorry, he thought. At that moment, all his words felt so pale and powerless. Aside from an apology, he knew not what else to say. Hermione, he whispered in her ear, with a voice soft yet solemn, uttering the words he believed he would never speak so easily in his lifetime. I love you. These 3 words bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Upon hearing them, Hermione's body trembled violently, and her sobs intensified, her shoulders shaking as if she were trying to cry out all her suffering. Do not doubt me. Snape's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, laced with a final, humble plea. Yet, in that moment, to Hermione, the words I love you and do not doubt me felt like the sharpest of knives. Love her? What of Lily? What of the love represented by the Patronus? Do not doubt? But the seeds of doubt had already taken root. How could she uproot them? The immense chaos and pain jolted her back to reality. She could linger no longer. One more second, and she would surely soften, would once again succumb, plunging deeper into an endless vortex of self-doubt and anguish. No. Hermione emitted a brief, muffled whimper, summoning every last ounce of strength within her, and with a sudden force, she broke free from Snape's embrace. She could not even dare to glance back at the expression on his face. Was it shock, hurt, anger, or a deeper despair? She turned away, fleeing as if escaping from hell, running towards the castle without a backward glance, her steps faltering, her fragile silhouette appearing so delicate against the twilight, yet imbued with a resolute, tragic grandeur. Snape's hand hung suspended in the air, his fingertips futilely grasping at the frigid air. He watched her stumble away, her figure disappearing into the shadows of the castle entrance, as if she were taking with her the last glimmer of light from his world. All his strength drained away in an instant, and he slumped helplessly against the cold stone steps of the fountain, resembling an abandoned statue devoid of soul. The evening breeze rustled his black robe, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. He hung his head low, his hands weakly resting on his knees, his thick black hair obscuring all traces of his expression. Only his tightly clenched fists, knuckles white, betrayed the tumultuous pain and despair raging within him. The sound of the fountain's water continued to flow, as if mocking the most unfathomable sorrows of this world.